After traversing the high martial realm of Blue Star for 18 years, Luo Tian managed to gain entry into the prestigious Academy of the Dragon Kingdom, the military academy of Magic City, through the influence of his prospective father-in-law. On the very first day of enrollment. As a freshman in the pharmacology department, he was forcibly dragged to the combat division's assessment trials by a rather foolish individual. Fortuitously, the auxiliary upgrade system activated at that moment, as he observed others engage in combat. His physical techniques advanced. After a brief period of cultivation, his breathing technique improved. Upon reaching the upper limit of his physical abilities, the system directly transcended that limit, bestowing upon him the trait of boundless stamina. Similarly, upon reaching the cap of his breathing technique, the system once again surpassed the threshold, granting him the attribute of infinite vitality. Chief Instructor, I am actually a newcomer in the pharmacology department. Luo Tian helplessly gazed at the line of second-year seniors he had just defeated. I care not about your department. You are now the combat prodigy of this cohort. If you do not secure first place in the elite trials of the 3 academies in a month, I shall break your legs, replied Zhao Yidao, the chief instructor of the military academy of Magic City, with an indifferent glance at Luo Tian. Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom, Military Academy of Magic City. Excuse me, where is the pharmacology department of the military academy? At the grand entrance of the military academy, the statue of the breakthrough saint, one of the 10 great sages of humanity, stood proudly, pointing with a sword-like gesture towards the west with a disdainful gaze. Beneath the statue, a gatekeeper reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, basking in the morning sunlight. Beside him stood a handsome young man with a satchel slung over his shoulder, holding an enrollment certificate in his hand. His name was Luo Tian, a traveler who had been in this world for 18 years at the age of 8. Both of his parents perished on the battlefield. For the past decade, he had completed his basic education under the care of his prospective in-laws. Unfortunately, due to issues with his aptitude, he had only reached the 7th level of body refinement, failing to meet the entrance standards of one of the top 3 academies in the Dragon Kingdom. Fortunately, his prospective father-in-law, possessing extraordinary capabilities, effortlessly procured an admission notice for the pharmacology department of the military academy, allowing him to embark once again on the path of learning after preparing for a mundane 9-to-5 existence that I once thought I would be called off the marriage, awaken my golden finger, and rise from obscurity, experiencing the cyclical nature of fortune. However, this outcome is indeed beyond my expectations. Luo Tian often sighed to himself. Indeed, his deceased parents had arranged a marriage for him with a family of considerable standing. The bride's father had recently ascended to sainthood, guarding a strategic stronghold, wielding formidable power capable of cataclysmic destruction. What did you say? The gatekeeper's inquiry interrupted Luo Tian's reverie. That I asked, where do I go for the pharmacology department? Luo Tian repeated his question. What pharmacology department? The military academy's pharmacology department. What military academy? Luo Tian's expression darkened. Sir, we have no grievances with one another, so why? All right, then you just relax. Luo Tian spoke with a hint of resignation. Very well, the gatekeeper replied leisurely, closing his eyes to enjoy the gentle morning sun as it danced upon him. Luo Tian gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and then, with a sense of resignation, relaxed his grip. He turned slightly, tilting his head upward to gaze at the towering statue. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, accompanied by a voice rich in magnetism. To journey 90,000 miles, a solitary figure stands guard at the celestial gate. The saint of heaven, Lin Patian, esteemed director of the military academy in the Demon City. Luo Tian turned in astonishment, immediately confronted by a strikingly handsome face, carved with chiseled features that, of course, he was not overly surprised after all. This man was still a step below himself. What do you think? Are you envious? With a slight sidelong glance, he regarded Luo Tian, a loss for words. Luo Tian merely nodded. Who could deny it? A century ago, during the convergence of realms, spiritual energy surged back in a blue star, and ferocious beasts invaded the globe, nearly leading to humanity's extinction. Fortunately, formidable beings among humankind emerged, repeatedly repelling the beasts, ultimately forcing them back to the celestial gate, allowing humanity to continue to thrive. The saints of humanity, standing resolute at the celestial gate, safeguarding a realm of peace. What immense spirit! What unparalleled glory! Do not envy in the future. We too shall achieve greatness. The magnetic voice resounded once more, his eyes shimmering with divine light. As men, we are born to be heroes, and even in death, we shall be gallant spirits. Henceforth, do not merely speak of 90,000 miles, even beyond that expanse will be the domain of our dragon nation. I, Wang Xinghe, shall undoubtedly march upon the celestial gate, and wherever I gaze, there shall be an era of peace and prosperity. Luo Tian stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. This man possesses such fervor. Yet his words stirred something within Luo Tian's heart. However, contemplating his own talent, Luo Tian could only sigh inwardly. With the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star, martial arts have flourished, and humanity begins their training at the tender age of 15. Yet, 3 years have passed, and Luo Tian has only attained the 7th level of body refinement, achieved only through the generous resources of his future father-in-law. Were it not for his future father-in-law, he would not even qualify to enter the military academy in the Demon City to gain admission into this prestigious institution, one of the foremost martial arts universities in the Dragon Nation. Even the research and herbal medicine departments require a minimum of the 8th level of body refinement, while the combat department demands at least the 9th level. What merit does he possess at the 7th level? Are you a new student? Wang Xinghe, filled with zeal, immediately inquired. That is it not obvious? Luo Tian raised his enrollment certificate in response. Today marks the day of admission. However, it was evident that he was rather late, as the throngs of students had already entered the academy. Fantastic! I am as welcome. Follow me. Wang Xinghe's eyes lit up, disregarding any potential objections from Luo Tian, and he directly pulled him toward the entrance. At that moment, a timid young man approached them, his gaze fixed anxiously on the gatekeeper. Wang San, you are late again today. Wang Xinghe seemingly recognized him and called out loudly. Wang Xinghe, how dare you? The youth, referred to as Wang San, seethed with anger, his face a mask of indignation. I could see that moment. The gatekeeper abruptly rose to his feet, an aura of terror emanating from him. Wang San, a second-year student from the pharmacology department. You are 3 minutes late. 3 points will be deducted from your score. Wang San clutched his chest, nearly spewing out a mouthful of blood. Those were 3 precious points. It could take him an entire week to earn them back. All due to that scoundrel, Wang Xinghe. With a glare fixed on Wang Xinghe, Wang San issued a deathly challenge. Wang Xinghe, if you dare, let's go mountain climbing during the break. Sure. Wang Xinghe replied with a radiant smile. Wang San shot him a furious glance before storming through the gates of the military academy. Luo Tian's expression was peculiar. He felt an urge to distance himself from Wang Xinghe, sensing a hint of treachery in his demeanor. Simultaneously, he cast an annoyed glance at the gatekeeper, who had feigned deafness when Luo Tian had asked for directions moments earlier. Luo Tian felt a sense of indignation. Damn it! Just then, Wang Xinghe suddenly exclaimed, Hurry, brothers! We're going to be late. Today is the class division trial. If we're tardy, we might miss the elite class. Luo Tian was taken aback and quickly interjected, Hey that. However, before he could finish, an overwhelming force yanked him forward, as if swept by a tempest, propelling him through the gates of the military academy and toward a specific direction. Luo Tian felt like crying. He wanted to explain that he belonged to the pharmacology department, and he had clearly noted the direction Wang San had taken, but now he was utterly disoriented. He attempted to speak, but under Wang Xinghe's full exertion, an immense force gripped his shoulder, rendering him speechless. This must be the level of a formal warrior, at least, he thought to himself, dismayed. After the body refinement stage comes the warrior realm with a vitality exceeding 100 units. One transcends the ordinary human limitations. On Blue Star, a 15-year-old vitality is measured at 10 units at this stage. Upon mastering the martial breathing technique to harness vitality, one enters the first level of body refinement. Subsequently, every additional 10 units of vitality corresponds to another level, the 9th level of body refinement. One can use vitality to temper their bones, and upon completing this process, they can break through into the warrior realm, doubling their vitality. A minute later, Wang Xinghe slowed his pace. Hey, Don't you two have any sense of time? A booming voice caught Luo Tian's attention. A stern-looking middle-aged man stood before them. Aha, my apologies, teacher. Hey, erase our enrollment certificate. Well, be on our way now, Wang Xing has said, snatching the enrollment certificate from Luo Tian's hand and presenting it to the middle-aged man. Hey, that's mine. Luo Tian attempted to speak again, but was interrupted once more. Enough, let's hurry. Wang Xingha quickened his pace again. Luo Tianding, congratulations, host. You have entered the combat division of the magical capital military, and the upgrade system is now loading. Countdown, 10 seconds, 10, 9. Loading complete. Attribute panel generated. Can you believe that a mere herbalist has entered the realm of combat? Moreover, a system has been activated? 18 years, yes. A full 18 years, though. You have any idea what I have endured? If only the system had arrived sooner. If it weren't for my future father-in-law, I would already be reaping the benefits of a 996 work schedule. Kid, did you just try to chatter? Do you know who that is? The ruthless commandant of the combat division. If you utter one more word, we are finished. Do you understand? Wang Xinghe's voice resonated, laden with palpable relief. At this moment, the two had reached the edge of a plaza, where 10 large buses were parked. However, Luo Tian had no time to ponder this. A technologically advanced attribute panel materialized before him. Name, Luo Tian. Realm, Body Refinement Level 7. Vitality, 70. Mental Power, not yet activated. Breathing Technique, Basic Breathing Method, Level 1. Martial Skills, Basic. Body Techniques, Level 2. The attribute panel was remarkably pristine, devoid of any superfluous elements. What does cleanliness signify? It signifies mediocrity. Naturally, Luo Tian was not particularly surprised his past life, spent reading transmigration novels, had not been in vain. System, what functionalities do you possess? Luo Tian mused internally. Regrettably, the system offered no response, clearly a rudimentary, non-intelligent system. I forgot to ask, what is your name? Wang Xinghe's voice echoed once more. Luo Tian. With a resigned closure of the attribute panel, Luo Tian replied. A splendid name. Wang Xinghe's eyes lit up. Luo Tian, what realm do you currently occupy? Mid or late stage martial artist? Luo Tian's expression darkened. Martial artist? What relevance does that hold to his body refinement level 7? Yet, one could hardly fault Wang Xinghe, as the minimum requirement to enter the combat division of the magical capital was body refinement level 9. I'm not a martial artist. What? Have you already broken into the realm of a martial master? No wonder you are slightly more handsome than me. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Luo Tian. Oh no, brother Tian, you must look out for me. Wang Xinghe exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Luo Tian felt a surge of anger. Veins bulging on his forehead. Was the realm of martial artists determined by looks? Who told you that not being a martial artist means one is a martial master? I am at body refinement level 7. Body refinement level 7. Wang Xinghe froze, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Are you joking with me? Body refinement level 7? Is there any way a mere body refinement level 7 could qualify for the combat division of the magical capital? Curse it! I entered the herbalist department through connections. If you hadn't dragged me here, I would have already been registered in the herbalist department. Luo Tian's eyes blazed with indignation. Wang Xinghe was momentarily taken aback, gradually becoming dazed, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. After a long pause, he awkwardly stammered, that Xiao Luo, I apologize. It is indeed my fault. Why don't you head back? This is the combat department, and you are merely at the 7th level of body refinement. Wang Xinghe's words trailed off, yet even a fool could discern his implied meaning. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was his startlingly candid demeanor. Just moments ago, he had referred to him as Tian Gu, and now he was Xiao Luo. Lo Tian, disinclined to engage in such trivialities, prepared to turn and leave. Yet, at that very instant, a thunderous voice resonated. You too. The booming sound captured the attention of both Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe. What are you staring at? I'm talking about you too. Hurry over here, the bus is about to depart. Can you not grasp the concept of time? Teacher, as Luo Tian was about to respond, he noticed the instructor raise a hand, a formidable force unleashing forth, followed by a terrifying blood energy hand that seized both him and Wang Xinghe. The externalization of blood energy indicated a master-level powerhouse. Goodness, This is bad, the two exclaimed as they were unceremoniously tossed into a bus. In from his spirit herd department, Luo Tian found himself awkwardly atop Wang Xing this moment. The bus was filled with young students, all eyes fixated on the two of them, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. Depart. With a commanding shout, the bus's engine roared to life, the doors shut, and it began to move. Hey, aren't you going to get up? Don't you think this is progressing a bit too rapidly for us? Wang Xing's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Ugh. Luo Tian glanced at him, his stomach churning violently, swiftly standing up and making his way to the rear row of seats amidst the many strange gazes. There was no turning back now. He resolved to explain the situation to the instructor responsible for the trial. Shortly, .10 buses ventured deep into the military district of Magic City. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the square, clutching an enrollment certificate. Was the formidable chief instructor. Have they already left? I did not anticipate such peculiarities infiltrating the combat department during my tenure. Indeed, what he held was Luo Tian's enrollment certificate, clearly stating his affiliation with the Spirit Herd Department. Well, perhaps it's not too bad to face some challenges through backdoor means infiltrating the combat department. How amusing to contemplate. The chief instructor strode in the direction of the incoming students, seemingly unfazed. Meanwhile, in the last row of the bus, Wang Xinghe sat closely beside Luo Tian. Xiao Luo, you needn't worry too much. It's just a class trial, I've got your back. Luo Tian shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, isn't it possible for me to simply withdraw later? What? Wang Xinghe gazed at Luo Tian as if he were a fool. You wish to withdraw after boarding a combat vehicle. Once we disembark, chaos will ensue, with second-year seniors suppressing our vital energy to below 100 before engaging. If you wish to back out, it will be necessary for you to be knocked down first. Luo Tian's complexion turned pale. Truth be told, he had little understanding of the division mechanism within the combat department. I want to get off the vehicle, he declared resolutely, preparing to rise. You must be mad, Wang Xinghe exclaimed, forcefully restraining him. Disembarking now would be even worse. You would have to fight the driver, and only if you win would you earn the right to leave. That's a martial artist we're talking about. What if you are unable to win? You won't get off the vehicle, and after we disembark, you will still be beaten again. Do you think you can endure that? Despair consumed Luo Tian. This was his current psychological state. He felt a deep resentment for encountering someone like Wang Xinghe, who had led him into this predicament. It seemed inevitable that he would soon receive a thorough beating. The second-year students, when they first entered, likely endured a severe thrashing, and now, with a year of pent-up frustration, they were ready to unleash it upon newcomers like them. Actually, you needn't fret too much. Look at me, I am quite handsome and possess a modicum of talent. What's the worst that could happen with second-year students? Below the threshold of vital energy, I fear them not, Wang Xinghe reassured confidently. Hey, race the deal. If you're apprehensive, I can teach you a martial skill. As long as you grasp the timing, you can withstand this wave of punishment and smoothly transition to the next phase. If we encounter a teacher afterward, you can simply explain your circumstances. What skill? Luo Tian inquired, intrigued. Haha, Wang Xinghe smirked, leaning closer to Luo Tian to divulge his secret. Luo Tian's expression gradually soured. You despicable. Hey, how can you speak so? This is a secret that is not meant to be shared. Ding. Acquired Wang Xinghe's secret technique. A system notification suddenly resonated within Luo Tian's mind. Ding. Acquired Wang Xinghe's secret technique. 1,000-year seduction kill. Due to your profound comprehension of this technique, you can directly attain level 3. Do you wish to comprehend it? As Luo Tian was engulfed in confusion, the system notification chimed again. He was taken aback and then elated. Is this the system's function? This is utterly delightful. I choose to comprehend it. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Tian opted to proceed with the understanding that in that instant, information regarding the 1,000-year seduction kill flooded his mind, and the system panel emerged in the recesses of his consciousness, revealing the entry. 1,000-year seduction kill level 3. Under the martial skill section, that do not feel any psychological burden given your current cultivation. If you wish to avoid being pummeled into a pulp, you must cooperate with me in executing this technique. At that time, I will take the lead, and you simply need to time your move perfectly, Wang Xinghe remarked nonchalantly. The 1,000-year seduction kill consists of two components, as its name suggests, requiring cooperation between two individuals. Of course, if one's speed is sufficiently swift, it can also be accomplished by a single person. Luo Tian has come to understand why the system categorizes this technique as a secret skill. It is simply too shameful for an ordinary person to utilize. Let's discuss this later. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. Humph. You think highly of yourself, don't you? Wang Xinghe chuckled, then assumed an expression of someone who has seen through it all. Stop repressing yourself the moment I laid eyes on you. I knew we were cut from the same cloth. Let's join forces and tackle the first challenge together. Who's cut from the same cloth as you? I study the teachings of sages. Luo Tian scoffed with utter disdain. He had nearly deciphered Wang Xinghe. He was nothing more than an old trickster, commonly referred to as a sly fox. Just then, a jarring screech of brakes interrupted Wang Xing's intended retort. You have 10 seconds to disembark. After that, I will personally escort you out. The driver's indifferent voice resonated through the vehicle. In an instant, chaos erupted within the cabin, which had been filled with passengers, now suddenly emptied. Let's go. It'll take you to new heights. Wang Xinghe stood proudly, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Luo Tian followed him, his head filled with dismay. At that moment, as Wang Xinghe reached the door, a swift kick unexpectedly struck him. Wang Xinghe was sent flying, accompanied by the driver's irate exclamations. I've long found you insufferable, you shameless wretch. Luo Tian's pupils constricted. He realized that the conversation he had with Wang Xinghe had certainly caught the driver's attention. As a martial artist, one's perception sharpens with deeper cultivation, allowing them to eavesdrop effortlessly. What are you staring at? You have 3 seconds. The driver's gaze suddenly fixed on Luo Tian. With adrenaline surging through him, Luo Tian bolted from the vehicle. 7th level of body refinement. The driver was momentarily taken aback. Interesting. Muttering to himself, he started the bus and drove away. Just you wait. This ain't will not let you off easily. As soon as Luo Tian stepped out, he heard Wang Xing's lament. Just as he was about to mock him, a figure suddenly flew past him, accompanied by an exhilarating shout. Are the junior students ready to embrace unrestrained youth? In that instant, gasps filled the air. Luo Tian turned to see over 500 freshmen in a state of panic, as a group clad in camouflage stormed through like tigers among sheep, their vitality surging wildly. Many freshmen had yet to comprehend the situation before being sent sprawling. The figure that had just whizzed by him was from his bus now. It crashed to the ground nearby, unable to rise, only to be kicked away by another assailant. Damn it, that's ruthless. No wonder they're known for their ironclad style in the military of the Magic City. Luo Tian felt a tightening in his chest. Xiao Luo, what are you staring at? Act now. At that moment, Wang Xinghe suddenly exclaimed. Luo Tian swiftly turned his gaze, witnessing Wang Xinghe erupting with vitality, executing a swift kick aimed at camouflaged trainee's vital point, the speed and finesse of his movement utterly astonishing. You scoundrel! The camouflage trainee's face momentarily flashed with rage, instinctively tightening his legs, glaring at Wang Xinghe, as his internal energy coalesced, emanating an aura of sheer terror. A man. That was indeed the most crucial area. The source of pleasure, how could it be easily harmed? An overwhelming fury surged within him, and he unleashed a furious punch towards Wang Xinghe. Yet suddenly, a wave of indescribable dread washed over him, compelling him to glance backward. At that moment, a profound sense of indignation welled up in his heart. He beheld a figure who had appeared behind him, hands converged into a sword-like shape, lunging forward with ferocity. You two rascals, I am thoroughly impressed. The camouflage trainee let out a harrowing scream, soaring 2 meters into the air before crashing heavily into the panicked crowd below. Haha, perfection. Old Luo, I told you we are cut from the same cloth. How does it feel? Exhilarating, isn't it? Wang Xinghe chuckled, patting Luo Tian's shoulder. I am merely fighting for survival. Luo Tian nonchalantly concocted a justification for himself. Oh, how remarkable you are, so noble. Wang Xinghe scoffed dismissively. You two scoundrels. At that moment, a figure charged forth at an alarming speed, an explosive surge of vitality accompanying each punch. Be careful, Wang Xinghe shoved Luo Tian aside, stepping forward to confront the oncoming threat. Boom! The two collided. Wang Xinghe remained steadfast, while the camouflage trainee staggered back 3 steps. Martial artist! The camouflage trainee narrowed his eyes slightly. He had suppressed his energy to the extreme limit of 99 calories. Facing a martial artist was no trivial matter. In the body refinement realm, one typically needed to reach 90 calories of vitality to undergo bone tempering, after which entering the martial artist realm would double their vitality to 180 calories. Of course, those who tempered their bones at 90 calories would not qualify for the military prowess of Magic City only by continuously advancing and solidifying their foundation. To at least 95 calories could they undergo bone tempering and earn the right to enter the military. For the higher one's vitality, the greater the enhancement after becoming a martial artist, thus paving a broader path for the future. True prodigies would even refine their vitality to the limit of 99 calories before undertaking bone tempering, allowing them to surge ahead of their peers once they entered the martial artist realm. Only realizing this now? Too late. Shadow Strike. Wang Xinghe closed the distance in an instant, executing a kick. The camouflage trainee's expression shifted dramatically as his internal energy surged to the early stage of a martial artist, instinctively clenching his legs. Bang! Wang Xinghe's kick was expertly intercepted. Huh! Just as he was about to mock, the camouflage trainee's expression drastically changed as a sinister voice echoed behind him. 1,000-year kill. Ah! With a piercing scream, Wang Xinghe and Luo Tian executed a double kill. On one side, a camouflage trainee gnashed his teeth at the sight, yet instinct compelled him to take a step back. These two are exceedingly treacherous. Ding! You have defeated one warrior and received a basic level upgrade card. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Luo Tian's mind. Ah, what's this? Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Haha, isn't it exhilarating? Come on, let's charge out together. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Xinghe completely misinterpreted his expression. At that moment, another notification resounded in his mind. Ding! Ding! By observing the battle for 1 minute, your basic physical skill level has increased. Luo Tian's eyes gleamed even brighter. What a delightful surprise. An immense power surged within him, and Luo Tian sensed a notable enhancement in his physical capabilities. Of course, physical capability is distinct from vitality. It signifies endurance. The stronger one's physical prowess, the more vigorous the vitality one can cultivate. However, mastering the breathing technique is essential if not for the lack of time. Luo Tian would be eager to give a TRY.AS for the upgrade card. A mere shift in thought allowed Luo Tian to comprehend its purpose. Basic level upgrade card, capable of enhancing basic level skill levels. His attributes panel now displayed an additional entry. Name, Luo Tian. Realm, body refinement level 7. Vitality, 70 points. Mental strength, not yet activated. Breathing technique, basic breathing technique level 1. Martial skills, basic physical skill level 3. Liao Inxian Yin kill level 3. Upgrade card, 1 basic level. Use the upgrade card to enhance basic physical skill. With a mere thought, Luo Tian issued the command in his mind. Ding! Upgrade card used successfully. Basic physical skill level has increased. Indeed, the notation next to basic physical skill in the martial skill section transformed to level 4. Simultaneously, another surge of power blossomed within him, further augmenting Luo Tian's physical abilities. What a remarkable treasure! Luo Tian couldn't help but exclaim. With his physical prowess continuously improving, the speed at which he could cultivate vitality would surely accelerate after mastering the breathing technique. His future was indeed promising. Not only that, but the breathing technique could also be upgraded. He wondered what such an advancement would entail. It felt like a cheat. What sheer delight! Luo Tian sincerely marveled at his heart. Are we going, or what? Why are you dawdling? Wang Xing's voice broke through as he charged ahead. They found themselves in a valley known as the Trial Valley. Each year, the freshman trials commence here. The first round requires participants to break through the assaults of 100 second-year students before advancing to the next stage. As for the objective, it is simply to sift out the elite in the city of magic and military prowess. New students are required to undergo a classification process upon enrollment. Only after successfully completing all trials can they ascend to the elite class, where they will receive the finest resources and the most formidable guidance from instructors. Those unable to pass all trials must settle for the ordinary class. However, it is not to say that the instructors of the ordinary class are weak indeed. Anyone capable of teaching at the esteemed military academy possesses commendable skills, albeit slightly inferior in comparison to their elite class counterparts. Moreover, there remains a glimmer of hope for ordinary class students to join the elite ranks if one is sufficiently strong to defeat a member of the elite class. They may usurp their position. This embodies the rigorous educational ethos of the academy. Strength reigns supreme. Under such a teaching philosophy, those who graduate successfully are destined to be anything but weak. Here they come. Luo Tian snapped back to attention and pursued Wang Xing at this moment. A group of new students had already surged ahead, yet they were swiftly intercepted by the camouflage-clad students. Ding! Watching the battle for 1 minute has enhanced your basic physical skills level. His basic physical skills had now reached level 5, and his physical capabilities had once again improved. The sensation was exceedingly gratifying. The next upgrade card shall be devoted to enhancing my breathing technique. I wonder if it will bolster my vital energy, Luo Tian mused, casting aside the fact that he was a freshman in the herbal medicine department. Take this! Wang Xinghe shouted, charging once more at the camouflage-clad students. Luo Tian swiftly maneuvered behind and executed a surprise attack, defeating his opponent. Amidst the anguished gaze of the fallen student, the duo made their escape. Time slipped away unnoticed. Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe secured another 3 kills and had traversed a significant portion of the path. The entrance of the valley was now within sight. My basic physical skills have reached level 8, yet I still haven't received an upgrade card. The odds are dismal. Luo Tian couldn't help but grumble. Brother Tao, it's those two, let's deal with them. Suddenly, for camouflage-clad students circled around them. The leader, known as Brother Tao, wore a rather grim expression. Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe exchanged worried glances, handling 4 opponents, especially with 3 of them having previously crossed paths with them, would prove challenging. Is this what military prowess entails? Calling for reinforcements when you can't win? You've truly disappointed me. Wang Xinghe stepped forward, his demeanor icy. Let's settle this on and on. Luo Tian followed suit, fully embracing his nature. Daha. You're mistaken. Do you believe ferocious beasts would engage in fair competition with you? Today, the seniors shall impart a lesson to you both, Brother Tao sneered, gesturing dismissively. Take them down. You lack martial ethics. Luo Tian shouted in fury. Ha ha ha, the 4 laughed, regarding Luo Tian as though he were a fool. Old Wang, run. In a sudden burst, Luo Tian shouted and turned to flee. Wang Xing's eyes lit up, and without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted swiftly. Block their path. With a thunderous shout from Tao, the 4 of them surged forward simultaneously. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded before them. To their astonishment, Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe, who had initially prepared to flee, abruptly turned back as if in unison. Shadow Strike, quadruple. A single skill can conquer all, and if one can master only one thing, let it be pursued to the utmost perfection. This was a profound insight shared by a venerable master. Evidently, Wang Xinghe had fully grasped the essence of this wisdom. What? Bastard! Be careful, Tao! The 4 cadets clad in camouflage exclaimed in unison, eager to strike, yet they found themselves at a loss. Wang Xinghe had seized the moment with such precision that they could only react instinctively. Boom! At that instant, Luo Tian's blood surged forth, though his aura was not overwhelmingly strong. A mere turn had him positioned behind them in a flash. A piercing chill rushed through their minds, causing the 4 to instinctively tighten their defenses. Yet, in that fleeting moment, their eyes glistened with a faint mist, and a single tear, brimming with regret, slipped from the corner of their eyes. Indeed, apart from Tao, the other 3 felt their very souls tremble as if witnessing the rebirth of a flower. Ding. 1 minute of battle. Observed basic physical training level increased to 9. Maximum reached. Would you like to attempt a breakthrough? Ding. Defeated a warrior received a basic upgrade, card X1. 2 notifications echoed in their minds. Without a moment to ponder, Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe charged forth, acutely aware of several gazes bearing down upon them. As if a prickling sensation danced upon their backs. They Had to flee before it was too late. Take down those two. Get them. A series of shouts erupted as 7 or 8 cadets in camouflage pursued the pair. Yet their reactions were astoundingly swift, and they were nearly at the valley's mouth. Leave your names if you dare. The cadets gritted their teeth in frustration. On the peak of immortals, I reign supreme with me. Xinghe, there is heaven. I am Wang Xinghe. Luo Tian suddenly shouted back. Wang Xinghe was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape. Brother, I thought you were valiant, but I never imagined you would betray me. Immediately, he retorted defiantly, Heaven did not give birth to me. Luo Tian, the martial way, is as eternal as the night. I target no one, you are all mere trifles. Bastard, I will remember you, the road ahead is long, and we shall see. Ah, you infuriate me. Luo Tian, Wang Xinghe. Behind them echoed furious roars, and with a decisive stride, Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe burst forth from the valley. Chapter 5. The system. Previously, Luo Tian had been reckless, and now he confronted Wang Xinghe with disdain. The valley echoed with the fervor of battle, as the newcomers received special attention from their second-year seniors. Outside the valley, 2 handsome young men glared at each other. Who brought me to the combat department? Luo Tian scoffed. Wang Xinghe's face flushed, but he quickly regained his composure, a smug grin spreading across his face. Indeed, I did it on purpose. Now they know who you are. Do you think you can escape? I am not from the combat department. I can leave whenever I want. What can they possibly do to me? Luo Tian replied, barely lifting his eyelids. Wang Xinghe's brow twitched, anxiety creeping into his heart. He wondered what would happen if the second-year students could not find Luo Tian. Would all their fury be unleashed upon him? How could he continue to play at all? You scoundrel, Luo Tian. I will never forgive you. Wang Xinghe shouted in frustration. Ha ha ha, perhaps we shall meet again. Luo Tian laughed. Having spotted the trial instructor standing at the entrance of the valley. You. Wang Xinghe raised his hand, trembling as he pointed at Luo Tian. Alas, he was powerless to stop him and could only watch as Luo Tian departed. Hello, teacher. I am actually from the herbal medicine department and mistakenly ended up in the combat department. Could you please let me return? I have to report in. Luo Tian approached the instructor politely. Very well, the instructor replied with a nod. Thank you, teacher. Where's the bus stop? Luo Tian asked, glancing around. At the end of the trial, the instructor replied kindly. Oh, then I suppose I must walk back? Luo Tian paused, contemplating. Well, it's not too far. With that, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, the instructor appeared before him as if by magic. Teacher, what is this? Luo Tian looked at the instructor with confusion. If you leave now, I must treat you as a deserter. Have you thought this through? The instructor's voice was calm but firm. No. Teacher, you misunderstand. I am at the 7th level of body refinement. I am from the herbal medicine department. Panic gripped Luo Tian as an uneasy feeling washed over him. Not far away, Wang Xinghe suddenly ceased trembling, a broad grin spreading across his face. The instructor smacked his forehead. All right. I announce that you are now officially part of the combat department. Return now. The second round of trials will commence in half an hour. Luo Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Teacher, isn't this a bit too hasty? Are you questioning the rules set by one of the 10 greatest saints of our people, the Breaking Heaven Saint? The instructor's gaze suddenly turned perilous. I dare not. Luo Tian felt a cold sweat break out on his back. This was indeed a heavy crown to bear. Luo Tian swiftly turned away, distancing himself from this perilous presence. Ha ha ha, that cracked me up. Wang Xinghe pointed at Luo Tian, bursting into laughter. With a dark expression, Luo Tian approached him and said, Shut your mouth. Oh, Wang Xinghe's gaze was taunting. I won't be quiet. What will you do about it? Trying to trap me? There's no escape now, is there? Luo Tian raised his middle finger at him, turned away, presenting only the back of his head, and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes. Enough of that. I shall be magnanimous and not hold a grudge. We must continue this journey together. Wang Xinghe plopped down beside Luo Tian and also began to cultivate, adjusting his state to better face the next trial. At this moment, others were gradually emerging from the valley. Though all bore signs of wear and tear, some with dark circles under their eyes, others with swollen faces, all were merely superficial injuries. And even the girls had not escaped the clutches of those brutes from the second year. Upon seeing Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe recovering, the others wasted no time and quickly sat down in a cross-legged position, practicing their breathing methods to restore their energy. Meanwhile, Luo Tian's consciousness was focused within his mind. Had his basic martial arts reached the 9th level and hit its limit? Could there be a breakthrough? After a whispered contemplation, Luo Tian commanded a breakthrough. Beep. Breakthrough successful. Current level 10. Acquired trait. Infinite stamina 1. What is this? Luo Tian hastily glanced at his attribute panel, noting an additional line. Name, Luo Tian Realm. Body refinement 7th layer vitality. 70 calories mental strength. Not yet activated breathing method. Basic breathing method, level 1. Martial skills. Basic martial arts, level 10. Liao Yin Xian Yin Kill, level 3. Traits. Infinite stamina, 1. Upgrade cards. 1. Basic level. As Luo Tian's gaze fell on infinite stamina, a piece of information materialized in his mind. Infinite stamina enhances the speed of stamina recovery. Currently restoring one of the maximum stamina per minute cannot be actively upgraded. But enhancing the level of basic martial arts can increase the level of infinite stamina with a cap of 100. Instantly enlightened, Luo Tian felt his stamina indeed recovering rapidly. A surge of joy filling his heart. System, I may have been rather audacious earlier. I did not intend to imply your lack of intelligence, for you are remarkably powerful. Beyond belief. Regardless of whether the system could hear him, Luo Tian silently apologized. Unfortunately, the system offered no response. Unperturbed, Luo Tian's gaze shifted to the basic breathing method. If a breakthrough in basic martial arts yielded a trait, would a breakthrough in the breathing method not also yield one? His heart ignited with fervor as he promptly issued the command. Use an upgrade card to elevate the basic breathing method. With no hint of regret, Luo Tian had already discerned that upgrade cards seemed to be acquired by chance, not easily obtained. But what of it? The path to greatness lies in the enhancement of one's abilities. The challenges ahead remain uncertain. Ding. The use of an upgrade card was successful, elevating the foundational breathing technique to level 2. The system interface subtly transformed, and simultaneously, Luo Tian perceived a deeper comprehension of the breathing technique. Regrettably, his vitality did not increase. Ultimately, it proved to be of little consequence. It seems I was overly optimistic. I should focus on restoring my vitality. With this thought, Luo Tian withdrew his mind from contemplation and began to rhythmically practice his breathing technique. However, as soon as he initiated the breathing exercise, he noticed a remarkable difference. The effectiveness of the technique appeared to intensify, and the vitality within him began to surge, significantly enhancing in a sudden rush. Has my vitality increased so swiftly? Luo Tian's heart raced, prompting him to hastily summon the attribute panel in his mind. As anticipated, the vitality section, previously marked at 70 cards, now reads 71 cards. But that was not the end. After approximately a minute, his vitality surged again, ascending from 71 cards to 72 cards. I am thriving. Luo Tian brimmed with joy, exerting himself further in the practice of the breathing technique. Yet, the system, as expected, continued to astound him, with the notification echoing in his mind once more. Ding. 5 minutes of practicing the foundational breathing technique has resulted in an elevation to level 3. The surprises from the system were relentless, and before Luo Tian could fully savor the joy of his vitality surge, the notification resounded in his mind yet again. What a delight! He inwardly rejoiced. He could distinctly sense that his ability to condense vitality was accelerating once more. 73 cards, 74 cards. Another 5 minutes passed. Ding. 5 minutes of practicing the foundational breathing technique has resulted in an elevation to level 4. In that moment, his vitality skyrocketed, breaking through barriers to exceed the 75-card threshold. However, simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of weakness engulfed Luo Tian's entire being. He abruptly ceased his practice of the breathing technique. His stamina could not keep pace. The expenditure was too great, and he had no means of replenishment. Fortunately, at that moment, his infinite stamina trait activated, allowing his energy to recover swiftly. Nonetheless, he was clearly reluctant to condense his vitality further. Otherwise, the subsequent round might be dire. Time slipped away like a careless maiden, unnoticed until it was too late. 30 minutes had elapsed. The second round of the class trial commenced. The instructor's voice arrived unexpectedly, reverberating like thunder, sending shivers down the spines of every newcomer and forcefully interrupting their meditative state. Luo Tian rose and surveyed his surroundings. During his practice, he had unknowingly observed many others rushing out of the valley. Over 300 individuals, such relentless competition. Wang Xinghe's voice echoed, casting a sorrowful gaze across the valley. In other words, this initial round of trials has eliminated over 100 participants, rendering them ineligible for the elite class. What does the second round entail? Luo Tian inquired with curiosity. Do you see that mountain? Wang Xinghe gestured with his hand. Luo Tian gazed into the distance, soon finding his view obstructed by a small hill. It is there. If you traverse to that point and ascend to the summit, you will gain entry into the elite class. Is it truly that simple? Luo Tian was taken aback. The distance to the mountain's peak, visible from their location, was no more than 2 kilometers, a trivial endeavor for those in the body refinement realm. Simple? Wang Xinghe scoffed. Do you believe the instructors from the military academy are mere muggles? Suddenly, the gaze of the trial instructor pierced through the air, and Wang Xinghe's expression froze, quickly adopting a posture of composure. Look! Wow, a battle king! How enviable! At that moment, exclamations erupted. Luo Tian also sensed a terrifying aura descending from the heavens. Swiftly looking up to see a dark dot rapidly enlarging, ultimately taking the form of a complete figure. Walking upon the air, that was a master. Floating effortlessly, that was a battle king. At this moment, a formidable battle king descended from the sky, instantly appearing above the gathered newcomers. A terrifying pressure enveloped them, causing everyone to bend instinctively, with cries of astonishment erupting, and some even collapsing to the ground under the immense weight. You have 20 minutes to reach the summit and earn your place as an elite class student. The countdown begins now. The instructor's voice resonated coolly. I see. Luo Tian realized, bracing himself against the overwhelming pressure and standing upright. Ah, is it really that easy? Do you recognize that familiar face? The notorious chief instructor Zhao Dao. Depending on one's cultivation level, the pressure varies. 20 minutes, 2,000 meters. Aside from those like me, the chosen ones, only a handful can achieve this. Little Luo, I shall take my leave first. Wang Xinghe's voice rang out beside Luo Tian, and with a pat on Luo Tian's shoulder, he strode confidently ahead. Simultaneously, the majority of the newcomers began to advance, their steps laborious yet their eyes gleaming with indomitable spirit. Truly impressive, military academy. Luo Tian couldn't help but exclaim. It was evident that these individuals were destined for greatness, their unwavering resolve already surpassing many. Without further contemplation, Luo Tian also commenced his journey, his steps not particularly arduous, perhaps even slightly buoyant. How is he moving so swiftly? No way. Is this still human? Wow, Luo, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Exclamations arose in waves, especially from Wang Xinghe, whose eyes widened in disbelief. It's just average. I'm only a tad stronger than you, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, effortlessly surpassing him. How can this be tolerated? Don't think that a lower realm means weaker pressure makes you exceptional. I've never lost in my life. Wang Xinghe fumed. Suddenly, he quickened his pace, and under the heavy pressure, he began to jog, swiftly surpassing Luo Tian. Ha ha ha, Xiao Luo, there are aspects of you that I truly admire. Wang Xinghe's boisterous laughter echoed back, his cheeks already flushed from the oppressive force, yet he remained unfazed. Luo Tian remained silent, but the blood within him surged with fervor. In the past, his lack of talent rendered competition with others a mere fantasy, yet now he found himself worthy of rivalry. The martial arts world is not merely about ambition, but rather about the pursuit of glory. Drink. With a low shout, Luo Tian slightly bent his body and accelerated dramatically. His foundational body technique at level 10 had augmented his physical capabilities to a formidable height, and since the pressure was based on the realm of vitality, moving forward under this weight was not as arduous as it seemed. In an instant, Luo Tian had overtaken Wang Xinghe. What the hell, Lao Luo? This isn't how it works. Wang Xinghe exclaimed, panicking. The weak have no voice. Luo Tian retorted without hesitation. You're finished. Not even Jesus could save you today. Mark my words. Wang Xinghe felt a surge of vitality. His speed began to increase, albeit slowly, until he soon matched Luo Tian's pace, gradually pulling ahead. Luo Tian sensed the immense pressure and continued to accelerate, gradually leveling with Wang Xinghe once more. What kind of monsters are they? Someone wondered. I know. They're among the first to break free from the valley. Damn, what freaks. The two quickly surpassed a significant number of people, eliciting countless gasps of astonishment. Oh, not bad. Indeed, they are promising talents. That lad is from the herbalist sect, right? I never expected such a genius to arise by chance. Zhao Yidao hovered in the sky, his gaze fixed on Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe, who were now fiercely contending with one another, neither willing to yield. Ding! Experiencing the pressure of a strong opponent for 10 minutes has elevated the foundational body technique level to 11. A surge of power enveloped Luo Tian, and the pressure surrounding him seemed to lighten considerably in that moment. It appeared that after breaking through his limits, leveling up had become increasingly challenging. 10 minutes left. He mused. He looked up and saw that he and Wang Xinghe had reached the foot of the mountain, with 100 steps leading straight to the summit before them. Chapter 7. The contest for the Demon King title, the 100-step staircase, under normal circumstances, could be swiftly traversed even by an average person. However, let us not forget that they were currently bearing the pressure of a warlord's might. Though this pressure varied in intensity, depending on one's realm, it was undeniably the ultimate test for each individual. To ascend these 100 steps while enduring such pressure required not only indomitable willpower, but also substantial inner strength. I am first, Wang Xinghe bellowed, planting his foot firmly on the first step, his vitality surging as he swiftly crossed the initial threshold. Luo Tian, unwilling to fall behind, ascended under the pressure. However, after breaking through the fundamentals of body technique, his resilience had significantly improved, allowing him to climb with greater speed than Wang Xinghe. Before long, Luo Tian surpassed Wang Xinghe. The summit awaits you, he casually remarked, continuing his ascent with ease. Damn it. Is this what you call having an inside track to the medicinal herbs department? Wang Xinghe inwardly cursed Luo Tian's ancestors through generations. The two advanced, one in front of the other, swiftly reaching the mid-mountain. At that moment, some students had already arrived at the foot of the mountain, taking a deep breath before beginning their climb. In no time, Luo Tian reached the peak, where an expanse of over 1,000 square meters lay before him, with 10 large buses quietly parked nearby. Just a few more minutes. I won't leave the pressure zone yet. I'll wait for my basic body technique to level up. Exhaling deeply, Luo Tian stood on the steps, silently awaiting his progress. Is this kid feeling my pressure? Intriguing. Zhao Yidao's attention was drawn to Luo Tian. With a thought, he intensified the pressure directed at him. Luo Tian felt a sudden weight. Turning sluggishly to face Zhao Yidao. What a sly old fox, targeting me. The veins on Luo Tian's forehead throbbed, but for the sake of leveling up his technique, he endured. Not bad. This body strength is comparable to that of an ordinary bone-refining warrior, Zhao Yidao murmured, continuing to amplify the intensity of his pressure while watching Luo Tian with keen interest. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly, vowing that if it weren't for his need to upgrade, he would certainly unleash a torrent of curses upon Zhao Yidao. Time passed slowly, yet the pressure on Luo Tian only grew stronger. Old Luo, what are you doing? Can't move anymore? Wang Xinghe had reached the summit, casting a puzzled glance at Luo Tian before stepping unhesitatingly out of the pressure zone. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After a while, Wang Xinghe regained some composure, staring at Luo Tian with an odd expression. I never imagined you had a penchant for pain. TSK. Aren't you afraid Zhao will just kill you? Luo Tian remained silent. The pressure he was enduring was too intense for him to even speak. However, that did not prevent him from giving Wang Xinghe a look that conveyed bravery. After all, that was the battle king he was referring to as old Zhao, clearly inviting trouble. Hey, what's this? Are you challenging your brother Wang? Step out for a duel. Let old Zhao be the referee. Wang Xinghe exclaimed. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, pinning him to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he nearly lost consciousness. Luo Tian's face lit up with delight, a peculiar smile forming on his lips. At that moment, more individuals began to reach the summit, casting bewildered glances at Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe, unsure of what antics they were engaged in. Ignoring them, each began to sit down and recover their stamina. Finally, ding! Experiencing the pressure of a formidable warrior for 10 minutes, my foundational physical skills have ascended to level 12. A delightful chime resonated in my mind, and unable to contain myself any longer, I took a bold step forward. Oh, can you no longer endure? With a body strengthened to the 7th stage of body refinement, my physical prowess rivals that of an early-stage warrior undergoing extreme bone tempering. How intriguing. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Yidao's eyes, and in the next moment, he swiftly retracted his imposing aura, appearing like a specter in the open space atop the mountain. Goodness, that was close. Wang Xinghe felt an immediate release of pressure, scrambling to the side as he gasped for air. Standing nearby, I savored the rapid recovery of my stamina, exhaling a long sigh of relief. I opened my attribute panel. Name, Luo Tian Realm. 7th stage of body refinement vitality. 75 mental strength. Not yet activated breathing technique. Basic breathing technique. Level 4. Martial skills. Basic physical art. Level 12. Liaoyin Xian Yin Killing. Level 3. Traits. Infinite stamina. Level 1. Upgrade points. 0. The current attribute panel was infinitely more splendid than when it was first unveiled. A satisfied smile graced my lips as I closed the panel. Hey, are you not up yet? Get moving. I unceremoniously kicked Wang Xinghe. Damn it. It's all your fault. You nearly got me killed. You're a calamity. Wang Xinghe struggled to rise, cursing under his breath. If you can't speak properly, then say less. I shot him a sidelong glance and made my way towards the crowd ahead. Among the 40 or so who had reached the mountain summit, the elimination rate this round was even steeper, with over 300 participants. Nearly 90% were cut. However, those who remained were the elite among the elite. Did I say anything incorrect? If I weren't beside you, I would not have been suppressed by that pressure again. I intended to mention old Zhao, but Zhao Yidao cast a fleeting glance at Wang Xinghe, causing him to flinch and immediately retract his words. Having spoken, he dared not utter another word. Hastening to catch up with me as we blended into the throng, the instructor overseeing the trial arrived at the valley's entrance, saluting Zhao Yidao before addressing the new students. Congratulations to all of you. From today onward, you are members of the elite class of the Military Combat Department in Magic City. Upon hearing his words, although the new students were already aware of the outcome, a wave of excitement washed over them. The elite class of the Military Combat Department in Magic City is equipped with the most formidable instructors. Moreover, elite students enjoy access to the finest training resources. Albeit not for free, they must exchange points for them. However, discounts are available, making it significantly cheaper than for regular class students. In Magic City's military system, points serve as a hard currency. If one possesses wealth, they can purchase points at a rate of 10,000 for a single point. Conversely, if one lacks funds, they must earn points through various means, such as breaking records, completing tasks, or engaging in frontline battles against ferocious beasts. In a singular phrase, only by possessing sufficient strength can one acquire more abundant resources. This principle underlies the reverence for strength espoused by the martial community in the City of Magic. Now, we shall proceed to the final trial, the contest for the new title of Demon King. The instructor's voice resonated once more. At this moment, the elite class students were filled with excitement. The Demon King. Each term, a singular individual is selected to enjoy superior resources and more favorable discounts. Furthermore, the title of Demon King signifies your status as the strongest among this cohort of martial newcomers, an unparalleled honor. Demon King? Luo Tian murmured softly. Yet, before he could ponder further, a sudden alert sounded in his mind. Ding. Random task issued, Chapter 8. Who agrees, who opposes ding. Random task issued. Challenge everyone. Dominate the arena until no one dares to fight again, and earn the title of the new Demon King. Completion reward. 1 sword intent card. Do you accept? Luo Tian's eyes widened. Are you jesting, system? I am merely at the 7th level of physical refinement. And you expect me to contend for the title of Demon King? To challenge everyone? Is this a joke? In the assembly of over 40 individuals, the majority were at the 9th level of physical refinement, with many having advanced significantly in their training, not to mention figures like Wang Xinghe, a formidable martial artist. How could he possibly compete? Although Luo Tian had gained advantages, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could stand out among such warriors. Physical refinement is merely that warriors possess vitality that far exceeds that of the physical refinement stage, rendering any comparison futile. To be precise, those at the physical refinement stage are mere mortals, while warriors transcend the ordinary, akin to a 3-year-old child attempting to strike an adult. Strength is entirely disproportionate. Nevertheless, the reward for the task did indeed pique Luo Tian's interest. That was sword intent, a concept often grasped only when one has reached the pinnacle of a particular path and possesses considerable talent, making it an elusive treasure. Alas, it seemed destined to remain beyond his reach. Luo Tian's heart ached, filled with resentment towards the system. Little Luo, I shall graciously accept the title of Demon King. In the future, I will ensure that the name of the Demon King resonates throughout the world. Wang Xinghe excitedly clasped Luo Tian's shoulder. Are you truly that confident? Luo Tian was slightly taken aback. What do you mean? Who am I? I am Wang Xinghe, the king of the vast Star River, a limit-breaking bone refinement warrior. Wang Xinghe declared proudly. Limit-breaking. Luo Tian was momentarily stunned, genuinely astonished. Typically, reaching the limit of the physical refinement stage at 99 vitality would prompt one to undergo bone refinement. After this process, one could absorb the energies of heaven and earth into their being, merging with their vitality, thereby doubling their strength and becoming a true warrior. However, there are often a few exceptional cases where, after reaching the limit of 99 in bone tempering, individuals do not break through but instead choose to further refine their vitality and essence, solidifying their foundation. Only after surpassing the 99 limit and finding themselves unable to improve further do they undertake a second round of bone tempering, and upon completion, they finally ascend to the realm of martial artists. Such individuals are truly remarkable prodigies. Luo Tian genuinely did not anticipate that Wang Xinghe would belong to such a category. Ahem. Wang Xinghe snorted with pride, his self-satisfaction evident. Now, the rules remain unchanged from previous years. To ensure fairness, all participants will have their vitality sealed, relying solely on combat skills and their formidable physical prowess. Once one party concedes, they may not attack again. The competition will be divided into 4 groups, each containing 10 individuals, engaging in unrestricted melee. The last standing individuals will all be candidates for the title of Demon King, and they will be attacked by 5 second-year students. Defeating all of them will grant the title. You are all elites, each possessing your own hidden cards. However, I must solemnly remind you that in the realm of martial arts, competition is fierce. Here in the military district of Magic City, the more exceptional you are, the greater the resources you will obtain, and the faster you will grow stronger. Concealment and secrecy are not the ways of our martial practitioners. In the future, you will face ferocious beasts, creatures that devour blood and gnaw on bones. If you wish to hold back, I regret to inform you that you will likely meet your demise. Remember, even a lion must exert full strength when hunting a rabbit. I wish you all great success in your martial endeavors. The instructor's words ignited a fervor among the crowd. However, upon hearing him, Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ceiling of vitality meant that he would fight relying solely on his own strength. Did this not imply that he might still have a chance? Although there were many martial artists in the crowd with exceptionally strong physiques due to bone tempering, his foundational physical skills were at level 12. With countless enhancements to his physical capabilities, he might indeed have a shot. It seemed there was hope for completing the system task. At that moment, a group of individuals ascended the steps, all clad in camouflage attire, both male and female. The crowd's expressions shifted slightly. These were the very 100 individuals from the valley. Clearly, the final candidates for the title of Demon King would have to contend with those among them. Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe observed closely. Suddenly, a dozen pairs of eyes turned towards them, filled with an intense hatred. Old Wang, this is getting a bit dangerous, Luo Tian remarked contemplatively. Hehe. Those who have fallen before me have never been regarded as true adversaries, Wang Xinghe replied with a faint smile, brimming with arrogance. In terms of bravado, I would gladly deem you the strongest, Luo Tian commended, giving a thumbs up. Ding. A random task has been issued. Challenge everyone. Dominate the arena until no one dares to fight again, and obtain the title of the new Demon King. The completion reward is a sword intent card. Do you accept? You will automatically forfeit in 3 seconds if no response is given. The system notification echoed in Luo Tian's mind once more, initiating a countdown. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to accept. Ding. The task has been successfully accepted. Please, host, strictly adhere to the requirements, challenging all, overshadowing the entire arena, until no one dares to contest further. Luo Tian felt somewhat bewildered. Was this a ploy by the system? To challenge everyone? Until no one would dare to fight? This meant bypassing all formalities. At that moment, a group of second-year students stood at a distance. The voice of the trial instructor resonated once more. Now that the rules were clear, the contest for the title of Demon King officially commenced. Suddenly, a loud exclamation from the crowd interrupted the instructor, capturing everyone's attention. Xiao Luo, what are you doing? Wang Xinghe stared at Luo Tian in astonishment. Do you have a problem? The instructor inquired coolly, as his gaze caused the people in front of Luo Tian to part, exposing him fully to the instructor's line of sight. I have a problem. Luo Tian nodded emphatically, not waiting for the instructor to speak further. I believe this method of combat is overly complicated. It would be far better to get straight to the point. Whoever is strongest should become the Demon King. What do you mean? The instructor was taken aback. Wang Xingha's eyes lit up. Old Luo, I didn't expect you to have such ambition. Why didn't I think of that? I understand your meaning. Stepping forward, Wang Xingha declared with an air of superiority, I, Wang Xingha, challenge all present students. Do you dare to accept? Gasps echoed around as everyone widened their eyes in shock, followed by a chorus of indignation. Wang Xingha, are you seeking death? Haha, what a fool. Isn't he called Luo Tian? What's going on? The one voicing objections must be Wang Xingha. Unfazed by the surrounding remarks, Wang Xingha's eyes gleamed with determination. However, at that moment, Luo Tian delivered a swift kick to his backside, sending him stumbling. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Luo Tian's voice rang out. You can step aside. I, Luo Tian, at the 7th level of body refinement, challenge all present students for the title of the new Demon King. Who supports me? Who opposes? Chapter 9. Defeating Wang Xingha what? 7th level of body refinement? Since when did the 7th level become so arrogant? Initially, it was thought that Wang Xingha was already audacious enough, but it turned out there was someone even bolder. When did the 7th level infiltrate the combat department? The discussions erupted like thunder. Among the second-year students, the expressions of the frontmost dozen shifted dramatically, alternating between pale and flushed. Had they truly been defeated by a 7th level body refinement? What on earth was happening? Moreover, when did the combat department lower its standards to allow even the 7th level to enter? Old Luo, do you have any manners? What business do you have here at the 7th level? Wang Xingha stood up, seething with anger. What of the 7th level? I am strong enough. I am the Demon King. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. By heavens, you are merely a single medicinal herb. What are you pretending for? Wang Xingha was utterly enraged. Silence. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. No one dared to utter a word, all eyes fixated on Zhao Dao. At that moment, the expression on the face of this devilish commandant was inscrutable, his gaze strikingly indifferent. You too, quite impressive. After an indeterminate passage of time, Zhao Dao finally spoke, his tone remaining flat, yet sending shivers of horror through all present. Who could have imagined that the devilish commandant would commend these two simpletons? Was there no sense of justice left? Wang Xingha managed a bashful smile, but it was evident to all that tears of excitement were on the verge of spilling. Luo Tian, however, displayed no particular reaction, instead quietly awaiting Zhao Dao's next words. I hold great admiration for those who dare to shatter the rules, Zhao Dao continued. But then, with a swift change in tone, he added, however, breaking the rules often demands a price tenfold, or even 100-fold. Are you prepared for that? As these words left his lips, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from Zhao Dao. In that instant, every face turned pale, as if a nightmarish vision of mountains of corpses and seas of blood had materialized before their eyes. Luo Tian and Wang Xingha swallowed hard, their hearts racing. We are ready. Luo Tian stepped forward assertively, his voice ringing clear. Wang Xingha, inspired by his resolve, echoed with a fierce determination, I am ready too. Excellent. Zhao Dao nodded, retracting his murderous aura. Today, if both of you fail to attain the title of Demon King, then starting tomorrow, you shall head to the front lines, either to perish in battle or to slay 100 ferocious beasts before returning. Zhao Dao's voice remained impassive, yet the gravity of his words quickened the heartbeat of every listener. The front lines were a perilous realm, fraught with danger at every turn. Those saints guarded the heavenly gates. They were merely there to prevent the most formidable beings from passing. They had little time to concern themselves with the rest. All gazes turned towards Luo Tian and Wang Xingha, pity etched on their faces. You can show off, but why do so before the devilish commandant? Look where that has landed you. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Luo Tian and Wang Xingha responded in unison, without a hint of hesitation. Very well, let us begin. Zhao Dao nodded. Then with a flick of his hand, an overwhelming surge of vitality erupted, instantaneously sealing the life force of everyone present. The might of a war king was indeed terrifying. Everyone stepped back. The voice of the trial instructor rang out, and the crowd parted like a tide, leaving only Wang Xingha and Luo Tian standing at the center. Without exchanging a word, the two sprang into action simultaneously, each understanding the other's temperament, eager to seize the initiative. Bang! Their legs collided in midair, and both were sent reeling backward. Not bad, old Luo. You've actually grasped the essence of my secret technique. Wang Xingha remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. Fortunately, you have taught well. Luo Tian replied lightly, and in the next moment, both of them charged at each other simultaneously. Instantly, They collided, engaging in an intense clash. Despite the absence of any enhancement in vital energy, every strike they exchanged was remarkably crisp and swift. Moreover, whenever an opportunity arose, both would resort to shameless techniques like low blows and ice strikes, leaving the onlookers feeling quite pained. What a spectacle, two seasoned veterans displaying such audacity. Is that the crux of the matter? That Luo Tian is merely at the 7th level of body refinement. Do you truly believe you can match him? The speaker's expression shifted slightly, as he internally weighed the situation and ultimately reached a conclusion he himself scarcely believed. He, a martial artist who had achieved the extreme limit of body refinement, felt as though he could not best someone at the 7th level. Was this some kind of jest? Under the pressure, is he still not at his limit? Or has he grown stronger yet again? Zhao Yidao was slightly taken aback, his gaze fixated on Luo Tian. He had previously thought that Luo Tian's physical prowess was comparable to that of an early-stage extreme bone refinement martial artist, but it now seemed to exceed that. Yet, if it were a case of sudden strength, Zhao Yidao found it hard to believe. Wow, old Luo, you truly conceal your strength well. If you can take this, I shall unleash my full power. Wang Xinghe was equally astonished. The physical prowess he had attained through the 2nd stage of bone refinement left him feeling suppressed. This was unprecedented. I've been waiting for you to go all out, Luo Tian exclaimed with excitement. His foundational physical skills had reached level 12, significantly enhancing his reflexes, strength, endurance, and overall physical prowess. Luo Tian estimated that, in terms of physical ability alone, he was now on par with Wang Xinghe, who had undergone the 2nd stage of bone refinement. It should be noted that he was only at the 7th level of body refinement. How formidable would he become after advancing to bone refinement? Of course, physical prowess was only one aspect. A martial artist's combat power largely manifested through their vital energy. The two charged at each other once more, this time with even more ferocity. Luo Tian's 12th level foundational physical skills were pushed to their limits, and for a moment, he had Wang Xinghe on the defensive. Damn it, this is insane. Wang Xinghe could not help but curse under his breath. Just then, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding. After 10 minutes of combat, foundational physical skill level has increased to level 13. A terrifying surge of power seemed to be injected into Luo Tian's body, propelling his physical prowess forward significantly. With a sudden burst of speed, Luo Tian's fist connected squarely with Wang Xinghe's chest. Damn! Wang Xinghe felt as though his ribcage might shatter as he was sent flying. Luo Tian pursued him relentlessly, forming his fingers into a sword-like shape, bringing his hands together. 1,000-year kill. Wang Xinghe's eyes widened in alarm, and he quickly shouted, I concede. Stop. For the love of all that is holy, stop. He was unwilling to accept defeat. Yet being struck by such a technique in front of so many witnesses would be catastrophic. He was filled with hatred, utterly astonished that the techniques he had imparted would be wielded against him. What kind of person could do such a thing? This was truly a sin. Chapter 10. Old Luo, your path has grown narrow. Bang. Wang Xinghe crashed to the ground, rising in indignation. Luo Tian had ceased his assault the moment Wang conceded. A broad smile plastered across his face. Shameless. Wang Xinghe seethed, gritting his teeth. Likewise, Luo Tian shrugged nonchalantly. The victor is Luo Tian, next contestant, announced the trial instructor. Instantly, a figure emerged from the ranks of new students. Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao declared with a respectful salute. But what greeted him was a vicious strike. You scoundrel. Chen Tianhao's fury ignited, yet his legs instinctively remained together. Bang. Luo Tian's kick was blocked, and without hesitation, he withdrew his foot. Chen Tianhao felt a wave of relief wash over him and swiftly adjusted his stance, preparing to advance. However, at that moment, Luo Tian, having retracted his foot halfway, suddenly unleashed another attack, shouting, 2nd stage. Chen Tianhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Truth be told, he had never anticipated this turn of events. By the time he attempted to clamp his legs together once more, it was too late. Luo Tian's foot descended unerringly upon his most vulnerable spot. The sound of his misfortune echoed, prompting all the male onlookers to instinctively tighten their legs, their eyes reflecting anguish and fury. Ah! Chen Tianhao cried out in agony, his body curling as he knelt on the ground, tears welling in his eyes, his towering figure now a pitiful sight. Alas, what a grievous sin it was. I should never have taught him such secret techniques. Wang Xinghe felt a chill in his vulnerable spot, his heart filled with trepidation. What an outrageous act. What kind of person could do this? Freshman, let us take him down. The second-year male students roared, especially a dozen or so, their faces etched with righteous indignation. Chen Tianhao was unable to continue fighting. Next contestant. The trial instructor's lips twitched, yet he still had a duty to fulfill. Shameless scoundrel, prepare to face my wrath. A graceful figure surged from the crowd, moving with incredible speed, though one eye bore a bruise, clearly a remnant from a previous altercation in the valley. Luo Tian stood his ground, pivoting with the agility of a gust of wind, his hands reaching out with a singular purpose. You shameless. The graceful figure hastily shielded her chest while launching a counterattack. However, at that moment, Luo Tian unleashed a punch, devoid of any compassion, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, striking her directly in the eye. Ah! The girl cried out in pain as she was sent flying backward, and when she was helped up, the other eye was already bruised. Perfectly symmetrical. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. You scoundrel! The girl cursed through her tears. Finally unable to hold back, she burst into inconsolable sobs. With ruthless determination, devoid of any compassion, Lao Luo, your path has narrowed. Wang Xinghe stood aside, seething with indignation. Who else? Luo Tian paid no heed to Wang Xinghe, his gaze sweeping across the assembly of new students. Next, the trial instructor called out. However, no one stepped forward. Both male and female, all gazed at Luo Tian with trepidation. The instructor frowned slightly. 3 from the top. Push him down, and each will receive 10 points. Zhao Dao spoke coolly. What? I'll do it. I'll do it. Wang Xinghe's eyes lit up. The defeated shall exit the arena, losing their eligibility to participate. The instructor's commanding presence immediately deterred Wang Xinghe. Chief instructor, isn't this against the rules? Luo Tian's expression shifted as he spoke up eagerly, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. If you win, 30 points will be yours. Zhao Dao stated matter-of-factly. Luo Tian's eyes widened. He turned to address the new students. Apologies, everyone. I am not one to easily yield, but the rewards from the instructor are simply too enticing. 30 points, considering 1 point is worth 10,000. That amounts to 300,000. What does 300,000 mean? In a place like Magic City, where every inch of land is precious, it can buy half a restroom, a dedicated spot for oneself, allowing for unrestricted use. How extravagant is that? Don't get too cocky. I want those points too. A female voice chimed in. Sisters, I will avenge you. As the saying goes, great rewards yield brave men. 3 figures emerged, 2 men and 1 woman. Their eyes ablaze with determination. The trio surged forward. Luo Tian remained unfazed, executing his 12th level basic combat skills to perfection, effortlessly maneuvering between the 3, showing no signs of vulnerability. 10 minutes later, a notification chimed. Ding. After 10 minutes of combat, basic combat skill level increased to 14. Luo Tian's speed surged. His strength intensified. Despite the trio being skilled martial artists, they were steadily pushed back by Luo Tian's prowess. Goodness, what a freak. What in the world is this? Thankfully, I'm the chosen one. Otherwise, I would truly be outdone by you. Wang Xinghe shook his head in disbelief, attempting to convince himself. The expressions of the new students shifted dramatically. Luo Tian's might exceeded their comprehension. It is worth noting that Luo Tian had only reached the 7th stage of body refinement. If he were to become a martial artist, what would that mean? Even the 100 or so second-year students watched with astonished eyes, their depths revealing profound surprise. These individuals had seen battle, emerging from the fray, and they perceived the new students' combat techniques as riddled with flaws. Moreover, they possessed superior physical attributes, yet upon comparing themselves to Luo Tian, they were alarmed to discover that he was not far behind them. Indeed, encountering strength only serves to cultivate further strength. What a rare talent. Zhao Dao smiled inwardly, then spoke blandly. 2 second-year students will join to defeat him for 10 points. I can't believe this. Luo Tian widened his eyes in disbelief. Is this an attempt to bring about my demise? If you can win, your points will double. Zhao Dao's voice resounded once more. Come on. Everyone must be brought down today. Luo Tian felt elated. Not only could he level up, but he could also earn points. With 6 opponents, doubling his score would yield a staggering 120 points, totaling an impressive 1.2 million. With such a sum, he could easily escape the confines of his designated spot, secure an entire restroom, and transform it into an opulent single room for lucrative business, perhaps even with a surplus to spare. He had no fear of the winds that might twist his tongue. Junior, one must not be overly arrogant. The technique of seduction, Three figures plunged into the fray, one being the prior victim who had self-taught the art of seduction and unleashed it directly. In that instant, the pressure on Luo Tian intensified, but he still managed to withstand it. 10 minutes later. Ding. Battle lasted 10 minutes. Basic physical skill level increased, now at level 15. Luo Tian bore the pressure resolutely, while the other 6 grew increasingly alarmed. Another 10 minutes passed. Ding. Battle lasted 10 minutes. Basic physical skill level increased, now at level 16. Luo Tian began to counterattack, sending one opponent reeling, though not vanquished. Ding. Battle lasted 10 minutes. Basic physical skill level increased, now at level 17. Boom. A surge of power coursed through Luo Tian's body, transforming him into a formidable beast. With a single punch, he sent a second-year student flying, and the tide of battle swiftly turned in his favor. In just a few minutes, all 6 opponents lay defeated. To the second-year students, if you can defeat him, his points will be yours, along with an additional reward of 10 points each. Zhao Dao spoke nonchalantly, stirring a wave of astonishment across the arena. What the heck? Even if we can't win, we'll gain notoriety. Wang Xinghe was left agape. Luo Tian felt as though he had been doused with cold water from head to toe, suddenly turning to Zhao Dao, his silence betraying the turmoil within his eyes. Instructor, are you messing with me? What are you looking at? Do you lack even a shred of confidence? Zhao Dao cast a sidelong glance at Luo Tian, his words laced with subtle mockery. It's not that I'm doubting you, but I am at the 7th level of body refining. Is this suitable for you? Luo Tian wore a look of dismay. If you can win, you will earn 1,000 points. Zhao Dao stated coolly. If that's the case, I must confess, I am quite thrilled. 1,000 points, indeed, equates to 10 million. With this fortune, one could entirely escape the current struggles of life, reveling in nightly festivities. With glamorous models at one's beck and call. Come forth, esteemed seniors, and embrace the fervor of our vibrant youth. Luo Tian, shedding his previous demeanor, now radiated an indomitable fighting spirit. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. Wang Xinghe, his eyes glimmering with subtle confusion, glanced at Zhao Dao, then at the exuberant Luo Tian, a nagging premonition nagging at his core. Wow, 1,000 points. Just imagine the resources one could procure. I can hardly believe it. How I yearn for it. Yearn? Do you possess the strength for that? Do you realize that I feel as if I am in a dream? A 7th level body tempering. Can you fathom that one at this level has become the strongest freshman? The reactions among the new students varied, but it was evident that they were all taken aback by the prospect of 1,000 points. Simultaneously, a group of 10 second-year students emerged. Dear juniors, while the points may be plentiful, they are not easily obtained. Luo Tian focused his gaze, recognizing several familiar faces from the valley, their expressions now dark and their eyes glinting with danger. Today, I shall claim those points. Luo Tian's fighting spirit surged even more, excitement gleaming in his eyes. 10 individuals. Surely this time, I shall obtain at least 2 upgrade cards. What boldness you exhibit. Do not disappoint the juniors. Someone spoke, their words cryptic. The atmosphere between the two groups suddenly grew tense, charged with palpable hostility. Observing this, Zhao Dao's eyes sparkled with mischief as he stoked the flames. If you 10 second years are defeated by him, each of you shall lose 10 points. At this proclamation, the 10 stiffened, their gazes now filled with animosity directed at Luo Tian. 10 points, equivalent to 100,000. They had toiled tirelessly to slay a ferocious beast, earning roughly that amount of points. Junior, my apologies. One individual offered a slight bow before launching forward with fierce intensity. In an instant, as if triggered by a chain reaction, the remaining 9 followed suit, charging at him like a tempest. General, isn't this a bit excessive? A trial instructor beside Zhao Dao interjected. Zhao Dao, a commanding officer within the academy and a general on the battlefield, was accustomed to this title, as all instructors at the military academy hailed from the front lines and were seasoned warriors. Watch closely, perhaps he will surprise us, he remarked. Although the front line had been tumultuous, the present tranquility belied the urgency expressed even by the academy's dean, who warned that our time was limited. Zhao Dao disregarded the instructor's comment, responding only with a nonchalant tone. The instructor's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded gently, directing his attention to the battlefield. At that moment, Luo Tian engaged in combat with the 10 second-year students. The initial wave of their assault did not immediately overpower him. However, they were seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and closely coordinated, executing their roles with precision. Thus, even though Luo Tian's foundational martial arts had reached level 17, he was still subjected to relentless suppression, occasionally enduring a punch or a kick. Within merely 3 minutes of the battle commencing, Luo Tian had already sustained injuries. One of his eyes transformed into a panda eye. Dear friends, one must not strike the face. Luo Tian, infuriated, unleashed the full extent of his level 17 martial prowess. Amidst a flurry of fists and legs, he deftly maneuvered, seeking an opportunity to strike, his fists soaring like the wind towards the face of his second-year senior. However, midway his fist was swatted away, and he received a kick to the chest, sending him flying backward. My apologies, Junior. Haha, Shadow Strike. 1,000 years of pain. 2 sinister voices echoed, one after the other. You lack martial ethics. Luo Tian's expression shifted drastically. Wang Xinghe, observing from the sidelines, took a startled step back, regarding Luo Tian with a sympathetic gaze. As he retreated, Luo Tian forcefully twisted his body, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling aside just in the nick of time to evade the lethal strikes from the 2 seniors. Damn, that was close. Luo Tian silently exhaled a sigh of relief. Any one of those treacherous moves would have rendered him utterly incapacitated, devoid of any semblance of fairness. He actually dodged? Both assailants were taken aback, yet reacted swiftly, advancing upon Luo Tian in an instant. Simultaneously, the others surged forward, launching another wave of concentrated attacks aimed at Luo Tian. Ding! After 10 minutes of battle, foundational martial arts level has increased, current level, 18. Boom! At a critical moment, the system finally emitted a notification sound. Luo Tian slammed his palm against the ground, an immense force propelling him into the air, swiftly exiting the range of the 10 seniors' assaults. How is that possible? He evaded. Damn it, how did he manage that? The 10 seniors wore expressions of disbelief. Dear seniors, the true battle is only just beginning. Luo Tian's voice resonated, startling all 10 seniors simultaneously as they turned their gaze towards him. In that fleeting moment, Luo Tian charged forth like a cheetah. Fists flew, and 2 seniors were immediately struck. 2 anguished cries echoed as the seniors were sent flying. Yet, this was not the end. Luo Tian moved with the swiftness of the wind, initiating a new wave of attacks. However, this time, the seniors had regained their wits and began to counterattack. Astonishingly, the once struggling Luo Tian now stood his ground amidst their 10-person onslaught, occasionally retaliating and forcing them to retreat. The more they fought, the greater their astonishment grew. Boom! Suddenly, one senior collided head-on with Luo Tian and was launched away. What? The crowd gasped. Ding! After 10 minutes of battle, foundational martial arts level has increased. Current level, 19. They were unaware that Luo Tian had once again grown stronger, his physical abilities having surged remarkably, and his combat prowess attaining a terrifying enhancement. Chapter 12. No one dared to fight again outside the battlefield. Both newcomers and returning students wore expressions of bewilderment. The reason was simple. Within the arena, Luo Tian, who had been steadily suppressed, was now rising defiantly, single-handedly countering 10 second-year students, occasionally sending some flying. Though they would soon rejoin the fray, it was evident to any discerning observer that the 10 second-year students had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Astonishment. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, faces painted with disbelief. Was this truly a human? This person seemed more akin to a ferocious beast. Could he really only be at the 7th level of body refinement? Given such physical prowess, one could easily mistake him for a martial master. Wang Xinghe gazed at Luo Tian, bemused. Brother, could you not have the awareness of having entered the herbal medicine department through backdoor means? You, having entered through such means, now single-handedly taking on 10. Does that seem reasonable? Thus, 10 minutes elapsed. Ding! After 10 minutes of battle, basic physical technique level increased, now at level 20. The overwhelming power erupted within him once more, further enhancing Luo Tian's physical constitution. Ding! Infinite stamina acquired an increase, now at level 2. 2 prompts resonated simultaneously in Luo Tian's mind. In the next moment, his speed and reflexes surged dramatically, allowing him to duck beneath a flurry of punches, his fists rapidly striking out. Bang! 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 3 figures were sent flying. With a swift turn, another 3 opponents were also sent hurtling away. This was not yet the end. Luo Tian moved like a phantom, the remaining 4 caught off guard, suddenly found their vision darkening before they were propelled backward. In an instant, 10 adversaries lay defeated. A hush fell over the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. To the seniors, my apologies, ha. Luo Tian, emboldened by his success, closed in on a second-year student. Was it you who struck me in the eye just now? Before the senior could utter a word, one eye was forcefully transformed into a panda eye. Bang! Another punch, and the other eye met the same fate. Symmetry. With a light-hearted remark, Luo Tian stepped forward, seeking his next target, leaving behind a second-year student with a face full of despondency. Ding! Defeated a martial artist, acquired 1 basic upgrade card. Luo Tian was ecstatic, a tear of excitement trickling from the corner of his eye. Finally, he had achieved it. Please, don't come near. A minute later, a chilling scene unfolded on the battlefield. Luo Tian brandished his fists, pursuing a group of second-year seniors, their faces soon adorned with panda eyes. Meanwhile, the delightful sound of system prompts echoed continuously in his mind. Ding! Defeating a warrior, I obtained a basic upgrade card. This makes 3 cards now. And Luo Tian's fighting spirit soared ever higher. However, fate took an unexpected turn in the next moment. I concede, a female student exclaimed, unable to withstand the torment any longer. I also concede. I concede. One after another, the cries of surrender echoed, and in an instant, all 10 stood frozen in place. Luo Tian's fist hung in the air. Hey, is this how it works? Keep going. I endured your blows for ages without conceding. Luo Tian silently calculated. It had nearly been 10 minutes, and his foundational martial arts were on the verge of upgrading. Yet he had only acquired 3 upgrade cards. Now, however, no one was willing to continue the fight, rendering his hopes for advancement futile. Regrettably, no one paid him any heed, their indifference born not of disdain, but of fear. Damn it, this is just the 7th level of body refinement. What would happen if he broke through to become a warrior? Chief Instructor, what should we do? Luo Tian, sporting a distinct panda eye, turned to Zhao Dao. Zhao Dao's expression darkened as he surveyed the second-year students. Is there anyone willing to step up? The second-year students averted their gazes, too intimidated to meet his eyes. After all, who would dare challenge someone who could defeat 10 opponents single-handedly? It would be sheer folly. Zhao Dao then shifted his gaze to the new students, who all lowered their heads, thinking, do you take us for fools? The older students remained silent, let alone the newcomers. Very well. Zhao Dao turned his attention back to Luo Tian. I hereby declare the new champion of the Demon King title, Luo Tian. No one objected, only casting him looks filled with complex emotions. The title of Demon King this year had been claimed by someone at the 7th level of body refinement. What a surreal notion. Task completed. You have received 1 sword intent card. Do you wish to use it? Not for now. Luo Tian internally commanded upon hearing the system's prompt. I announce that the Combat Division's trial has concluded successfully. All participants are to proceed to the Combat Division office building to collect your identity cards, which will record all pertinent information. Please safeguard them carefully. Now you are dismissed. As the trial instructor's words resonated, the students began to make their way toward the bus. Lao Luo, I truly didn't expect you to be this strong. Are you really at the 7th level of body refinement? Wang Xinghe casually draped an arm over Luo Tian's shoulder. Absolutely. Luo Tian shrugged in response. At that moment, the trial instructor and Zhao Dao approached, their gazes fixed firmly on Luo Tian. When do you plan to go? Zhao Dao's voice rang out. Go where? Luo Tian was taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment. You don't know? Zhao Dao raised an eyebrow. Know what? Luo Tian was even more perplexed. Zhao Dao squinted his eyes and said, every recipient of the Demon King title is granted the baptism of the blood of a war king-level fierce beast, enhancing their vitality and physical attributes. They also enjoy a 50% discount on all resources from the Academy and receive a reward of 1,000 points. How would I know that, instructor? I'm actually from the herbal medicine department. Luo Tian's eyes gradually brightened. He had only heard of the baptism of war king-level fierce beast blood. As such formidable creatures were incredibly difficult to hunt, let alone obtain their blood. Only entities like the military arts could possibly have the qualifications to hunt them. I don't care which department you belong to. You are now the new Demon King of the Combat Department. If you fail to secure first place in the upcoming trial for the new students from the 3 academies in a month, I will personally break your legs. Zhao Dao shot a glance at Luo Tian. Luo Tian's expression stiffened as he forced a smile. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Xinghe beside them wore a strangely peculiar expression. The reward of 1,000 points sounded eerily familiar. Wang Xinghe turned to Luo Tian, a teasing smile gradually forming on his face. Let us go back to the combat department first. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Yidao shot into the sky, instantly vanishing into the horizon. Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe looked up, their eyes filled with envy. The trial instructor beckoned the two to board the bus, which quickly departed from the mountaintop, heading towards the Military Arts Combat Department. In the office building of the Military Arts Combat Department, Luo Tian glared at Zhao Yidao, still holding his identity card, which was distinct in its golden hue, containing all of Luo Tian's information. Instructor, this doesn't add up. Shouldn't it be 2,000 points? What is not right? Zhao Yidao replied casually. Isn't the Demon King title supposed to reward 1,000 points? Luo Tian's expression darkened further. So, the 1,000 points you mentioned is simply what comes with the title? What else could it be? Zhao Yidao shrugged. Wang Xing has stifled a laugh, feeling elated. He had suspected there was a catch. After all, this was Zhao Yidao, not someone easily taken advantage of. When he said 1,000 points, it was indeed 1,000 points. Not only had Luo Tian been beaten by 10 second-year students, but Zhao Yidao had also deftly taken away 100 points from those 10 students. Simply brilliant. Wang Xinghe's admiration for Zhao Yidao flowed like a continuous river. Luo Tian's gaze was filled with indignation. He realized he had been played, yet what could he do? He was facing a war king after all. Such audacity from a war king was truly an eye-opener. Enough of this trivial matter. In the future, when you head to the front lines and slay a couple of fierce beasts, you will have more than enough. Moreover, this 1,000 points should suffice for your short-term development. At least you won't run out of it in a month. Let us head to the research department. The fierce beast blood is already prepared. Zhao Yidao rose and led the way out of the combat department office building. Come on, old Luo, stop dwelling on it. He is a war king. I understand your feelings. We can seek our revenge when we become war kings ourselves. Wang Xing had gently grasped Luo Tian's shoulder once more. Oh, indeed. Luo Tian sighed, departing the office building alongside Wang Xinghe. Ambitious. Yet by the time you reach the war king, I shall have attained the status of a sage. Zhao Yidao, walking ahead, smirked subtly. Soon, the trio arrived at the research department, where under Zhao Yidao's guidance, they traversed seamlessly, swiftly entering the building's interior, which resembled a laboratory. At that moment, a group of scholars clad in white lab coats busied themselves within the lab. General, you have arrived. As the three entered the laboratory, an elderly man with silver hair approached them. Zhao Yidao nodded lightly. Old Su, how are the preparations? The elder, referred to as Old Su, responded hastily. It will take a few more minutes, General. Is this current Demon King truly only at the 7th level of body refinement? Behold for yourself. Zhao Yidao gestured towards Luo Tian. Old Su's gaze shifted, and in that instant, Luo Tian felt as though his very essence was laid bare, devoid of any secrets. Indeed, remarkable as always, Old Su remarked, astonishment evident in his eyes. However, that was all. He averted his gaze, excusing himself before departing. Zhao Yidao remained silent while Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe idly took a seat on a nearby stool. Open the attribute panel. Name, Luo Tian Realm. 7th level of body refinement vitality. 75 mental strength. Not yet activated breathing technique. Basic breathing method. Level 4. Martial skills. Basic physical arts. Level 20. Liao Yin Xian Yin Kill. Level 3. Traits. Infinite stamina. 2. Upgrade cards. 3. Basic level. Items. Sword Intent card. Available for use. The attribute panel revealed an additional section labeled items. Luo Tian's gaze fell upon the Sword Intent card, and he immediately accessed information regarding it. The description was straightforward. Upon use, it grants Sword Intent. However, Luo Tian did not rush. He was aware that Zhao Yidao was still present, and any unforeseen circumstances could be detrimental. Of course, he did not remain idle. With a mere thought, he applied the 3 basic upgrade cards to the basic breathing method. Instantly, the level of the basic breathing method upgraded to level 7, progressing rapidly. If all went well, the upper limit of the basic breathing method would also be level 9, at which point he should acquire another trait. The infinite stamina allowed Luo Tian to tangibly experience the extraordinary nature of traits, although currently only at 2%, as his cultivation advanced and his stamina increased. The recovery of stamina each minute was astonishing. In combat, every bit of stamina could prove pivotal in determining victory or defeat. Moreover, it should be noted that traits could upgrade alongside the basic physical arts. What if he reached 50% or even 100%? At that time, he would truly possess infinite stamina, capable of battling ferocious beasts for days and nights without respite. This was, without a doubt, the very foundation of his existence. A few minutes later, Luo Tian satisfactorily closed the attribute panel. Old Luo, are you excited? That's the blood essence of a battle king-level fierce beast. Do you realize the value of a single drop? 2,000 points, which translates to 20 million in cash. What a pity, it was all meant to be mine. Wang Xing has said, his heart heavy with regret. Luo Tian cast a nonchalant glance at him, replying, isn't it you who dragged me into the combat system? Otherwise, I would have been in the herbalist division by now. At this point, Luo Tian couldn't help but marvel at the whimsical nature of fate. He had inadvertently joined the combat division and even become the new demon king. He wondered how his future father-in-law and fiancé would react if they knew. How ironic. To benefit while pretending to be modest. If I weren't the chosen one, who could have discovered your terrifying combat talent? 1 against 10. And you're just a second-year student with some battle experience. I feel as though I'm dreaming, Wang Xingha exclaimed, his face filled with awe. Suddenly, his expression turned grave. By the way, I must remind you of something. This time, you triumphed due to your physical strength and martial arts skills. But don't forget, we are about to become formal students. Once you step out of here, there will surely be someone watching you. You must tread carefully. The military department does not prohibit sparring among students. There may be those eager to teach you a lesson, especially those second-year students. When the time comes, you'll find it quite challenging. They are all formal warriors, at least in their later stages. If you don't elevate your vitality soon, you might find yourself living a hellish existence for a while. Sparring among students does not restrict vitality. And even if those seasoned students suppress their vitality to the refining stage, they still possess martial skills. When that happens, your basic techniques may not hold much power. Wang Xingha spoke, a hint of schadenfreude evident on his face. Luo Tian's expression darkened. One cannot cultivate martial skills in the refining stage. It mainly revolves around basic breathing techniques to condense vitality and enhance physical strength. If he were to face someone skilled in martial arts, he might truly find himself at a disadvantage. General, we are ready. We can begin. Su Lao's voice interrupted Luo Tian's thoughts. Step inside, Zhao Dao added. Understood. Luo Tian rose and followed Su Lao into the laboratory. Chapter 14. Bone Quenching, Breaking Limits upon entering the laboratory. Luo Tian was immediately enveloped by a potent scent of blood. He focused his gaze and noticed a large, transparent tank filled with thick, crimson liquid, emanating waves of overwhelming power. Is this all the blood essence of Battle King-level fierce beasts? Luo Tian inquired, curiosity piqued. What are you thinking? Su Lao shot him a glance. It's merely a minuscule amount, not even a single drop. If it were full, you would be blown apart by the rampant energy. Luo Tian felt a bit awkward, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. Without further ado, he stepped directly into the bathtub and gradually lowered himself into the water. In that moment, a searing sensation enveloped his entire body, causing a slight change in his expression. Focus on your breathing technique, Elder Su advised. Promptly, Luo Tian complied. Breathing rhythmically. Instantly, the burning sensation diminished significantly, while simultaneously, his vitality began to surge. Under the influence of the 7th-level breathing technique, his energy escalated dramatically. Within mere breaths, he reached a threshold of 76, and after a few more, his vitality shattered the 77 mark. The pace was astonishing. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled as he exerted himself to the fullest. At that very moment, his vitality surged wildly. 78, 79. Just seconds later, boom. His inner energy surged, ascending to a new level at 80. And Luo Tian seamlessly transitioned into the 8th realm of body refinement. Yet, this was not the end. His vitality continued its relentless ascent. 81, 82. Ding. Practiced the foundational breathing technique for 5 minutes. Level increased, now at level 8. Ding. Practiced the foundational breathing technique for 5 minutes. Level increased, now at level 9. The foundational breathing technique has reached its limit. Would you like to attempt a breakthrough? Breakthrough. Luo Tian commanded without hesitation. Ding. Breakthrough successful. Foundational breathing technique level increased, now at level 10. Acquired trait, infinite vitality, current level 1. Infinite vitality. Just as I had surmised, Luo Tian thought with an inward sense of joy. 10 minutes passed, and the foundational breathing technique ascended once more, reaching level 11. Similar to the foundational body technique, after surpassing its limit, the advancement in level required additional time. However, this posed no hindrance. At level 11, the speed of vitality condensation became even more formidable. At this juncture, Luo Tian's vitality had soared to 88, rapidly approaching 89. After a few breaths, he broke through. What a rapid rate of enhancement! Elder Su was astonished. He had remained in the laboratory, acutely aware of Luo Tian's rising vitality, and was taken aback. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. It was Zhao Dao. General. Elder Su hurriedly saluted, his face alight with astonishment. General, his vitality is about to surpass the 90 mark. Remarkably, such a significant increase in vitality has not resulted in any instability. Zhao Dao nodded slightly. His physical constitution is exceptionally robust. There is no need for concern regarding stability. Keep a close watch on his energy consumption and observe how much he can absorb. Yes, Elder Su replied respectfully. Ding. Practiced the foundational breathing technique for 10 minutes. Level increased, now at level 12. Boom. Simultaneously, Luo Tian's vitality breached the threshold, reaching 90, officially entering the 9th realm of body refinement. At this stage, the process of bone tempering has become achievable, subsequently allowing one to absorb the energies of heaven and earth to enhance their vitality, stepping into the realm of martial artists. However, it is evident that Luo Tian has no intention of pursuing this path, opting instead to further refine his vitality. As his vitality ascends to 90 cards, the energy required begins to increase, causing the crimson hue in the transparent tub to fade. General, Elder Su's expression shifted subtly. Give it to him. Zhao Dao nodded in response. Without further ado, Elder Su swiftly procured the blood essence of a warlord-grade ferocious beast and directly added a drop into the mixture. In that instant, the color that was about to become transparent transformed back into a deep crimson. Goodness, that amounts to 20 million. Wang Xinghe, having unexpectedly arrived in the laboratory, gazed at the blood-red liquid with dismay. Meanwhile, infused with this energy, Luo Tian's vitality began to surge once more. His breathing technique reached level 13, and his vitality hit 92 cards. At level 14, it climbed to 95 cards. By level 16, it peaked at 99 cards, achieving its limit. Bone tempering. Zhao Dao's voice resonated, directly penetrating Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian wasted no time, mobilizing the vitality within him to permeate every bone in his body, upper limb bones, lower limb bones, torso bones, and skull, all enveloped by the power of vitality. Subsequently, a tingling sensation spread throughout his entire being. Luo Tian's bone density rapidly increased, and his physical attributes strengthened swiftly. Concurrently, the vitality within him was being consumed at a frantic pace, but he simultaneously activated his breathing technique, absorbing the external warlord-grade ferocious beast blood essence, converting it into vitality. An infinite source of vitality aided in his recovery, hastening the bone tempering process. Elder Su stood beside the tub, his expression fluctuating between hope and concern. At this moment, the warlord-grade ferocious beast blood essence in the tub was once again depleted, prompting him to hastily add another drop. 40 million. Including the previous amount, that totals 60 million. Brother, you have struck it rich. Wang Xinghe was left dumbfounded. Zhao Dao remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Tian, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Ding. Practiced the foundational breathing technique for 10 minutes. Level increased to current level 17. Ding. Level 18. Ding. Level 19. Ding. Level 20. Ding. The foundational breathing technique has been upgraded to level 20. Unlimited vitality level increased to current level 2. Boom. At that moment, Luo Tian's bone density reached its zenith, and his aura surged dramatically as the vitality within him burst through the 99 card limit, achieving 100 cards. Limit broken. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Elder Su's eyes. Generally, even after reaching the 99 card limit through bone tempering, one may not necessarily surpass this threshold. Yet, there are always those exceptional talents who can break through and continue to refine their vitality, solidifying their foundation. Clearly, Luo Tian belongs to this category. Continue to monitor closely, regardless of the consumption. Let us see if he can exhaust the warlord-grade ferocious beast blood essence of our military, Zhao Dao stated calmly. Vitality is entirely intertwined with the physical body. Given Luo Tian's constitution, it is utterly illogical for him not to surpass his limits. Su Lao was taken aback, acutely aware that Zhao Yidao seemed to hold Luo Tian in high regard. How extravagant! It was simply beyond comprehension. Wang Xinghe marveled inwardly, his gaze towards Luo Tian brimming with envy. Simultaneously, a wave of regret washed over him. Why had he brought him into the combat division? All he had desired was to cultivate spiritual herbs. This turn of events felt like a tremendous loss, didn't he? Wang Xinghe suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Such misfortune, such impulsiveness. Chapter 15. Trifold Bone Tempering Look. Is that senior sister Nangong Yin? Why has she come to our spiritual herb department? Wow. It truly is senior sister Nangong Yin. Ah, senior sister Nangong Yin still shines so brilliantly. I heard she has broken through to the pinnacle of martial masters. Could it be true? Of course it is true. Just yesterday, senior sister Nangong Yin returned from the front lines, and it is said she brought back the heads of 3 pinnacle-level fierce beasts. Impressive. Such a formidable woman. One wonders which beast will ultimately claim her. Keep your voice down. Do you wish to invite trouble? While Luo Tian was immersed in his cultivation within the laboratory of the research department, a scene unfolded in the spiritual herb department. Senior sister Nangong Yin had just exited the office building, her lovely brows slightly furrowed. Are you still unwilling to come? With a soft sigh, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Yenner. A melodious voice resonated from the other end. Sister, brother-in-law hasn't reported in. There was a brief silence on the line. But he promised me. I just checked the spiritual herb department. All the new students have arrived except for brother-in-law. Is that so? Does he still believe he will be a burden to us? Nangong Yu's voice carried a hint of melancholy. That must be it. Brother-in-law has a strong sense of pride. Perhaps he has other plans, Nangong Yin replied softly. Perhaps. I'll call him to inquire further. For now, let us leave it at that. I'm about to head to the front lines. All right. Nangong Yin ended the call. At that moment, the sky darkened. The bright moon hung high in the heavens, casting a gentle yet chilly light. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu, aboard her flying vehicle, attempted to call again, but after a prolonged wait, no one answered. With a resigned sigh, she pocketed her phone as the vehicle began its descent. Before her, a terrifying rift loomed on the horizon, resembling the convergence of 2 worlds. That was the Heavenly Gate, a bastion guarded by the human race's saints. Behind the Heavenly Gate lay the realm of fierce beasts, a territory no one dared to penetrate. Its true nature remained a mystery. Outside the Heavenly Gate, for hundreds of thousands of miles, lay a paradise for fierce beasts, a front line where humanity clashed with these formidable creatures. It is noteworthy that after the convergence of realms, the territory of Blue Star has expanded immensely, seemingly bordering another world. Every day, countless lives perish here, yet none harbor fear, for behind them lies the entirety of humankind. Their cherished concern. Nangong Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed as her form abruptly soared skyward, stepping upon the void, charging deep into the front lines. A grand slaughtering feast had commenced. Meanwhile, Nangong Yin returned to the combat division, where murmurs occasionally echoed around her. Have you heard? The new demon lord seems incredibly powerful, having defeated 10 second-year veterans single-handedly. What? So formidable? What is his name? I believe it is Luo Tian. Nangong Yin paused in her stride, an incredulous glimmer flashing in her eyes, swiftly concealed. No. My brother-in-law cannot possess such strength. Could it be a coincidence in names? To vanquish 10 veterans, this individual must be at least in the late stages of martial prowess. Otherwise, under the constraints of sealed vitality, such a record would be impossible. This genius likely rivals my sister. Not lingering on the topic, Nangong Yin proceeded towards the accommodation area, unaware that she had perfectly missed the opportunity to uncover the truth. Luo Tian was oblivious to these events, remaining engrossed in the laboratory of the research division. Damn it, a monster! Wang Xinghe gnawed on a beast's leg, his face a mask of indignation. Zhao Yidao and old Su fixated intently on Luo Tian. At that moment, Luo Tian's vitality surged to 129 cards, nearing the second threshold beyond the limit, 130 cards. This level also marked the standard for the second bone refinement. With a breathing technique at level 31, his boundless vitality had upgraded to level 3, quite commendable. Luo Tian gazed at his attributes with immense satisfaction. Boom. Suddenly, his vitality surged again, reaching 130 cards. Second bone refinement. Zhao Yidao's voice thundered in Luo Tian's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Tian mobilized all 130 cards of vitality, instantly infusing it into every bone. Time ticked by, the the density of his bones skyrocketing. After 20 minutes, his breathing technique ascended another 2 levels, reaching level 33, coinciding with the completion of the second bone refinement. That should suffice. It's time to conclude. Zhao Yidao relaxed, a satisfied gleam in his gaze directed towards Luo Tian. Just then, Wang Xinghe gasped, dropping the beast's leg to the ground. What are you screaming about? Zhao Yidao glared at him in annoyance. Old Zhao, Luo Tian. His vitality has increased again. Wang Xinghe stammered, pointing at Luo Tian. What did you just say? Zhao Yidao, on the verge of anger, suddenly jolted, his eyes turning towards Luo Tian. Instantly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Tian's vitality had soared to 131 cards. After a few breaths, it ascended further, reaching 132 cards. What is happening? Zhao Yidao was stunned. The second bone refinement was already the known limit at this stage. Vitality should not increase unless one transcended into the realm of warriors. However, an exception has now arisen. With his remarkable speed in enhancing his vital essence, the possibility of undergoing the triple bone tempering is entirely plausible. The Dean once reached a vital essence of 160 cards, yet he was unable to accomplish the triple tempering. However, he asserted that should one's vital essence attain 180 cards, the triple tempering would undoubtedly be achievable. Elder Su spoke with palpable excitement. 180 cards? Is it feasible for a martial artist to reach such a level? Zhao Yidao was taken aback. The Dean is none other than the renowned Lin Podian, one of the 10 saints. His words should hold weight. Yet, for a non-martial artist, a mere mortal of the body refinement realm, could it truly be possible to achieve 180 cards of vital essence? It seems implausible. Triple bone tempering? 180 cards of vital essence. What a jest. I am the chosen one, and I can barely muster 130 cards. Can one not show a modicum of respect? As he listened to their conversation, Wang Xinghe felt utterly bewildered. I am uncertain, but it may be possible. Elder Su's expression turned serious. If we fill him with the blood essence of a war king-level beast, I wish to see just how extraordinary he truly is. Zhao Yidao waved his hand with authority. Elder Su's countenance shifted slightly, yet he quickly responded by pouring a vial of war king-level beast blood into the tub. Another 200 million gone. Wang Xinghe clutched his chest, feeling as though his heart were being wrenched. In the tub, Luo Tian's vital essence soared, and the level of his breathing technique escalated as well. 135 cards, 140 cards, 155 cards, levels 35, 37, 40. Infinite vital essence at level 41, 161 cards. This is about to explode, good heavens. At this moment, Luo Tian's cheeks flushed as the vital essence surged within him, giving him the sensation of imminent explosion. Elder Zhao, suppress me. Luo Tian shouted urgently. Good grief. You indeed have a problem. Wang Xinghe retreated a considerable distance. Zhao Yidao's face darkened, his expression ominous as if it could drip with foreboding. Chapter 16. Creating History General. What are you? Elder Su's gaze became peculiar, the essence of the 8 trigrams within him igniting. Old man, believe it or not, I'll have you butchered. Zhao Yidao's eyes gleamed with menace, causing Elder Su to take a step back in fright. You wretched lad, do you intend to ruin my lifetime of reputation? Zhao Yidao turned his gaze toward Luo Tian, and simultaneously, an overwhelming aura erupted, enveloping Luo Tian in a terrifying pressure. Goodness, be cautious. Do you intend to kill me? Luo Tian's vital essence was already boiling fiercely. In that fleeting moment, he nearly could not contain it. What do you mean? At this instant, Zhao Yidao instinctively sensed something. Control your pressure. I require it to aid my cultivation. I am on the brink of explosion. Luo Tian hastily clarified. Elder Su's eyes cleared, and he realized he had misunderstood earlier. Wang Xinghe, however, looked on with a peculiar expression, his heart filled with disappointment. Just imagine, if the new generation's military demon were to be born, how intriguing that would be. Alas, it is not to be. To cultivate using pressure? Could it have been the same back then? Zhao Yidao recalled the scene of the class trial, his gaze flickering momentarily. Without further ado, he suppressed his imposing aura, ensuring it remained within the limits that Luo Tian could endure. With a sigh of relief, Luo Tian finally relaxed, ceasing his breathing technique, and stood directly within the transparent bathtub, commencing the practice of fundamental physical techniques. As he practiced, his internal vital energy began to deplete at a visibly rapid pace, and gradually, his complexion improved, while his physical prowess steadily ascended. Nevertheless, The enhancements brought by the upgrade of fundamental techniques were scarcely comparable, yet, at this juncture, he had no alternative but to proceed in this manner. 10 minutes quietly elapsed. Ding. Experiencing the pressure of a strong individual for 10 minutes, fundamental physical technique level increased. Current level 21. An overwhelming force surged through his limbs and bones, as the boiling vital energy within Luo Tian was finally subdued. However, this was not the end. To be cautious, he continued to elevate his fundamental physical technique level, for only in doing so could he endure greater quantities of vital energy. As time ticked away, upon reaching level 22 in his fundamental physical technique, Luo Tian ceased his practice and transitioned into a meditative posture to consolidate his vital energy. After 20 minutes had passed, his vital energy began to rise once more. 161 calories, 162 calories. What an anomaly this is. Wang Xinghe felt somewhat numb. Surpassing the principal, truly. The student had outshone the master. Su Lao's eyes brimmed with admiration. Zhao Yidao narrowed his eyes, lost in thought, yet he remained ever vigilant over Luo Tian. With each increment of vital energy, he intensified his pressure to ensure it remained at Luo Tian's limits. Fundamental physical technique at level 24, breathing technique at level 42. Vital energy at 165 calories. Fundamental physical technique at level 25, breathing technique at level 43, and the vital energy officially breached the 170 calorie threshold. As he approached his limits, each calorie increase became increasingly arduous. Fundamental physical technique at level 28, breathing technique at level 46, vital energy reached 178 calories, almost at the limit, the third threshold. Su Lao was thoroughly exhilarated, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, his heart stirred by monumental waves. The third threshold, since the revival of spiritual energy, had never been attained by anyone before, and he was about to witness history. With just 2 more calories of vital energy remaining, Luo Tian halted the operation of his breathing technique, allowing his fundamental physical technique to ascend. Levels 29, 30, 31. Ding. Fundamental physical technique reached level 30. Unlimited stamina level increased, current level 3. His physical strength should be sufficient to withstand the final 2 calories of vital energy. Luo Tian murmured internally as he commenced his breathing technique. At that moment, a small vortex emerged within the bathtub. As a tempestuous force began to surge through every pore of his body, the vital energy roiling and condensing within him. 179 calories. The breaths of Zhao Yidao, Su Lao, and Wang Xinghe became rapid in unison. The entire laboratory fell into a profound silence. A pin drop could be heard. Boom. Luo Tian's body trembled as his internal vital energy surged abruptly to 180 calories. In that fleeting moment, Luo Tian felt acutely aware that he had reached his limit. Even if his physical strength were to continue to escalate, it was impossible for him to accommodate any more than 180 cards of vital energy. This was the true boundary, the utmost limit of human vitality, with no possibility of further advancement. Luo Tian opened his eyes and cast a glance at the 3 individuals present. Bone tempering. Zhao Yidao retracted his imposing aura, his breathing now slightly hurried. He then enveloped Luo Tian with the power of his vital energy, poised to offer assistance at any moment. The unprecedented 180 cards of vital energy for bone tempering made him cautious. Should any mishap occur, it would not only be a loss for the military, but for all of humanity. All right, Luo Tian responded, channeling his vital energy as it surged throughout his skeletal structure. In that instant, a searing pain enveloped his entire being. Unlike the previous 2 instances of bone tempering, this experience felt as though his bones were being completely pulverized and then reassembled, an excruciating ordeal indeed. Of course, this was merely a metaphor. In reality, it was a transformation resulting from an extreme enhancement of bone density, where countless cells and atoms fused and evolved. Luo Tian trembled all over, yet he gritted his teeth resolutely, enduring the immense pressure to the point where his gums bled. Undeterred, he continued to channel his vital energy into his bones, hastening the process of tempering. Roaring, Luo Tian kept his eyes tightly shut, letting out a low growl. Zhao Yidao and the others tensed simultaneously, while Su Lao and Wang Xinghe exchanged worried glances, turning their eyes towards Zhao Yidao. Zhao Yidao shook his head gently, his gaze never leaving Luo Tian. At last, after more than 10 minutes, the tremors throughout Luo Tian's body abruptly ceased, replaced by an unprecedented wave of comfort that spread across him. Luo Tian could not contain a shout of exhilaration. Zhao Dao let out a sigh of relief, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What a jest! This warrior king had nearly been overwhelmed with tension, considering the unknown nature of this groundbreaking endeavor. Even he dared not take it lightly. Now is the time to absorb the energy of heaven and earth and break into the realm of martial artists. Zhao Dao instructed once more. Understood. Luo Tian hesitated not for a moment, closing his eyes again, adjusting his breathing, and expanding his senses. The energy of heaven and earth could be perceived even in the body tempering stage, though at that time, it could not be absorbed. Rather, the body would reject its entry, as it could not withstand the impact of such energy. Only upon completing the bone tempering would the body cease to repudiate the energy of heaven and earth. Now, having undergone bone tempering 3 times, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth was a mere formality. In the instant his eyes closed, the energy surged into his body, creating a miniature energy storm that swept across the entire laboratory. As the energy entered, the 180 cards of vital energy surged forth, ravenously consuming it, subsequently amplifying itself, causing his vital energy to soar. 181 cards, 187 cards, 190 cards, 201 cards. As the surroundings fell silent, Luo Tian's ascension gradually slowed. Good lad, you truly can absorb. Zhao Dao grinned widely, his hands sweeping through the air, causing the entire realm of martial arts to quiver subtly. Subsequently, an overwhelming surge of celestial energy was drawn forth. Luo Tian once again began his meteoric rise. Chapter 17, The Boundless Star River. What transpired? In the vast expanse of martial arts, countless teachers and students were abruptly roused from their cultivation, their faces etched with astonishment as they gazed towards the direction of the research department. Had someone broken through to the Battle King level? Such a grand mobilization of celestial energy could only be accomplished by a Battle King adept. Even a master-level practitioner directed their mental energy towards the research department. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly formidable mental presence enveloped the entire martial arts domain. Do not be hasty. Zhao Dao's voice resonated within the minds of all present. It was the general. Thus, there was no cause for alarm. Could it be that the general had achieved another breakthrough? Was he not then on the verge of becoming a saint? Would our martial arts domain soon possess a second saint? Excitement rippled through the crowd. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the commotion this night was merely due to a newcomer, a freshman who had mistakenly entered the combat department. At this moment, Luo Tian felt the abundant energy converging around him and wasted no time in absorbing it. His vital energy surged once more. 210 cards, 230 cards, 280 cards, 300 cards. Upon breaking through the 300-card threshold, he slowed slightly. However, for others, such a feat remained an unattainable dream. 5 hours passed, and the horizon began to glow with the first light of dawn. At last, Luo Tian's vital energy ascended to 360 cards, a full doubling compared to his previous state during body refinement. The celestial energy coalescing around him gradually dissipated, unable to penetrate his body any longer. Finally, it was over. He chuckled. 360 cards of vital energy at the initial stage of a martial artist. Zhao Dao smiled, his expression enigmatic. Wang Xinghe swallowed hard. Is he truly stronger than I? Just that morning, he had still been at the 7th level of body refinement. What a shock. Wang Xinghe felt an intense imbalance. The Battle King level beast blood, valued at nearly 300 million, had been safeguarded by Zhao Dao. Undergoing 3 rounds of bone tempering into a martial artist. What kind of fortuitous luck was this? Surely, my title as the Chosen One is not a mere facade. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the martial artist realm. The system will commence an upgrade, with an estimated completion time of 1 hour. The system notification echoed in Luo Tian's mind, followed by an abrupt silence. An upgrade was indeed possible. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. If the initial system was this formidable, how powerful would it become after an upgrade? Even he could not suppress his anticipation. All right, best to keep today's events to himself. Luo Tian opened his eyes and emerged from the transparent bathtub, immediately hearing Zhao Dao's words. General, I understand. Su Lao nodded gently. 3 rounds of bone tempering. This was a historic event. Should it be leaked, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Certainly. The concerns of the human race are secondary. The primary issue lies with the group behind the heavenly gate. If they were to discover this, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. Zhao Yidao's gaze suddenly shifted to Wang Xinghe. Rest assured, Commander, there is no one in this world who can pry open my lips, Wang Xinghe asserted confidently, almost slipping up. It is best to keep it that way. Otherwise, I might have to eliminate both you and your father. Wang Xinghe swallowed hard, a lump forming in his throat. Meanwhile, within the Wang family in the Demon City, the patriarch abruptly awoke from his meditative state, drenched in cold sweat. Who dares to speak of me? Could it be those wretched Black Blood clan? He fumed. If they have the audacity, let them come. After lingering for half an hour, Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe finally departed the research department, heading towards the combat division. Zhao Yidao watched their departing figures, then soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. In the accommodation area of the combat division, Luo Tian, brandishing his golden identity card, located an independent villa. Wow, the military truly spares no expense. Each person has their own villa, he exclaimed, swiping his card to enter. Wang Xinghe followed closely behind, stating, "You're mistaken. This is designated for the Demon King. The others are decent, but merely single rooms." Wow, Luo, you've hit the jackpot. Nearly 300 million in beast blood, and with Zhao personally guiding you. You've ascended to the martial artist realm. This is worth at least 500 million. Wang Xinghe continued. Now, how will you express your gratitude? Without me, you would likely be tilling the earth by now, preparing to cultivate spirit herbs. Indeed, I owe you my thanks, Luo Tian replied solemnly, causing even Wang Xinghe to be taken aback. But soon, excitement lit up his face as he looked at Luo Tian with eager anticipation. I don't need much. Just a few hundred points would suffice. I'm not demanding. In that case, I won't despise you. I'll take you as my little brother. Let me hear you call me Brother Tian. Wang Xinghe was momentarily paralyzed, and the next second, veins bulged on his forehead. You may insult me, but do not trample on my dignity. Dignity? Luo Tian smiled faintly, raising his fist, feeling the surge of vitality, murmuring. 360 points of vitality concentrated in this punch, 18 years of training. I wonder if it could be lethal. Haha, Brother Tian, I was merely jesting. Please don't take offense. Let us converse amicably. Wang Xinghe quickly altered his demeanor. Brother Tian, strength is for slaying ferocious beasts and protecting our homeland. How could we turn against our own? With that, they retreated into the villa. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding. System upgrade complete. I have matters to ponder. You may do as you wish, Luo Tian said, leaving Wang Xinghe behind as he entered a room. Wang Xinghe stood frozen for 3 seconds before regaining his composure. In the vast galaxy, how can one exist without the other? Upon entering the room, Luo Tian promptly settled into a cross-legged position on the floor. And with a mere thought, his attribute panel materialized before his eyes. Name, Luo Tian Realm. Beginner Martial Artist Vitality, 360 Mental Strength. Not yet activated breathing technique. Basic breathing method, level 46. Martial skills. Basic body technique, level 31. Liao Yin Qian Yin Kill, level 3. Traits. Infinite Stamina, 3. Infinite Vitality, 4. Upgrade cards, 0 items. Sword Intent card. The attribute panel was remarkably lavish. Not much has changed. Have I merely upgraded in vain? Luo Tian pondered, his gaze fixated on the basic breathing method. Suddenly, a fragment of information flooded his mind. Basic breathing method. 1 level can be gained by practicing for 10 minutes. Shifting his focus to basic body technique, a similar message emerged. Basic body technique. Practicing for 10 minutes or engaging in combat to sense the pressure of a strong opponent can lead to an upgrade. I see. It offers guidance on potential upgrades. Luo Tian then directed his attention to Liao Yin Qian Yin Kill and was met with yet another informative prompt. Liao Yin Qian Yin Kill. Completing the technique 10 times independently can yield a level increase. Glancing at infinite stamina and infinite vitality, he recalled having received prior information. These traits could not be upgraded voluntarily. However, this time, there was a slight modification. Infinite Stamina, Vitality System Upgrade introduces a new feature, the Trait Upgrade card, which can be utilized for upgrades, with a maximum limit of 100. Excellent. At last, this is not a futile upgrade. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. Regarding the Trait Upgrade card as something to consider later, it was an item he would acquire in due course. System, utilize the Sword Intent card. Chapter 18. Welcome to Battle, Beep. Sword Intent card successfully used, acquiring Sword Intent, 10. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Simultaneously, a profound sensation arose within him. and Luo Tian's demeanor transformed, becoming as sharp as a drawn sword, radiating an intimidating aura. Outside the room, Wang Xinghe seemed to sense something. His gaze sharpening as a flicker of astonishment crossed his mind. Yet, in an instant, that sensation vanished, leaving him perplexed. Concurrently, a new section appeared on Luo Tian's attribute panel. Understanding, Sword Intent, 10. Luo Tian's gaze lingered upon it, and once again, information regarding sword intent flooded his consciousness. Sword Intent. Upgrades require the study of sword techniques, enhancing comprehension of the sword path, or utilizing special cards, including the Intent Upgrade card. 10%, or 1/10 of Sword Intent. Only upon reaching 100% can one claim complete mastery of Sword Intent. Nonetheless, even at 10%, it significantly enhances combat capability. Regrettably, I am still unacquainted with sword techniques. Luo Tian murmured, his mind already set on a course of action. The art of swordsmanship boasts a plethora of martial skills in the city of magic, albeit all necessitating points for acquisition. For him, this is hardly a concern, as he is the newly appointed Demon King, enjoying a generous 50% discount on all resources. He can even utilize points to enlist the guidance of a master well-versed in swordsmanship. With the presence of a system, his speed in mastering the sword will not falter. The cultivation of martial skills is indispensable, and equally, the enhancement of one's vitality and physical prowess cannot be neglected. The martial artist stage delves into the profound refinement of the bones, for with the infusion of the energies of heaven and earth, one's vitality flourishes more vigorously, resulting in a more meticulous honing of the skeletal structure. Each minor realm presents distinct manifestations within the bones. In the initial phase of a martial artist, as the bone refinement deepens, the entire skeletal system transforms to a hue reminiscent of brass, known as the brass bone realm. When this brass gradually shifts to a black iron color, one enters the intermediate phase, referred to as the iron bone realm. Following this are the silver bone and gold bone stages, culminating when the entire skeleton metamorphoses into gold bone, marking the pinnacle of martial prowess. The training in the body refinement realm focuses on amplifying one's vitality, while the martial artist realm necessitates prior bone refinement, as the enhancement of skeletal strength directly influences the elevation of vitality. It is akin to the human body being a vessel. The advancement in the martial artist realm demands a continual elevation of one's threshold. Old Luo, it's time for class, came the voice of Wang Xinghe from outside. Luo Tian gathered his thoughts and opened the door, stepping out of the room. What are you up to? Don't tell me you're planning to resolve this on your own. I suggested finding a girlfriend, as continuing down this path is no solution. Wang Xinghe peered inquisitively into the room, seemingly in search of some evidence. Luo Tian shot him an exasperated glance. What on earth is this guy constantly thinking about? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tian spoke. You needn't worry about that. I am the new Demon King, having already entered the realm of martial artists. In the future, my reputation will spread far and wide, and countless women will undoubtedly fall for me. Wang Xinghe paused, his face contorting as if he were constipated. Is this not akin to shooting oneself in the foot? What an imbecile! He eventually exclaimed, hastening to catch up with Luo Tian. The two made their way toward the accommodation area, relieved to find directional signs at every intersection, which guided them to the elite classroom. Luo Tian, I challenge you. No sooner had they entered the classroom than a figure materialized before them with startling swiftness. Who are you again? Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. The person before him seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall the name. That individual you effortlessly defeated in the second round, though I forget the name. Weaklings hardly warrant remembrance, Wang Xinghe interjected. Luo Tian suddenly recalled, while Chun Tianhao seethed with anger. Hey, can you refrain from mentioning yesterday's events? I was merely careless and did not dodge. Chun Tianhao's forehead bulged with veins as he glared menacingly at the two. Moreover, I had sealed my vitality yesterday, rendering me incapable of employing martial techniques. Without the manifestation of martial skills, how can one consider it a true battle? Although you are the new Demon King, Luo Tian, I do not believe myself to be inferior to you. Well, ambitious spirit. I have high hopes for you, young man. As martial artists, we must possess such determination. I shall accept your challenge on behalf of old Luo, suddenly exclaimed Wang Xinghe. Luo Tian's expression darkened. Get out of the way. He kicked Wang Xinghe aside and turned to Chun Tianhao. Well, I just broke through to the martial artist level. Could we perhaps wait until I learn some martial techniques first? If all goes well, I will teach them by noon today, and at that time, I welcome all challenges. Of course, it will not be free, 10 points per match. I am Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao's face turned grim. But soon his eyes widened in astonishment. You actually broke through to the martial artist level? The elite class erupted in a clamor. Just yesterday, Luo Tian was only at the 7th level of body refinement, yet in just one night, he had advanced to the martial artist realm. What exactly transpired last night? Is this the power of military martial arts? To elevate from the 7th level of body refinement to the martial artist realm in a single night. What kind of resources must have been consumed? Remarkable. It seems I too can challenge the new Demon King. Taking advantage of the fact that he is yet to fully develop, I can give him a thorough thrashing, thus gaining some bragging rights for the future. The elite class students each harbored their own thoughts. Indeed, he has become a martial artist. Once I learn a technique or two, I welcome all challengers. Luo Tian smiled, his gaze sweeping across the elite students. To enter the elite class, one must either be a genius nurtured by a prominent family or possess extraordinary innate talent. These individuals share a common trait. They are wealthy and possess points. In his position as the new Demon King, Luo Tian naturally sought to maximize his own interests through this identity. After speaking, he bypassed Chen Tianhao and casually seated himself at a nearby table. How arrogant. Welcoming challenges. Is breaking through to the martial artist level so impressive? Luo Tian, I challenge you. I'll wait for you to learn martial techniques. Let us see if I can knock you down. Luo Tian, I too wish to challenge you. Wait a moment. Wang Xinghe interjected, if you wish to challenge old Luo. Have you consulted me first? It's 10 points per match. First defeat me, then we'll talk. Wang Xinghe's eyes sparkled. With so many people, how many points would that yield? That would be a considerable fortune indeed. Get lost. Who do you think you are? We are here to challenge the Demon King. Not some insignificant nobody. What the hell? Wang Xinghe's eyes widened. Calling me insignificant? You're courting death. Just as he was about to explode, a cool, commanding voice suddenly resonated. Silence. The two simple words echoed throughout the classroom, followed by a chilling aura that instantly filled the space, accompanied by a subtle pressure. A sudden chill gripped everyone's hearts as their gazes instinctively turned towards the doorway. Chapter 19, The Black Blood Clan. Martial artist level breathing technique at the entrance of the military martial arts elite class in Magic City, as the gazes of the crowd converged. An exquisitely beautiful figure emerged into view. A frigid gaze emanated a hint of chill, clad in a camouflage short-sleeve shirt and combat shorts. Her arms crossed elegantly over her chest. She exuded an air of undeniable confidence. Her simple yet refined ponytail cascaded naturally down her back. A subtle murderous intent lingered in her brow, epitomizing the very essence of feminine beauty. This woman was nothing short of perfection. Wang Xinghe, unbeknownst to him, had already taken a seat beside Luo Tian, his eyes glinting with intensity. Luo Tian hurriedly distanced himself. Was this fellow courting death? It was evident that he was no ordinary individual. What was with that piercing gaze? The woman, clearly having overheard Wang Xinghe, cast him a fleeting glance. In that instant, even Luo Tian felt an overwhelming chill. At last, the woman withdrew her gaze and stepped into the elite class, drawing the attention of every pair of eyes in the room. Excellent. You have not disappointed me. Your energy is quite spirited. She came to a halt and spoke once more, her voice remaining cool and composed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ning Anqing, a mid-stage master. For the next month, I shall serve as your instructor, and I expect you to meet my standards. After 1 month, the elite trial of the 3 academies will conclude, and you will step onto the battlefield. From that moment, your survival will depend solely on your own efforts. In the realm of military arts in Magic City, the teaching period spans merely 1 month, after which students must venture into combat to earn points for their future cultivation. With the merging of dimensions, education has undergone significant transformation. Every martial artist's resources are immensely precious, leaving no time for these sheltered blooms to grow at a leisurely pace. The military arts of Magic City firmly believe that true refinement comes through battle, enabling repeated breakthroughs. Of course, this does not imply that they will cease instruction after a month. As an academy operating on a points system, acquiring knowledge requires points. Within the academy, holographic recordings left by powerful individuals can be purchased, granting opportunities for learning. Should one encounter obstacles, they may even spend points to receive personal guidance from these formidable figures. Now, let us commence the lesson. Ning Anqing declared. All teaching materials have been uploaded to your identity cards. You are required to engage in self-study for an hour each day, memorizing and mastering the content within, as it may one day save your life. We will reconvene in the martial arts classroom at 2 o'clock this afternoon. With that, Ning Anqing turned and strode out of the classroom, exuding an air of decisiveness. This was her only impression on Luo Tian. Was this truly a class? It felt more like a mission being handed down. Once Ning Anqing departed, the oppressive atmosphere in the classroom dissipated, allowing the students to regain their composure, albeit with expressions of confusion. However, they quickly reacted, retrieving their identity cards to access the holographic images. Luo Tian, too, was not idle. He produced his identity card, tapped on his name, and immediately a wealth of knowledge projected before his eyes. He began to scrutinize the content closely. The knowledge of identifying elixirs, recognizing ferocious beasts, understanding their weaknesses, mapping the front line, and comprehending the distribution of these creatures, as well as survival in the wilderness, may not be considered profound wisdom. However, it undoubtedly constitutes the most vital information at this stage, one that every individual must thoroughly grasp. Luo Tian's gaze traversed each entry until it settled upon the final term, the Black Blood Clan and its language following the Heavenly Gate. The Black Blood Clan? This was a novel term for Luo Tian, evoking a sense of curiosity, prompting him to delve into the entry. Instantly, a wealth of information regarding the Black Blood Clan, as known to humanity, unfolded before him. It is speculated that the realm beyond the Heavenly Gate represents a tangible world, populated by numerous formidable factions, with the Black Blood Clan being merely one among them. The territory of Blue Star borders that of the Black Blood Clan, which has been known to unleash ferocious beasts upon Blue Star. The appearance of the Black Blood Clan is indistinguishable from that of humans, making differentiation exceedingly difficult. Only their blood, which is a deep black hue, provides a clue, suggesting they may be a branch of humanity. The precise strength of the Black Blood Clan remains undetermined. The presence of powerful human guardians at the Heavenly Gate serves to prevent their elites from entering Blue Star. Luo Tian's eyes flickered with understanding. Prior to his military training, he was oblivious to these details, but now he had acquired a preliminary understanding. He meticulously studied the various methods of distinguishing the Black Blood Clan, the simplest being the examination of blood, albeit a challenging task. Another relatively straightforward method pertains to their strength. The cultivation system of the Black Blood Clan diverges from that of humanity, seeming to focus on a force known as Yuanli, which bears slight differences from qi and blood, yet ultimately converges towards a common goal. As for the classification of combat prowess, it parallels that of humanity, albeit with different nomenclature. They prefer to refer to their ranks as first tier, second tier, and so forth. Luo Tian diligently committed these key points to memory before proceeding to explore the language of the Black Blood Clan. At once, an audio playback began, accompanied by annotations that rendered comprehension effortless. As humans ascend in their cultivation realms, their cerebral capacities are continually developed, making the acquisition of a new language a manageable endeavor. An hour elapsed, and Luo Tian, still yearning for more, closed his identity card. Lao Luo, you haven't yet learned the warrior-level breathing technique, have you? Come, let us return to the villa. Wang Xinghe drew closer. The warrior-level breathing technique is far more intricate than the foundational level, yet it offers superior effects for refining qi and blood. Currently, the entire Dragon Nation employs this breathing technique, which also encompasses body techniques. These have been meticulously researched and distilled by the powerful individuals of the Dragon Nation, tailored to suit the needs of its practitioners. Once one attains the warrior level, they can access it through official channels, both within the academy and in the outside world. Upon returning to the villa, Luo Tian retrieved his identity card and directly purchased the warrior-level breathing technique and body technique, totaling 10 points of credit. This was, of course, the discounted price. Otherwise, it would have required 20 points. Following the purchase, relevant information was automatically added to Luo Tian's identity card. Luo Tian directly accessed the martial-level breathing technique, and immediately, a myriad of intricate information projected before him. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is viewing the martial-level breathing technique. Please continue watching for 10 minutes to complete automatic learning. The system's prompt resonated, causing Luo Tian's eyes to brighten slightly, as this indeed alleviated a considerable inconvenience. Before long, 10 minutes had elapsed. Ding. Learning complete. Detection indicates that the host possesses the foundational breathing technique. Would you like to merge it? Could it be done this way? Luo Tian was astonished. Yet he promptly chose to merge. Ding. Merge successful. The host's breathing technique level has been elevated, and the grade has been reduced. Completion of reduction achieved. The current martial level breathing technique is at level 7. Luo Tian opened his attribute panel, and in the section for breathing techniques, the foundational breathing method had vanished, replaced by the inscription for the martial level breathing technique, level 7. As his gaze fell upon it, a new fragment of information filled his mind. The martial level breathing technique could be elevated further through continuous practice for 15 minutes. The time required for enhancement had increased. He wondered if there might be additional effects. Not rushing to test it, Luo Tian turned his attention once more to the foundational body technique. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is viewing the martial level body technique. Please continue watching for 10 minutes to complete automatic learning. Ding. Learning complete. Detection indicates that the host possesses the foundational body technique. Would you like to merge it? Merge. Ding. Merge successful. The host's body technique level has been elevated, and the grade has been reduced. Completion of reduction achieved. The current martial level body technique is at level 5. A torrent of information surged into his mind, and the details on the attribute panel began to shift. Name, Luo Tian Realm. Early martial artist vitality, 360 mental power. Not yet activated breathing technique. Martial level breathing technique, level 7. Martial skill, martial level body technique, level 5. Liao Yin Qian Yin Kill, level 3. Traits, infinite stamina, 3. Infinite vitality, 4. Comprehension, sword intent, 10. Upgrade cards, 0 items. None. His gaze lingered on the martial level body technique, which, akin to the previous enhancement method, now required 15 minutes for level elevation. He decided to first test the breathing technique. Closing the attribute panel, Luo Tian entered a state of cultivation. As time flowed by, the breathing technique gradually ascended in level, while simultaneously, Luo Tian's vitality surged toward his bones, initiating a process of bone refinement. A faint hue of brass began to manifest upon his bones, and with the emergence of this color, Luo Tian's vitality also steadily increased. At last, the breathing technique level reached 10. Ding. After 15 minutes of cultivation, the martial level breathing technique level has risen to level 10. Ding. Infinite vitality level has increased. Current level 6. The two prompts sounded almost in unison. With the elevation of the breathing technique's grade, the increment per 10 levels had improved from 1% to 2%, quite commendable. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. Having ceased his practice of physical techniques, Luo Tian exited the room. How is it? Upon his emergence, Wang Xinghe approached eagerly. It's about time. Let us head to the training room to assess our progress. And then we can have a meal, Luo Tian replied as he made his way outside, with Wang Xinghe hastily following suit. The training room was specifically designated for students to hone their skills, fully equipped with all necessary training apparatus. Upon their arrival, Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe each selected an empty chamber and commenced their daily regimen. Luo Tian focused on the martial artist level physical technique, elevating it to the 8th level before concluding his practice. With the advancement of his foundational techniques, each upgrade significantly enhanced his physical prowess. Though only a mere 3 levels higher, it equated to a 10-level increase in basic physical techniques. As time swiftly passed, it was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe proceeded directly to the martial arts classroom for elite students. Just as they entered, Ning Anqing followed closely behind. Class is in session, she declared with her characteristic efficiency. Before the students could utter a word, Ning Anqing continued, the teaching material for today has been uploaded to your identity cards. I will now demonstrate. With that, Ning Anqing summoned her internal energy, gradually augmenting her aura, and then assumed a starting posture. Intermediate human-level martial technique, mountain crushing palm. With a movement of her delicate hand, a flurry of palm shadows manifested before the audience, stirring a tempest in the air. The elite students were left in awe and astonishment. Although human-level techniques are merely a tier above basic level ones and are considered commonplace in Ning Anqing's hands, even such a seemingly ordinary intermediate technique could unleash extraordinary power. It is widely acknowledged that in Blue Star, martial techniques are distinctly categorized based on their strength. The hierarchy begins with basic level, followed by human level, spirit level, earth level, sky level, king level, dragon level, and finally, god level, with each category further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced tiers. Each martial technique is also ranked based on comprehension, encompassing realms such as entry-level, proficient, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection. Ning Anqing's mountain-crushing palm is at least at the major mastery level. Otherwise, it would not possess such formidable might. Luo Tian observed intently, and in his mind, the system's notification chimed. Ding! You have acquired the mountain-crushing palm, an intermediate human-level martial technique, taught by the master Ning Anqing. Due to her profound understanding of this technique, you can directly comprehend it to level 4. Do you wish to comprehend it? Comprehend. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled. This was reminiscent of his previous enlightenment of the embracing thousand-year kill. It was exhilarating to have such an advantage. In an instant, as Luo Tian issued the command, a torrent of information surged into his mind, and his understanding of the mountain-crushing palm reached an astonishing depth, becoming instinctive and ready to unleash at will. Soon, Ning Anqing completed her demonstration, and without further ado, she proceeded to begin teaching the second martial technique, the intermediate human-level footwork, moonshadow steps. Ning Anqing, like a phantom, gracefully maneuvered within the martial arts classroom, leaving behind what appeared to be afterimages, while a whirlwind swirled around her. Concurrently, the familiar system notification echoed in Luo Tian's mind once more. Ding! You have acquired the mid-tier human-level movement technique, moonshadow step, taught by the master Ning Anqing. Due to your profound comprehension of this technique, you may directly attain level 3. Do you wish to comprehend it? Level 3? Quite impressive indeed. I accept. As the words left his lips, a familiar sensation surged within him, and the methods for utilizing the moonshadow step were imprinted in his mind. Luo Tian felt an immediate sense of satisfaction. He opened his attribute panel, directing his attention toward the crumbling mountain palm and the moonshadow step. Instantly, the upgrade methods for these two mid-tier, human-level martial arts appeared in his thoughts. The crumbling mountain palm could be elevated by executing 10 full-force attacks, while the moonshadow step could be enhanced by running for 10 minutes. Of course, aside from self-cultivation, one could also utilize upgrade cards, although human-level upgrade cards were necessary. Basic-level cards would not suffice. Luo Tian paid little heed to this, finding it all manageable. Finally, Ning Anqing ceased her practice, exhaling softly, her icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. Lao Luo, she is looking at me. Look quickly. Wang Xing had tugged at Luo Tian's clothing, his eyes brimming with excitement. Hey, I'm telling you, she is clearly looking at me. Luo Tian shot a glance at Wang Xinghe before returning his gaze to Ning Anqing, his mind swirling with confusion. Hey, what do you mean by that? She is the woman I have my eye on. Are you trying to compete with me? Do you even know how to spell death? Wang Xinghe suddenly seized Luo Tian by the collar, his eyes menacing. Luo Tian, unfazed, replied coolly, if that is how you see it. I can only say that only the strong have the privilege of choosing their partners. What? Do you want to fight? Wang Xinghe erupted with anger. 10 points. And I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Luo Tian scoffed, unimpressed. Wang Xinghe paused, indignantly muttering 3 words. You're ruthless. Demon King Luo Tian. At that moment, Ning Anqing's icy voice resonated. Instantly, all gazes converged upon her. Teacher. Luo Tian responded, locking eyes with her. At once, a powerful sense of mental pressure enveloped him, yet Luo Tian stood resolute, his gaze clear. Very well. Ning Anqing nodded slightly. How much of the crumbling mountain palm and moonshadow step have you comprehended? Reporting to the teacher, I have fully comprehended them. Luo Tian replied truthfully. Ning Anqing's beautiful eyes narrowed, fixating intensely on Luo Tian. What? Are you joking? Luo Tian, are you teasing me? Ha ha ha, you're killing me with laughter. Little Luo, if you want to show off in front of a beauty, at least be credible. Is martial arts so easily comprehended? Wang Xinghe laughed heartily from the side. Chapter 21. I am the Demon King, suppressing all who dare defy. Amidst the laughter, Luo Tian's expression remained unchanged. He even turned to Wang Xinghe and asked, is it really that difficult? Not difficult at all. Wang Xinghe retorted, then continued, martial arts cultivation requires time to refine. You expect to comprehend it after merely one glance? What pretense is this? To be frank, even for him, he has only grasped a fraction. Yet, given time, he would undoubtedly master it within 2 days. After all, it is merely an intermediate human-level martial skill, challenging, yet not insurmountable. Humph, how can such a person aspire to be a demon king? Were it not for the restriction on vitality, he wouldn't even be worthy to carry the demon king's shoes. A cold snort emanated from the crowd. and several individuals nodded in agreement. They were all prodigies, the CRME de la CRME from their respective institutions, and naturally bore their own pride. They collectively believed that Luo Tian's victory was nothing but a stroke of luck, a triumph achieved solely through his extraordinary physical prowess. If they were able to utilize their vitality, they had no doubt they would prevail. For martial artists, vitality is the very foundation and source of true strength. How intriguing! In stark contrast to the others, Ning Anqing displayed a rare smile. Upon hearing her words, the mockery subsided. Since you are so confident, why not try attacking me with all your might? Ning Anqing suggested. A chorus of laughter erupted among the students, their gazes dripping with mockery as they awaited Luo Tian's embarrassment. Brother, are you stunned this time? No worries. I assure you, I won't laugh at you, Wang Xinghe said, patting Luo Tian on the shoulder. Despite his words, it was evident even to a fool that he was reveling in the prospect of Luo Tian's potential humiliation. If Luo Tian truly faltered, the one who would laugh the loudest would likely be him. A group of mere mortals, do not gauge me with your mundane perspectives. Luo Tian remarked coolly, his voice brimming with confidence, yet all he garnered in return were a series of disdainful glances. Enough of this charade. My identity as an unparalleled genius will eventually be unveiled. Shaking his head, before the crowd could deepen their ridicule, a surge of vitality erupted within Luo Tian, enveloping the martial arts classroom with an air of defiance. Such a formidable presence. I seem to glimpse righteousness. The crowd's demeanor shifted, their attention sharpening. In the next moment, they witnessed Luo Tian's figure suddenly dart forward, his speed unparalleled, almost ephemeral. Moonshadow step, an astute observer exclaimed. Mountain-crushing palm. Simultaneously, the crowd heard Luo Tian's thunderous shout. Boom. A terrifying gust of energy erupted within the martial arts classroom, akin to a tempest, stinging their cheeks with its ferocity. Excellent. Ning Anqing exclaimed, offering her unreserved praise. Luo Tian retreated, swiftly returning to his original position, and with a slight bow, inquired, what does the teacher think? Impressive. The mountain-crushing palm has progressed beyond the entry level to the threshold of proficiency, and the moonshadow step has reached the pinnacle of initiation. It will soon transition into the proficient stage, Ning Anqing assessed. What? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Xinghe was taken aback, astonished that someone could achieve such mastery so swiftly. Luo Tian, have you practiced these two martial arts techniques? Undoubtedly. For how else could one comprehend them after just a single glance? No wonder your vital energy was only at the 7th level of body refinement at the outset. It appears you have been honing your martial skills. Is this truly the Demon King? Today has indeed opened my eyes. A group of elite students unabashedly mocked him. Damn, these fools, can't they see that even the teacher has acknowledged him? Wang Xinghe, returning to his senses, looked at the elite group and shook his head helplessly, embodying a profound sense of solitude amidst the collective intoxication of others. Although he was reluctant to admit Luo Tian's brilliance, he was the first to encounter him and was well aware that Luo Tian had no prior foundation in martial arts. Young geniuses from prestigious families often practice martial techniques even at the body refinement stage, but such an endeavor requires absolute confidence in one's innate talents. After all, during the body refinement stage, one must primarily focus on the condensation of their vital energy. Practicing martial techniques would only hinder this process. Silence. Ning Anqing raised her hand with a flourish, her vital energy surging, instantly suppressing the cacophony of voices. The crowd fell silent. Yet their gazes toward Luo Tian remained laced with faint derision. It appears you cannot win the crowd. Among all the demon kings I have encountered, you are the most unimpressive, Ning Anqing suddenly remarked. Wang Xinghe nearly burst into laughter. Luo Tian, on the other hand, felt as if he might vomit blood. He had not anticipated that Ning Anqing, who appeared so formidable, would utter such teasing words. I am the Demon King, destined to suppress all dissent. Luo Tian took a deep breath. The martial way is a contest. The strong deserve reverence. Teacher, I kindly request that you impart another martial technique. I shall ensure they are rendered utterly speechless. What boldness! A glimmer of admiration flashed in Ning Anqing's eyes as she was thoroughly impressed by Luo Tian's demeanor. The elite students exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting, uncertain of where Luo Tian's confidence stemmed from. Damn it, he has played his part so convincingly. What will I do moving forward? Wang Xinghe fumed, glaring fiercely at Luo Tian. Very well. In response to your request, I shall impart another martial technique. It is not of high rank, merely a high-level human-grade skill, yet it is my original creation, and to this day, I am the sole practitioner. Originally intended for tomorrow's lesson, I will now teach it to you in advance, Ning Anqing declared. Thank you, teacher. Luo Tian bowed slightly. Ning Anqing underscored that she was the only one who could currently practice this technique, having created it herself, thereby eliminating any possibility of prior study. If Luo Tian could indeed master it in one go, it would silence all naysayers. One must say, as a teacher, Ning Anqing has proven quite competent. Ning Anqing nodded gently, graciously accepting Luo Tian's gratitude. Without further ado, she raised her hand, and a longsword suddenly soared from a rack beside the martial arts classroom. This alloy longsword, unsharpened, was typically used for practice. In this era of dimensional convergence, the power of firearms is minimal, while formidable warriors wielding weapons can easily strike down foes from afar. Thus, in contemporary times, cold weapons have become an indispensable means for warriors. Behold, this martial technique, which I have named the wind-killing sword, swift as the gale, each strike a lethal blow. The moment she grasped the sword, Ning Anqing's entire aura transformed, exuding an air of deadly intent. To the onlookers, she resembled a blade of execution, poised to reap lives at any moment. Before their eyes, a vivid tableau emerged, a formidable warrior wielding a long sword, charging through a horde of ferocious beasts, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Blood stained the heavens, and even the winds carried a heavy scent of iron. Crack! In an instant, the vision abruptly vanished, leaving only a flurry of sword shadows in its wake. Ning Anqing moved with the ferocity of a tempest, her proud figure akin to a bloodied rose, instilling fear in all who beheld her. Suddenly, the scene froze. The elite gazed on in horror, their eyes fixated on the unsheathed long sword in Ning Anqing's hand, an overwhelming dread creeping into their hearts. Chapter 22. The Sword Ding. You have acquired the high-level sword technique, wind-killing sword, taught by the master Ning Anqing. Due to your profound comprehension of this technique, you may directly attain level 7. Will you comprehend it? Comprehend. While the elite remained in shock, Luo Tian had already silently issued a command within his mind. Instantly, all knowledge of the wind-killing sword flashed before him, merging seamlessly with his being, every move meticulously analyzed, and even forming muscle memory. It was as if Luo Tian had painstakingly cultivated each technique through countless battles, elevating this sword art to its current level. What a thrill to have such an advantage. The exhilaration is boundless. Luo Tian could not help but reflect inwardly, slowly closing his eyes to mask his excitement. Prolonging the moment. Let us see how long you can maintain this facade. The elite turned their gaze toward Luo Tian, just in time to witness him closing his eyes. A faint smile gracing their lips. Ning Anqing's beautiful eyes scrutinized Luo Tian, contemplating. How much can you truly grasp? She pondered silently. This sword technique, freshly conceived by her, held nuances that she understood better than anyone. Below the rank of a master, rapid comprehension was nearly impossible. Yet, she believed Luo Tian might perform a miracle. Just as with the previous two martial techniques, it was evident to her discerning eye that Luo Tian possessed no foundational skills in martial arts, at most. He had a basic understanding of physical techniques. However, basic physical techniques lacked offensive capabilities, primarily focusing on mobilizing vital energy and enhancing physical prowess. While they did include some techniques for exerting force, they paled in comparison to martial arts. 1 minute later, Luo Tian suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Is it coming? Ning Anqing felt a surge of anticipation. Master, I would appreciate your guidance. Luo Tian's voice resonated. Gasp. The elite collectively inhaled sharply. What does this mean? Has he truly comprehended it? Impossible. Even for someone like me. It would require at least a week to grasp the basics. Have you studied in advance? What a coincidence. You didn't hear what Teacher Ning said? She created this herself, and thus far, only she has mastered it. An unparalleled master. Do you truly believe it necessary to jest in such an international manner? Excellent. Ning Anqing beamed, her smile radiant as a blossoming flower. Let me take a good look at just how brilliant you are. I shall not disappoint my teacher. As Luo Tian spoke, he gently raised his arm, his palm facing a row of racks. On the racks, an array of 18 weapons was displayed. Sword come. Suddenly, his commanding shout reverberated, sending shivers down the spines of all present. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. A blunted, alloy long sword on the rack trembled violently, then detached itself, spinning through the air towards him. With a swift motion, Luo Tian's hand closed around the sword as it reached him. Externalized vitality? A master-level powerhouse? How could this be? Are you blind? Where is the vitality? This is sword intent. Sword intent? Goodness. ISNT, it said that only masters can comprehend such realms? No, you are mistaken. Even among masters, not everyone can grasp such intent. Heavens, Luo Tian. I implore you to act like a human. Wang Xingha's eyes widened, nearly popping from their sockets. 3 rounds of bone tempering to become a martial artist was already remarkable. Yet now you've manifested an understanding of an intent that even master-level practitioners struggle to comprehend. To what degree of monstrosity have you risen? Very well, Luo Tian. You truly live up to the title of Demon King. I retract my previous statement. Although you are the weakest among all Demon Kings, your innate talent is undoubtedly the strongest. Ning Anqing exclaimed thrice in approval, her excitement palpable. However, upon hearing her words, Luo Tian's expression darkened. Could we please refrain from discussing this matter? Teacher, please enlighten me. To prevent Ning Anqing from uttering anything that might tarnish his reputation, Luo Tian swiftly moved, employing the Moon Shadow Step to propel himself forward. Certainly. Ning Anqing also activated the Moon Shadow Step, her long sword slicing through the air, creating a cascade of shimmering sword shadows. The sound of clashing metal filled the martial arts classroom, echoing like a symphony of combat. The group of elites was forced back against the walls, their faces etched with astonishment. In their view, only 2 phantoms flickered, their sword strikes executed with such speed that they could scarcely keep up. Beep. You have received personal guidance from the master-level practitioner Ning Anqing. Wind-killing sword level increased to 8. Beep. You have received personal guidance from the master-level practitioner Ning Anqing. Moon Shadow Step level increased to 4. Beep. 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 In Luo Tian's mind, the system notifications rang incessantly. His steps quickened, and the alloy long sword in his grip moved with increasing rapidity. A genius. An extraordinary genius, continuously improving amidst battle at such an incredible pace. It was simply unfathomable. Ning Anqing was taken aback. As a master, she had encountered countless battles and witnessed numerous prodigies, yet none had ever stirred her emotions so profoundly. The newly appointed Demon King was destined to be the strongest of all, perhaps even surpassing the Dean. The mere thought of this startled Ning Anqing. Yet her conviction remained unwavering. He is exceedingly powerful, terrifyingly so. Someone gasped in astonishment. Wang Xingha exclaimed vehemently, "Is this even a question of strength? This is absurd. Can't you see? He is continuously evolving even in battle. Who among you can achieve that? The true terror lies not in the genius itself, but in the genius who can rapidly ascend, an unreachable talent." Indeed, it seemed true. He was incessantly advancing, and at an astonishing pace. Is this truly human? I am envious. I had initially intended to engage in a sparring match for future bragging rights, but at this rate, what is the point? In that moment, every student in the elite class was struck with awe, even their original confidence diminished. Half an hour passed, and the alert tones in Luo Tian's mind finally ceased, only to resound intermittently thereafter. At this juncture, his wind-slashing sword had reached level 12, and the Moon Shadow Step had attained level 9, not yet at its limit. However, Luo Tian surmised that the upper limit for human-level martial techniques should be around level 15. Once he transcended this threshold, he could only wonder what unique traits he might acquire. Luo Tian swiftly retreated, completely distancing himself from Ning Anqing, breathing slightly heavier. Excellent. The wind-slashing sword is nearly perfected, and the Moon Shadow Step is approaching mastery. Luo Tian, you are truly the most extraordinary genius I have ever encountered. Ning Anqing praised without reservation. After a moment's contemplation, she added, "Who would have thought that such a seemingly unremarkable Demon King possessed such talent? Teacher, if you have nothing to say, perhaps you should refrain from speaking," Luo Tian replied, a shadow of annoyance crossing his face. "Are you growing impatient with me? How amusing." Ning Anqing retorted coldly, "We're leaving now. Make sure to thoroughly study the knowledge within your identity card. Tomorrow is my last day of class, and I will not gather you until the elite trial of the 3 academies. You need not attend tomorrow." With that, she continued her brisk departure, embodying her decisive nature. "Teacher, has no one informed you that such remarks can easily lead to misunderstandings?" Luo Tian's cheeks flushed dark with embarrassment. Chapter 23. Shun Tianhao's challenge. Is the outcome already determined? Ning Anqing had departed, leaving the martial arts classroom enveloped in an eerie silence. Ahem, my apologies, everyone. Wang Xinghe's voice shattered the stillness as he threw an arm around Luo Tian's shoulders. Who among you claimed they would challenge Luo this morning? Step forward. The elite students glared at Wang Xinghe in indignation. Wasn't he this simply stirring the pot? Truly, what a provocateur. This morning, they had been naive. Now that they had witnessed Luo Tian's extraordinary capabilities, to challenge him would be sheer folly. Mastering martial skills was one thing, but to continuously improve in battle, who could truly contend with such a person? They sought to take advantage before others had fully developed, hoping to boast of their accomplishments in the future. However, they were entirely unprepared for the rapid growth of their rivals, which was nothing short of astonishing. Is there no one around? Then let us leave, Lao Luo. It seems your plan to accumulate points has come to naught, Wang Xinghe remarked with a smirk. Luo Tian, however, remained unfazed, shrugging his shoulders. He had only spent 10 points out of his 1,000. Initially intending to learn a few martial techniques, he now deemed it unnecessary, believing he would not lack for combat skills in the near term. Yet, he did wish to purchase a weapon. This was of little concern, as he possessed a substantial 990 points, equivalent to 9 million in currency. A spirit-grade longsword would cost no more than 2 to 3 million. Thus, his points were more than sufficient. Wait. Just as Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe were about to depart, a voice called out. Oh. The two turned to see Chen Tianhao emerging from the crowd. Little Chun, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Come, transfer the points to me, and I will make the arrangements, Wang Xinghe said with a grin, releasing Luo Tian to approach him. Step aside. Chen Tianhao pushed Wang Xinghe aside and turned to Luo Tian, stating, Luo Tian, you are formidable, but I still intend to challenge you. I fear that if I let today pass, I may never muster the courage to face you again. Geniuses are often proud, particularly those who have entered the elite military class in Magic City. Even when aware of their inferiority, they refuse to back down and wish to make the attempt. Luo Tian couldn't help but regard Chen Tianhao with newfound respect, nodding slightly. 10 points for the challenge, no negotiations. Chen Tianhao's expression darkened as he suppressed his anger, retrieving his identity card. Luo Tian then produced his own gleaming identity card, connecting the two. Moments later, as his points returned to 1,000, Luo Tian smiled with satisfaction. What a shame, what a pity, Wang Xinghe said, his face reflecting reluctance as the outcome appeared predetermined. Luo Tian, I have already entered the martial artist realm. With a vitality of 400 cards, I have completed the initial copper bone stage and stepped into the mid-tier iron bone stage. You have just broken through. I do not wish to take advantage of you. How much vitality do you have? I can suppress mine to fight you. After transferring the points, Chen Tianhao immediately stated, Wow, for 100 cards of vitality? Chen Tianhao has become remarkably strong, one might think. In the mid-tier of martial artists, without the vitality restriction, he could very well be the new Demon King. Yet, with Luo Tian, this prodigy, in the fray, it wouldn't be long before Luo Tian surpassed everyone. Even in this supposed weakness of vitality. No need. Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. You should unleash your full strength. Otherwise, I fear you may not get another chance to strike. While vitality does not determine everything, it undeniably enhances explosive power. Each increment in vitality provides a distinct advantage. Regrettably, no one is aware that Luo Tian is quite the anomaly. Having just entered the martial artist realm, his vitality has already reached an astonishing 360 units. Should he successfully complete the refinement of his bronze bones, this figure could soar to at least 600 units of vitality, a number significantly more formidable than that of an average mid-tier martial artist. To illustrate, consider an individual with 90 units of vitality who has attained the martial artist realm. Their initial vitality stands at 180 units. Upon completing the bronze bone refinement, their vitality would approximate 300 units. At this juncture, their bones would begin the transformation toward iron bones, indicating that surpassing 300 units of vitality signifies entry into the mid-tier of martial artists. Moreover, within the body refinement stage, the accumulation of vitality increases with each successive refinement, thereby enhancing the strength of the bones to withstand the rigors of further refinement. This explains why true geniuses prefer to invest additional time rather than rush into the martial artist realm prematurely. Only by reaching their limits before breaking through can they aspire to ascend to their desired pinnacle. The transition from body refinement to martial artist is akin to the metamorphosis from an ordinary individual to a superhuman. A swift advancement leads to further rapid progress, and those who wish to catch up must diligently pursue higher realms. Do you look down upon me? Chun Tianhao's eyes shimmered with indignation. No. I am unlike the average person, Luo Tian struggled to articulate. Arrogance, Luo Tian. I concede your talent, but that does not justify your disdain for others. Very well. Since you are so confident, I shall exert my full strength and see if you can withstand it. A cold smile escaped Chun Tianhao's lips, and in the next moment, his vitality erupted, his form becoming elusive as he took a step forward. Ripple of the Emerald Waves. Is that an entry-level spiritual martial technique? Judging by Chun Tianhao's demeanor, he had likely already mastered it. Alongside the ripple, he also wielded the entry-level spiritual technique, the Kanglin Palm, both of which he had mastered. How formidable! Coupled with 400 units of vitality, he could be considered a strong contender within the Iron Bone realm. What else could it be? Do you believe he would challenge Luo Tian without reason? Indeed, Luo Tian is exceptionally gifted, yet regrettably, he is excessively proud. An elite shook his head in lament. Geniuses are often eccentric. A touch of arrogance is understandable, but excessive pride is detrimental. The outcome is predetermined. Someone remarked indifferently. At this moment, Chun Tianhao was drawing close to Luo Tian, his movements becoming increasingly enigmatic. Suddenly, he unleashed a palm strike, creating ripples in the air due to the overwhelming force. This was not merely an expulsion of vitality, which martial artists have yet to achieve. Luo Tian, this is my full strength. You are far too arrogant. How will you counter this palm? Chun Tianhao's voice resonated. Mountain-crushing palm. Luo Tian offered no reply, instead countering with a palm strike of his own, his vitality surging forth, waves of power converging in his hand. Boom! The force of the mountain-crushing strike erupted instantaneously, unleashing a terrifying power. Both figures were propelled backward. How can your vitality be so formidable? Chun Tianhao exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed formidable, nearly unable to withstand it. Now, I too shall exert my utmost effort. Luo Tian remained silent in response. However, this scene left everyone utterly astonished. What? He actually caught it? How is that possible? Is this a deception? Did Chun Tianhao not exert his full strength? Yet, before they could ponder further, Luo Tian activated the moon shadow steps, his figure becoming ethereal and elusive, like a specter. Chun Tianhao's gaze sharpened as he hastily employed the azure wave technique, but at that moment, a palm shadow struck with sudden ferocity. Its speed was blinding and its angle treacherously acute, rendering him unable to evade. Helpless, he could only meet it with a palm of his own. However, in his flustered state, his strike was no match for Luo Tian, who sent him staggering back, disrupting his rhythm entirely. Subsequently, he found himself unable to defend against the onslaught. Luo Tian's movements reached their zenith as he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, leaving Chun Tianhao overwhelmed. Mere seconds later, he let out a pained scream as he was sent flying backward. How could this be? A collective gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers as they beheld the composed and serene Luo Tian, his figure steadying. Chapter 24, Nangong Yanbang. Chun Tianhao crashed into a nearby spot, his internal energy roiling violently. His eyes glazed over with disbelief. I actually lost. Did he truly just break through? Why is it that my 400 units of vital energy seem to match his strength so closely? What is the reason behind this? Meanwhile, Luo Tian refrained from striking again. That was sufficient. He had nearly gauged his own combat prowess. Without relying on swordsmanship, he should already be on par with a mid-tier martial artist. Against a prodigy like Chun Tianhao, it seemed he could easily secure a decisive victory against an ordinary mid-tier martial artist. If he were to wield the 12th level wind slashing sword, he would likely be regarded as a formidable presence among mid-tier martial artists, capable of contending with those in the late stages. This is the advantage of martial techniques. As long as one's vital energy is not overwhelmingly superior, the depth of comprehension in martial skills can indeed compensate for disparities in combat strength. At this juncture, the elite crowd stood with expressions of astonishment. They had initially believed that Chun Tianhao's 400 units of vital energy were already extraordinary. Yet they never anticipated that Luo Tian, who had just broken into the martial artist realm, would be so overwhelmingly powerful. Sharing a cohort with such a monstrous existence filled them with an inexplicable sense of sorrow. Shall we continue? Luo Tian's voice unexpectedly broke the silence, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. No, I lost. Chen Tianhao's face fell in despondency. Although he had trained in sword techniques against Luo Tian's swordsmanship, praised even by masters, he feared that a duel using his own techniques would result in an even more humiliating defeat. Indeed, you are strong, Luo Tian remarked with a gentle nod, offering a semblance of consolation. Chen Tianhao's countenance darkened. What is he saying? That I am strong? And yet, I was easily defeated by him. Just as he was about to explode in anger, Luo Tian had already turned to leave the classroom. With a resigned sigh, Chen Tianhao pushed himself off the ground, standing up. Wang Xinghao approached, gently patting Chen Tianhao on the shoulder, adopting a tone that belied his age. Little Chen, some talents are simply beyond comprehension. Do not be disheartened. Do not compare yourself to him, for it will only deepen your sense of insignificance. With a swift motion, Chen Tianhao slapped Wang Xinghe's hand away, glaring at him in anger. What do you mean by that? Wang Xinghe shrugged nonchalantly. You should consider yourself fortunate that we exist in the same era, having the opportunity to witness the brilliance of certain prodigies. With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance. Chen Tianhao stood in bewilderment. Should he feel fortunate? Perhaps. In that moment, he suddenly perceived an insurmountable mountain looming before him. Once hailed as a genius by countless admirers, he now felt utterly incapable of surmounting that formidable peak. The elite class of students shared this sentiment, their expressions solemn and their thoughts intricate. They were proud, yet their pride had been ruthlessly shattered by Luo Tian. However, rather than being crushed into despondency, this experience ignited the indomitable spirit within them, soon evolving into a blazing fervor. Before long, everyone began to take action, entering a state of cultivation as if all prior thoughts had been completely erased. Lao Luo, wait for me. Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Xinghe called out, hastening after Luo Tian. Why are you following me? Luo Tian replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. He had just reviewed the method to upgrade the wind-killing sword and intended to wield it 100 times for advancement. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Aren't we all kindred spirits, especially since yesterday? I've already considered you as my beloved friend and brother. You're not trying to hurt my feelings, are you? Despite the claim of hurt, there was no trace of sorrow on Wang Xinghe's face. Luo Tian sighed internally. This fellow was indeed a peculiar character. Preferring silence, he continued on his path. Wang Xinghe, unfazed, threw his arm around Luo Tian's shoulder as they made their way toward the dormitory area. At that moment, a captivating figure approached slowly from the front, her unparalleled beauty drawing the attention of countless onlookers. As they passed, a few individuals halted, staring vacantly ahead. Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe, puzzled, looked up, and a glimmer of joy crossed Luo Tian's eyes, while Wang Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. My goodness, Nangong Yen, my goddess. Lao Luo, I've spotted my goddess. Wang Xinghe exclaimed, suddenly animated, gripping Luo Tian's arm tightly. At that instant, Nangong Yen also noticed them and paused, then strode toward the duo. Oh my, she's coming. My goddess is approaching. Lao Luo, I'm about to be single no more. Wang Xinghe grew even more excited, his face flushing crimson. Is there a possibility that I actually know her? Luo Tian mused leisurely. Wang Xinghe was momentarily stunned, then scoffed. Lao Luo, are you joking? You know her? Do refrain from embellishing your own image, shall you? Luo Tian, disinterested in providing an explanation, was suddenly approached by Nangong Yen, who stood before them. Why didn't you answer the phone? Her voice resonated. Wang Xinghe was momentarily taken aback, his mind a flurry of confusion. However, he soon widened his eyes in realization. Luo Tian, perplexed, retrieved his phone and immediately noticed several missed calls, smiting his forehead in exasperation. I didn't check my phone. To his astonishment, he recognized her. Indeed, he truly knew her. And then, with a snap, Wang Xinghe felt as though he could hear the sound of his own heart shattering. Witnessing Nangong Yan's sorrowful gaze and Luo Tian's callous demeanor. Oh my goodness, his goddess had been ensnared by this scoundrel. By what right does he possess such fortune? You always do this. Nangong Yan's exquisite face was marred by a hint of displeasure. Yet, each of her words and actions struck Wang Xinghe's fragile heart with devastating blows. All right, I admit my fault. I shall call her now. Luo Tian hastily dialed the missed calls, only to be met with the disheartening message that the phone was turned off. It's off, he lamented, raising his hands in defeat. Come with me. We can talk along the way. Nangong Yen nodded gently and began to walk aside. Luo Tian, Resigned followed suit. Wang Xinghe trailed behind, his expression vacant. Lost in his thoughts. I went to the spiritual medicine department to find you, but you weren't there. How is it that you are in the combat department? Along the way, Nangong Yin finally voiced her curiosity. It's a long story, Luo Tian began, but I'll keep it brief. Very well. He succinctly recounted his experiences over the past couple of days. Nangong Yin halted, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Luo Tian. You truly have become the new Demon King? Indeed, I am just as surprised. Luo Tian shrugged. Who could have anticipated that a system, absent for 18 years, would manifest the moment he stepped into the combat department? Moreover, within just 2 days, he had reached heights he had never dared to dream of before. One could only say that the concept of fate is ineffably marvelous. Nangong Yin was astounded. Who was Luo Tian? He was her brother-in-law. When he was merely 8 years old, his parents fell in battle, and the Nangong family took on the responsibility of caring for him. Their bond was profoundly intimate. Luo Tian had always been among the least gifted, and the Nangong family had expended countless resources merely to elevate him to the 7th level of body refinement. This level was insufficient even for entry into the prestigious military academy in Modu. Yet, her father, Nangong Ao, one of the 10 greatest saints of humanity, had opened a backdoor for Luo Tian. However, that was merely a relatively unimportant backdoor to the spiritual medicine department. How was it that Luo Tian had now ascended to become the new Demon King of the combat department? Furthermore, he had achieved an astonishing record of defeating 10 opponents in the class trials. All of this could only be described as miraculous. Chapter 25, Spatial Equipment and Mutated Rats. What exactly has transpired within you? Nangong Yin's gaze suddenly sharpened. The aura of a peak warrior gradually enveloped her, her beautiful eyes shimmering like the glow of dawn, seemingly capable of piercing through Luo Tian. Yet, in an instant, she was taken aback. How is your vitality so high at the initial stage of a warrior? Approaching 400 calories. Although she could not distinctly sense Luo Tian's vitality, she could perceive it within a rough range. Have you heard of the 3-time bone refining? Luo Tian had no intention of concealing the truth. His future in-laws had treated him quite well. After the unfortunate demise of his parents, they had become his family. 3-time bone refining? Isn't that merely theoretical? Wait, you're not a 3-time bone refined warrior, are you? Nangong Yin was momentarily stunned. Last night, the energy of heaven and earth surged violently, and it was said that the chief instructor had intervened. Each generation of the Demon King can obtain the blood of a War King-level ferocious beast through 3-time bone refining. Could that have been the moment? Possessing remarkable intelligence, Nangong Yin quickly connected all the dots, her beautiful eyes gleaming brighter than ever. Brother-in-law, I had no idea you possessed such talent. Nangong Yin was filled with joy. I'm quite surprised too. Luo Tian smiled bashfully. Yet he was fully aware that all of this was attributed to the system. As for his own innate talent, to be honest, it was rather unimpressive. How wonderful. My sister won't have to struggle so much anymore. Come, brother-in-law, let us go. Ecstatic, Nangong Yin grasped Luo Tian's hand and whisked him away like the wind. Brother-in-law? He is her brother-in-law? Does that mean I still have a chance? Hey, wait for me. Wang Xinghe finally snapped back to reality, his vitality surging as he chased after them. Soon, Wang Xinghe arrived at the military parking lot in Magic City, where Nangong Yin drove a modified vehicle, taking Luo Tian away with a flourish. Hey, I'm not in the car yet. Old Luo, Wang Xinghe shouted, but unfortunately, Luo Tian could not hear him at all. Inside the car, Luo Tian felt a peculiar sense of unease, as though he had forgotten something. But he quickly brushed it aside. Yinner, where are we headed? Oh, I was too excited just now. Brother-in-law, I've taken on a task. A local mutated ferocious beast has appeared in Yuqing, and 3 ordinary people have already gone missing, following the dimensional fusion and the revival of spiritual energy. The fauna of Blue Star has also undergone varying degrees of mutation. Institutions such as academies, city defenses, and warrior alliances are all responsible for maintaining the safety of the city. Moreover, sometimes spatial rifts can appear around or even within the city, allowing ferocious beasts to descend from them. Each occurrence of a spatial rift is a catastrophe for a city. Fortunately, the frequency is low and remains within manageable limits. Are you taking me along for this task? Luo Tian was taken aback. Just to witness the ferocious beasts, you've never encountered one, have you? Don't get scared and cry. Nangong Yin replied with a charming smile. Very well, did you bring a sword? Hand me one. Luo Tian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Beasts of malevolence have been humanity's sworn enemies since the dawn of their existence, with animosity between the two sides irreconcilable, leaving only the path of destruction. Even the native mutated beasts exude unparalleled ferocity, preying upon humans at will. Hold on, I will fetch it for you when we disembark. Does my brother-in-law wish to engage in battle as well? Nangong Yin inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I just learned a few sword techniques from my teacher. I wish to put them to the test, came the reply. Very well. With my presence, nothing untoward shall occur, she reassured him with a gentle nod. She understood Luo Tian's mindset. Once a warrior learns martial skills, the desire to validate one's power becomes inevitable. Yet, there was a thought she withheld, fearing it might dampen his spirit. After all, it was merely the second day of school. How much could one truly comprehend of martial techniques, especially swordsmanship? Yuqing lay over 80 kilometers from the capital of magic, and in less than half an hour, Nangong Yin guided Luo Tian to the outskirts of Yuqing. With a slight motion of her delicate hand, a ring upon her finger shimmered momentarily, and a long sword materialized abruptly in the air. Is this spatial equipment? Luo Tian asked, extending his hand to receive the sword she offered, his eyes glinting with envy. Yes, I will have my family send one to my brother-in-law after a while. She replied with a smile, a sentiment she alone dared express. After all, spatial equipment is a rare commodity not easily possessed. Luo Tian nodded in agreement. Possessing such equipment would undoubtedly render any endeavor significantly more convenient. Brother-in-law, be cautious. It is in this vicinity that people from Yuqing have gone missing. Though the city defense forces have conducted numerous searches, they have yet to uncover any trace of the beasts, Nangong Yin warned, producing another longsword. I understand, Luo Tian affirmed, heightening his vigilance. The pair continued their search, but after 2 hours, as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the land, they found no results. Nothing. Nangong Yin halted, a hint of perplexity crossing her face. What lies over there? Luo Tian pointed toward a cluster of dilapidated buildings. That is the former sewage treatment plant. Though it has long been abandoned, she explained. Let us investigate. Agreed. They swiftly entered the sewage treatment facility. Despite its prolonged abandonment, the pungent odor remained potent. The structures sprawled widely, surrounded by numerous derelict sewage processing apparatuses, with vast, convoluted pipelines crisscrossing the area. Wait, I hear something. Nangong Yin suddenly raised her hand, halting Luo Tian and listening intently. Abruptly, she sprang forward with the swiftness of a specter, her longsword transforming into an icy blue hue. Attribute martial technique. Luo Tian's eyes brightened at the sight. Attribute martial techniques are rare treasures, far more precious than ordinary skills. While warriors cannot manifest their vitality externally until they reach mastery, it is possible to infuse their energy into weapons. At this moment, Nangong Yin had already unleashed a sword strike. A wave of icy air sweeping forth as a conduit was cleaved in two. Frost rapidly spread from the breach. A piercing shriek echoed from within the pipe, revealing the presence of mutated rats. Be careful, brother-in-law, Nangong Yin cautioned, her vitality surging as she forcefully shattered a significant portion of the conduit, revealing a rat the size of a domestic pig emerging into Luo Tian's line of sight. At that moment, half of the creature's body was encased in frost, its movements rendered exceedingly sluggish. Nangong Yin swiftly closed the distance, bringing her sword down, and the mutated rat was instantly severed in two. Yet, just then, an enraged chorus erupted, several conduits vibrating simultaneously before bursting open, unleashing a dozen mutated rats, the largest of which was as robust as a calf. A martial artist. Nangong Yin narrowed her exquisite eyes, her aura intensifying. Suddenly, a horde of rats surged toward her, 3 of which diverted their course towards Luo Tian. Brother-in-law, be careful. Nangong Yin's expression shifted with concern. The 3 mutated rats charging at Luo Tian were all at the martial artist level, causing her heart to clench, regretting not having left Luo Tian in the vehicle as planned. Nevertheless, she did not hesitate, pivoting to rush to his aid. Don't worry about me. Just then, Luo Tian's voice rang out. In the next moment, to Nangong Yin's astonishment, Luo Tian stepped forward, charging directly toward the 3 mutated rats. Luo Tian moved with remarkable speed, leaving a flurry of afterimages in his wake. His agility. Nangong Yin's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Though his cultivation level was not high, he was at least in the early stages of mastery. Yet, before she could ponder further, the swarm of mutated rats lunged forward, their mouths agape. accompanied by a foul stench. Instantly, she composed herself, an icy aura enveloping her as she swung her sword, a crystalline blue forming a curtain of blades. Two mutated rats were swiftly decapitated, their severed necks encased in frost, preventing any blood from spilling forth. Meanwhile, Luo Tian executed the Moonshadow Step, swiftly closing in on the three mutated rats. A glint flashed in his eyes as he slightly adjusted his sword, unleashing a surge of sword intent that radiated fiercely. Wind-slashing sword, he silently declared within, his sword slicing forth like a tempest. In an instant, the sound of blades piercing flesh echoed as the fastest rat was riddled with three bloody holes. A shrill cry pierced the air as it crashed to the ground. A streak of sword light followed closely behind, instantly penetrating its skull. Excellent. Out of the corner of her eye, Nangong Yin caught this scene, feeling a surge of admiration within her, yet her astonishment only deepened. If she was not mistaken, that must be the essence of sword intent, a realm only accessible to masters. Why, then, was Luo Tian able to comprehend it despite being merely at the martial artist level? At that moment, a mutated rat of the martial master class lunged toward her, compelling her to suppress her myriad of doubts momentarily as the sword curtain rose once more. Ding! You have slain a mutated rat and obtained a human-level upgrade card. At this juncture, the system notification echoed in Luo Tian's mind, filling him with delight at this unexpected boon. Instantly, his gaze shifted to the other two mutated rats, now brimming with excitement. With a deft step of his Moonshadow technique, he moved like a phantom, effortlessly evading the attacks of the two mutated rats. Then, the aura of slaughter surged again, and the swordlight swept through like a tempest. The two mutated rats, just landing, suddenly had multiple gashes erupting around them, blood gushing forth. Squeak! The two mutated rats screamed in unison, their fear evident as they turned to face Luo Tian. Yet, what awaited them was a dazzling flash of cold brilliance. Their cries abruptly ceased as each rat found a bloody hole in its head. Ding! You have slain a mutated rat and obtained a basic level upgrade card. Another one. One of the two mutated rats had dropped an upgrade card. Though basic, the drop rate was markedly increased. Could it be that slaying yielded a higher drop rate than mere defeat? Luo Tian's interest peaked, as he seemed to finally grasp the system's true utility. In the next moment, a gleam of brilliance ignited in his eyes as he glanced toward Nangong Yin. At that instant, she was deftly maneuvering, evading a barrage of attacks, her longsword emanating an icy chill. Each strike she unleashed claimed the life of a mutated rat. She single-handedly dominated the swarm, exhibiting no trace of pressure. A pang of regret struck Luo Tian. Those could have been upgrade cards. Yinner, I shall aid you. Without further delay, he surged forward toward Nangong Yin like a gust of wind. Be careful, brother-in-law, Nangong Yin exclaimed in surprise, abruptly altering her offensive stance to close in on a mutated rat the size of a calf, forcing it back. Simultaneously, she swept her sword, sending several mutated rats out of the fray, leaving only two behind. As Luo Tian arrived, the sword intent enveloped him, the wind slaughter sword technique reaching its zenith, slicing through the air at a clever angle, leaving a series of afterimages in its wake. In an instant, the two mutated rats were decapitated. Ding! You have slain a mutated rat and obtained a basic level upgrade card. Ding! You have slain a mutated rat and obtained a human level upgrade card. Ha ha! These ferocious beasts are nothing extraordinary. Luo Tian was exhilarated. If he amassed a plethora of upgrade cards, why toil away with daily cultivation? As a player of the game, one should embrace the mindset of a player. Why endure the hardships of training when one could simply upgrade at the press of a button? Luo Tian, filled with unyielding ambition, declared, Yinner, the large one is entrusted to you. I shall handle the rest. However, the brother-in-law cautioned, do not be careless. Nangong Yan's brows furrowed with concern, fearing Luo Tian's overconfidence. Yet, Luo Tian remained undeterred, exhaling confidently, do not worry, I have it covered. System. Utilize both human-level upgrade cards to enhance Moonshadow Step. Ding! 2 human-level upgrade cards consumed. Moonshadow Step upgraded to level 11. In an instant, Luo Tian's agility ascended to a new realm, transcending the pinnacle of minor achievement to enter the domain of major accomplishment, nearing its zenith. He had previously surmised that the upper limit of human-level martial arts was 15 levels, with each 3 levels representing a stage of comprehension. For most, Achieving mastery in a martial art necessitated a significant period of diligent training. However, he was different. He possessed a system that inherently saved him a great deal of time. As long as he had sufficient upgrade cards, he could instantly elevate a martial art to its maximum level, even surpassing its limits. This was the joy of having a cheat. As the upgrade completed, Luo Tian's speed surged dramatically, his movements becoming elusive and unpredictable. Simultaneously, he unleashed the wind-killing sword, slicing through the air with the support of sword intent and a staggering 360 vitality points, targeting the swarm of mutated rats. With his mastery of agility, Nangong Yin was taken aback, but soon felt a surge of joy. The stronger Luo Tian became, the better their chances. His mastery of human-level agility was more than sufficient to confront the current predicament. Nonetheless, to be prudent, she did not leave all the mutated rats to Luo Tian. She engaged 4 of them herself, including one that was as large as a calf. The battle had officially entered a fevered stage. Luo Tian wielded his sword like a tempest, leaving a trail of blood in his wake as he claimed the lives of the mutated rats. Ding, 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 a continuous stream of notifications resonated in his mind, forming a harmonious symphony. 5 minutes later, he had slain 5 more mutated rats, earning 3 human-level upgrade cards and 2 basic-level upgrade cards. Meanwhile, before Nangong Yin, only the calf-sized mutated giant rat remained. Chapter 27, Breaking Limits and Strengthening Direction. Squeak. The isolated mutated giant rat glared with hatred from its small, dark eyes. With a sudden bend of its limbs, it unleashed a terrifying speed toward Nangong Yin. Her expression remained unfazed as her frost-laden sword sliced through the air. Clang! The clash of metal rang out as the mutated giant rat was sent flying. Its sharp claws coated in a layer of frost, hindering its movements. Squeak! An enraged cry erupted as the mutated giant rat pivoted abruptly, racing toward the drainage pipe. Not so fast. Nangong Yan's foot struck the ground, her form akin to lightning as she closed the distance. Her longsword descending to inflict a deep gash across the mutated giant rat's back. However, due to the ice attribute, the creature's blood did not spill forth. Yet, a chilling dread enveloped him, causing his movements to slow dramatically. Nangong Yin spoke no further, unleashing 3 simultaneous strikes. The mutated giant rat screeched in agony, its lifeblood congealing in a frozen state, rendering it incapable of fleeing, its squeaks diminishing until they finally faded into silence. Thus, every mutated rat within the sewage treatment plant was vanquished, and Nangong Yin approached Luo Tian, sword in hand. Meanwhile, Luo Tian's mind was engrossed in contemplation. Name: Luo Tian. Realm: initial stage of martial artist vitality, 360 points mental power. Not yet activated breathing technique. Martial level breathing technique, level 10. Martial skills. Martial level body technique, level 8. Liao Yin Xin Yin Kill, level 3. Crumbling Mountain Palm, level 4. Moonshadow Step, level 11. Windslayer Sword, level 12. Traits: Infinite Stamina, 3. Infinite Vitality, 6. Comprehension, Sword Intent, 10. Upgrade cards. Basic level 4 human level 3 items, none. System: enhance the level of Windslayer Sword. Ding! Consumed 3 human level upgrade cards. Windslayer Sword level increased. Current level 15, maximum limit reached. Would you like to break through the limit? Breakthrough. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Tian's suspicions were confirmed, regardless of rank. The upper limit for human level techniques was indeed 15. Ding! Limit breakthrough in progress for Windslayer Sword. Please select enhancement direction. 1. Sword speed enhancement. 2. Range enhancement. It's not a trait, but rather an increase in the swordsmanship's inherent strength. Luo Tian murmured, recognizing the 2 enhancement directions, one for strike speed and the other for cutting range, both of which were immensely beneficial. After some contemplation, he opted for the first. Ding! Limit breakthrough successful. Windslayer Sword level increased. Current level 16. A flood of insights surged within him, while akin to the previous Windslayer Sword. Luo Tian could distinctly perceive its newfound swiftness, rendering it even more elusive. Regrettably, the basic level upgrade cards had become useless. Luo Tian sighed inwardly, his gaze falling upon the basic level upgrade cards, when suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! 2 basic level upgrade cards can be fused into 1 human level upgrade card. Would you like to fuse? Indeed, how remarkable you are, system. Fuse, fuse. Luo Tian was utterly astonished by this unexpected delight. Ding. Fusion successful. Obtained 2 human-level upgrade cards. Utilizing the upgrade cards to enhance martial-level body technique. Luo Tian commanded decisively. The Moonshadow step required 4 more levels to break through its limit, making current enhancement futile. However, boosting the martial-level body technique would elevate the trait's level, proving to be the most advantageous choice at this moment. Ding. Consumed 2 human-level upgrade cards. Martial-level body technique level increased. Current level 10. Ding. Infinite stamina trait has been enhanced. Current level 5. Luo Tian's physical prowess was augmented, and infinite stamina was elevated. This sequence of events was nothing short of perfect. Regrettably, the sword intent has not been enhanced. It remains at a mere 10, and my vitality has not experienced any immediate growth. After all, such improvements cannot be achieved directly. They require bone tempering and must be refined through personal cultivation. However, this is not a concern. As my foundational physical skills advance and my bodily attributes strengthen, augmenting my vitality will pose little difficulty, though it may consume some time. Brother-in-law. At last, Nangong Yin approached, her beautiful eyes sparkling as they fixed upon Luo Tian. What is the matter? Luo Tian smiled, already harboring a suspicion in his mind. How is it that your martial arts realm is so advanced? I recall you had no prior exposure to martial techniques, and you've only been enrolled for 2 days. It must be that your instructor has just imparted this knowledge to you? Nangong Yin voiced the doubts that lingered in her heart. Moreover, you have even comprehended sword intent. What, exactly, has transpired with you? Indeed, Luo Tian anticipated these inquiries from Nangong Yin. To be honest, he was at a loss as to how to respond. Could he confess to possessing a system, a cheat of sorts? Setting aside whether Nangong Yin would believe him, such a revelation, if exposed, could potentially invite dire consequences. It was not a matter of distrust towards Nangong Yin, but rather that the situation was too fantastical to be divulged. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tian could only offer a vague response. If I were to claim I am a once-in-a-lifetime genius, mastering martial skills with ease and grasping profound insights effortlessly, would you believe me? Indeed. To Luo Tian's astonishment, Nangong Yin nodded solemnly. Before he could express his surprise, she continued, aside from that, there seems to be no better explanation. I have heard that within the Black Blood clan, there are formidable beings capable of soul reincarnation. But surely you cannot be one of them? After all, we have known each other since childhood. Certainly not. But is reincarnation truly a possibility? Luo Tian, himself a transmigrant, found the concept quite extraordinary. He had not anticipated that others could accomplish such feats apart from himself. It must be true, after all. That is what my father informed me. Nangong Yin nodded in agreement. Luo Tian nodded lightly. As one of the 10 holy beings, Nangong Ao would not jest lightly. If he claimed such phenomena exist, then there is a high likelihood of their reality. All right, brother-in-law, let us not dwell on these matters. They are far removed from us. Our task is complete, and we may return. As Nangong Yin spoke, she began to turn away. Very well. Luo Tian stepped forward to follow her. Help! Save me! At that moment, a voice cried out. Both turned abruptly, their gazes directed towards a fractured pipe. They beheld a woman emerging from the breach. Her body smeared with foul remnants. Her expression one of sheer terror. She must have been captured by the mutated giant rat. We must hurry, Nangong Yin exclaimed urgently. Pivoting to approach the woman, Luo Tian hastened to follow, and soon they stood before her. The woman exuded a nauseating stench, but to the two of them, it was of little consequence. Are you martial artists? What about those creatures? As the two approached, the woman trembled and inquired, her gaze sweeping anxiously around her. We are warriors. Those are mutated rats, which we have slain. You are safe now, Nangong Yin softly reassured her, extending her hand as a gesture for the woman to grasp it. The woman was in a half-kneeling position, her body still quivering. Thank you, she stammered, noticing the corpses of the mutated giant rats nearby, her fear dissipating significantly as she slowly raised her hand. However, at that moment, a blinding flash of sword light suddenly appeared, hurtling towards her. Brother-in-law, Nangong Yin exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 28, The Blood Clan Brother-in-Law. The echoes of Nangong Yan's cry reverberated through the abandoned sewage treatment plant. A brilliant beam of sword light swept past her hand, descending instantly to pierce the chest of the woman, who was covered in filth and grime. Ugh! The woman's raised hand froze in midair, her expression one of shock. You. Nan Gongyan's complexion paled drastically as she turned to confront Luo Tian. Yet, Luo Tian swiftly grasped her, retreating rapidly, even leaving the sword embedded in the woman's heart. She is of the Blood Clan. Luo Tian's voice resonated amidst Nan Gongyan's horror. What? Nan Gongyan hastily glanced over, noticing drops of pitch-black blood trickling down the blade of the sword Luo Tian had left behind. Damn it! How could you possibly uncover my identity? I will kill you. The woman suddenly bellowed, her words in the language of the Blood Clan, which Luo Tian could somewhat comprehend. While Nan Gongyan's expression shifted alarmingly, she raised her hand, summoning the long sword into her grasp, a brilliant icy blue light surging forth. At that moment, the Blood Clan woman leapt forward, akin to a gust of wind, her speed unparalleled. As she charged, her hands began to shimmer with a faint black glow. Frostblade. Nan Gongyan's vital energy surged as the terrifying power of a pinnacle warrior erupted, and she struck with her sword. The clash of the woman's hands against the sword produced a resonant sound akin to metal striking metal. A tremendous force erupted, shattering the black glow emanating from the woman's hands, sending her reeling backward. Uft! A mouthful of black blood spewed forth as the woman's vitality waned abruptly. Without a hint of mercy, Nan Gongyan stepped forward, her long sword descending with precision onto the sword still embedded in the woman's heart. Shoo! The woman plummeted to the ground, pinned by the sword, her eyes wide open as torrents of black blood erupted from her mouth, her life force extinguishing in an instant. Ding! Task completed. You have received 1 insight upgrade card. With a sigh of relief, Luo Tian lamented that it was not his kill and thus did not receive an additional upgrade card. It turned out that just as he and Nan Gongyan approached the woman, the system notification had sounded in his mind. Ding! A random task has been issued. Eliminate the infiltrator from the Black Blood Clan. The reward for completing this task is a card for upgrading one's artistic essence. The moment the system's notification sounded, Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. With only 3 individuals present, even a fool would have recognized that there was something amiss with the woman. Stealthily approaching, Luo Tian seized the moment when the woman was most relaxed and struck decisively. His timing impeccable, catching her completely off guard. Otherwise, given the strength she exhibited, even Nan Gongyan would not have been able to slay her so easily. The Black Blood Clan has infiltrated our city, came Nan Gongyan's voice, tinged with a hint of dread. She abruptly turned to Luo Tian, asking, "Brother-in-law, how did you discern that she belonged to the Black Blood Clan?" Luo Tian had long since prepared a response. Shaking his head, he replied, "I do not know, but I sensed an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from her. It was only when my sword pierced her heart and I witnessed the black blood that I realized she was of the Black Blood Clan." Is it a form of heightened perception? Nan Gongyan asked, her brow furrowing. Heightened perception, he explained, is an extraordinary state, akin to a gift that allows one to sense impending danger in advance. As one reaches a certain level, this state becomes more pronounced. "Brother-in-law, it seems you harbor many secrets," Nan Gongyan remarked, her gaze suddenly scrutinizing. Ha. Luo Tian chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. "Have you been pretending all along? You just want to live off me, don't you?" Nan Gongyan teased, stepping closer with her enchanting eyes slightly narrowed. As he gazed at her alluring face, Luo Tian felt an inexplicable shift in the atmosphere. It appeared that Nan Gongyan had just realized the intensity of the moment, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hastily stepped back to create distance. "Let us return to the academy," she declared, quickly turning to mask her embarrassment as she headed towards the vehicle, neglecting to retrieve the long sword still embedded in the chest of the Black Blood Clan woman. "You foolish girl, that is a spirit-level weapon worth millions," Luo Tian exclaimed, using his will to summon the sword into his hand before pursuing her. Not long after, they returned, with Nan Gongyan waving her hand to store the woman's corpse in a spatial device before they departed. The infiltration of the Black Blood Clan into human cities was undoubtedly a significant matter that could not be delayed. It must be reported to the Academy's higher-ups. In less than an hour, the two arrived at the military academy in the magic capital. "The Black Blood Clan?" Ning Anqing inquired, frowning as she regarded Nan Gongyan and Luo Tian with curiosity. "Indeed, Teacher Ning," Nan Gongyan confirmed, waving her hand to reveal the corpse of the Black Blood Clan woman before Ning Anqing. Ning Anqing's gaze sharpened. her previously exquisite features now taking on a grave expression. Well done. You have accomplished a great feat, she commended. After a moment's pause, she added, wait here. I will summon the general. With that, Ning Anqing swiftly dialed Zhao Yidao's number. Within a minute, Zhao Yidao materialized before the trio. Indeed, it is the Black Blood clan. Unexpectedly, they have infiltrated our territory, Zhao Yidao chuckled enigmatically. Ning Anqing, present. Relay the orders. All cities in the magic capital, Yuqing, and surrounding areas are to conduct a blood extraction. Upon discovery of any members of the Black Blood clan, execute them without mercy. Yes. Ning Anqing saluted and swiftly departed. Zhao Yidao's gaze fell upon Nangong Yin and Luo Tian. You both have performed admirably. In my Dragon Nation, rewards and punishments are clearly defined. A third-tier member of the Black Blood clan is comparable to a martial master, and you shall be rewarded with 300 military merits, which translates to 3,000 points in Academy credits, soon to be reflected on your identity cards. Furthermore, the Academy grants you 2 hours in the Vitality Training Room, which you may use at your convenience. Thank you, Chief Instructor. Nangong Yin bowed slightly. Observing this, Luo Tian also expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Chief Instructor. Very well. You may leave. Zhao Yidao waved his hand dismissively. Luo Tian and Nangong Yin bowed and exited. I never anticipated such a reward. Brother-in-law, you can keep all the points. All I desire is the time in the Vitality Training Room, Nangong Yin said, her excitement palpable. The Vitality Training Room was indeed a remarkable place, one that she could not frequently visit due to its exorbitant cost. Each hour of training in the room required 1,000 points. And even though she was at the pinnacle of martial master level, she could not earn that many points from a single mission. It is noteworthy that an hour spent in the Vitality Training Room equated to 10 days of arduous training. Alas, despite its excellent effects, the Vitality Training Room demanded substantial resources, necessitating special blood essence stones to power its formations. Such stones could only be acquired on the front lines, where the realm borders the world beyond the Heavens Pass, a place no longer considered part of the Blue Star. Chapter 29. Brother Tian, you are my true brother. That cannot be. Yinner, let us split the points evenly. Luo Tian declined, noting that he still had 1,000 points in hand and was not in immediate need. All right. If you insist, I will concede. I currently have no use for the points, but you, on the other hand, lack attribute martial techniques, do you not? The Academy offers them, albeit at a steep price. Learning 1 or 2 attribute martial techniques would significantly enhance your combat prowess. In a month, the elite class will participate in the elite trial, where the top talents from the 3 academies will gather. With your current combat strength, it may not suffice to achieve a commendable ranking. Nangong Yin's tone turned serious. Very well, consider it an initial investment on your part. Should you find yourself in need of points in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tian acquiesced. All right, I shall not be overly polite, brother-in-law. I shall head to the Vitality Training Room now. Prepare yourself to join me, for its effects are remarkable. With that, Nangong Yin prepared to depart. Indeed, Luo Tian nodded, already formulating his plans in his mind. As they parted ways and Luo Tian returned to his villa, a dark expression crossed his face upon reaching the entrance. At the entrance of his villa, Wang Xinghe sat on the steps, his expression peculiar, lost in thought. Oh, Brother Tian is back. Upon catching sight of Luo Tian, Wang Xinghe immediately approached with a broad smile. Is there something you need? Luo Tian's forehead was lined with black threads of annoyance. Look at you, what kind of question is that? Can I come to see you if there is nothing on my mind? Our camaraderie is a matter of destiny. Come, let us go inside and talk. Wang Xinghe wrapped an arm around Luo Tian and gestured for him to open the door. With a sigh, Luo Tian muttered, who would cherish your company? He produced a golden identification card to unlock the villa's door, and they entered together. Brother Tian, let us be frank. Do you know why I chose not to go to the Imperial Capital's Divine Martial Academy, but rather to the Military Academy of Magic City? Inside the villa, Wang Xinghe wore a melancholic expression. Before Luo Tian could respond, he answered himself, Indeed, I came for Nangong Yin. When I was 12, I met her once with my father, and from that moment, I knew she was the white moonlight of my heart, while I was destined to be the scarlet mark upon hers. Luo Tian could not suppress a laugh. What is this nonsense? Do you really think Yin would be interested in someone like you? What's so funny? Brother Tian, although you are my elder, you must give me some face. How about this? Introduce me to Nangong Yin and help me in my pursuit. Once I succeed, I, Wang Xinghe will be at your service. Luo Tian rolled his eyes. Are you not aware of the saying that says not to let the fertile water flow into others' fields? Do you understand who she is? Of course I know. The military academy's flower of Magic City, extraordinarily talented, with a strong background. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but my Wang family is also a family of masters, and my father is currently striving to break through to the rank of War King. Once he succeeds, our family's standing will rise significantly, Wang Xinghe declared proudly. Strong background? It seems your knowledge is rather limited, Luo Tian remarked, rubbing his chin. What do you mean? Wang Xinghe was taken aback. Luo Tian revealed. Do you know the full name of one of the 10 saints of humanity, the proud heaven saint? Of course. Isn't it Nangong Ao? Wait, hold on. Wang Xinghe's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you saying that Nangong Yan is the daughter of Nangong Ao? Precisely. The proud heaven saint has 2 daughters. Brother Tian, you are my real brother. I never expected you to be the son-in-law of a saint. No wonder you could access the military academy through connections. I'm impressed. I am thoroughly impressed now. I was puzzled why old Zhao didn't hesitate to give you the War King's blood, which is worth nearly 300 million. But it makes sense. With the means of the proud heaven saint, even 3 billion would be trivial. In comparison to Nangong Yan's identity, it was evident that Luo Tian's connection as the son-in-law of a saint had left Wang Xinghe in a state of shock. However, there was one misconception on his part. Zhao Yidao was unaware that Luo Tian was the son-in-law of Nangong Ao. He merely intended to extend benefits to a talented individual. The ethos of Long Country is such that if one possesses exceptional abilities, the nation is more than willing to invest wholeheartedly in their development. Fully cognizant that the strong are the harbingers of future hope, acceptance is all that is required. Now, I kindly ask you to return to your residence. Luo Tian decisively issued the order to leave. Hey, Tiangu, you can't do this. You haven't promised to introduce me to Nangong Yan yet. What of the saintess's daughter? In the future, I, Wang Xinghe, will undoubtedly attain sainthood. I am not unworthy of her, Nangong Yan. Wang Xinghe protested as he was pushed outside the villa by Luo Tian, his discontent palpable. Enough. Wash up and sleep. Anything can happen in dreams. Luo Tian shut the door, uninterested in further engagement. You scoundrel. Wang Xinghe lamented. Luo Tian. I, Wang Xinghe, will surely achieve sainthood. Just you wait. With that, he stormed off in a huff. Such a fool. Luo Tian shook his head, opting not to return to his room, but instead practicing body techniques in the living room of the villa. The body is fundamental. To swiftly refine one's vital energy and blood, and to rapidly temper one's bones, a strong physique is essential, a truth Luo Tian had long recognized. Martial artist-level body techniques significantly enhance physical qualities with each advancement, and Luo Tian planned to refine his energy and blood only after reaching a higher level of body technique. Of course, he could not neglect the cultivation of attribute martial skills. Once his vital energy improved, he would begin to focus on that aspect. Prior to this, however, Luo Tian needed to comprehend the essence of the various attributes and discern which ones suited him best. Every individual is born with all attributes. Yet not every attribute stands out. Generally, one attribute tends to be stronger while the others remain relatively weaker. It is also not to say that martial skills endowed with attributes are inherently superior. True strength always resides within oneself. Even without the cultivation of any attribute martial skills, there are those who can triumph over higher-level opponents. For the powerful, attribute martial skills are merely a means of attack. Having mapped out his future cultivation path, Luo Tian immersed himself in his training. The following week passed in a blur of training, with only occasional meetings with Nangong Yan for meals. It is worth noting that Wang Xinghe possessed an extraordinary thick skin. He managed to get acquainted with Nangong Yan, yet regrettably, she treated him with indifference, which left him somewhat despondent. Nevertheless, he was the type to persist in the face of repeated failures, never yielding. Each time he encountered Nangong Yan, he would approach her, striving to make a favorable impression. Luo Tian couldn't be bothered with him. Sometimes, Wang Xinghe's antics were so amusing that they embarrassed Luo Tian. As the 8th day arrived, marking 10 days since the commencement of school, Luo Tian finally ceased his practice of body techniques and resolved to head to the Vital Energy Refinement Room. Chapter 30. The terror ascends within the villa. Luo Tian gazed intently ahead, where a futuristic attribute panel floated before him. Name, Luo Tian Realm. Early martial artist vitality. 403 mental power. not yet activated breathing technique. Martial artist level breathing technique, level 20, martial skills. Martial artist level body technique, level 50. Liao Yin Qian Yin Kill, level 3. Crumbling Mountain Palm, level 4. Moon Shadow Step, level 11. Wind Killing Sword, level 16. Traits. Infinite Stamina, 13. Infinite Vitality, 8. Insight. Sword Intent, 20. Upgrade cards, 0 items. None through 8 relentless days of cultivation, Luo Tian's vitality had increased by 43 points. And the level of his breathing technique had ascended to level 20. He had also utilized his Sword Intent card, mastering 20% of the Sword Intent, thereby enhancing the power of his swordsmanship. The most significant improvement, however, was in his body technique, which had broken through the formidable barrier of level 50. At this moment, Luo Tian's physical prowess had reached an extraordinarily abnormal level. He felt confident that, without employing his vitality, he could defeat Chen Tianhao with a single punch. Yet, there were aspects that left Luo Tian somewhat dissatisfied. After breaking through level 30 in body technique, the difficulty of further advancement had multiplied exponentially. It now required an entire hour of practice to gain a single level. Otherwise, after so many days, he would have undoubtedly achieved far more progress. Luo Tian understood this. As one's physical capabilities grew stronger, future cultivation would inevitably become more challenging. The upgrade cards truly were a boon. He closed the attribute panel, reminiscing about his progress. Upon exiting the vitality cultivation chamber and learning the martial techniques, he planned to undertake the task of hunting ferocious beasts. Luo Tian silently resolved to himself, then rose and departed from the villa. The vitality cultivation chamber was located underground in the combat department's office building, and over the past few days, Luo Tian had gathered some information about it. It must be said that while it was indeed expensive, the effects of the cultivation were exceptionally powerful. Arriving at the office building, Luo Tian quickly located the elevator to the underground. Luo Tian. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he heard someone call his name. Turning his head, he recognized an old acquaintance, the instructor from his entrance examination. Hello, Teacher Wu. The instructor, named Wood, was also responsible for this area. Wood nodded. You really have the patience. You waited 7 or 8 days before coming to utilize your 2 hours in the vitality cultivation chamber. Teacher, I spent these past few days refining my body to achieve the best results, Luo Tian replied. Indeed, no wonder Ning Anqing values you so highly. You certainly deserve it. Wood remarked appreciatively, examining Luo Tian. Now, please hand me your identity card. Luo Tian produced his identity card, which Wood took, quickly returning it after making the necessary adjustments. All right, your time has been set. Once you enter the vitality cultivation chamber, insert the card into the slot, and the array will activate automatically. After 2 hours, it will cease operation, and you may exit at that time. Thank you, Teacher Wu. Luo Tian received his identity card, expressed his gratitude, and proceeded towards the vitality training room. Wood nodded with a smile, and then began to operate the screen before him. Soon, an image of a vitality training room appeared. Just as Luo Tian stepped inside, he casually glanced around and immediately spotted a card slot, into which he inserted his identity card. An overwhelming surge of power instantly enveloped the surroundings. It was not merely the energy of heaven and earth, but also a rich and pure vitality force that seemed almost to vaporize. Without further ado, Luo Tian settled into a cross-legged position and began to breathe rhythmically. Indeed, he was truly the new Demon King, praised even by the generals. His absorption speed was extraordinary. Wood gazed at the screen, unable to suppress his admiration. At that moment, it was clear to see that in the vitality training room, the energy of heaven and earth, along with the immense vitality force, was frantically flowing into his body, even forming a small energy vortex around him. Luo Tian resembled a parched river suddenly receiving a torrential downpour, with the cracked riverbed desperately absorbing the precious moisture. Unbeknownst to Wood, at this moment, within Luo Tian, the vitality was rapidly enhancing. As the external vitality force and the energy of heaven and earth entered his body, they swiftly surged towards every bone. The bones, which initially bore only a hint of a brass hue, were rapidly expanding in color, spreading into every corner of each skeletal structure at an astonishing pace. As the transformation of his bones into a brass color continued, Luo Tian's vitality limit was also consistently elevated. Every minute, his vitality increased by 1 card, and the brass hue on his bones became increasingly pronounced. After an hour, Luo Tian's vitality reached 460 cards, with the pace of enhancement unabated. This was the advantage of possessing a robust physique. His vitality limit continuously soared without any signs of instability, allowing Luo Tian to elevate himself to his heart's content. His breathing technique was similarly advancing, with each level gained. The speed at which he refined his bones accelerated. 2 hours passed, and his breathing technique reached level 28, while his vitality climbed to 526 cards. With nearly all his bones transformed into a brass color, glimmering softly. Once the time elapsed, the array in the vitality training room automatically shut down, and Luo Tian's rate of enhancement suddenly slowed. Taking a deep breath, he concluded his training, stood up, and glanced at his attribute panel. He remained at the early stage of a warrior, but was now on the cusp of the mid-stage. It was unfortunate that one more hour would have assured his breakthrough into the mid-stage. However, the thought of needing 1,000 points for that extra hour made him abandon the idea, as he still had martial skills to cultivate. Although he currently possessed 4,000 points, quality martial skills were not inexpensive. After stowing away his identity card, Luo Tian exited the vitality training room. "How do you feel? How much has your vitality increased?" Wood inquired with a smile. "I'm almost at the limit of the early stage," Luo Tian replied. Luo Tian did not conceal anything. Wood could undoubtedly discern the intensity of his vital energy at a glance, yet he chose not to do so. After all, martial artists harbor their own secrets, and prying into them is a profound disrespect. Of course, with Wood's level of cultivation, he could only sense a rough range, lacking precision. It is only upon reaching the realm of a master, when one has developed their spiritual power, that everything becomes transparent. Indeed, it appears that by the time of the trial, you will have firmly entered the mid-stage of a martial artist, Wood expressed with genuine admiration. Luo Tian smiled and nodded, offering his apologies before departing the underground arena. Initially intending to return to his villa, Luo Tian's attention was captured as he passed by the martial arts arena. There, Wang Xinghe, covered in wounds, held a long spear that trembled slightly in his grasp. Opposite him stood a young man, of similar age, wielding a broad blade and observing him with an air of nonchalance. "Wang Xinghe, it seems you have made no progress during this time. You were already at a disadvantage. And now the gap between us has widened further," the young man's disdainful voice echoed. "Gap? Huh. Ding Fei, you have 100 calories more vital energy than I do, and after all this time, you still haven't managed to defeat me. How dare you stand there and act so superior?" Wang Xinghe retorted with a cold chuckle. When it comes to verbal sparring, he had never conceded defeat to anyone. Indeed, upon hearing this, the nonchalant expression on Ding Fei's face gradually faded, replaced by a glimmer of menace in his eyes. "You remain as stubborn as ever. Very well. I had intended to play with you, but it seems unnecessary now." With a flourish of his broad sword, Ding Fei proclaimed arrogantly. "Play? How absurd!" Wang Xinghe exclaimed, stepping forward as his spear transformed into a dragon, darting towards Ding Fei like a meteor. "Useless." A hint of disdain flashed in Ding Fei's eyes as he wielded his heavy broad sword with remarkable agility. The clamor of metal clashing resonated throughout the arena. On one side of the martial arts arena, a group of proud young men and women observed the scene, their expressions tinged with disdain. "I bet Ding Fei will take him down in 10 seconds. 10 seconds? Do you underestimate Ding Fei's 430 calories of vital energy? I bet 3 seconds. Is this what the military might of Magic City looks like? I believe Ding Fei could single-handedly defeat them all. Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao are probably the strongest among them, but alas, they are still no match for Ding Fei. Scoundrels!" The students from the elite military class glared furiously at their comments. "Oh, what's wrong? Not pleased? Would you care to have a match?" The group of young men and women cast indifferent glances toward them. "Let us fight, if you dare. You think I'm afraid of you, you scoundrels from Shenwu?" One of the elite students shouted defiantly. "Calm down." Chen Tianhao raised his hand to restrain him. "These individuals are not weak. Their vital energy is at least 400 calories or above. You are not their match." The elite class student, momentarily halted, displayed a subtle change in expression, ultimately resorting to gritting his teeth in silence. "Ha ha, it seems not all of you are inept. Chen Tianhao, you possess a modicum of intelligence," laughed the group from Shenwu, their mockery unabashedly evident in their words. "Step down." At that moment, a thunderous shout echoed through the arena. On the martial arts stage, Ding Fei swung his broad sword in a sweeping motion, an overwhelming aura surging forth. Wang Xinghe attempted to block with his spear, but but a sudden and formidable force erupted, sending him hurtling backward. Thud! In midair, Wang Xinghe violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily among his fellow elite classmates. They quickly reached out, their vital energy surging to catch him securely. Cough, cough. Wang Xinghe, drenched in sweat, found himself overwhelmed by the recent collision, his qi roiling within him. And upon being caught, he erupted into a fit of intense coughing. Ah, ineptitude is eternally ineptitude. Wang Xinghe, I could suppress you before, and I can do so again. Ding Fei strode to the edge of the martial arts arena, looking down at Wang Xinghe with a condescending gaze. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? Suppress me? I have no fondness for men. Wang Xinghe retorted fiercely, breaking free from his classmates, his spear spinning as he prepared to charge again. Ding Fei's expression darkened. Is that truly what I meant? This is a fight. Can we not take it seriously? Wang Xinghe, do not act impulsively. You cannot defeat him. Chen Tianhao raised his hand to restrain Wang Xinghe. Wang Xinghe shot a venomous glare at Chen Tianhao. Aren't you incapable as well? Why are you stopping me? If I cannot win, I must still fight, or else they will think my martial prowess is non-existent. Chen Tianhao was taken aback, falling into silence as he slowly withdrew his arm. Wang Xinghe disregarded him, stepping forward to charge out. Enough. What has become of you all? Still intent on fighting? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, causing the elite student's eyes to brighten with recognition. Old Luo, Wang Xinghe exclaimed with delight. In that instant, all gazes turned toward a single direction, where Luo Tian, clad in standard military camouflage, approached steadily. Cough, cough. Wang Xinghe suddenly began to cough violently, spewing a large amount of blood onto the ground, his complexion turning pale as he became exceedingly weak. Wang Xinghe, what is wrong with you? Hold on. His classmates panicked, utterly bewildered by his sudden decline, as he had seemed quite capable just moments before. Luo Tian's lips twitched slightly, while others may not have perceived it. He immediately discerned that Wang Xinghe was merely putting on an act. Indeed, he was even winking at him, his demeanor utterly shameless. Feeling a headache coming on, Luo Tian hastened to Wang Xinghe's side. Old Wang, do not frighten me. Old Luo, take revenge. Wang Xinghe raised a trembling hand, pointing unsteadily toward the martial arts arena. Ding Fei furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion and skepticism flickering in his eyes. Had he truly become so formidable as to render Wang Xinghe in such a grievously wounded state? Rest assured, I shall avenge you. Luo Tian's eyes brimmed with sorrow and indignation as he abruptly turned to Ding Fei and inquired, Who are you? Why strike with such ferocity? The renowned martial artist of the imperial capital, Ding Fei. Ding Fei replied nonchalantly, In a contest of skill, injuries are inevitable. If you seek revenge, feel free to come forth. I, Ding Fei, welcome all challengers from the military academy. Arrogance. This was the sole impression Ding Fei's words left upon the onlookers, igniting fury among the students of the Magic City Military Academy. Yet, they were utterly powerless. Very well. Luo Tian, still seething with rage, turned to a fellow student. Lend me your sword. The student swiftly handed over his long sword to Luo Tian. How impoverished are you military types that you must borrow a sword? Ding Fei scoffed. Come at me with your life. Ignoring the taunt, Luo Tian charged onto the martial arts arena, wielding the long sword with reckless abandon. Ding Fei's disdain deepened as he raised his broad sword to shield his head. Clang! The long sword struck down, sending sparks flying. With such skill, you dare to claim you will avenge Wang Xinghe? Ding Fei's voice resonated with a chilling calm, but suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of horror. A shadowy voice echoed in his ear, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a leg aimed at his vital area. Instinctively, Ding Fei clamped his legs together. Yet, it was evidently too late. A searing pain shot through him, forcing him to bend over, tears streaming down his face. Bastard! Ding Fei howled. 1,000-year kill. But a sinister voice rang out from behind him. The broadsword slipped from Ding Fei's grasp, and in an instant, he straightened, his expression one of utter despair. How could he be so swift? Ding Fei began to descend toward the ground, his mind echoing that singular question. Thud! He collapsed, his body curling up. Clatter! His broadsword fell beside him, lying in stark contrast to his fallen form. Chapter 32. The Military Academy. You have gone too far. The sudden turn of events left everyone speechless. The once imperious Ding Fei now lay on the ground, his face contorted in agony. Chen Tianhao instinctively squeezed his legs together, nightmarish visions swirling in his mind. Luo Tian stepped forward, Faced with an adversary who had temporarily lost their fighting spirit, he felt compelled to deliver a final blow. In the next moment, Luo Tian's foot came crashing down upon Ding Fei's face. Bastard! Ding Fei felt a profound humiliation, his anguished shouts barely audible, unheard by anyone. Helplessly, he sensed that the lower half of his body had become utterly unresponsive, as if it no longer belonged to him. Do you feel it now? The taste of injury. What should one do? Luo Tian lowered his head, gazing at Ding Fei. Let me go? Ding Fei's eyes were bloodshot. You bastard, release Ding Fei. At last, a student from the Divine Martial Academy reacted, stepping forward, his figure suddenly charging onto the combat arena. Luo Tian turned. What are you doing? Are you looking for a brawl? The individual halted, frozen in place, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of elite martial students, a chill running down his spine. What a joke. There are 8 of us, and dozens of martial students here. A brawl? That's courting death. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Could you please release Ding Fei? The newcomer's demeanor underwent a dramatic shift. How can that be? Look at our classmate, he's gravely injured. I must ensure he experiences the pain of severe injury himself. Luo Tian pointed at Wang Xinghe. Wow. Wang Xinghe obediently spat out a mouthful of blood. See, he's bleeding again. How pitiful. You bastard. Luo Tian withdrew his foot from Ding Fei's face and delivered a forceful kick to his rear. Ugh. Ding Fei closed his eyes in agony, feeling as though the entire world had turned gray. He opened his mouth, attempting to scream, but suddenly, Luo Tian's foot pressed down on his face, stifling his words. You. The newcomer was furious, ready to explode. But upon noticing the dozens of piercing gazes around him, he faltered. What do you want? He asked helplessly. Compensation. Luo Tian declared without hesitation, gesturing to Wang Xinghe. Cough. Coughed. Wang Xinghe hurriedly spat out another spray of blood. It was quite a challenge, nearly exhausting him. This is too much. The newcomer was seething with rage. This is utterly absurd. I've never heard of compensation in martial arts sparring. It's a complete insult to our Divine Martial Academy. What? You unwilling? Then fine, step aside, and I shall inflict the same grievous injury upon him. Luo Tian frowned, lifted his foot, and brought it down again, targeting the same spot. Oh ho ho ho. Ding Fei emitted a bizarre cry of distress. Bang! Another kick, and Ding Fei's eyes rolled back. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he raised his hand. I will compensate. Luo Tian paused, once more placing his foot on Ding Fei's face, producing his phone. Transfer the funds, quickly. Ding Fei trembled as he retrieved his phone. Scanning it. How much? You decide. How much do you think old Wang's life is worth? He is on the brink of death, Luo Tian replied calmly, retracting his foot from Ding Fei's face. Please, don't. Ding Fei, terrified beyond measure, gritted his teeth and entered a series of numbers, completing the transfer in an instant. Oh, quite wealthy, 500,000. All right, since your attitude is so sincere, I shall reluctantly spare you. The student from Xinwu who charged onto the martial arts arena watched in disbelief as fury consumed him. He stepped forward and attempted to assist Ding Fei, only to be met with the same fate. Be gentle, please. Ding Fei descended from the arena, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing Ding Fei's tragic state ignited a blaze of anger among the other students of Xinwu. The one who had helped Ding Fei swiftly turned and leaped back onto the arena. I, Guiyang, challenge all in the military arts. Guiyang summoned a battle blade into his grasp with a flourish. Shadow strike. Luo Tian's figure abruptly blurred, transforming into a series of afterimages as he swiftly closed the distance to Guiyang. Are you still daring to use this technique? Guiyang seethed, recalling how Ding Fei had been caught off guard. With a surge of power, he swung his battle blade downward. A cold smirk plastered across his face as he gazed at Luo Tian. He was confident that once Luo Tian's foot landed in his domain, his blade would sever it without hesitation. However, to his astonishment, Luo Tian's foot halted midair. Guiyang's full-force strike landed on nothing but empty space. Wind slaughter sword. In the next moment, he was engulfed by a flurry of sword shadows, sharp pains piercing his chest and shoulders. Looking down, he discovered 3 gaping wounds on his body, blood streaming profusely from them. The icy blade pressed ominously against his throat. You have lost. Guiyang attempted to speak, but Luo Tian's calm voice resonated in his ears. Guiyang, what are you doing? This is outrageous. He cheated. The students of Xinwu erupted in a chaotic uproar. Moments ago, they had been brimming with confidence, yet now 2 of their own had been defeated, leaving them reeling from the psychological blow. Compensate. Luo Tian ignored the clamoring Xinwu students and spoke indifferently. Guiyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Compensate for what? Your classmate brutally attacked mine. Shouldn't you be compensating for him? Luo Tian's tone remained impassive. Coughing violently, Wang Xinghe spat blood and weakly shouted, "Old Luo, eliminate him. A life for a life." The elite class students exchanged complex glances, now understanding why Wang Xinghe had been spitting blood earlier. It had all been part of a calculated plan. Are you devils? Demanding a life for a life? Do you wish to die? Luo Tian interjected at the opportune moment, a surge of immense power erupting from his sword. Stop. I'll pay. Guiyang, terrified, realized the severity of the situation. A blade through the throat could indeed be fatal. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and initiated a transfer. 500,000 received. His swift actions left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Thank you. Luo Tian revealed a seemingly harmless smile before unceremoniously kicking Guiyang off the martial arts arena. A familiar system notification rang out. Ding. Defeated a martial artist. Obtained a human-level upgrade card. Without hesitation, Luo Tian utilized the system to upgrade his Moonshadow Step. Instantly, the level of Moonshadow Step ascended to 12, reaching the pinnacle of its potential, on the verge of perfection. Guiyang. At that moment, the students of Xinwu caught Guiyang and turned to glare fiercely at Luo Tian in the arena. You from Zhenwu are being excessively arrogant. What of it? When did it become your turn, Xinwu, to act so brazenly against us? In the face of the wrath of Xinwu's students, Luo Tian's voice remained calm. The Xinwu students were momentarily stunned. The Zhenwu students, on the other hand, were filled with excitement, their earlier frustration completely replaced by exhilaration. What? Not convinced? Then come on up. Coincidentally, my other classmate has sustained some injuries. Luo Tian glanced at Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao tensed up, and blood involuntarily trickled from the corner of his mouth. The Zhenwu students twitched at the corners of their mouths. Birds of a feather flocked together. Chen Tianhao, you have truly fallen. Wang Xinghe cast an appreciative glance at Chen Tianhao. Look at the severity of his injuries. Come on, today. Every single one of you from Xinwu must pay for my classmates' medical expenses. The Xinwu students fell silent. When it came to face, they conceded defeat. However, could they not act so theatrically, truly believing they were fools or easy marks? Yet, if they refrained from stepping up, wouldn't that be a disgrace? They fancied themselves as prodigies, having specifically come to Zhenwu to stir trouble. If they were to be intimidated now, not only would they lose face, but Xinwu would also be embarrassed. They could hardly envision the scene upon returning to Xinwu, where the cries of "everyone hunt them down" would seem rather fitting. Who would have thought that Zhenwu had someone like you? At that moment, a voice emerged from among the Xinwu students. It was a woman, the only female among the Xinwu cohort. She was strikingly beautiful, her gaze sharp, and her face bore a veneer of icy frost. Everyone turned to her, including Luo Tian. Unfazed, she spoke coolly. Did you not hear his words? He invited you all to join him. Are you afraid? The expressions of the Xinwu students shifted subtly. And in the next moment, contrary to their usual demeanor, they leaped onto the martial arts arena. Suddenly, 5 more individuals joined the fray. All of Xinwu, except for the defeated Ding Fei and Guiyang, stood atop the platform. What are you doing? You rascals, are you planning to gang up on him? The Zhenwu students could no longer hold back, leaping onto the stage, their blood surging, a terrifying aura erupting. Even Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao appeared vigorous, showing no signs of injury. The faces of the Xinwu students changed once more. At this moment, the woman spoke again, casting a faint, disdainful glance at Luo Tian. What is this? Are your words mere empty promises? Her voice carried an undercurrent of mockery. Your provocation is rather juvenile. Luo Tian shot her a sidelong glance before turning to Wang Xinghe and the others. Hey, what are you all doing? Step aside. I wish to confront them alone. The members of Xinwu were seething with rage. However, before they could erupt, Luo Tian added, Hurry up, you 2 injured ones. Why are you making a fuss? Take them away, quickly. The veins on the foreheads of the Xinwu members throbbed. Were these truly the injured? Especially when they saw Wang Xinghe, upon hearing Luo Tian's words, lean precariously into a girl's embrace. Their frustration reached a boiling point. Chen Tianhao followed suit, blood trickling more profusely from the corner of his mouth. His body collapsing in weakness, prompting a fellow student to quickly steady him. You bastards, do you take us for fools? At last, the students of Xinwu could no longer contain their fury, erupting in loud protest. Enough. Everyone stepped back. Luo Tian waved his hand, and the group of martial students finally assisted the two injured ones away from the arena. Come now, everyone. You should be grateful to me, otherwise I would truly fear for your inability to compensate should my remaining students be accidentally harmed. Luo Tian turned to face the five surrounding him. Grateful my foot. One male student shouted angrily, charging forward with a gleaming longsword. Simultaneously, the other four wasted no time, unleashing their own attacks, swiftly closing in on Luo Tian. Instantly, the arena was filled with surging energy, the atmosphere charged with fervor. Luo Tian remained unfazed. These individuals were not weak, likely on par with Qin Tianhao. However, to Luo Tian, they were simply insufficient. With a decisive step, he activated the pinnacle of the Moonshadow Steps, his form vanishing like a specter. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The five attacks missed their mark, leaving behind scars on the arena floor. Where's he? The five paused, exchanging bewildered glances. Too weak. But just then, Luo Tian's voice echoed, causing all to turn in shock. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing within their encirclement. As they turned, a gust swept beneath him, and his legs moved in a blur. Three Shenwu students suddenly bent over, their weapons clattering to the ground, tears streaming down their faces. Bastard! Damn it! The remaining two regained their composure, stepping back and unleashing a flurry of sword shadows in the air. 1,000 years kill. Triple strike. However, Luo Tian had already shifted to another position, rendering their attacks futile. By the time the two realized, their three comrades had straightened up, as if struck by a high-voltage shock, collapsing to the ground. Regretful tears scattered through the air. Bastard, is this all you can do, resorting to such despicable tactics? The last two, infuriated, bellowed, their eyes fixed firmly on Luo Tian. To speak frankly, they were somewhat intimidated. In the blink of an eye, their three companions were utterly annihilated. Such prowess was hardly inferior to that of the sole woman who accompanied them. Cunning? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Then let us engage in a fair contest. With a swift motion, he twirled his longsword, unleashing a cascade of sword shadows that erupted with unparalleled speed, dazzling to the eyes. What? The two widened their eyes, and before they could react, they found themselves enveloped by the sword shadows. They frantically brandished their weapons, attempting to fend off the onslaught. Yet, in an instant, the myriad sword shadows vanished, and Luo Tian's voice thundered in their ears. Watch out, a sneak attack. The two, horrified, looked down only to see a shadow dart past their legs, an excruciating pain engulfing their bodies, forcing them to double over involuntarily. 1,000-year kill. A voice echoed from behind, uttering those three faint words. A chill ran down their spines, their hearts soaring. This was the truest expression of their inner turmoil. Before them, flowers seemed to bloom. The indescribable agony struck at their very souls, and the immense vitality within them was rendered utterly inaccessible in that moment. They could only watch helplessly as they made the closest of contacts with the ground. See, I warned you. Was that not fair enough? Regrettably, you still could not defend yourselves, sighed Luo Tian. The two felt on the brink of collapse. Soon after, they sensed two kicks, the blossoming flowers withering instantly, their bodies propelled forward to crash before the earlier trio. A family must indeed remain united. Luo Tian smiled. Standing at the center of the martial arts arena, sunlight cascading down, his figure towering in the eyes of the elite class students. Simultaneously, the system notification echoed persistently in Luo Tian's mind. Ding. 3 distinct chimes, yielding 2 human-level upgrade cards and 1 basic-level upgrade card. Demon King Luo Tian. Someone suddenly shouted with exhilaration. In the next moment, everyone joined in a chorus, their voices resounding. Demon King Luo Tian. Demon King Luo Tian. The roar reverberated, waves of sound engulfing the martial arts arena. Chapter 34. Stay still, beware of losing your life. Luo Tian raised a hand, and instantly, the raucous cheers ceased, falling into an orderly silence as if they were trained soldiers. This scene left the sole surviving female student of the Divine Martial Academy utterly astounded. What remarkable cohesion! The Demon King of this military academy was indeed a surprise to her. It is worth noting that even the one she followed, known as the strongest son of the Divine Martial Academy in a decade, lacked such magnetism. Indeed, the Demon King resides in the Magic City's Military Academy, the Divine Son in the Imperial Capital's Martial Academy, and the Holy Son among the 4 saints of Tiannan. These 3 titles nearly epitomize the strongest of the new generation from the top 3 academies. Luo Tian paid no heed to the woman, instead approaching the 5 still writhing in agony, pulling out his phone. "Ladies and gentlemen, kindly cover the medical expenses." The 5, paralyzed by pain, turned to Luo Tian, gazing at him as though he were a demon. "Honor may be taken, but not insult," a voice filled with fury declared. "Oh, is that so?" Luo Tian chuckled, lifting his foot to deliver a forceful stomp upon the man's rear. "Ah!" Instantly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed, breaking the silence like a shattering glass. "Huai Weiing, how long will you wait?" At last, he could no longer contain himself and bellowed. Among the group of divine warriors, the sole remaining woman raised an eyebrow, her figure suddenly appearing directly before Luo Tian. "Money, I shall provide." A voice, cool and detached, resonated. Luo Tian retracted his foot and, without a hint of mercy, kicked the 5 individuals out of the combat arena, disregarding their anguished cries as he raised his phone. "Chengwei, 2,500,000. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Huai Weiying's eyes, and with a shift in tone, she added, "However, whether you can claim it depends on your capabilities." "Oh." Luo Tian's interest was piqued. "Then with you included, it amounts to precisely 3 million. The moment the words left his lips, Luo Tian hurled his phone high into the air, his vitality surging violently. "Central Gate." A soft command escaped his lips as he extended his hand like a claw, aiming directly at Huai Weiying's vital points. "Scoundrel!" Huai Weiing seethed with rage, a long sword materializing in her grasp, emanating a terrifying aura of sharpness. "A terrestrial-grade weapon. TSK, I hadn't anticipated you to be a wealthy individual as well." Luo Tian clicked his tongue, retracting his palm. There was no alternative. Huai Weiing had already unleashed her sword, and to withdraw now would risk losing a finger. Naturally, he did not cease his assault. The wind-killing sword surged with power, his terrifying comprehension at level 16 igniting. In that fleeting moment, the speed of the sword reached its zenith. A flicker of alarm crossed Huai Weiying's beautiful eyes as she hurriedly swung her sword. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, Huai Weiing felt her long sword besieged by dozens of strikes, her formidable 500 points of vitality rendering her unable to maintain her hold, causing the terrestrial-grade sword to slip from her grasp and embed itself forcefully into the ground beside her. The cold blade rested against her fair neck, and the myriad of sword shadows vanished without a trace. Huai Weiing stood frozen, her eyes filled with disbelief. "I lost." She appeared almost incredulous, her mouth whispering the words. She had yet to comprehend how she had been defeated. After all, she was a mid-stage warrior, with a vitality of 500 points, wielding a terrestrial-grade longsword. How could she have succumbed so easily? Slap. At that moment, Luo Tian extended his hand to catch the falling phone from the sky, placing it before Huai Weiying's eyes. "Chengwei, 3 million. Finally, Huai Weiing came to her senses, her icy gaze fixed intensely on Luo Tian, with murderous intent sparking. "What? Do you intend to renege on the debt?" Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, slowly advancing, his gaze fixed upon the fullness of Huai Weiying's chest. "It is not out of the question. In 18 years, I have yet to encounter such a place, which has indeed piqued my curiosity." "You shameless!" Huai Weiing panicked, her cold demeanor fracturing. "Do not move, or you may lose your life." Ro Tian grinned widely, the blade of his sword slicing through Huai Weiying's delicate neck, crimson blood gushing forth. "Stop, I'll give it to you." Huai Weiying's body trembled, clearly infuriated. "Then come at me." Ro Tian stood firm, his expression returning to calm indifference. Huai Weiying silently retrieved her phone, transferring 3 million. The moment the funds arrived, Ro Tian delivered a powerful kick, sending her flying, her astonished gaze following her descent as she crashed heavily outside the arena. "This is the military capital. It's not a place for you mere novices to flaunt yourselves. Next time, I'll break your legs." Ro Tian's voice rang out, and without a glance at the gathering of martial artists, he leaped down from the arena. "Ha ha! Old Ro, you're spectacular." Wang Xinghe reluctantly rose from the embrace of a female student, bursting into laughter. The elite class looked on, exhilarated by Ro Tian's display. "Mediocre. Mediocre." Ro Tian waved his hand dismissively. "I've gathered 4 million. Come, everyone gets 10 points. My gratitude to the esteemed students of the Divine Martial Academy for their sponsorship." "Hey, old Ro, what are you doing?" "That's my medical fee," Wang Xinghe exclaimed, eyes wide. "4 million just like that? Enough with the theatrics. You know your situation better than anyone. We are a collective. Take these 10 points to bolster your vitality, lest you find yourselves humiliated again. Ro Tian cast a sidelong glance at Wang Xinghe, who looked embarrassed. There was no denying that this batch of divine martial students was formidable. With even the weakest nearly matching Chen Tianhao, the others gazed on with deep appreciation. This was their generation as champion, a true ally. In that moment, Ro Tian held an immensely significant place in the hearts of all the elite class. Hua Yueying and her companions left in dejection, not even daring to glance back. Yet their hearts seethed with indignation. This young man certainly knew how to win hearts. In the combat department's office building, Zhao Yidao wore a faint smile. To be honest, he had been observing since the arrival of the divine martial students, though he had chosen to remain uninvolved. Such occurrences were commonplace. The three top academies did not oppose their students challenging one another, seeing it as a form of healthy competition. He probably hasn't even exerted his full strength, Ning Anqing remarked, standing beside Zhao Yidao. Indeed, Zhao Yidao nodded lightly, then inquired, "Was that swordsmanship imparted by you?" "Yes." Ning Anqing's beautiful eyes sparkled. "I never imagined that in just a few days, he would surpass me, wielding high-tier martial techniques to the level of spiritual mastery, outdoing even the founder." "Enough. There are many geniuses," Zhao Yidao waved dismissively. "But I must admit, I didn't anticipate the caliber of this year's new students at Divine Martial to be so high. It appears we can no longer allow them to develop in isolation. What does the general imply?" "Special training." Zhao Yidao uttered two words in a nonchalant manner. Simultaneously, on the martial arts arena, Luo Tian and others had just finished dividing their spoils when Zhao Yidao's voice resonated above them. "All members of the martial arts class, assemble." Chapter 35. Are you truly just surviving? In the martial arts classroom, a group of elite students arrived with puzzled expressions. "Old Luo, how strong have you become now? You've been practicing daily. Your progress must be substantial." Wang Xinghe inquired, draping an arm over Luo Tian's shoulder. Beside them, Chen Tianhao leaned in, his full attention focused on the pair. "Stronger than you," Luo Tian replied dismissively. "Well, that's obvious. I just want to know to what extent your strength has grown." Wang Xinghe responded, exuding an air of entitlement. "Perhaps I could take on 20 or so Chen Tianhaos," Luo Tian mused quietly. "What? Am I now a unit of measurement?" Chen Tianhao exclaimed, taken aback. "Wow, that truly is impressive. You are 10 times stronger than me. With someone like Chen, I could manage at most too," Wang Xinghe marveled. "Hey, Wang Xinghe, are you looking for a fight?" Chen Tianhao retorted, clearly agitated. "What do you mean? Comparing everyone to me? You're not my match." Wang Xinghe waved his hand dismissively, completely unfazed by Chen Tianhao's almost murderous glare. However, before tensions could escalate, Zhao Yidao and Ning Anqing entered the martial arts classroom, and an immediate hush fell over the room. "What does old Zhao intend to do?" Wang Xinghe whispered. "I have no idea." Luo Tian shook his head. At that moment, Zhao Yidao's gaze suddenly locked onto them, causing both to shudder. Luo Tian shot a fierce glare at Wang Xinghe, as if to say, "Damn it, you've put me in this position." Wang Xinghe looked innocent. "I didn't do anything. Don't say such things." "Luo Tian, step forward." Zhao Yidao's calm voice called out. Luo Tian's heart raced as he approached and stood before Zhao Yidao. "Chief Instructor." Zhao Yidao's expression darkened. "Stand behind me. You're blocking my view." "Oh right. My apologies." Luo Tian quickly shifted, internally rolling his eyes. "If you had mentioned it sooner, I would have known to stand behind you. Please remember for next time." Once Luo Tian was settled, Zhao Yidao spoke with a dispassionate tone. "You lot are a bunch of useless fools." The group froze, taken aback by his words. Luo Tian silently applauded Zhao Yidao's straightforwardness. He had the decency to exclude himself before reprimanding others. "Ah, the loneliness of invincibility." Luo Tian mused with a faint sigh. "What? You all feel defiant?" Zhao Yidao chuckled derisively. "You nearly got overwhelmed by a single opponent from the divine martial arts. What else could you be but useless?" With these words, the remnants of anger that lingered among the crowd dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of despondency. "Enough, everyone lift your heads. Reflect on how you lost today and how to reclaim your strength in the future. In the forthcoming 20 days, you shall undergo intensive training, each receiving a quota of 1,000 points to exchange for resources at will." The crowd rejoiced. 1,000 points was indeed exhilarating. However, Zhao Yidao's subsequent words nearly incited their ire. Naturally, As a consequence of this advance, you will be required to repay the academy with 1,500 points. The students were left utterly speechless, incredulous at the sheer audacity of such terms. Luo Tian, who had previously thought that if a mere insult could earn him 1,000 points, he would gladly endure it, suddenly felt content with his current situation upon hearing the latter statement. Enough with your objections. The school will not entertain them. Starting tomorrow, Teacher Ning will oversee your intensive training, and the points will be credited tonight. Let us hope that after 20 days, you will show marked improvement. Zhao Yidao declared before preparing to depart. Chief Instructor, what about me? Luo Tian inexplicably inquired. You? Zhao Yidao cast a casual glance. If you have no pressing matters, feel free to visit the 4 saints of Tiannan and the Divine Martial Academy in the capital. Observe their saints and demigods. Of course, if you're unable to do so, don't force yourself, know your limits. As he turned to leave, Zhao Yidao seemed to recall something and added, oh, and practice your legs. Otherwise, should you fail to perform well during the trials, you may miss the opportunity to train for a while. What a blatant threat. Luo Tian's anger surged. You truly are insufferable. Yet, recognizing the overwhelming circumstances, he begrudgingly swallowed his resentment. As for visiting the 2 prestigious academies, he had no intention of considering it, for the risk of drawing unwanted attention was too great. With Zhao Yidao gone, Ning Anqing exchanged a few words about preparing for the next day's training before departing, leaving the elite class students wallowing in self-pity within the martial arts classroom. Luo Tian, deep in thought as he exited the classroom, failed to notice Ning Anqing ahead and collided straight into her. Are you ambushing me? Ning Anqing narrowed her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing him. No, I wasn't. I simply wasn't paying attention. Luo Tian stammered, glancing around furtively, relieved no one was observing them. Huh, Ning Anqing shrugged it off. Where are you headed? I plan to test my attributes. I intend to practice attribute martial skills, Luo Tian replied honestly. Sounds good. Ning Anqing nodded. Attribute martial skills are quite challenging to cultivate, but for you, it should pose no significant obstacle. I'll accompany you. I am curious to see which aspect of yours stands out. Does being quite large count? Luo Tian replied with a bashful grin. Really? Ning Anqing chuckled mischievously, her eyes sparkling with fervor. Luo Tian was taken aback, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. He hastily cleared his throat and said, cough, cough. I apologize for the trouble, teacher. Unamused, Ning Anqing resumed her composure and proceeded to lead the way. A cold sweat trickled down Luo Tian's back as he regarded Ning Anqing with a perplexed expression. This individual possessed a rather capricious temperament. It would be wise not to let his guard down, for any misstep could lead to complications. They quickly arrived at the research department for attribute testing. Soon after, Luo Tian met with Elder Su, who, upon learning of Luo Tian's intention to test his attributes, decided to accompany them. Before long, the trio reached a peculiar chamber, within which stood a device resembling a furnace, topped with a specially designed screen. Do you see that handrail? Simply channel your vitality into it, Ning Anqing instructed, gesturing toward the unique handrail on one side of the screen. Understood, Luo Tian nodded, stepping forward to gradually infuse his energy into the device. The furnace-like apparatus began to tremble, and the specialized screen illuminated, rapidly displaying a series of analyzed attributes that soon filled the entire screen. Curiosity piqued, Luo Tian leaned closer, observing a plethora of elemental attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, each accompanied by corresponding values that were strikingly clear. However, he soon noticed something peculiar. Chapter 36. I surprisingly excel in the doctrine of the mean. How curious. All the values are set at 10, Luo Tian mused, his intrigue growing as he noted that every attribute displayed the same value. Could it be that he was an unparalleled prodigy in the realm of attributes? Was 10 the maximum value? Such thoughts raced through his mind, oblivious to the fact that Ning Anqing and Elder Su behind him wore expressions as dark as the bottom of a pot. Yet, their gazes remained fixed on the screen, seemingly anticipating the emergence of a different value. At last, after a minute had elapsed, the vibrations of the furnace ceased abruptly, and the screen was filled with an array of values. Yet, without exception, they were all 10. Impossible. Such a talent, Elder Su murmured, his expression one of disbelief. Ning Anqing's demeanor grew somber as she asked, Elder Su, is there an issue with the attribute testing device? It cannot be malfunctioning. It undergoes daily checks, and it was inspected just this morning, Elder Su replied, shaking his head. Luo Tian finally grasped the situation, turning to them with a bewildered look. He had an unsettling feeling that the value of 10 was not an auspicious sign. Ning teacher, what is the meaning of this? Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, Luo Tian inquired. An attribute value of 100 is considered full capacity. The higher the value, the greater the speed and power when cultivating attribute-based martial arts. An initial value of 10 indicates a bare minimum of attribute possession, Ning Anqing explained, her gaze becoming serious. In my over 20 years of experience, I have never encountered a scenario where all attributes were uniformly set at 10. However, there is no need for concern. Certain exceptional attributes, such as space and time, may elude detection. It seems that Ning Anqing refrained from elaborating further, as she evidently recognized that she was indulging in a degree of self-deception. Attributes like space and time are not something an ordinary individual can possess, and even if one were to possess them, there would be no corresponding martial arts techniques to cultivate. Only those who have transcended to the realm of masters can have even the slightest acquaintance with such concepts. Luo Tian, fret not. Even if you do not cultivate attribute martial techniques, it matters not. As long as your vital energy is sufficiently robust, it can effectively suppress any attribute powers. Spoke Elder Su, his words primarily intended to provide solace. Indeed, a sufficiently strong vital energy can be immensely potent, yet attribute power remains unique, capable of significantly enhancing a martial artist's combat prowess. Moreover, by the time one attains the earth-grade martial techniques, they invariably possess attributes without substantial attribute values. It is exceedingly challenging to unleash the full might of those techniques. Luo Tian stroked his chin, appearing deep in thought. Ning Anqing and Elder Su remained silent, quietly observing him, fearful that this rare prodigy might suffer a considerable blow. However, it was soon Luo Tian's words that left them questioning their own existence. He murmured, I never expected to excel in the doctrine of moderation. Ning Anqing and Elder Su were left utterly bewildered. Could one really self-deprecate in such a manner? Moderation, is it not synonymous with ineptitude? Initially, I was contemplating which attribute martial technique to pursue, but it seems entirely superfluous now. I shall simply choose what I prefer. Luo Tian lifted his head, his gaze clear and devoid of any hint of discouragement. After all, he was a prodigy. What did it matter if his attribute values were low? With a sufficiently high level, could he not still be formidable? It is well known that martial techniques are categorized into 5 stages: entry, proficiency, minor success, major success, and perfection. Yet, before the system, Luo Tian could undoubtedly surpass the highest limitations directly. With each advancement, the power of the martial techniques would be enhanced. Could low attribute values render one incapable of strength? For him, the answer was unequivocally in the negative. Luo Tian, Ning Anqing suddenly called out, her voice laced with concern. Luo Tian turned to her, puzzled. If your attribute values are excessively low, it will be challenging to even grasp the basics of attribute martial techniques, and it will consume a considerable amount of your time. It would be wiser to focus solely on vital energy and non-attribute martial techniques. Ning Anqing's words were delicately phrased, yet their intent was unmistakable. She urged Luo Tian not to squander his time and resources. Rest assured, Teacher Ning, it is not a significant issue. Luo Tian responded, shaking his head dismissively, unconcerned. Ning Anqing sighed, exchanging a glance with Elder Su, and they were left speechless, uncertain of how to persuade him. Perhaps only through personal experience would he come to understand the difficulties at hand. I shall take my leave now, Teacher Ning, Elder Su. Thank you both for your assistance. Luo Tian clasped his hands in respect to the two and departed. As he stepped out of the research department building, Luo Tian headed straight towards the combat department without a moment's pause, as if the events that transpired within the research department had left no impact on him whatsoever. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the research department, Ning Anqing and Elder Su stood side by side, quietly observing his figure gradually fade from view. I hope he won't be so disheartened as to lose his confidence, Elder Su sighed. Indeed, Ning Anqing replied softly, nodding without further comment. Soon after, she bid farewell to Elder Su and returned to the combat department, where she sought out Zhao Dao. All attributes are at base values? The machine is functioning properly? Zhao Dao furrowed his brow. Yes, Ning Anqing affirmed. Zhao Dao fell into contemplative silence, his fingers drumming on the desk before him. After a considerable pause, he remarked, perhaps he could indeed create a miracle. Ning Anqing's pupils dilated in disbelief as she gazed at Zhao Dao. Heh, Zhao Dao chuckled lightly before his arrival. Did you believe anyone could become a new generation demon king with merely the 7th level of body refinement? Ning Anqing was taken aback and gently shook her head. Then do you think anyone, aside from him, could achieve the 3 bone tempering sessions that even the dean could not? Zhao Dao inquired further. Ning Anqing shook her head once more. Not only is there no precedent, but it seems unlikely there will be in the future. Then why not hope for a miracle? Zhao Dao leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes and saying no more. Ning Anqing remained in contemplation for quite some time before softly murmuring, a miracle? This world likely holds no such abundance of miracles. Shaking her head, she departed. Zhao Dao said nothing further, his eyes still closed, lost in his own thoughts. At that moment, Luo Tian had returned to his exclusive villa. He retrieved his identity card and accessed the Academy's exclusive channel, beginning his search for attribute martial techniques. The array of choices was dazzling, with every conceivable type of attribute martial skill on display, leaving Luo Tian feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Which one should I choose? He pondered, scanning the prices of the attribute martial techniques. The lowest were in the thousands, while the highest were unknown to him, as he discovered that the top-tier techniques, classified as heavenly, were priced at over 100,000 points. As for the royal and dragon-tier techniques, they were either not displayed or simply unavailable. Among all martial arts, speed is paramount. Perhaps I should focus my attention on speed-related techniques. After some thought, Luo Tian began to filter his search, excluding any martial techniques exceeding 4,000 points. Instantly, the once vast selection diminished, revealing a series of speed-oriented attribute martial skills. Chapter 37. Thunderous Movement Wind God Steps. Initial level of spirit rank. Discounted to 1,000 points. When cultivated to perfection, one can move as swiftly as the wind, briefly traversing the air. Blazing Step. Intermediate level of spirit rank. Discounted to 1,300 points. Utilizing explosive fire attribute power for instant acceleration, it can reach the speed of sound when mastered. The Flowing Body Technique. An advanced human-level skill, costs 800 points after discount. It allows one to move with the swiftness of water, executing rapid maneuvers in a confined space with remarkable agility. Embodying the essence of fluidity. Luo Tian perused the descriptions, nodding to himself, momentarily torn by indecision. How to choose? He felt the urgency of the situation. Yet, Luo Tian was acutely aware of the principle that one cannot overindulge. He meticulously sifted through his options. How splendid it would be to possess all these attributes. As he murmured to himself, Luo Tian's gaze suddenly landed upon a martial technique. The Thunder Surge, created by the celestial being Lin Patian, is an advanced human-level skill of a series type, with the pinnacle level being celestial high tier. It boasts advantages such as short-range bursts, agility, and swift long-distance assaults. Priced at 3,000 points after discount. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled. This is splendid. Moreover, being a series type means that with future advancements, I need not switch techniques. I can simply purchase and learn it. However, he noted with some trepidation that despite being merely an advanced human-level skill, it was pricier than spiritual-level techniques. Could this be due to its series nature? No matter, it was still a thunder attribute technique. He decided to purchase it without hesitation. In an instant, his points dwindled from 4,000 to 1,000. Thankfully, as a new generation demon king, he benefited from a reduced price. Otherwise, it would have cost 6,000 points, equivalent to 60 million in currency. This illustrates the extraordinary value of attribute martial techniques. The holographic display confirmed the successful transaction, and Luo Tian's identity card was updated with the information of the Thunder Surge. Eagerly, Luo Tian opened it. Immediately, a system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! The host is learning the advanced human-level martial technique Thunder Surge. Please continue learning for 1 hour to successfully cultivate. Astonished, Luo Tian wondered if this duration was related to his attributes. He shook off his surprise and began to study it meticulously. To be frank, this was rather absurd. Had he relied solely on his own talent, he would not have learned it for ages. Unfortunately, his innate abilities were quite limited, which necessitated the expenditure of countless resources from his future father-in-law just to barely reach the 7th level of body refinement. Fortunately, he had advantages. Resources must be utilized wisely. Who would be foolish enough to toil away at marksmanship when they could leverage their strengths? As time ticked by, the hours swiftly elapsed. Ding! Learning complete. You have acquired the advanced human-level martial technique Thunder Surge, currently at level 1. Luo Tian promptly accessed his attribute panel. In the martial techniques section, Thunder Surge appeared, and a wealth of information flooded his mind, leaving him fully enlightened about this technique. However, his expression soon shifted to one of incredulity. Thunder Surge requires enduring a current of no less than 220 volts for 10 minutes to increase by one level. Is this a joke? And it's not even a paid service. Luo Tian was utterly speechless. 220 volts was equivalent to household current, a force potent enough to be lethal even for a martial artist. 10 minutes of exposure could indeed prove fatal. It appears that the reliance on upgrade cards is inevitable. Undertaking missions and vanquishing ferocious beasts is paramount. Luo Tian shook his head, unwilling to experience the excruciating sensation of electricity coursing through his body, fearing it might render him paralyzed. Glancing at the upgrade card section, it clearly displayed Basic Upgrade Card 1, Human Level Upgrade Card 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Tian issued the command, System, utilize the Human Level Upgrade Card to enhance Thousand Thunder Strike. Ding! Human Level Upgrade Card successfully used. Thousand Thunder Strike upgraded to Level 3. A surge of insights flooded Luo Tian's mind as he stood up, exited his room, and stepped into the modest courtyard outside. With a firm step, a faint current surged forth, propelling Luo Tian forward in an instant, only to come to a halt moments later, deep in contemplation. It was not particularly swift and paled in comparison to the Moonshadow step. Was this a limitation imposed by attribute values or perhaps by his cultivation realm? Luo Tian pondered but soon cast these thoughts aside. Regardless of the constraints, elevating his level was the solution to the dilemma. Noticing that only one basic upgrade card remained, Luo Tian promptly commanded the system to upgrade the killing technique. Initially approaching it with a mindset of mere experimentation, he was pleasantly surprised by the success. Ding! Basic upgrade card successfully used. Killing technique upgraded to level 4. Savoring the newfound insights in his mind, Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction and returned to the villa. Tomorrow, he would embark on a mission for training, amassing upgrade cards to enhance himself. With a plan set in motion, Luo Tian began practicing his breathing technique. Supported by his formidable physical constitution, his vital energy surged rapidly. Although it could not compare to the vitality training room, every effort yields some reward. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, night had passed. Just as the horizon revealed the faint blush of dawn, Luo Tian opened his eyes. Having raised his vitality to 530 cards, he could feel that his bones were nearing the limit of the copper bone realm, after which he would transition towards the iron bone transformation. Perhaps 600 cards marked the pinnacle for him. A warrior at the initial stage of 600 cards would certainly strike fear into many hearts. It can only be said that in the path of warriors, a single swift step propels one forward exponentially. Unbeknownst to him, the elite class's special training had commenced. Wang Xinghe, Chen Tianhao, and others were summoned early in the morning to the valley designated for division trials, where over 40 sets of weighted suits awaited them. Starting today, apart from sleep, they were to keep their weighted suits on at all times. Only a robust physique could refine their vital energy further. For early-stage warriors, a 5-fold gravity. For mid-stage warriors, an 8-fold gravity. For non-warriors, a 3-fold gravity. You have 30 seconds to don the weighted suits. Ning Anqing's voice resonated, laced with a chilling authority. Wang Xinghe and the others dared not delay, hastily putting on the weighted suits and adjusting the gravity. In that instant, their bodies felt heavy, as immense pressure enveloped their minds and spirits. The training commencing from the trial valley to the summit of Demon King Mountain, requiring 10 round trips to be completed within 2 hours. Failure to meet this challenge will result in an increase of gravity by 0.5 times for subsequent training. Ning Anqing calmly assigns the tasks. As her words fade, a chorus of gasps fills the air. Demon King Mountain is indeed the very hill where the new generation of Demon Kings will be determined. 1 round trip spans at least 5 kilometers, culminating in a staggering total of 50 kilometers. Under ordinary circumstances, this would be manageable, yet now, clad in weighted gear, it becomes imperative to exert oneself to the utmost. Charge! A voice echoes, prompting the elite class of over 40 students to march resolutely towards Demon King Mountain. No one desires the added burden of increased gravity, as they are already nearing their limits. At this juncture, Luo Tian retrieves his identification card to check for academy tasks, but the doorbell of the villa suddenly rings. 2 graceful figures stand outside, their silhouettes breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 38. Nangongyu at this hour. Who could it be? Might it be Yeno? Glancing at the sky, Luo Tian traverses the courtyard and approaches the entrance. Upon opening the door, he is greeted by two stunning figures. They stand at equal height, poised and elegant, one exuding an aura of coolness, while the other radiates warmth. Where? Luo Tian's gaze flickers, and he instinctively steps forward. Nangongyu smiles gently, taking the initiative to embrace Luo Tian. I knew you wouldn't deceive me. You would fulfill your promise. Her melodious voice resonates in his ears, and Luo Tian savors the moment. Of course, he responds robustly, though feeling slightly awkward as he adds, there were some unexpected circumstances. I am aware, and that is wonderful. Nangongyu interjects, her voice still soft. Nangongyu observes with a bemused expression, feeling a peculiar tightness in her chest. Brother-in-law, sister, how long will you continue to indulge in this display of affection? I am right here, you know. The two seem to awaken from a reverie and gently release each other. Nangongyu's cheeks flush slightly, while Luo Tian remains unabashed, showing no sign of shyness. Let us go have breakfast. Luo Tian gestures enthusiastically, reaching for Nangongyu's hand. Luo Tian. However, Nangongyu does not move, softly calling out. What is it? Luo Tian instinctively senses something amiss. After a decade of companionship, he understands her temperament well. If all were well, she would typically acquiesce to him. Though the Nangong sisters are older, it seems that, at some point, Luo Tian has become the cornerstone of their small trio. I may not have much time left. The front lines are in crisis, and there are unusual disturbances at Tianguan. I need to head there immediately, Nangongyu replies gently, her eyes reflecting a hint of regret. As a fourth-year student nearing graduation, she, like many military students, will soon be deployed to the front lines once they reach their second year. In that place, peril and opportunity coexist, perpetually teetering on the precipice of life and death. No one desires to become indistinguishable from the masses, nor does anyone wish for the fragile defenses established with great effort by the human race's saints to be breached, allowing ferocious beasts to encircle the city. Luo Tian longed to keep Nangongyu by his side. However, this era does not permit excessive displays of affection. Gently releasing Nangongyu's hand, Luo Tian spoke, I shall strive to grow stronger with utmost haste, to soon tread upon the front lines. There were no grand oaths exchanged. Yet that singular statement sufficed. When the ferocious beasts are vanquished, then shall be the time for mutual embrace. There is no rush. Our human race boasts 10 great saints and countless valiant souls. There is ample time for you. Nangongyu chuckled softly. Luo Tian did not retort, yet in his heart, he had already resolved to set forth to the front lines and slay the ferocious beasts as his primary objective. Be careful. The final two words escaped Luo Tian's lips with an air of naturalness. Nangongyu nodded gently, leading Nangongyu away. As Nangongyu turned back, she bit her lip and asked, Brother-in-law, do you have nothing to say to me? I too shall go to the front lines. Be careful. The identical words carried different sentiments depending on the listener. Understood. Nangongyu flashed a clever smile. Farewell, brother-in-law. Farewell. Luo Tian replied with a smile, silently watching as they departed. Before long, a flying vessel shot into the sky, racing westward, in the opposite direction of the rising sun, leaving behind a magnificent white trail in the heavens. It was time to hasten the pace of his ascent. His battlefield lay at the front lines. Luo Tian murmured softly, a resolute glimmer gradually igniting in his eyes. Turning back to the villa, Luo Tian retrieved his identification card and began to peruse the tasks released by the military of the Demon City. Upon opening the list, the first task at the top immediately captured his attention. A black-blooded clan member was on the run in Yuqing, possessing mid-stage second-tier strength, equivalent to a late-stage human warrior. Details could be viewed upon acceptance, with a reward of 1,000 points. The task was accompanied by a photograph of a young girl. So there are indeed black-blooded clan members. Luo Tian murmured, yet he temporarily overlooked this task. It was not that he was unwilling to accept it, but rather that this task contradicted his plan for rapid enhancement. Slaying ferocious beasts would increase the likelihood of obtaining upgrade cards. Thus, such a singular task was unsuitable for him. In this era of dimensional fusion, certain cities continued to suffer from the harassment of ferocious beasts, sometimes one, sometimes a multitude. Each city possessed its own defense forces and family warriors, yet the beasts persisted, unrelenting and inexhaustible. What Luo Tian sought were tasks that ensured a sufficient number of ferocious beasts roamed. Naturally, these beasts must not be overly formidable, otherwise, he might find himself dispatched before he could deliver a blow. As he perused the task information, ultimately, Luo Tian's gaze settled upon a task marked with the word urgent. Task overview. Surrounding Linhai City, there exists a plethora of ferocious beasts. The objective is to assist the city defense forces until the crisis is resolved, with a reward of 30 points. This piqued Luo Tian's interest, prompting him to accept the task immediately. Although the points are modest, they are precisely what Luo Tian requires. Linhai City, situated over 500 kilometers from the Demon City, is a coastal metropolis encircled by dense forests, which are home to numerous beasts, rendering the area a hotspot for ferocious creatures. In Linhai City, a substantial number of martial artists are stationed, comprising both official and civilian forces. After all, ferocious beasts are laden with treasures, and even their meat commands a high price. Many martial artists, unable to engage directly on the front lines or who prefer to operate freely, congregate here. Over time, Linhai City has experienced unprecedented economic growth, now boasting a permanent population exceeding 10 million. Without delay, Luo Tian arrived at Linhai City via a civilian aircraft. Upon disembarking, he proceeded directly to the city defense forces to accept his assignment, which required him to report in order to commence the task. "Ah, a genius of martial prowess," remarked the squad leader of the city defense forces, a man roughly 50 years of age, his face etched with the marks of time and hardship. "Luo Tian, you shall be assigned to our third squad for the time being. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Yunjia, but you may call me Captain Li." "Understood. Thank you, Captain Li," Luo Tian responded, his expression earnest as he rendered a military salute. "There's no need for such formality," Li Yunjia waved dismissively. "Come, we have a mission at hand. These cursed beasts have claimed far too many lives." A flicker of hatred flashed in his eyes, quickly concealed beneath his composed demeanor. Luo Tian paid little mind to it, following in Li Yunjia's stride. Shortly thereafter, he encountered Li Yunjia's two teammates, a man and a woman. "Luo Tian, allow me to introduce your temporary comrades, members of our third squad, Li Chao and Li Mei." Luo Tian regarded them with respect. The siblings bore a striking resemblance to Li Yunjia, suggesting a familial connection. The trio could indeed be referred to as the three heroes of the Li family. Despite Li Yunjia's initial martial prowess being only at the early stage of a martial master, the entire family dedicating themselves to the fight against ferocious beasts commanded respect from all. "Greetings." Luo Tian extended his hand in salutation. "Hello, welcome to the team." Li Chao replied with a hearty smile. Li Mei chimed in playfully. "Welcome, little brother. I envy young talents like you who have already become martial artists at such a tender age." Both Li Chao and Li Mei were over 25 years old, their talents not as pronounced, currently only at the mid-stage of martial prowess. They genuinely admired Luo Tian, a prodigy emerging from a prestigious academy. "The time has come for our departure. Today's objective is to patrol and delve 5 kilometers into the forest to investigate the activity range of the ferocious beasts." As Li Yunjia observed the three individuals shaking hands, he promptly spoke up. "Yes, yes." Upon hearing Li Yunjia's words, Li Chao and Li Mei immediately straightened their postures. "Yes." Luo Tian, however, was slightly slower, being a novice in this endeavor. Li Yunjia paid him no mind and drove a modified off-road vehicle, transporting the four of them out of the city. In this era, every city has erected towering walls, approximately 50 meters thick, should the ferocious beasts assault. These walls serve as the final line of defense for the inhabitants. Shortly after exiting the city, the vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, and the quartet disembarked. Entering the depths of the forest, Li Yunjia handed Luo Tian a set of communication devices. "Let us maintain contact at all times. Should you encounter any ferocious beasts, make haste towards my direction. Our mission is solely reconnaissance, to avoid unnecessary conflict." "Understood, Captain," Luo Tian replied, though in his heart, he had no intention of adhering to the directive. He had come here solely for the ferocious beasts, with the acquisition of points being a secondary concern. The three members of the third squad ventured into the forest, and Luo Tian did not lag behind, plunging into the woods while remaining vigilant. After all, approaching the human habitation zones, there were typically numerous martial artists active in the vicinity, rendering the ferocious beasts nearly invisible. As he progressed, 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 5 kilometers, upon reaching the maximum range for reconnaissance, Luo Tian had not discovered anything unusual. He maintained communication with Li Yunjia and the others, who also reported no anomalies. It seemed he would have to wait until nightfall to continue his search. He resolved silently. However, at that moment, a rustling sound reached his ears. Instantly, Luo Tian leaped up, climbing a large tree to survey the source of the noise. Before him, a spotted tiger emerged into view, and it seemed to have noticed him as well. It halted, lifting its head, its fierce gaze fixed upon him. Though not entirely unfruitful, the spotted tiger, a native mutated beast, was comparable to a mid-level martial artist, with approximately 400 units of vitality. Luo Tian smiled faintly, descending from the tree branch, his figure darting forward as he unsheathed his long sword, which gleamed brilliantly amidst the forest. Roar! The spotted tiger let out a furious roar and lunged at Luo Tian. Regrettably, its intelligence was lacking. It perceived Luo Tian merely as a provocateur, unaware that this human before it was a martial artist beyond ordinary reckoning. Wind Slaughter Sword. The shadow of the sword danced in the air, and the 16th level Wind Slaughter Sword quickly bewildered the spotted tiger. By the time it regained its senses, it was already riddled with over 10 wounds, blood gushing profusely. Roar! At this moment, the tiger realized the strength of the human before it and attempted to flee. Yet, simultaneously, the sword that instilled fear descended from above, piercing through its skull and instantly pinning it to the soft ground. Clang! Having slain a vibrant tiger, Luo Tian was elated to receive a human-level upgrade card. He promptly utilized the card, focusing on enhancing his skill, Thunderous Movement. In an instant, Thunderous Movement ascended to level 4, marking a significant breakthrough from novice to proficiency within the realm of human-level skills. The road ahead is long and arduous, Luo Tian mused as he hoisted the tiger's carcass and made his way out of the forest. After some time, the third squad regrouped. Upon seeing Luo Tian carry the vibrant tiger, expressions of astonishment appeared on the faces of Li Yunjia and his companions. However, recalling Luo Tian's status as a military martial arts student from the Demon City, their surprise dissipated. After all, it was reasonable for a genius to possess formidable combat capabilities. If the tiger had encountered Li Chao and his sister, it would undoubtedly have resulted in a fierce struggle. This exemplifies the distinction between academy warriors and ordinary martial artists. Within the same realm, though not absolute, most ordinary martial artists struggle to match their academy counterparts. After all, academy warriors benefit from abundant resources, robust mentorship, and a systematic approach to learning, advantages that ordinary martial artists cannot rival. Let us return to the city. Today's patrol mission is complete, and there have been no anomalies. We can conduct another round this evening and then call it a day, Li Yunjia declared, waving his hand. Luo Tian unceremoniously tossed the vibrant tiger onto the roof of the vehicle, while Li Chao and Li Mei assisted in securing it with ropes. And the vehicle commenced its journey back. Upon returning to Linghai City, Li Chao drove, transporting the vibrant tiger's carcass to a designated buyer of ferocious beast remains, resulting in an immediate transfer of 50,000 yuan to Luo Tian. Luo Tian, you truly excel. You've just earned 50,000. Li Chao remarked enviously during the return journey. Fortune smiles upon me. Let us indulge in a delightful meal. It is my first visit to Linghai City, and I have yet to savor your local delicacies. Luo Tian replied with a smile. Absolutely. Li Chao's eyes sparkled as he eagerly agreed, redirecting the vehicle. As time flew by, night descended once more, and Li Yunjia set out again with the 3 members of his team. They returned to their earlier patrol area. However, due to the nocturnal hours, ferocious beasts were more active, prompting Li Yunjia to exercise greater caution. He instructed Luo Tian to accompany Li Chao, concerned for Luo Tian's safety given his lack of experience. Retreat. A pack of ferocious beasts is approaching. Suddenly, Li Mei's voice crackled through the communication device, tinged with urgency and breathlessness, indicating she was in flight. Luo Tian, hurry! Li Chao exclaimed, startled, as he beckoned Luo Tian to flee swiftly toward the forest's edge. Li Chao, ensure Luo Tian's safety. I will go assist your sister. Li Yunjia's voice rang out, filled with urgency. Understood. Without hesitation, Li Chao affirmed, turning to Luo Tian. Brother Luo Tian, you head ahead. I will cover your rear. All right. Though a twinge of worry gripped Luo Tian, he resolved not to burden Li Chao and the others, hastily making his way out of the forest. Soon, Luo Tian and Li Chao burst forth from the woods, waiting by the vehicle. More than 10 minutes passed, and Li Mei burst out, followed closely by 3 young men. Hurry! Take us back to the city. The young men, their faces etched with terror, urged as soon as they spotted the vehicle. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes, somewhat surprised to encounter acquaintances in such a place. Brother, take them back. Father has already contacted the city defense forces, and assistance is on the way. Li Mei's voice rang out. All right, you three, come over quickly, Li Chao shouted. In Luo Tian's gaze, the trio hastily approached the car, with the leader, a familiar face to Luo Tian, grabbing him in an attempt to pull him away. Get away. Luo Tian intended to step aside, but upon hearing those words, a surge of energy coursed through him, compelling him to stand his ground. The young man, seeing he could not budge Luo Tian, grew increasingly furious. I told you to get away. Do you know who we are? If something happens, can your city defense forces take responsibility? Oh, I certainly know who you are, Ding Fei from the Imperial Capital's Divine Martial Academy. What is the matter? Are you scared? Luo Tian's voice was cool and dismissive. Ding Fei paused, slowly lifting his head, trembling slightly, and quickly released his grip. You are Luo Tian. What are you doing here? Killing ferocious beasts, Luo Tian replied succinctly. However, upon hearing the term ferocious beasts, Ding Fei's expression shifted to one of urgency. We must leave at once. We cannot remain here. It's a pack of wolves. If we don't leave, we'll all perish. Wolves. Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. Ignoring Ding Fei, he directed his attention to Li Mei, where's Captain Li, covering the rear. You all go ahead. The city defense forces will arrive shortly, Li Mei replied anxiously. Enough, Luo Tian. Can you stop dawdling? We must get into the city. That's where safety lies. Ding Fei shouted from the other side of the vehicle. Silence. Luo Tian's gaze turned icy. Why did you attract the wolves? Ding Fei's heart quivered, startled by Luo Tian's intense stare. But he steeled himself and replied, What time do you think it is? You still have the energy to ask such questions? He then turned to Li Chao. Hey, hurry up and drive. We are students of the Imperial Capital's Divine Martial Academy. If something happens, you won't bear the responsibility. Don't drive. Luo Tian's eyes grew even colder. Ding Fei, your life is the only one that matters. I assent it? Luo Tian, what do you mean by that? Ding Fei retorted angrily. What do you think? If you want to return to the city, then walk. Luo Tian dismissed him coolly. He was simply a selfish individual. All right. Fine, Luo Tian. Just wait. We're leaving. Ding Fei, infuriated, kicked the car door open and jumped out. The other two, seeing this, wasted no time in following suit, and the three of them quickly dashed towards the direction of Linghai City, soon vanishing into the thick night. Disregarding them, Luo Tian turned to Li Mei. Sister Li Mei, how formidable is the wolf pack? Can Captain Li handle it alone? It's a pack of 13 gray wolves, and their alpha likely possesses peak martial artist strength. My father should be fine, Li Mei replied swiftly. Gray wolves, being native mutated beasts, are not overwhelmingly powerful individually. However, their collective strength as a pack, especially with an alpha, is fearsome. Luo Tian, you should return to the city. I will support my father here. Li Mei, please escort Luo Tian back. Li Chao instructed as he leaped from the vehicle. Understood. Li Mei responded, pulling Luo Tian towards the car. For them, Luo Tian's safety was paramount. Every human prodigy represents a potential future powerhouse, and while they may not witness the extinction of the beasts, they hope to protect these talents within their means, allowing them to grow stronger and eventually vanquish more beasts. This was why Ding Fei's demeanor was so abrasive. Yet Li Mei and Li Chao chose not to voice their discontent. There's no need. I am stronger than both of you. It is you who should return. Luo Tian declared resolutely, remaining still. Li Chao and Li Mei exchanged startled glances, then quickly urged him. Luo Tian, this isn't about strength. You must hurry back to the city. Indeed, Luo Tian, we are fine, and the city defense forces will arrive shortly. Just then, a chilling wolf howl echoed through the forest, alarmingly close. It's too late. Luo Tian, get in the car. Li Mei exclaimed, her blood surging with urgency as she opened the door, intent on pulling him inside. But in the next moment, Luo Tian broke free from her grasp. Dashing into the forest, Luo Tian, the siblings cried out in unison, hastily pursuing him. The three figures vanished into the woods in an instant. Soon, Luo Tian arrived at the source of the howl, and he was met with a harrowing sight. Li Yunjia stood confronting the pack of wolves, wielding a blade in one hand while the other arm was gruesomely absent, blood pouring from the wound, leaving his face pale from blood loss. With a fierce howl, the alpha wolf commanded the pack to charge at Li Yunjia. Heh, "You little wretches, even if I perish today, I shall take you with me," Li Yunjia declared defiantly, his vitality surging as he brandished his weapon. With skillful maneuvers, he evaded the onslaught of several gray wolves, delivering a decisive blow that sent one of them flying. The blade sank 3 inches into flesh, yet it did not slay the creature outright. With a roll, the gray wolf rose again, undeterred by its own blood. Rejoining the fray, Li Yunjia faced immense pressure. Losing an arm severely diminished his combat capability. The surrounding gray wolves were at the mid-stage of martial arts, which he could handle, but he remained ever vigilant for the alpha, understanding the peril of prolonged defense. However, he had no choice but to fight and retreat, hoping to buy time until the city defense forces could arrive. As Luo Tian gazed upon the battlefield, he noted that Li Yunjia was increasingly under pressure, on the verge of collapse. At last, Luo Tian's eyes narrowed as he seized the opportune moment. 3 or 4 gray wolves lunged simultaneously at Li Yunjia, only to be cleaved away by his blade. 2 of them hurtled in Luo Tian's direction. Moonshadow step. In an instant, Luo Tian activated his movement, his form akin to a specter, swiftly approaching the 2 wolves that were sent flying. Windslayer's sword. The sword's shadow danced through the air, reflecting a blinding radiance beneath the moonlight. With an augmentation of 530 points of vitality, the power of the long sword became extraordinarily formidable. The sword struck like a tempest, every slash a lethal blow. In a heartbeat, Luo Tian's long sword pierced through the backs of the 2 gray wolves, impaling their hearts. Withdrawing his sword, he paid them no further heed as they plummeted to the ground, his figure surging into the fray. Ding! You have slain a gray wolf, earning a human-grade upgrade card. Ding! You have slain a gray wolf, earning a human-grade upgrade card. The sounds of notifications echoed in his mind. System. Upgrade Windslayer's sword. Luo Tian resolved not to enhance Thunderstrike any further. For now, combat prowess was paramount. In an instant, the Windslayer's sword ascended to level 18. A torrent of comprehension flooding his mind. Luo Tian. At that moment, Li Yunjia exclaimed in surprise. Captain Li, stay focused. Watch out for the Wolf King. Luo Tian bellowed. As the Windslayer's sword moved again, a cascade of sword light spilling under the moon's glow. Chapter 41. Innate Divine Abilities Under the Moonlight. A vast array of sword brilliance illuminated the surroundings. Luo Tian's Windslayer's sword had elevated 2 levels to reach level 18, far surpassing the terrifying might of the perfected state. The sword light shimmered like a silver ribbon, akin to a cascading river of stars, blossoming within the forest. In that instant, 3 gray wolves were enveloped by the sword light, their bodies instantly drenched in blood. Yet, the ferocious beasts, renowned for their formidable physique, did not succumb immediately beneath the sword's brilliance, instead rolling aside and struggling to rise once more. The flowing blood did not instill fear within them. Rather, it ignited the primal ferocity within their veins, baring their teeth and glaring menacingly at Luo Tian. Luo Tian, why haven't you fled? At that moment, Luo Tian had fully immersed himself in the battle, standing beside Li Yunjia, who gazed at him with a hint of concern. A warmth spread through Luo Tian's heart. Yet he remained vigilant. Captain Li, this is not the time for such discussions. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Li Yunjia seemed to awaken from a dream, promptly tightening his grip on his battle blade. Be cautious, look for an opportunity to retreat. The Wolf King possesses innate divine abilities, akin to the pressure exerted by martial artists, capable of disturbing the flow of energy within a warrior's body. I fell victim to carelessness. Luo Tian was taken aback, glancing at Li Yunjia's missing left arm, understanding dawning upon him. Innate divine abilities. These were unique powers possessed by ferocious beasts, much like the martial techniques of humans, each exhibiting an array of extraordinary characteristics. The distinction lies in the fact that a human's martial prowess necessitates relentless training to unleash its immense power, whereas the innate abilities of ferocious beasts are often bestowed upon them at birth or gradually awaken over time. Once awakened, they achieve their most formidable state, and as their strength escalates, they can continuously enhance their abilities, rendering them extraordinarily formidable. If this were not the case, a martial artist of Li Yunjia's caliber, albeit at an initial stage, would not sustain such grievous injuries beneath a pack of wolves. To elaborate, the span from Luo Tian's entry into the fray to Li Yunjia's vocal warning was merely a matter of seconds. At this moment, the wolf pack also became aware, with each gray wolf baring its teeth, their forms shifting slowly, poised to strike. Behind them, The apex Wolf King, exuding a fierce glint in its eyes, abruptly raised its head and howled at the moon. In that instant, the surrounding gray wolves seemed to receive a command, launching themselves at the two men. Kill! Li Yunja's blood surged, and with all his might, he wielded his battle knife, slashing through the air, sending two gray wolves flying. As he pivoted the blade, a vast arc emerged, and with a terrifying force, yet another two gray wolves were cleaved to the ground. Blood gushed forth. Yet the four gray wolves paid no heed to their wounds, leaping back into action with the speed of the wind. Wind-killing sword. On Luo Tian's side, he did not relent. Employing the moon shadow step, he danced like a fleeting dream, unleashing the wind-killing sword, which illuminated the attacking gray wolves with countless wounds, forcing them into retreat. However, they appeared tireless, akin to machines devoid of pain, relentlessly charging forward, seemingly intent on tearing a piece of flesh from Luo Tian and his companion, even at the cost of their lives. For the first time, Luo Tian felt the terror of a feral beast pack led by a dominant alpha, a phenomenon that could only be described as reckless disregard for death. Captain Li, hold them for just a second. This was unsustainable. They had to swiftly eliminate more gray wolves, or they would inevitably be worn down by the relentless onslaught. Luo Tian was unafraid. With his infinite stamina and vitality, he would rapidly recover from any exertion during battle. However, if Li Yunja faltered, he would be left to face the pack alone, with grim prospects. All right, Li Yunja, uncertain of Luo Tian's intentions, nevertheless chose to comply unconditionally. Deep within, he hoped that Luo Tian could withdraw, not wanting a prodigy to perish here. Channeling more of his vital energy, he instantly seemed to return to his peak state, his battle knife weaving a dense web of slashes, clearing a vacuum around them as 6 gray wolves were sent hurtling backward. Wind-killing sword. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Tian struck. With the moon shadow step operating at its zenith, he left a series of afterimages in his wake, and at level 18, the wind-killing sword reached its pinnacle, its icy gleam carrying an inexorable lethality that pierced through the air. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed as 3 gray wolves were sent sprawling, each bearing a gaping wound in their chests, revealing the mangled entrails within. In the moment of descent, the 3 gray wolves fell silent. Such terrifying martial skills. Truly, a genius of military prowess. Li Yunja's gaze sharpened, and he felt a genuine admiration welling up within him. Ding. 1 gray wolf has been slain, and a human-level upgrade card has been obtained. Ding. 2 consecutive notifications sounded. The trio of gray wolves had yielded 2 human-level upgrade cards. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Tian's mind locked onto the wind-killing sword, and he issued his command directly. Ding. The use of 2 human-level upgrade cards was successful. The wind-killing sword has leveled up to level 20. In that instant, Luo Tian's comprehension of the wind-killing sword surged yet again. Simultaneously, due to the enhancement's nature, the sword's speed reached an incredibly terrifying level. Coupled with Luo Tian's substantial 530 energy points, he might truly achieve a series of lethal strikes. Captain Li, let's continue. Luo Tian remained vigilant, intending to synchronize with Li Yunja. All right. Li Yunja did not hesitate. He spun his battle blade and launched an offensive. The blade's light sliced through the air, sending another gray wolf flying. Luo Tian followed closely, his sword's brilliance flashing, delivering a swift fatal blow. There was no system notification. Although the drop rate for upgrade cards had significantly increased, it was not guaranteed. On the scene, 6 gray wolves and a wolf king remained. Since Luo Tian's arrival, the pack had already lost 5 wolves, and the 13 that Li Mei spoke of likely included one that Li Yunja had slain earlier. A howling cry erupted from the wolf king, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. It knew that it could no longer afford to wait. It had to enter the fray. With a powerful leap, the Wolf King charged towards Li Yunja. Under the moonlight, a gray figure darted forward, closing in on Li Yunja in an instant. The Wolf King opened its massive jaws and clamped down on Li Yunja's battle blade. Flesh and blood clashed against steel, and a terrifying event unfolded. The Wolf King had managed to seize the blade, rendering it immovable. Witnessing this, Li Yunja's expression changed dramatically. Father, Luo Tian. At that moment, 2 shouts echoed as Li Chao and Li Mei arrived just in time. Without a moment's hesitation, the siblings plunged into the battle. Luo Tian, too, sprang into action, the wind-killing sword whirling as he rushed to rescue Li Yunja. However, in that instant, a crimson light flashed in the Wolf King's eyes, and a terrifying, oppressive aura erupted. A strange shockwave radiated outward, causing the flow of energy within Li Yunjia to falter, making him lose grip on his battle blade, which was then wrenched from his hands by the Wolf King's immense strength. Divine talent. Luo Tian's face paled, and he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The shockwave was upon him. In a critical moment. Chapter 42. Astonishing the Li brothers, the palpable shockwave descended upon him like a suffocating pressure, and Luo Tian's heart raced with dread. This was the Wolf King's innate ability, powerful enough to affect even a martial master like Li Yunjia. He wanted to retreat, but time had run out. In an instant, a shockwave swept through the air. However, an eerie phenomenon unfolded. The formidable innate ability that had previously caused significant trouble for the martial artist Li Yunjia seemed to have no effect on Luo Tian, as if it were merely a gentle breeze brushing against him. This spectacle left the Wolf King momentarily stunned. Yet Luo Tian, quick to react, wasted no time as he executed both the Shadow Moon Step and the wind-slashing sword to their utmost potential. A magnificent brilliance of sword light surged forth, swiftly closing the distance to the Wolf King. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced the Wolf King's eye, driving deep as if destined to penetrate its very skull. Yet, true to its nature, the Wolf King discarded its battle knife instinctively, retreating with the swiftness of a tempest. A heart-wrenching howl echoed through the forest, laden with boundless fury. It had narrowly escaped death, with one eye completely blinded, igniting its ferocity to an unprecedented level. Captain Li. At this moment, Luo Tian deftly flicked his sword, sending the battle knife soaring into Li Yunjia's grasp. Coming to his senses, Li Yunjia felt the abnormal energy within him dissipate entirely. Though astonished by Luo Tian's immunity to the Grey Wolf King's innate ability, he recognized that this was not the time for inquiries. With a swift turn, he positioned himself to the side, where Li Chao and Li Mei found themselves ensnared by the Wolf King's innate power, besieged by several Grey Wolves. In a critical moment, Li Yunjia arrived, swinging his battle knife and swiftly slaying an unsuspecting Grey Wolf before cleaving two more aside. Luo Tian pivoted, unleashing his sword light, which swiftly dispatched two additional Grey Wolves. Ding! One Grey Wolf slain, awarded a human-level upgrade card. With yet another upgrade card in hand, Luo Tian issued a mental command for an upgrade. This time, however, he chose to enhance the Moon Shadow Step instead of the wind-slashing sword. For speed is the essence of martial arts. Ding! Human-level upgrade card successfully used. Moon Shadow Step level upgraded to 13. A surge of comprehension flooded his mind as the Moon Shadow Step formally transcended its limits, reaching a state of perfection. With the winds at his feet, Luo Tian's agility accelerated, his figure becoming increasingly elusive. Kill! Kill! Two exclamations rang out as Li Chao and Li Mei recovered from the Wolf King's innate ability. Charging toward the remaining three Grey Wolves, Luo Tian led the charge, his blade dancing in the air as a tempest arose. A howl erupted from the Wolf King, charging forth with ferocity. Your opponent is me, Li Yunjia bellowed, surging forward, his battle knife raised to confront the Wolf King. Luo Tian thrust his sword, a flurry of sword shadows descending upon one Grey Wolf. After a brief struggle, the creature succumbed, the blade piercing its skull. Ding! The system notification chimed again. But this time, the reward was a basic level upgrade card. Disregarding everything else, Luo Tian suddenly appeared beside Li Chao and Li Mei. The two were struggling against two mid-level martial artists, the Grey Wolves, and were unable to contend with the injured beasts. This illustrates the mediocrity of ordinary civilian martial artists in terms of combat prowess. Of course, this is greatly influenced by innate talent, which likely explains why neither of them was admitted to a higher martial arts academy. They were perhaps among those eliminated early on. However, this was no time for individual battles. With Luo Tian drawing near, a glimmer of sword light descended. In less than 10 seconds, the two paused to catch their breath, having vanquished all the Grey Wolves except for the Wolf King. Beep! Two notification tones echoed in Luo Tian's mind, and he received two human-level upgrade cards. System. Upgrade Shadow Moon Step, he commanded without hesitation. Beep! The use of two human-level upgrade cards was successful. Shadow Moon Step has been elevated to level 15, reaching its limit. Would you like to break through this limit? Breakthrough. Luo Tian decided without a moment's thought. Beep. Limit breakthrough in progress. Please choose the direction of enhancement. 1. Speed enhancement. 2. Agility enhancement. Speed and agility are two distinct concepts. Speed enhances the foundation, while agility improves one's maneuverability in battle. Upholding the principle that speed conquers all martial arts, Luo Tian chose speed enhancement without hesitation. Limit breakthrough successful. Shadow Moon Step has been elevated to level 16. A flood of information surged into his mind, with his comprehension of Shadow Moon Step surpassing that of its creator. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yunjia was locked in a fierce struggle with the Wolf King and found himself in peril. Dad! Dad! Li Chao and Li Mei exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, the Wolf King unleashed its innate ability, disrupting Li Yunjia's flow of energy. Luo Tian stepped forward, launching himself like a bolt of lightning and arriving instantaneously at Li Yunjia's side. The Wolf King's pupils constricted, and it retreated decisively. Yet this time, Luo Tian was faster. As the Wolf King attempted to withdraw, the wind-killing sword struck. In the face of the sweeping sword light, the Wolf King let out a roar, rearing up on its hind legs, its front legs thrashing to create a tempest. The air resonated with the sound of metal clashing. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. System, upgrade the in-cutting 1000-year kill. The recently acquired basic upgrade card was consumed instantly, raising the in-cutting 1000-year kill to level 5. Without a second thought, Luo Tian unleashed a kick. The Wolf King, having lost one eye, suffered greatly in its vision. At that moment, it failed to react, still engaged in battling Luo Tian's wind-killing sword. Suddenly, an agonizing pain surged into its underdeveloped brain, penetrating deep into its soul. Awoo! The Wolf King's body contorted as it stood upright. To its horror, the figure before it had vanished, and an intense chill swept in from behind. The Wolf King turned its head with great effort, only to catch sight of a terrifying glimmer piercing through the air. In the next instant, an agonizing pain, unlike anything it had ever experienced, enveloped it. Howl! The Wolf King let out a mournful cry, and a tear, no larger than a bean, rolled down from its lone eye, glistening under the moonlight. Li Chao and Li Mei were astonished. They had never imagined that one could employ such shameless tactics in a battle against a ferocious beast. Li Yunjia, whose vital energy had returned to normal, felt a shiver pass through his lower body as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. However, true to his status as a martial master, he reacted instantaneously, bringing down his battle knife with ferocity. A sickening sound echoed as a horrific gash appeared across the Wolf King's chest, revealing the heart rhythmically pulsating within. Suddenly, Luo Tian, who had appeared without notice, followed suit with a swift strike of his sword, plunging it into the Wolf King's chest. The overwhelming sword intent and surging vital energy obliterated the beast's internal organs in an instant. The wolf's howl ceased abruptly as its solitary eye, filled with complex emotions, gazed at Luo Tian before its body fell to the ground in reluctant defeat. Ding! You have slain the Grey Wolf King and received a human-level upgrade card. It is over. Luo Tian exhaled deeply, planting his sword into the ground, his breath slightly labored. Chapter 43, A Bunch of Rubbish. Bang! Li Yunjia collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. After a grueling battle, his vital energy was nearly depleted, and having lost a significant amount of blood, his complexion was ashen. Thankfully, it was all over. Li Yunjia raised his eyes slightly to look at Luo Tian, the astonishment in his gaze undiminished. Incredible! Is this the prodigy from the military of the Demon City? Though he possessed merely 500 cards of vital energy, a mid-tier martial artist, he had already attained the strength to slay a peak martial artist, endowed with gifted abilities, like the Wolf King. Frankly, it was rather terrifying. Little did he know, although Luo Tian's vital energy exceeded 500 cards, he was merely at the initial stage of the Copperbone realm, still a short distance from the pinnacle of that stage. If he were to discover this, one could only wonder how terrified Li Yunjia would be. Dad, are you all right? Dad! At that moment, Li Chao and Li Mei rushed over, their anxious voices pulling Li Yunjia back to reality. It's nothing, just a lost arm. I can still slay ferocious beasts. Li Yunjia managed a weak smile, quickly mobilizing his vital energy to seal the blood vessels at the site of his severed arm, barely stemming the flow of blood. A flash of pain crossed Li Chao and Li Mei's eyes, but it was swiftly suppressed. From the day they joined the city defense army, they had already prepared themselves for death. The loss of an arm was truly insignificant. Luo Tian cast a respectful glance at Li Yunjia, sheathing his sword behind him, and under the influence of boundless vital energy and stamina, he began to recover rapidly. Rustle! Just as Luo Tian was about to speak, sounds emerged from the forest, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. For figures suddenly dashed out from the woods. clad in the uniform of the City Defense Army. Boldly, at the forefront stood a middle-aged man, emanating an aura of vitality that surpassed even that of Li Yunjia. Captain Lei. Li Yunjia exhaled in relief, urgently calling out, "Damn it! How could you be so severely injured? Quickly, bring old Li back to the city for treatment." A flicker of concern appeared in Captain Lei's eyes as he gestured, prompting the three individuals accompanying him to hastily step forward, with two of them supporting Li Yunjia. Captain Lei then surveyed the area, his gaze falling upon the lifeless bodies of the gray wolves, stirring his emotions. "Old Li, well done." He sighed deeply. "I apologize for my tardiness." "Please, Captain Lei, do not say that. The incident occurred so suddenly. You need not blame yourself." Captain Lei nodded solemnly. "All right. Let us refrain from further discussion. We must return for treatment. I will take care of the gray wolf carcasses. You sustained injuries in the line of duty, and your compensation will not be diminished in the slightest." "Thank you, Captain Lei." Li Yunjia expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Supported by the two individuals, he was led away, while Captain Lei temporarily took charge of Luo Tian and the others. Under his direction, the gray wolf bodies were carried out of the forest and transported back to the city. Li Chao escorted Luo Tian to the City Defense Army's dormitory before hastily departing. The accommodations of the City Defense Army were quite decent, with single rooms that, albeit small, contained all necessary amenities. After quickly freshening up and changing into the standard uniform of the City Defense Army, Luo Tian sat cross-legged on the bed. "I still have one upgrade card left. Let us enhance Thunderstrike," he resolved, issuing the command. In no time, the level of Thunderstrike reached level 5, though it still fell short in comparison to Shadow Moonstep. The root of the issue lay in Luo Tian's attribute values, which were regrettably low. He could barely be considered to possess attributes, having merely met the minimum standard required for cultivating martial skills. Without the system, he could only wonder when he would achieve success in his training. He pondered whether breaking through the upper limits would yield any improvements. With a faint murmur, Luo Tian dismissed all distractions and immersed himself in cultivation. As he activated the breathing technique, his vitality began to coalesce rapidly. At level 50, his martial arts physique endowed him with formidable physical attributes. Luo Tian surmised that his immunity to the Grey Wolf King's innate abilities was likely linked to his physical constitution. The stronger a martial artist's physique, the more refined their vitality, rendering them less susceptible to external influences. The Wolf King's innate abilities were akin to the oppressive aura of human martial artists, yet due to their innate nature, they were more direct and peculiar. Otherwise, they would not have affected Li Yunjia, who was at the martial master realm. The night swiftly passed, and Luo Tian's vitality increased by 10 points. System. Open the attribute panel. Name, Luo Tian Realm. Initial warrior vitality, 540 mental strength. Not yet activated breathing technique. Warrior level breathing technique, level 33. Martial arts, warrior level body technique, level 50. Flirtatious shadow kill, level 5. Mountain crushing palm, level 4. Moon shadow step, level 16. Wind slashing sword, level 20. Thousand thunder movement, level 5. Traits. Infinite stamina, 13. Infinite vitality, 10. Intention, sword intent, 20. Upgrade cards, 0 items. None soon. Only 60 vitality points remained for him to enter the mid-stage warrior Ironbone realm. Luo Tian murmured to himself. Having spent a day in Linghai City, his vitality had increased by 10 points. The wind-slashing sword had ascended by 4 levels. The moon shadow step had successfully broken its limit, and the thousand thunder movement had also reached level 5. The enhancement of his breathing technique allowed his infinite vitality to breach double digits, enabling him to recover 10 vitality points every minute. This day had proven remarkably fruitful. Regrettably, the advancement of warrior-level body technique was exceedingly arduous. Luo Tian was reluctant to invest the time. He resolved to utilize his upgrade cards for the body technique once the pace of vitality refinement slowed down. After quietly formulating a plan in his mind, Luo Tian rose from the temporary accommodation assigned to him by the City Defense Army. The City Defense Army had daily tasks, and he needed to report in. Although Li Yunjia was injured, their squad could not afford to rest. With time still on his side, Luo Tian did not rush to the City Defense Army, but instead paused at a breakfast shop to enjoy a meal. At that moment, 2 voices reached Luo Tian's ears, causing his brow to furrow slightly. "Brother Fei, upon returning to the academy this time, you're likely to step into the later stage of a warrior, aren't you? I truly envy you, Brother Fei." It's hard to believe that we've only been out for a day and have achieved such significant gains. Luo Tian cast a discreet glance, inwardly lamenting the irony of fate. What a coincidence to encounter Ding Fei here. Of course, he held little interest in him and continued to eat his breakfast. However, the ensuing dialogue between the three completely incensed Luo Tian. There's no need to envy. It's merely the later stage of a warrior. Everyone here possesses commendable talent. You will achieve the same in due course, Ding Fei said in a condescending tone. Yes, we can too. Thanks for the encouragement, Brother Fei. The two lackeys displayed gleeful expressions, eagerly fawning over him. Speaking of which, we must thank the city defense army. Otherwise, who knows if we could have escaped the encirclement of the wolf pack. Thank them for what? Ding Fei raised an eyebrow. Isn't that their duty? We, the talented, will undoubtedly become the pillars of our nation in the future. Our battlefield lies at the front lines. It is imperative for them to protect us during our developmental phase. Indeed, Brother Fei is right. Absolutely, we are the pride of the divine marshal, the future of humanity. The two lackeys were swayed by Ding Fei's rhetoric. A bunch of trash. Luo Tian's gaze gradually turned icy. Chapter 44 Bro, you shouldn't act this way. By the way, Brother Fei, who exactly is Luo Tian? He was so arrogant last night. A follower of Ding Fei inquired, expressing that, to be honest, both of them were indeed taken aback last night. It is worth noting that Ding Fei had always exhibited an air of invincibility and fearlessness before them. However, in the face of Luo Tian last night, Ding Fei had clearly shown signs of retreat, to the extent that they dared not utter a single word. With a sudden and disdainful snort, Ding Fei startled his companion. Nevertheless, he spoke, the overlord of the new generation of military might in the Magic City, the one who previously humbled us. What? Is it him? The overlord who pierced through all of our ranks? The one even Hua Yuan could not contend with? The two followers exclaimed in astonishment. Hey, why are you two reacting so dramatically? Last time, we were simply unprepared. Once I return to the academy and persuade the instructor from the alchemy department to concoct the blood coagulation pill, achieving a breakthrough to the later stages of martial arts, I shall certainly seek retribution in the military realm. Ding Fei appeared noticeably displeased. Apologies, Brother Fei, we merely did not expect to encounter the military overlord here. The two followers quickly apologized as they regained their composure. They then shifted the topic. Brother Fei, is the blood coagulation pill truly that effective? Absolutely. Ding Fei nodded nonchalantly and explained, the primary ingredient of the blood coagulation pill is the blood coagulation flower, the very specimen we acquired last night in the wolf's den. Valued at 5 million, yet it is priceless and rare. The pupils of his two followers constricted. You are all aware of the Qi and blood training room, right? The efficacy of the blood coagulation pill surpasses that of the Qi and blood training room, and even when solely utilizing the blood coagulation flower, the efficiency is over 5 times that of the training room. It is said that with a substantial supply of blood coagulation pills or blood coagulation flowers, a martial artist could ascend to the rank of master in less than a month. The two followers gasped, their hearts filled with awe. Unfortunately, the blood coagulation flower is exceedingly rare. Once it appears on the market, it is immediately snatched up, unable to remain even for a second. Ding Fei lamented this fact. Though they spoke in hushed tones, Luo Tian was not far from them and overheard every word. No wonder the wolf pack had pursued them. Luo Tian finally pieced everything together, and a surge of fury ignited within him. It was utterly unbearable. If the human race was to defend itself with such detritus, it seemed inevitable that they would meet their demise. Ding Fei, indulging in lavish feasts, even had the audacity to believe that the city defense forces were obliged to protect him. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that those safeguarding him might lose their lives in the process. Rising to his feet, Luo Tian strode directly toward Ding Fei and his companions, placing his hand slowly upon their table. Boom! The force of his vital energy surged, causing their table to collapse, and their breakfast scattered across the ground. Are you out of your mind? Ding Fei's two followers immediately erupted in anger, shouting in protest. Ding Fei himself, equally furious, trembled upon seeing Luo Tian. Silence! Luo Tian raised his hand, and 2 heavy blows descended with remarkable speed, catching Ding Fei's 2 subordinates off guard, causing them to crash to the ground. Luo Tian, what do you intend to do? Ding Fei could no longer contain his agitation and stood up. Hand it over. Luo Tian extended his hand, speaking with a calm detachment. What? Ding Fei's gaze shifted slightly. The blood-condensing flower. Do not compel me to repeat myself. Luo Tian's eyes were cold, a chilling aura piercing through Ding Fei's back, leaving him feeling a shiver of apprehension. At this moment, Ding Fei's subordinates finally discerned Luo Tian's visage, their eyes filled with resentment, yet they dared not utter a word. Luo Tian, do not overstep your bounds. The blood-condensing flower belongs to me. You are committing outright theft. Ding Fei glared defiantly at Luo Tian. And if I choose to take it, what of it? Do you dare to oppose me? Luo Tian's expression was one of disdain. Only someone as shameless as Ding Fei would dare to speak so. Were it not for Li Yunjia, he would likely already be a lifeless corpse, let alone deserving of the blood-condensing flower. Luo Tian, this is the city. Do you not fear the retribution of the city defense army? Ding Fei, suppressing his fury, spoke in a low tone. Look closely. Luo Tian pointed to his attire, where the words City Defense Army were emblazoned prominently. Ding Fei's expression shifted dramatically, darkening as though it could drip with malice. At present, I suspect that the three of you have deliberately incited the beasts to attack the city. I must ask you to accompany me for a brief inquiry. Luo Tian said with a mocking smile, placing a heavy accusation upon Ding Fei and his companions. The faces of Ding Fei's subordinates paled significantly. Brother, you cannot be serious. This is an unspeakable crime against humanity, a capital offense. Luo Tian, what nonsense is this? Is it not your desire for the blood-condensing flower? I shall give it to you. Ding Fei, feeling the pressure, waved his hand, and a blood-red spiritual herb materialized, exuding a potent aura of vitality. Is this how you offer it? Never mind, just take it back and come with me. Luo Tian declined to accept the blood-condensing flower, continuing his insistence. You. Ding Fei felt on the brink of collapse, but could not express his rage. Taking a deep breath, he stated, esteemed officer of the City Defense Army. This blood-condensing flower was obtained from the wolf's nest. It was only through the assistance of the City Defense Army last night that I was able to survive. Thus, it rightfully belongs to you. Ding Fei was terrified. The crime against humanity was indeed grave, and if proven true, not only would he suffer, but his entire family would be doomed. Indeed, you present a valid point. Perhaps I misjudged the situation. Luo Tian finally accepted the blood-condensing flower. A misunderstanding. Certainly a misunderstanding. Ding Fei breathed a sigh of relief, albeit feeling a pang of regret. Was he not being sold out while still counting the money for the seller? By the way, to save you last night, Captain Li suffered a severed left arm from the Grey Wolf pack. He will likely no longer be able to fulfill his duties as captain. Luo Tian had no intention of letting Ding Fei off easily. This scum required a thorough lesson. No more words. I understand. Ding Fei gritted his teeth, pulling out his phone, the motion so practiced it was almost painful to behold. A smile graced Luo Tian's face. Conversing with intelligent individuals is indeed effortless. He promptly retrieved his phone, and mere seconds later, a notification confirmed the transfer of 1 million. This is my limit, Luo Tian. Leave a margin in your dealings for future encounters. Ding Fei was already consumed by a seething rage, yet he managed to suppress it forcefully. Future encounters? Luo Tian cast a disdainful glance at Ding Fei, pocketed his phone, and turned to exit the breakfast establishment, his voice drifting back lightly. I have no fondness for men. Remember to compensate for the table, otherwise, I might have reason to suspect you of instigating trouble. Ding Fei clenched his fists, his knuckles paling as his teeth ground together audibly. Accompanied by 2 lackeys, he approached the visibly intimidated breakfast shop owner to settle the debt, leaving in a huff. Luo Tian, I shall end your life. It was only upon entering an alley that Ding Fei could no longer contain his fury. The audacity, the sheer audacity. Not only did he steal my blood, but he also swindled me out of 1 million, and to top it all off, he blamed the damaged table on me. Every bit of this shall be repaid in blood. Ding Fei. Suddenly, a voice resonated behind him. Chapter 45, Reciprocity? As Ding Fei continued his tirade, he froze upon hearing the voice, turning alongside his 2 companions. They beheld a figure cloaked in black robes, having seemingly materialized behind them. Who are you? Ding Fei's spatial equipment flickered, revealing a broadsword in his grasp, his vitality surging forth, exuding a formidable aura. Assist me with a task, and afterward, I shall eliminate that individual you just encountered, the cloaked figure stated nonchalantly, undeterred by Ding Fei's vigilance. Preposterous. Ding Fei's gaze turned icy. Do you have any idea of my worth, Ding Fei? Assist you? Who do you think you are? The cloaked figure's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. You, Ding Fei gasped, but before he could utter another word, he heard two dull thuds. His previously alert companions were hurled backward, collapsing midair into unconsciousness, landing like sacks of grain on the ground. Can we converse civilly? The cloaked figure had somehow closed the distance, standing before Ding Fei. A tremor coursed through Ding Fei's body, making it nearly impossible for him to maintain his grip on the sword. Who are you? Ding Fei stammered, his voice trembling. You are unworthy of knowing. The reason I sought you is merely because someone requested it of me. Nothing more, the cloaked figure replied disdainfully. Who? Who sent you to find me? The one behind you. Behind me? Ding Fei's pupils constricted as realization dawned, and he exhaled deeply. What is it? Speak. I shall comply. The cloaked figure leaned closer to Ding Fei's ear, slowly beginning to articulate. Ding Fei nodded repeatedly, ultimately acquiescing, yet added, but you must promise to eliminate Luo Tian afterward. Not a problem. The figure cloaked in black nodded faintly before turning away. Unbeknownst to him, he murmured softly, not just that one person, but the entire city shall perish. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he raised his head. The events unfolding in the alley went unnoticed by anyone. Luo Tian arrived at the city defense forces and sought out Li Chao. Together, they proceeded to the medical facility exclusive to the city defense forces, where they found Li Yunjia reclining on a hospital bed. After a night's rest, the bleeding from Li Yunjia's arm had ceased entirely, and within 2 to 3 days, the wound would heal completely. This improvement was undoubtedly due to Li Yunjia's martial artist-grade physical resilience, and of course, the efficacy of certain special medications in this era of dimensional convergence. Thank you for last night, Luo Tian. Without you, I might have been torn apart by the gray wolves. Li Yunjia expressed his gratitude upon seeing Luo Tian. No need for formalities, Captain Li. By the way, I brought you something, Luo Tian replied, shaking his head as he produced a coagulation flower. Instantly, the eyes of numerous individuals in the medical facility widened, and they collectively gasped upon recognizing the precious flower. What are you doing, Luo Tian? Quickly put that away. Li Yunjia exclaimed, taken aback. Captain Li, this coagulation flower was stolen from the wolf's den by those 3 last night. You saved them and even lost an arm in the process. This flower rightfully belongs to you. Luo Tian refused to conceal the coagulation flower and instead elaborated on his intentions. Despite the flower's remarkable properties, he had no desire to claim it for himself. Although it could significantly enhance his vitality in a short period, he, possessing a system, was not overly concerned. Li Yunjia was momentarily stunned, wanting to inquire about the events that transpired, but Luo Tian seemed to discern his thoughts and interrupted him directly. Captain Li, they willingly offered this. Please accept it, whether for your own use or to sell, it is yours to decide. The onlookers in the medical facility were captivated, gazing at Li Yunjia with envy. While the coagulation flower had minimal effects on martial artists, one must not forget that Li Yunjia had a son and a daughter, both at the mid-stage of martial arts. Should they consume this flower, they might very well advance to the later stages of their martial journey, potentially achieving greater accomplishments than Li Yunjia himself. In the eyes of the common populace, martial artists were already considered quite formidable. Then I shall accept it. Li Yunjia finally spoke, extending his hand to receive the coagulation flower. However, he then pushed it back towards Luo Tian, saying, Luo Tian, without you last night, I might have met my end. As a token of my gratitude, this coagulation flower is yours. The crowd in the medical facility gasped in astonishment. Are you two engaging in a back and forth of gifts? Don't leave us out. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for this unexpected turn of events from Li Yunjia, leaving him somewhat flustered. Captain Li, saving you was simply an act of kindness. I never expected anything in return. Please keep it. You and your family are in greater need of it than I am. Luo Tian, what are you saying? I am well aware of the talents of my 2 children. Such a remarkable gift would indeed be wasted on them. You, however, are a prodigy of martial prowess, the very cornerstone of humanity's future. The front lines are in dire need of talents like you. The sooner you step onto the battlefield, the sooner the burden on our race will be alleviated. Take this. Li Yunjia's gaze was resolute as he spoke, even going so far as to toss the blood-condensing flower to Luo Tian. Luo Tian caught the flower, his emotions somewhat conflicted. He glanced at Li Chao, who simply smiled innocently, his eyes clear and untroubled. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tian declared, in that case, I shall purchase it at market price. You need not reimburse me for the funds regarding the Grey Wolf pack from last night. How can that be? Li Yunjia began to refuse. But Luo Tian interrupted. Captain Li, this is my bottom line. If you do not accept it, then so be it. Li Yunjia fell into silence for a long moment before finally sighing and conceding. Very well. Luo Tian pocketed the blood-condensing flower and departed. He produced his military identity card and exchanged 400 points for 4 million, which, combined with the 1 million he had received from Ding Fei, he promptly transferred to Li Yunjia. At noon, the patrol mission continued, yet this time it was solely comprised of Luo Tian and the Li Chao siblings. Fortunately, everything proceeded without incident, and no ferocious beasts were encountered. Upon returning to the city, Luo Tian headed straight to his temporary residence and consumed the blood-condensing flower in one swift motion. In that instant, a surge of vigorous life force erupted within him. The formidable energy entirely contained by Luo Tian's robust physique. As he practiced his breathing technique, his vitality began to increase at an astonishing rate. Unbeknownst to Luo Tian, a rumor was rapidly circulating within the coastal city. Have you heard? Someone has spotted the blood-condensing flower, located over 30 kilometers within the mountains. Of course I've heard. People are already heading there. We must hurry, or we shall miss our chance. The allure of the blood-condensing flower promised an ascension to the peak of martial prowess. A potential realization of becoming a martial master. With the news of the blood-condensing flower's discovery, a throng of civilian martial artists surged towards the mountains. Chapter 46. Let the slaughter commence. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed within Luo Tian as an overwhelming force of vitality surged forth, exuding a formidable aura. After nearly half an hour of cultivation, under the formidable influence of the blood-condensing flower, Luo Tian's vitality successfully surpassed 600 cards. Unbeknownst to him, his bronze bones had gradually taken on a dark iron hue. He had broken through to the mid-stage of martial arts, the Iron Bone realm. A flicker of joy stirred within Luo Tian. In merely over 10 days since activating the system, he had advanced from the 7th level of body refinement to the mid-stage of martial arts. Such a pace could be deemed unparalleled in history. Most astonishingly, not only had he broken through to the mid-stage of martial arts, but his martial skills also transcended the ordinary, reaching heights unattainable by others. Even the prodigies of prestigious master families and royal clans could only gaze in awe. It is crucial to note that those individuals had been taught martial techniques during their body refinement stage, continuously honing and comprehending them. They are indeed geniuses, yet regrettably, they have encountered Luo Tian, an individual who is seemingly endowed with extraordinary abilities. Those who possess such powers are often devoid of reason. The energy of the blood condensation flower has merely consumed 1/5 of its capacity. Thus, the process of refining vital energy continues. Luo Tian suppressed his excitement and once again immersed himself in his cultivation. His breathing technique circulated relentlessly, fervently condensing the power within him into his own vital essence. This vital force surged through his bones, deepening the faint iron hue that enveloped them. The vital energy continued to rise uncontrollably, relentlessly advancing towards a higher dimension. The blood condensation flower is renowned for its efficacy. Even when consumed directly, its ability to refine vital energy surpasses that of a dedicated cultivation chamber by more than 5-fold. Naturally, this is influenced by various factors, the most significant being one's physical constitution. The stronger the constitution, the greater the capacity to harness the power of the blood condensation flower. Presently, Luo Tian's martial arts physique has reached level 50, having undergone countless enhancements. Even an ordinary martial artist might find it challenging to compare with him. He could freely draw upon the power of the blood condensation flower. As long as he continued to temper his bones, his vital energy would perpetually elevate until no strength remained to sustain him. Meanwhile, news regarding the blood condensation flower continued to spread, drawing more martial artists into the mountains, scouring a 30-kilometer radius. Within a private room in the city, Ding Fei sat with 2 subordinates. Brother Fei, who exactly is that person? We have clearly taken the blood condensation flower, so why are we still disseminating such information? One subordinate inquired, puzzled. Do not ask what you should not. Ding Fei furrowed his brow. The subordinate immediately fell silent, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped the room. In truth, even Ding Fei himself was uncertain of the purpose behind spreading this news. However, given the stakes involved with the individuals behind him, he dared not inquire further. It is worth noting that the individual in question is no ordinary person. He hails from a direct lineage of the saintly family and is likely to be a future power holder within that esteemed clan. As for the identity of the man in the black robe, Ding Fei wished to investigate. But ever since he was instructed to spread the news about the blood condensation flower, the man had departed the city, leaving Ding Fei in ignorance of his whereabouts. For some reason, Ding Fei was plagued by a sense of foreboding, as if something ominous were about to unfold. This unsettling feeling troubled him, yet while within the city, he could not fathom the source of this danger. Soon enough, he managed to suppress this bizarre sensation, choosing to dismiss it from his thoughts. Luo Tian, I must witness your demise, Ding Fei silently vowed. He could not forget the humiliation of his previous 2 defeats, which had ruthlessly ground his pride into the dust. The singular thought consuming Ding Fei's mind was that Luo Tian must perish. He merely needed to wait for the man in the black robe to seek him out again. Meanwhile, at the highest command center of the city's defense forces, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. General, a figure suddenly appeared before him, respectfully exclaiming, "What is it?" The man referred to as the general relaxed his brow and glanced over. "I have checked. There are no blood-condensing flowers. However, previously, someone from our city defense army encountered the blood-condensing flower, and the details have been thoroughly investigated." The visitor recounted the information regarding Luo Tian's acquisition of the blood-condensing flower with impeccable precision, as if he had personally experienced the entire course of events since his encounter with Ding Fei until his return to the temporary residence. "How peculiar," the general remarked softly. Furrowing his brow, the visitor remained silent, patiently awaiting further instructions. After a lengthy pause, the general finally spoke. "You may go investigate. I hope this is merely a farce." "Yes, General," came the reply, and the figure gradually vanished. The general then rose slowly, a terrifying authority emanating from him. "The situation at the front is critical. The Heavenly Gate has suddenly launched a fierce offensive. At this crucial juncture, we cannot afford any internal strife among our human forces. I hope I am merely overthinking," he murmured as he departed from the City Defense Command Center. The current situation at the front lines was far from optimistic. The Heavenly Gate trembled, and countless ferocious beasts surged forth, with human warriors fighting desperately in resistance. Numerous martial artists, having just returned home, were compelled to board aircraft once more, heading toward the front lines. In the Demon City Military Division, Zhao Yidao personally led the team, urgently heading to the front lines via aircraft, leaving only Ning Anqing, a master, frantically training the elite class students. The other 2 top academies were similarly engaged. Simultaneously, the entire Dragon Nation was mobilized, with elite forces rapidly joining the battlefield at the front. The atmosphere across the Dragon Nation grew increasingly oppressive, with many keenly sensing a change, as if a storm was about to break. As time flew by, Luo Tian remained immersed in his cultivation. At that moment, his vitality surged again, reaching 700 calories. Yet the energy from the blood-condensing flower had not yet been fully consumed. His martial artist-level breathing technique had ascended to level 35, and the energy from the blood-condensing flower should allow him to further enhance his vitality to around 800 calories. Luo Tian contemplated inwardly, noting that with the advancement of his breathing technique, the speed of refining his vitality and tempering his bones was accelerating. With 800 calories of vitality, he would be capable of overwhelming ordinary mid-tier martial artists. It is worth noting that the limit for an average mid-tier martial artist is merely 1,000 calories. While Luo Tian, upon reaching the mid-tier limit, could possess at least 1,200 calories of vitality, far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. This was the benefit brought about by 3 rounds of bone tempering. As time progressed, the gap between ordinary martial artists and Luo Tian would only continue to widen. Even those extraordinary individuals who have undergone secondary tempering will find it difficult to keep pace with him. To surpass him, one must continually elevate their own realm. The cultivation persists, yet at this moment, the warriors searching in the mountains outside Linhai City have begun to entertain thoughts of surrender. Suddenly, many began to rush toward a singular direction, their eyes glinting with excitement. Those who witnessed this spectacle could hardly overlook the peculiarity and promptly followed suit. Soon, clusters of warriors entered a dense forest where the grand energies of heaven and earth converged. Upon entering the thicket, everyone beheld a blood-red flower quietly flourishing there. Unbeknownst to them, outside the thicket, a figure clad in black robes stood still, holding a luminous orb that emitted a soft glow, enveloping the entire forest. Above the canopy, a crystal-like diamond-shaped gem hovered, pulsating with waves that caused the surrounding space to subtly distort. "Let the slaughter commence," the figure in black suddenly declared, and in that instant, the orb in their hand erupted with a terrifying radiance. Chapter 47, Level 10 Alert, Beast Invasion Within the Forest. All eyes were fixed upon the resplendent blood flower. None noticed the brilliant light that suddenly illuminated above them. Soon after, their eyes turned crimson, and the desire for bloodshed began to swell within their hearts. "The blood flower is mine." A fierce roar echoed, and a figure darted toward the blood flower like a bolt of lightning. In that moment, it was as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed. All surged forward like a pack of wolves, racing toward the blood flower. The power of their chi erupted, shaking the entire forest. Suddenly, a line of blood shot skyward as a powerful martial artist's head was severed, their decapitated body spraying blood, causing a mini rain of crimson to fall within the thicket. At this instant, everyone turned their blades upon one another, and a river of blood flowed. Some grasped the blood flower, exploding with fervor, only to be immediately engulfed by the tide of bodies, their forms obliterated by various attacks, leaving blood and dismembered limbs strewn across the ground, the air thick with the scent of gore. The cries of slaughter echoed through the air. All were blinded by rage, consumed by a singular thought: to kill, to slay until no enemies remained ahead. Unbeknownst to them, above their heads, the transparent diamond-shaped crystal was surreptitiously absorbing the life energy left behind by the fallen. The blood, the severed limbs, gradually dissipated under the power of the crystal, withering and drying. Meanwhile, the gem's pulsations intensified, and the distortion of space grew ever more pronounced. Outside the forest, the figure in black robes smirked, their gaze brimming with excitement. "What is happening?" A figure descended from the sky. The black-robed individual seemed to sense something. A flash of brilliance enveloped them, and their form gradually vanished. A figure hovered in the void, standing in midair. It was none other than the esteemed master who had previously reported to the City Defense Command. To his astonishment, he was indeed a formidable master of the realm. There was something amiss within this dense forest. His gaze sharpened, for despite his elevated status, he could not discern the scenes unfolding within the thicket, which left him bewildered. It is worth noting that as a master, such a situation was nearly inconceivable, yet it was manifestly occurring before him, causing his heart to race with trepidation. With a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself into the depths of the forest. As he approached, he acutely sensed that he had breached a layer of peculiar energy. Before he could ponder this revelation, a horrific vision materialized before his eyes, causing his pupils to constrict. "Second brother, dare you seize my blood flower? I shall slay you." A figure brandishing a battle knife charged at him with a bloodthirsty grin. "Elder brother," he shouted in alarm, only to glance down and discover, to his bewilderment, that he was clutching a sanguine flower. In that instant, the battle knife was poised to strike, leaving him no time to deliberate. He raised his hand, unleashing a surge of vital energy, and conjured a colossal handprint that crashed down upon the knife with tremendous force. Boom! An explosion of terrifying power ensued, shattering the knife instantly, while the figure of his elder brother was reduced to a cloud of mangled flesh beneath the weight of his strike. "Elder brother!" The master howled in anguish. Yet suddenly, a tightness gripped his heart as realization dawned. This was wrong. His elder brother had perished on the front lines. This was an illusion, a phantasmagoria crafted by the Black Blood clan. Boom! His mind erupted in turmoil, and a torrent of psychic energy surged forth, shattering the scene before him. The blood flower in his grasp vanished without a trace. In that fleeting moment, the true nature of the forest was finally revealed, a ground soaked in blood, an endless slaughter, with crimson staining the earth and dismembered limbs piled high. The acrid scent of blood assaulted his senses, causing him to retch, while the transparent crystal in the sky emanated a terrifying resonance. The cosmic core. Damn it, the Black Blood clan intends to rend the fabric of this space. The master's pupils constricted as he propelled himself toward the diamond-shaped crystal, his vital energy erupting forth, amplified by the surge of psychic force. Inferno blast. Flames ignited in his eyes as fire surged upon his fists, crashing toward the transparent crystal. Boom! A cataclysmic wave of energy erupted, sending flames soaring and painting the sky in hues of red. However, this fearsome assault failed to leave even a scratch upon the cosmic core. Instead, a terrifying spatial fluctuation emanated forth, striking him like a blade upon his chest. Uft! He spat a mouthful of blood, a massive gash appearing on his torso, revealing glimmers of golden bones and a pulsating heart. A master had been grievously injured in an instant. Damn it, damn it. Reporting to the general. It is imperative to report. The master warrior roared, his vitality surging as he disregarded his grievous injuries, transforming into a whirlwind that surged toward the coastal city. Alas, it is too late. The figure cloaked in black materialized, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next instant, a terrifying red light erupted from the core of the divine void, piercing the endless expanse. The very fabric of space trembled. An extraordinarily dreadful power seemed to surge forth from an unfathomable abyss, followed by terrifying fissures that spread from the divine void's core. In an instant, the sky appeared to tear asunder, with a scar spanning several kilometers emerging at the heart of the divine void. A thunderous roar reverberated, and a colossal 50-meter-tall ape erupted from the rift, shattering the ground upon its descent. Immediately thereafter, a multitude of ferocious beasts rained down like raindrops, causing the earth to quake violently, as if a cataclysm had descended. In the coastal city, everyone's hearts raced, simultaneously turning their gazes toward the outskirts. Concurrently, urgent alarms blared. Beast invasion, all personnel on high alert, level 10 security. Defend the city. The booming voice echoed through the ranks of the city defense forces as the massive steel gates thunderously closed, leaving only a 5-meter-wide passageway. Level 10 security? Beast invasion? My heavens, what is happening? This is madness. How could this be? Why is this happening? Flee, escape quickly, leave the coastal city. Chaos ensued in the coastal city. Countless ordinary citizens, many of whom were not even martial artists, frantically rushed toward the docking station of the flying vehicles. Yet, this was a metropolis with a population in the millions. How could everyone possibly escape? A beast invasion? Level 10 security? At that moment, Luo Tian had just absorbed the full capabilities of the blood. As he had anticipated, his vitality had steadily breached the threshold of 800 calories. Before he could revel in the explosive power coursing through him, he was met with the alarming shout. Level 10 security. The highest alert status, last seen a decade ago during a critical frontline emergency when the beasts launched a massive assault, claiming the lives of Luo Tian's parents. Now, Level 10 security had been issued again, not at the front lines, but inland, within the great city of the Dragon Kingdom. Cursed be it. Has the heavenly gate been breached? Luo Tian's heart raced, but he quickly regained his composure. It was impossible. If the heavenly gate had fallen, the beasts would not have arrived at the coastal city so swiftly. Unable to make sense of it, Luo Tian decided to push those thoughts aside, dashing out of his temporary shelter toward the city walls. Upon reaching the walls, the scene before him caused his pupils to constrict to their utmost limit. In the distant sky above the mountains and forests, a colossal scar stretched across the horizon, as previously unseen ferocious beasts poured forth from the rift like raindrops, toppling trees in the forest and sending tremors rippling for dozens of miles, dust swirling into the atmosphere. What on earth is happening? Luo Tian's gaze trembled. He had never witnessed such a scene before. At that moment, a terrifying roar echoed through the air as a colossal figure surged into the sky, racing through the heavens. In mere breaths, it had traversed 5 kilometers from Linghai City, crashing down with a thunderous impact that sent vast swathes of forest toppling. The creature, a 10,000 demon ape, was a 5th-tier ferocious beast. My heavens, a 5th-tier beast, comparable to our human warriors. How could it possibly appear here? We are doomed. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd, and Luo Tian felt his heart clench in alarm. As the tremors drew closer, the onlookers finally beheld the sight. A multitude of ferocious beasts surged towards Linghai City like a swarm of ants. Just then, a notification echoed in Luo Tian's mind. Beep, Chapter 48. Special Talent, Breath Cycle, Beep. Random Mission Issued. Beast Invasion. Defend against the beasts. Protect Linghai City until the tide of beasts is repelled. Reward, Special Talent, Breath Cycle. Do you accept? The system's alert jolted Luo Tian back to reality, and the shock in his eyes gradually faded. He turned to gaze at the chaos within the city. At this moment, the interior of the city was in disarray, with countless people fleeing in a frenzy while agile figures dashed towards the city walls. These were martial artists. They did not falter. Aware of the imminent danger and the great terror approaching, they nonetheless charged forward without hesitation, determined to fight on the front lines. Luo Tian's heart grew heavy in an instant, yet he also felt a profound sense of pride. This was the Dragon Kingdom, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Simultaneously, figures soared from various corners of the city, leaping over the walls to confront the encroaching sky. They stood suspended in the air, resolute against the tidal wave of beasts, showing no signs of retreat. They were masters, our human masters. Someone shouted, their voice imbued with inexplicable excitement. System, accept the mission. Luo Tian silently commanded. After that, he paid no further heed to the system, focusing instead on the masters before him. At that moment, another figure descended from the sky with remarkable speed, swiftly arriving outside the city and positioning itself in front of the masters. Everyone, the front lines are in crisis. It seems we can only rely on ourselves this time. The newcomer spoke slowly, his tone gravely serious. Rest assured, General, unless we fall in battle, we shall not allow a single beast to set foot in the city. More than 10 masters voiced their agreement simultaneously. They hailed from the city defense forces, clad in uniform attire. The final master to arrive was Song He, the highest commander of the Linghai City Defense Forces, a peak master. The others were leaders of various families and martial arts schools in Linghai City, regarded as civilian masters. Though they had once been heroes on the battlefield, circumstances had led them to retreat to the sidelines. Yet, even so, they now faced the ferocious beasts without a hint of cowardice. By the command of the general, as the crowd spoke, their gazes were resolute. The ferocious beasts were swiftly approaching. Song He's eyes swept towards the city walls as he took a deep breath. Esteemed friends, the fate of Linhai City rests in your hands. Today, we must engage in a desperate battle to protect our loved ones and friends. He commanded all non-combatants. Retreat within the city. All warriors, defend the inner walls. All masters, charge forth to slay the enemy. His voice echoed back. Yes. Instantly, a thunderous roar resounded. The city defense forces received their orders, and all personnel surged out of the city to confront the beasts. Today, we shall only fight to the death. Song He declared anew. The previous command was directed at the civilian warriors, but this latter command was aimed at the city defense forces. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The cries reverberated across the city walls. Tens of thousands of city defense soldiers rushed down the walls, racing towards the outside. Among them, some civilian warriors and masters followed suit. Within mere minutes, the city defense forces had assembled, and the throng of civilian warriors had also gathered outside the city walls. Outside the formidable walls of Linhai City, it was as if another barrier had emerged, standing proudly against the heavens and the earth. At this moment, 5 kilometers away, the dense horde of ferocious beasts had reached the side of the 10,000 demon ape, with even more beasts continuously surging forth from the heavenly rift behind them. With a sudden roar, the 10,000 demon ape unleashed a furious cry, prompting the previously halted beasts to advance once more, rushing towards Linhai City at a rapid pace, both those soaring through the skies and those sprinting on the ground. The great battle was about to erupt without any forewarning. However, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom remained ever vigilant, exhibiting not a hint of panic even in this dire moment. Kill! A resounding battle cry echoed through the skies as Song He leapt into the air, instantly covering a distance of 2 kilometers, colliding with a ferocious tiger beast. In that moment, a terrifying force erupted, akin to fireworks bursting forth. The battle had finally commenced. The remaining masters swiftly followed, plunging into the throng of beasts. The 10,000 demon ape remained stationary, standing 5 kilometers away, its menacing gaze scanning the battlefield, exerting immense pressure upon the human masters. Kill! The battle cries thundered as the elite warriors of the city defense forces charged forward, colliding with the horde of beasts within mere seconds. The warriors of the city defense, along with civilian warriors and masters, joined the fray. Outside Linhai City, it instantaneously transformed into a scene of carnage. Blood surged, energy exploded, and limbs, both human and beast, were hurled through the air. The shouts of battle and the cries of anguish echoed across the battlefield. Boom! Within Linhai City, powerful technological weaponry unleashed a terrifying brilliance, striking the horde of beasts and carving a bloody path through their ranks. Yet, in the next moment, more beasts filled the gaps. Boom! As missiles detonated, swathes of vacuum appeared, but just like before, an endless tide of beasts surged forward once more, compensating for the losses. Luo Tian wielded his long sword, his steps dancing with the shadows of the moon beneath him. In one hand, he brandished the wind-killing sword, while in the other, he executed the mountain-shattering palm, unleashing a frenzied assault. One after another, second-tier ferocious beasts, having breached the defenses of the martial artists, fell victim to his relentless slaughter. Ding! You have slain a ferocious beast and received a basic upgrade card. Ding. You have slain a ferocious beast and received a human-level upgrade card. Ding, ding, ding. The incessant notifications echoed in his mind. Luotian's collection of upgrade cards continued to grow, and without hesitation, he utilized them to elevate the levels of the wind-killing sword, mountain-shattering palm, and moon-shadow steps. With 800 points of vitality, the second-tier monsters, comparable to mid-stage human warriors, could scarcely withstand 3 moves against him. Even those fierce beasts that rivaled late-stage warriors were met with Luotian's unwavering resolve. Empowered by his sword intent, he unleashed a terrifying force, rendering those formidable creatures mere fodder. With boundless vitality and limitless stamina, Luotian resembled a relentless harvester, continuously reaping the lives of the ferocious beasts. Time flew by. After 10 minutes, he stood drenched in blood, slightly panting. 20 minutes later, blood dripped from his body, soaking him entirely, and within a 10-meter radius around him, no ferocious beast remained. In his mind, the attribute panel materialized automatically. Name: Luotian Realm. Mid-stage warrior vitality. 800 points mental strength. Not yet activated breathing technique. Warrior level breathing technique. Level 35. Martial skills. Warrior level body technique. Level 50. Yearning for the shadows. Level 8. Mountain shattering palm. Level 14. Moon shadow steps. Level 20. Wind killing sword. Level 25. Thunderous motion. Level 14. Traits: infinite stamina. Level 13. Infinite vitality. Level 10. Essence: sword intent. Level 20. Upgrade cards. Basic level 3. Human level 3 items. None quests. Ferocious beast invasion. Defend against the ferocious beasts. Protect Linhai City until the tide of beasts is repelled. Reward: special talent. Breathing technique cycle. The entire attribute panel was extraordinarily luxurious. After catching his breath, Luotian's gaze fell upon thunderous motion. Chapter 49. Affinity for thunder attribute. Ignoring defense, the final level. Do not let me down. Luotian murmured as he observed thunderous motion on the attribute panel. Up to this moment, its speed still paled in comparison to moon shadow steps. Of course, the level was one reason, but the primary factor lay in the attribute values. Luotian's attributes were still too low. Had it not been for the system, he might never have been able to cultivate thunderous motion to its current level in his lifetime. System: use upgrade cards to enhance the level of thunderous motion. Ding. You have used a human-level upgrade card, elevating thunderous motion to level 15, which has reached its limit. Would you like to proceed with a limit breakthrough? Breakthrough. Luotian did not hesitate for a moment. Ding. Limit breakthrough successful. Thunderous motion's level has increased to level 16, and you have gained the trait, affinity for thunder attribute. As the system prompt echoed, Luotian distinctly felt an unusual tingling sensation coursing through his entire body. In the next moment, countless tiny points of blue light appeared around him, as if with a mere thought he could summon these luminous orbs to his side. Was this the elemental energy of lightning? A gleam of brilliance flashed in Luotian's eyes as he focused on the newly added affinity attribute for lightning. Instantly, a vast amount of information flooded his mind. The lightning affinity indicated a natural connection to the lightning element, possessing an immense allure for the forces of nature associated with lightning. The speed of cultivating lightning-related techniques was astonishingly rapid, and he was immune to the vast majority of damage emanating from lightning. Incredible. After absorbing the essence of lightning affinity, 2 words surged to the forefront of Luotian's thoughts. It was likely far more formidable than the 100 points indicated by the Instrument S assessment. This innate affinity felt as though he were a part of the lightning itself. With a roar, Luotian unleashed a surge of thunderous energy. In mere seconds, the small vacuum of space he had created was quickly filled by a second-tier beast, a grotesque creature resembling a lion, lunging at him. But that was not all. 6 other beasts of various forms were also leaping towards him, their gaping maws releasing a pungent, foul odor that invaded Luotian's nostrils. With a deft twist of his sword, he remained utterly composed. Thunderous movement. He silently chanted within, and with a firm step, arcs of flickering lightning enveloped his entire being. The surrounding energy of lightning surged forth, instantly absorbed and wielded by Luotian. At that moment, it felt as if the cells within him had been awakened by the thunder, rejoicing in exhilaration. In the blink of an eye, Luotian transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing before the eyes of the beasts. The creatures were momentarily taken aback, confusion dawning in their large, bell-like eyes. They could not fathom how the human, who was on the verge of meeting their demise, had suddenly disappeared. Just then, one of the beasts emitted a wretched cry, and the others turned their heads, only to witness a scene that filled them with terror. A human, surrounded by crackling lightning, was extracting a blade from the body of one of their comrades. Through the crackling energy, they could clearly see that this was the same individual they had attacked moments before. With a swift motion, the figure, transformed into lightning, reappeared before them. In the next heartbeat, an intense agony struck at their very souls, plunging their consciousness into darkness. In the brief span of 3 seconds from their assault to their fall, all remnants of their vitality had been extinguished. Indeed, in the realm of martial prowess, swiftness is invincible. Luo Tian stood behind the carcasses of several beasts, once more immersing himself in the attributes panel. System, enhance the mountain-splitting palm and the year-long shadow strike. Ding. The human-level upgrade card has been successfully used. The mountain-splitting palm level has increased to 15, reaching its limit. Would you like to break the limit? Ding. The basic upgrade card has been successfully used. The year-long shadow strike level has increased to 9, reaching its limit. Would you like to break the limit? Breakthrough. Luo Tian continued to issue commands. Ding. The mountain-splitting palm limit is being broken. Please select the enhancement direction. 1. Power enhancement. 2. Attack range enhancement. I choose power enhancement. Ding. The mountain-splitting palm limit breakthrough is successful, current level 16. In Luo Tian's mind, the comprehension of the mountain-splitting palm has transcended the realm of perfection. As the levels continue to rise, the explosive power of the mountain-splitting palm will become increasingly formidable. For others, the power of martial skills has a cap, later on. When one's own strength reaches an extraordinary level, low-level martial skills will no longer yield significant power. However, for Luo Tian, it is different. His skills can continuously upgrade beyond the realm of perfection. With each choice of enhancement direction, the essence of the skill will elevate with every level gained. Even in the later stages, even low-level martial skills can unleash astonishing and terrifying power. Ding. The year-long shadow strike limit breakthrough is successful, gaining the trait, ignoring defense. Current level 10. Huh. Luo Tian was taken aback. What is this? His focus shifted to the trait section, where a new trait had appeared, ignoring defense, 10. Ignoring defense allows attacks to bypass the target's defense up to 10, including but not limited to physical, attribute, spiritual, and other forms of defense. Incredible. It pierces armor, breaks magic, transcends all. Thank you so much, Lao Wang. This was quite the unexpected surprise. Luo Tian never anticipated that the secret technique imparted by Wang Xinghe would bestow upon him such a fearsome trait. If this trait were to be developed to level 100 in the future, would that not guarantee a hit? Any defensive measure would become void before him. Mountain splitting. Just then, a reckless second-tier beast lunged at him. Luo Tian swiftly executed a powerful strike. With 800 points of vitality enhancement, his palm, like a phantom, struck fiercely against the beast's face. Ignoring defense activated, though only a level 10, the effect was immediate. The beast's hide exploded, blood spraying forth, and under the immense force. Its head shattered, flesh and brain matter scattering. A member of the city defense army was instantly splattered, and while shocked, he cast a resentful glance at Luo Tian. Ahem. My apologies, I'll be more careful next time. Luo Tian's face flushed as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing without a trace. Damn, he runs fast, otherwise, I would have said something. The city defense warrior cursed as he rejoined the fray against the beast. At this moment, Luo Tian had arrived at the other side, and his attribute panel reflected a change in the upgrade card section once more. Upgrade card, basic level 4. Human level 4 not only replenished his consumption, but also increased slightly. Chapter 50. The movement of the 10,000 demonic monkeys, the hero's curtain call. Indeed, combat is the most expedient path to enhancement. Only through the mass slaughter of ferocious beasts can one attain the greatest level of advancement. Gazing at the upgrade card section, Luo Tian couldn't help but sigh, and then he issued a direct command. System, fuse the basic upgrade card. Elevate all upgrade cards to martial artist level body techniques. Ding. Fusion successful. Obtained human level upgrade card X2 Ding. Utilizing 6 human level upgrade cards. Martial artist level body technique elevated, current level 56. The terrifying power surged back into his body, dramatically enhancing Luo Tian's physical attributes. Presently, he lacked no means of attack, for the time being. Advancing his martial skills held little significance. The body, however, was the foundation of Luo Tian's strength, and he must ensure it remained at the forefront. With the enhancement of his physical capabilities, his infinite stamina recovery speed also saw a slight improvement. Luo Tian stepped forth, rejoining the fray. Outside the city of Linhai, the cacophony of battle echoed, with the limbs and severed arms of martial artists and ferocious beasts flying about, blood flowing in torrents, converging into rivers. "Brother!" A familiar panicked voice rang in Luo Tian's ears. He abandoned the ferocious beast before him and darted like lightning toward the side. "Li Mei, you must flee." Li Chao's eyes widened with desperation. At this moment, 3 ferocious beasts lunged toward the siblings. Not everyone was as formidable as Luo Tian, especially since they were merely civilian martial artists, having long relied on their own exploration. Faced with 3 beasts of the same realm, they realized they had little hope of survival. Unfortunately, the ferocious beasts were too swift, and even if Li Mei wished to retreat, it was already too late. The siblings stared wide-eyed, desperately brandishing their battle knives, hoping to at least injure the beasts before their demise. Clang! However, the beasts swung their massive claws, sending their knives flying and causing blood to seep from their palms. The siblings despairingly closed their eyes. Just then, as they were about to shut their eyes for good, they suddenly opened them wide. A flash of lightning streaked before them, followed by a cold glimmer, and the 3 ferocious beasts were instantly decapitated. The lightning gradually coalesced, revealing a familiar figure. "Are you all right?" Luo Tian flicked his sword, and the battle knives flew back into the siblings' hands. "Luo Tian, thank you." The siblings regained their senses, their eyes brimming with excitement, while their hearts were shaken to the core. Why was Luo Tian, at the same mid-level of martial artists, so vastly more powerful than they? Was this the chasm between genius and the ordinary? Stay focused. Do not let the beasts surround you. Let those you cannot kill pass. There are still people at the city wall. The voice of Luo Tian resonated in the ears of the siblings, and in the next moment, he transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished. A thunderous roar accompanied by crashing waves surged forth. The formidable Wanma ape, standing 5 kilometers away, could no longer contain itself and lifted its foot, advancing toward Linhai City. "Damn it!" Song He's gaze sharpened, as his worst fears materialized. The Wanma ape, a ferocious beast of the 5th rank, rivaled the strength of a human war king. He had anticipated this confrontation eventually, but not so soon. The gathering masters bore fierce expressions, gritting their teeth, striving to conceal any sign of fear. They were merely masters, and the war kings towered over them by an entire realm. While they did not fear death, they wished to avoid a pointless demise. However, behind them lay Linhai City, home to countless ordinary people, their loved ones all within its walls. They could not retreat a single step. Should Linhai City fall, they would lose everything. These savage beasts would show no regard for human lives. "Everyone!" Song He stepped forward, his voice booming across the sky. In that moment, all eyes converged upon him. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Song He. His vitality surged forth, intertwined with strands of extraordinary spiritual energy, igniting into flames. A terrifying wave of energy swept through the air, an immense pressure that crushed the surrounding beasts into a mist of blood. "General! Song General!" The masters howled, their eyes ablaze with fervor. This was a secret technique, consuming one's own vitality and spiritual energy to achieve a fleeting strength. This technique was a sacrificial method, a gamble of life against life. In the realm of masters, nearly everyone could wield it, but none would resort to such desperate measures unless faced with utter hopelessness. Only regret lingered, never witnessing the day of the beast's extinction. Song He sighed deeply, his words seemingly heralding the end. "Kill, cursed beasts. You all deserve to die. Kill, kill." The masters, holding back tears, unleashed their utmost power, their vitality surging as they shattered the beasts around them. In that moment, as Song He's momentum peaked, he soared into the air. At that instant, the Wanma ape had taken but 2 steps. Upon seeing Song He charging, the beast howled to the heavens and swatted down with its hand, the sheer force creating a shockwave that shattered the air. "Beast!" Song He's eyes gleamed with resolve as he swung his war blade with ferocity. A terrifying surge of vitality erupted, engulfing the sky in flames, transforming into a colossal divine dragon that collided violently with the Wanma ape's massive paw. Boom! The explosion resounded deafeningly, the terrifying force rippling outward in expanding waves. At the center of their battleground, a ferocious storm erupted, claiming the lives of nearby ferocious beasts. Their bodies shattered into fragments beneath the tempest. The slaughter momentarily ceased, as both humans and beasts turned their gaze toward the source, their eyes filled with trepidation. Luo Tian glanced upwards, a fierce glint illuminating his eyes. Seizing the moment of confusion among the beasts, he transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly dispatching 4 or 5 of them. These beasts deserve to perish. A murderous intent enveloped Luo Tian's heart as the wind-killing sword reached its zenith, executing lethal strikes as he plunged into the throng of beasts. A roar erupted from one of the beasts that had regained its senses, charging towards him, followed by an increasing number of its kin. Yet, Luo Tian moved like a flash of lightning, weaving and darting through them, harvesting lives with reckless abandon. The system notifications echoed in his mind as he continuously issued commands, his martial prowess escalating at an astonishing rate. His martial body technique soared to level 60, and his infinite stamina trait ascended to 15. Upon reaching level 70, the martial body technique surged to 70, with infinite stamina rising to 17. For every 10 levels gained in martial body technique, the infinite stamina trait increased by 2. As his physical prowess intensified, his recovery rate accelerated, and his sword intent and vitality surged in tandem, allowing him to cut through the beasts as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Gradually, observers began to take notice, their eyes widening in astonishment. The more they witnessed, the more their hearts were gripped by an indescribable shock. His martial body technique reached level 80, with infinite stamina at 19, transforming Luo Tian into a relentless engine of destruction. However, even the mightiest of spirits could not withstand the toll of battle, and his vitality was nearing depletion. Chapter 51, Devastating the 10,000 Demon Ape. In his wake lay a field littered with corpses, the blood of the beasts pooling into rivers, the stench of carnage rising to the heavens. Yet, his speed began to wane, his strikes growing lethargic as his inner vitality was nearly exhausted. With infinite vitality at 10, he could only recover 1/10 of his maximum vitality per minute, but it was insufficient to endure Luo Tian's insatiable consumption. There were simply too many beasts. A flash of blade light swept past, and a second-tier beast fell before him. Retreat and recover before returning. A booming voice reached Luo Tian's ears. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew amidst the crackle of electricity. The voice belonged to Captain Lei, whom he had encountered previously. Captain Lei had been observing Luo Tian's rampage, both shocked and concerned by his condition, and rushed to provide aid. Soon, Luo Tian found himself behind the defensive ranks of the city guards, sitting cross-legged as he activated his breathing technique to restore his strength. With his formidable physique, vitality surged within him, and his infinite stamina operated at full capacity. Meanwhile, his mind was not idle. He delved into his consciousness and accessed his attribute panel. Upgrade card. Basic level 8, human level 11. System, fuse the basic level upgrade card, after which all upgrade cards will enhance the martial breathing technique. Ding. Fusion successful. Obtained human level upgrade card 4. Ding. Utilizing 15 human grade enhancement cards, the martial artist's breathing technique level ascended to 50. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Infinite vitality level has increased. Current level is 14. The enhancement of the breathing technique significantly accelerated the recovery of Luo Tian's vitality, rendering the infinite vitality even more formidable. Concurrently, the vitality began to permeate throughout his skeletal structure, the faint iron hue transforming into a deeper shade. While Luo Tian's total vitality surged, 10 minutes elapsed, and Luo Tian's condition restored to its zenith, his vitality boosting by 10 cards, now totaling 810. He opened his eyes and re-entered the battlefield, embodying the Grim Reaper as he harvested the lives of ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, the battle between Song He and the demon primordial ape had reached a fever pitch. In a 1-kilometer radius around them, no ferocious beast remained. Those who ventured too close were obliterated by the terrifying shockwave of energy. The massive form of the demon primordial ape staggered backward, its eyes ablaze with fury. Song He, blood-soaked and on the brink of exhaustion, felt his burning vitality and mental power nearing their limits. General, the city defense master called out, a wave of despair washing over him. Song He had reached his limits, yet the demon primordial ape was merely forced to retreat. Such was the disparity of realms. Could the chasm truly be crossed? Farewell, everyone, Song He roared, igniting his remaining vitality and mental power into a blaze. the intensity of his aura surging once more into something terrifying. A spark ignited from thin air, swiftly transforming into an inferno that engulfed half the sky. Flame domain. Song He committed everything to this attack, the temperature of the flames soared. In that moment, everyone felt as though they were standing at the forefront of a blazing sun. However, this sensation was fleeting. The sprawling flames abruptly contracted, encasing Song He and the demon primordial ape within a 100-meter radius. Roar. From within the flames. The demon primordial ape bellowed, a terrifying force erupting from its being as it sought to break free from the fiery encirclement. Yet, this was an all-or-nothing assault from Song He. It would not be so easily shattered. The heat continued to rise. The demon primordial ape howled, its fur turning to ash, its skin beginning to char. Ha. Even if I cannot slay you, I can render you powerless. Song He laughed heartily, soaring into the sky as torrents of flames converged upon his battle blade. The blade glowed in intense crimson, and he descended like a meteor. Everything coalesced into a single strike. The explosive flames erupted as Song He thrust his blade deep into the chest of the demon primordial ape. Roar. The demon primordial ape let out a pained howl, raising a hand to strike down fiercely upon its chest. Puff. Song He was obliterated by the impact, his blade shattered. As flames erupted from the ape's mouth, its body trembling under the searing heat. General Song. All gazes were filled with wrath. Song He had perished, his remains utterly obliterated. Regrettably, the Wanmuyan still breathed, albeit gravely weakened. Cursed beast, you deserve death. Yes, you shall die. Several masters abruptly ascended into the sky, each channeling their mightiest attacks towards the Wanmuyan. With a ferocious roar, the Wanmuyan summoned a multitude of ferocious beasts, forming an imposing wall before it. It began to retreat, leaping into the air, landing swiftly beneath the Tianhan, as a torrent of beasts surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings. The masters unleashed their fury, yet they could not vanquish the relentless tide of beasts before them, ultimately being forced back in despair. The Wanmuyan's roar echoed, inciting the beasts to retreat. Kill. Do not let them escape. Avenge General Song. Avenge. All were consumed by a red haze of vengeance, pursuing relentlessly until they reached the battleground where the Wanmuyan clashed with Song He, poised to break through. Return. A thunderous command rang out. As several figures stood before the crowd, the beasts continued their withdrawal, consolidating their defenses beneath the Tianhan. The Wanmuyan emitted anguished roars, occasionally glancing toward the direction of Linhai City, its enormous eyes filled with towering hatred. Return to the city and recuperate. Do not squander the precious time General Song has secured for us. The battle had raged for the better part of the day, leaving all in a state of exhaustion. Should the pursuit continue, the losses among the ranks would be substantial. Meanwhile, more beasts cascaded down from the Tianhan, leaving humanity at a distinct disadvantage. At last, all began to retreat, slowly withdrawing into Linhai City. With a resounding thud, the heavy city gates closed, and the sky gradually darkened. In the distance, the Wanmuyan's roars echoed intermittently, with an increasing number of ferocious beasts gathering. Investigate. Find out who disseminated the news of the blood-condensing flower. A furious roar resonated from the city defense headquarters. In an instant, the vast machinery of the city defense sprang into action. Luo Tian sat cross-legged atop the city wall, recuperating his vitality as his mind opened to the attribute panel. Name, Luo Tian Realm. Mid-martial artist vitality, 810 mental strength, not yet activated breathing technique. Martial level breathing technique, level 50, martial skills. Martial level body technique, level 80. Liaoyin Qian Yin Kill, level 8. Crumbling Mountain Palm, level 16. Moonshadow Step, level 20. Wind Killing Sword, level 25. Thousand Thunder Movement, level 16. Traits, Infinite Stamina, 19. Infinite Vitality, 14. Lightning Affinity Ignore Defense, 10. Comprehension, Sword. Intent, 20. Upgrade cards. Basic level 10 human level 15 items. None in the aftermath of the battle. Luo Tian's attribute panel had become increasingly magnificent, and his combat prowess had surged to a terrifying extent. Yet, this was still insufficient. System, integrate the basic upgrade card. Chapter 52, Collusion with the Blood Clan, Beep. Fusion successful, obtained 5 human-level upgrade cards. The number of human-level upgrade cards in the attribute panel has increased to 20. Upgrading to warrior-level breathing technique, Luo Tian issued the command once more. Beep. Use 20 human-level upgrade cards. Warrior level breathing technique level increased. Current level 70. Beep. Infinite vitality level increased. Current level 18. As the two system prompts resounded, Luo Tian's mind became flooded with an abundance of information, all derived from the comprehension of the warrior level breathing technique. Simultaneously, with the elevation of infinite vitality, the rate at which his vitality was restored accelerated significantly. What kind of cultivation effects would a 70-level warrior breathing technique and an 80-level warrior body technique yield? Luo Tian closed the attribute panel and immediately entered a state of profound cultivation, restoring the vitality expended in battle while simultaneously channeling his vitality into his bones to begin the refinement process. In the mid-stage of a warrior-S progression, bones would transform to a dark iron hue, and once they transitioned from that color to silver, he would have entered the late stage of a warrior. Taking the example of an ordinary cultivator who breaks through the mid-stage with 90 cards of vitality for bone refinement, they would complete the entire mid-stage cultivation with approximately 600 cards of vitality. To achieve the 99-card limit on bone refinement, one must far exceed this figure. Conversely, a prodigy capable of secondary bone refinement could elevate their vitality close to 800 cards in the mid-stage, a level comparable to Luo Tian's current state. However, for an ordinary cultivator, surpassing 600 cards of vitality indicates they have already entered the mid-stage. For Luo Tian, he still had some distance to cover before reaching the mid-stage limit. The iron color in his bones was not yet sufficiently deep, suggesting he could still increase his vitality by nearly 200 cards. This implies that Luo Tian's mid-stage limit could potentially reach 1,000 cards of vitality, rivaling that of an ordinary late-stage warrior. At this moment, as Luo Tian delved into his cultivation, the iron hue of his bones deepened rapidly, and his vitality surged at a breathtaking pace. All of this was undoubtedly attributed to the formidable levels of the warrior body technique and the warrior breathing technique. Each incremental elevation in the warrior body technique significantly fortified Luo Tian's physique, and with the enhancement reaching level 80, his physical prowess was nearly on par with that of a master. Coupled with the 70-level warrior breathing technique, it would indeed be strange if the refinement speed of his vitality and bones did not accelerate. As he continued his cultivation, Luo Tian's vitality had already surpassed 820 cards and was rapidly approaching 830 cards. Time flew by, and as night deepened, his vitality reached 900 cards. The iron hue in his bones had become exceedingly profound, yet the refinement did not cease. Perhaps he could directly break through the 1,000-card vitality threshold and enter the silverbone realm of the late stage. Luo Tian mused internally. Should he reach the silverbone realm, the subsequent battles would undoubtedly become more manageable. However, just as he prepared to make a final push to surpass the 1,000-card vitality mark, a voice interrupted him. Luo Tian. The voice was familiar. Luo Tian gradually ceased his cultivation and opened his eyes. Suddenly, the visage of Captain Lei appeared before him as he approached slowly. Captain Lei. Luo Tian hastily rose to his feet. Captain Lei nodded gently and spoke. Come with me. General Song Zheng has matters to discuss with you. General Song Zheng? Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. Song Zheng, the vice commander of the city defense army in Linghai City, was the brother of Song He, who had perished in battle. It was likely that Song Zheng had temporarily assumed the role of general following Song He's demise. However, what puzzled Luo Tian was why General Song Zheng would wish to speak with him. After all, during his few days in the city defense army, he had yet to encounter Song Zheng, nor had they crossed paths previously. I cannot divulge specifics, but please accompany me, Captain Lei replied, his expression growing serious. A sense of gravity instinctively weighed upon Luo Tian. Before he could respond, Li Chao and Li Mei approached. Captain Lei, is everything all right? They inquired. Concern etched on their faces. They felt genuine gratitude towards Luo Tian. Had it not been for him, the siblings would likely have succumbed to the jaws of ferocious beasts. Although the previous battle had been brief, the losses for the city defense army had been substantial. With nearly 1,000 martial artists and close to 100 martial masters forever lost beyond the city walls. Rest assured, it is merely to gather some information. Captain Lei reassured them, his demeanor softening. Let us go, Captain Lei, Luo Tian replied, casting a reassuring glance at the siblings. Captain Lei nodded and turned to lead the way, with Luo Tian following closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the command center of the city defense army. Upon entering, Luo Tian was immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Within the command center, Over a dozen individuals had gathered, each exuding an aura of formidable strength. All clad in the standard uniforms of the city defense army. Luo Tian instantly recognized them as masters within the ranks. A chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. "General, I have brought Luo Tian." Captain Lei saluted a middle-aged man. "Thank you for your efforts. Please take some rest and prepare for battle. The beasts may counterattack at any moment." General Song Zheng responded, returning the salute. Captain Lei acknowledged him and departed, leaving Luo Tian alone with the assembly of masters. The new generation of military prodigies, the Demon King, Luo Tian. General Song Zheng's gaze bore a faint pressure. "Yes, General." Luo Tian straightened his posture and rendered a precise military salute. General Song Zheng mirrored his stance and returned the gesture, then spoke. "I summoned you primarily to inquire about the blood." Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, but did not withhold information. He recounted the entire process of acquiring the blood, including his encounters with Ding Fei and others. Song Zheng and a group of masters listened intently, their silence profound. After Luo Tian's narration concluded, they all nodded gently in acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to Luo Tian, the powerful spiritual presence of the masters had already enveloped him. Should his words contain even a hint of falsehood, they would swiftly and mercilessly apprehend him. For these masters, having traversed the sea of spiritual awareness, discerning a lie posed no challenge whatsoever. It appeared that the one disseminating information about the blood-condensing flower was indeed a genius from the divine martial lineage. How disgraceful that a prodigy from divine martial would collude with the Black Blood clan. An icy disdain escaped from Song Zheng's lips, a surge of anger welling within him. "Luo Tian, you have worked hard. Please take your leave and remain vigilant." "Understood." Luo Tian departed the command center, his mind swirling with questions. However, as he stepped outside, he encountered Captain Lei, rushing in with urgency. Luo Tian halted, intending to wait for Captain Lei to emerge and inquire further. Chapter 53, The Prodigy in the Command Center. A throng of individuals surged forth, swiftly making their way toward Linhai City, with Luo Tian prominently among them, flanked by Captain Lei. "Captain Lei, what is happening?" Luo Tian finally voiced the confusion that had troubled him. "Someone has been spreading rumors about the blood-condensing flower, prompting martial artists within the city to flock towards it, only to fall victim to the Black Blood clan's illusionary array," Captain Lei explained, his pace unyielding. This was not classified information. Even if he refrained from speaking, it would soon circulate throughout the city's defense forces. "Is that so?" Luo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. "What is the Divine Void Core? How can it tear through space?" The Divine Void Core is a sacred artifact of the Black Blood clan, a subordinate device of the Divine Void Shuttle, possessing the ability to pinpoint locations. When it absorbs sufficient energy, it can transmit locational information, allowing the Black Blood clan's saints to activate the Divine Void Shuttle to rupture space, opening a void passage akin to a heavenly gate, Captain Lei elucidated. Then, does this imply that the invasion of ferocious beasts was not a mere coincidence, but rather a premeditated scheme? Luo Tian's heart quaked, his vigilance towards the Black Blood clan intensifying. Indeed, Captain Lei's expression darkened as he continued. The general surmised that this invasion of ferocious beasts was originally intended for Yuqing, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the Black Blood clan retreated to Linhai City, leading to the current incursion here. That Ding Fei from Divine Martial has been the one spreading rumors about the blood-condensing flower, luring human martial artists outside the city, colluding with the Black Blood clan, an act tantamount to courting death. Luo Tian finally comprehended why he had been summoned for inquiry. The matter was intricately tied to the blood-condensing flower. The Black Blood clan's assault had evidently been long in the making. Now, with the front line in turmoil and all the strong warriors of Dragon Country engaged in battle, he could not help but wonder whether Linhai City would withstand the onslaught. Sighing deeply, Captain Lei concluded, his voice heavy with concern. At present, the populace of Linhai City is still in the midst of evacuation. However, the limited number of aircraft makes the task of relocating a city of over 10 million inhabitants far from straightforward. Luo Tian, burdened with a heavy heart, refrained from posing further inquiries, his gaze now imbued with a chilling detachment. Meanwhile, within a hotel in Linhai City, Ding Fei and his two companions wore expressions of profound concern. "Brother Fei, the savage beasts have invaded. Could it be related to our dissemination of the blood-condensing flower information? Who exactly is that individual?" One of his companions stammered. "Brother Fei, are we destined to be captured and executed?" The two companions were visibly agitated, Today's invasion had caught them off guard, and they had not participated in the defense. They had initially planned to retreat to the aircraft docking station, but the sheer number of people made it impossible, and under such circumstances, ordinary civilians were prioritized, forcing them to return to the city. Silence. Ding Fei barked, his voice laced with authority. When did we ever spread information regarding the blood-condensing flower? This has nothing to do with us. His companions fell silent, their expressions a mixture of fear and trepidation as they cast anxious glances at Ding Fei. He dismissed their concerns, his own mood weighed down by his thoughts. He was nearly certain that the identity of the figure in the black robe was anything but simple. Yet he found himself perplexed as to how that person could be connected to these events. Of course, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He had already reached out to those behind him, confident that it would not be long before they could depart from Linhai City. He could only hope that the divine sun would arrive soon. Otherwise, they would truly be doomed, he silently mused. Just then, the door to their room was forcefully kicked open, and a terrifying wave of blood energy reverberated throughout the space. A group clad in the uniform of the city defense force stormed in. Ding Fei and his companions instantly paled. Luo Tian and Captain Lei marched in unison. And soon their gazes fell upon Ding Fei. Luo Tian. Ding Fei was taken aback, uncertain as to why Luo Tian was present. However, Captain Lei spoke up. Ding Fei, you are suspected of colluding with the Black Blood clan. Come with us. What? Ding Fei instinctively exclaimed, then continued, you must be mistaken. I am a first-year student at the Imperial Capital S Divine Martial Academy. How could I possibly collude with the Black Blood clan? Whether or not you are colluding with the Black Blood clan is not for you to decide, Captain Lei replied, his gaze darkening. He then gestured with a wave of his hand, issuing a command, seize him. Brother Fei. Brother Fei. The two companions panicked, rushing to Ding Fei's side. Ding Fei furrowed his brow, feeling a moment of helplessness. The individuals who entered the room, aside from Luo Tian, were all at least late-stage warriors. And the three of them were no match. Even a desperate escape seemed futile. Would they truly be captured? A sense of unwillingness welled up within Ding Fei. However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on him. Upon hearing the voice, everyone froze, their gazes instinctively turning toward the entrance of the room. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome young man and an elderly gentleman appeared within view. The divine sun. Ding Fei exclaimed with great joy, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. Who are you? Captain Lei's expression darkened. The elderly man beside the youth exuded a formidable presence, and it was evident to Lei that the elder's prowess was considerable, at least that of a master-level warrior. As the young man and the elder entered the room, they came to a gradual halt. The young man cast a dispassionate glance at Captain Lei and slowly spoke. Divine Marshal, Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao. The son of the unfettered sage, Zhang Tianhao. Captain Lei's complexion shifted dramatically, and the hearts of the city defense troops grew heavy. Although they may not have been familiar with Zhang Tianhao's name, they were well aware of the unfettered sage, one of the top 10 sages of the Dragon Kingdom. A figure of unrivaled prestige in the Blue Star. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. It was astonishing that someone would dare come to Ding Fei's aid at such a moment. They were either allies or fools. Was Zhang Tianhao truly so naive? He hardly seemed so. Perhaps he was emboldened by his status, possessing unwavering confidence in his lineage. The city defense troops fell into an uneasy silence, uncertain of how to proceed. In such a situation, even Song Zhang would tread carefully. What could they possibly use to contend against the son of a sage? Humph. Zhang Tianhao scoffed lightly, remaining silent as he cast a bland gaze towards Ding Fei. Understanding the unspoken cue, Ding Fei, accompanied by two followers, pushed past the obstructing city defense soldiers, advancing towards Zhang Tianhao and the elder. Lord Zhang, this individual is suspected of colluding with the Black Blood clan. You cannot take him away. Captain Lei finally spoke, his tone exceedingly cautious, as though afraid of inciting Zhang Tianhao's ire. Oh, Zhang Tianhao's gaze remained indifferent as he turned to Ding Fei. Is that so? Divine Son, do not heed his nonsense. My Ding family has been loyal and valiant for generations, with over a dozen ancestors perishing on the front lines, sworn enemies of the Black Blood clan. How could we possibly engage in such treachery? Ding Fei declared loudly. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly, his piercing gaze fixed on Captain Lei. Did you hear that? Aye. Captain Lei could not meet his gaze, his words faltering. Leave. Zhang Tianhao uttered dismissively before turning to depart. The city defense troops dared not impede his exit. watching helplessly as they walked away. However, just as they were about to step through the door, a faint voice rang out. Stop. Chapter 54. Martial Skill Creation Card. Zhang Tianhao and his companions paused, turning back. The fire of indignation surged within Ding Fei's eyes, but at this moment, Zhang Tianhao was the superior, and he refrained from speaking. Luo Tian. Zhang Tianhao's expression remained impassive, carrying an air of superiority. Captain Lei and the others anxiously regarded Luo Tian, fearing he might provoke the esteemed figure's displeasure. Ding Fei has colluded with the Black Blood clan. By stepping forth to protect him now, does that imply your own involvement with the Black Blood clan? Or perhaps you are the one orchestrating this? In a moment of audacious defiance, Luo Tian declared his intentions without fear, leaving Captain Lei and the city defense forces utterly astounded. This man was, after all, the scion of a saint. Was it truly wise to cast such heavy accusations upon him? Luo Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? Ding Fei barked furiously, yet within, he could not suppress a cold smirk, his gaze fixed on Luo Tian as if he were a fool. You may possess a modicum of talent, but arrogance is one thing. Daring to boast in front of Zhang Tianhao is another entirely. You ought to reconsider your folly, for his temperament is far from forgiving. Oh. Zhang Tianhao's eyes flickered with intrigue, a hint of curiosity illuminating his expression. The military weaponry overlord, he remarked enigmatically, his gaze sharpening abruptly, a faint aura of menace pervading the room. Do you realize that with your mere words, I could decree your demise? Are you jesting? Luo Tian retorted, unable to tolerate Zhang Tianhao's haughty demeanor. Your father may be a saint, but does that make you one as well? Has no one informed you that you are even more arrogant than your father? Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a bold retort from Luo Tian. The others stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling. It was, after all, their first encounter with someone so audaciously insulting the air of a saint. Are you truly seeking your own destruction? Zhang Tianhao finally regained his composure, his voice low and menacing. Get lost. Cease your pretense here. Without reservation, Luo Tian responded. Do you comprehend what you are doing? You are shielding a traitor, committing an atrocity against humanity. Unless you are the one orchestrating his actions, I advise you to reconsider your loyalty lest you drag the unprincipled saint into this mess. Zhang Tianhao fell silent, his complexion shifting between shades of ashen and flushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Captain Lei and the others could not help but silently commend Luo Tian. In this world, he was perhaps the only one audacious enough to speak thus, revealing the ironclad nature of military resolve. Luo Tian, whom do you accuse of treachery? Whom do you label as inhumane? This is slander. Ding Fei interjected, his heart heavy with unease. He had anticipated that Zhang Tianhao would quell all dissent. Yet he was astonished at Luo Tian's fearless stance against him. Slander? You believe you possess the standing to accuse me of such? Luo Tian scoffed before posing another question. Is it not you who has disseminated information about the blood? Ding Fei remained silent, unsure how to respond. Luo Tian sneered coldly. You already plucked the blood and nearly caused the demise of a city defense soldier, yet you choose to spread word of it. Is this not a scheme born of ulterior motives? Speak. Did Zhang Tianhao instruct you to propagate the tale of the blood? Was it to lure martial artists, allowing the Black Blood clan's divine void core to absorb sufficient energy and thereby open the rift to the void? Utter nonsense. Zhang Tianhao interjected vehemently. It was not the divine son who instructed me to spread such rumors, Ding Fei blurted out in a moment of panic. Yet, as soon as he spoke, Zhang Tianhao turned sharply to him, and Ding Fei's expression shifted, realizing he had misspoken, hastily attempting to clarify. However, how could Luo Tian possibly grant him the opportunity to speak? Oh, Luo Tian deliberately elongated his tone. So it is not Zhang Tianhao, but rather another person. Which makes sense. Otherwise, the heir of the sage would have emerged, truly dragging himself into the mire. Zhang Tianhao's expression instantly darkened, as if he were on the verge of tears. Ding Fei, filled with anxiety and indignation, raised his hand to point at Luo Tian. Are you deceiving me? Luo Tian cast a disdainful glance at him before turning to Captain Lei. Captain Lei, why do you linger in hesitation? Do you intend to watch the villain escape? Seize him at once. The city defense troops stood in shock, but it was Captain Lei who first regained his composure. Take him away. With a wave of his hand, the troops finally snapped back to reality and advanced towards Ding Fei. Divine Son. Ding Fei panicked, and simultaneously, his hatred for Luo Tian reached its zenith. Who dares to lay a hand on him? Zhang Tianhao's voice rang out with authority. The city defense troops once again halted, clearly still intimidated by Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao, you are obstructing official duties. Can you bear the consequences of this? Luo Tian inquired coolly. What are you? How dare you question me? Zhang Tianhao regained his composure, his status granting him boundless confidence. Well then, Captain Lei, apprehend him as well. I suspect this man is colluding with the Black Blood clan, Luo Tian declared. Ah, this Luo Tian, he is the heir of the sage. Captain Lei was momentarily taken aback, his voice faltering. And so what if he is the heir of the sage? Those of the sage are not above the law. Moreover, he is not even a sage himself. Luo Tian shrugged, displaying an air of indifference. Ha ha, what a farce. Luo Tian, do you think you can take me down? Do you possess the qualifications to do so? Zhang Tianhao laughed, his eyes brimming with contempt. I apologize, but as a member of the city defense forces, I indeed possess the authority to apprehend you. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the elders standing beside Zhang Tianhao, who had remained silent. I advise you not to make any rash moves or harbor any ill intentions. My city defense forces number several masters. Should you take a step, it would also constitute an obstruction of official duties. The master elder looked bewildered. What do you mean by that? Before he could process the implications, Luo Tian suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Zhang Tianhao. You seek death. Zhang Tianhao's expression shifted slightly as a long sword materialized in his hand, an intense sword aura permeating the room. The master elder's heart raced, ready to intervene. But the echo of Luo Tian's previous words resonated in his mind, causing him to hesitate. However, unbeknownst to him, this moment of indecision would spell trouble. At that moment, the long sword in Zhang Tianhao's hand gleamed with brilliance, the sword intent surging forth, seemingly capable of severing all before him. He swung the sword directly towards Luo Tian's face. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Zhang Tianhao's sword was parried, unbeknownst to him. Luo Tian had already drawn the long sword from his back. Oh, you were able to withstand my casual strike? A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhang Tianhao's eyes. It is worth noting that he was a late-stage warrior with a staggering 960 points of vitality, augmented by 10% sword intent. Among the new generation of the divine martial realm, none could match him in a single strike. He was even hailed as the strongest divine progeny throughout the ages. Do you think you are powerful? Roared Luo Tian, as an overwhelming wave of sword intent surged forth, shattering Zhang Tianhao's own twofold sword intent. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback. The elder master also paused momentarily in surprise. With a swift flick of his sword, Luo Tian elevated Zhang Tianhao's blade high into the air. Humph, Zhang Tianhao scoffed, swiftly redirecting his sword, his internal vitality surging as he initiated his technique. Yet, suddenly, his movements came to an abrupt halt, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he awkwardly clamped his legs together. Bang! Unfortunately, his reaction was a moment too late, as a massive foot landed forcefully in his groin. A sound akin to something shattering echoed within Zhang Tianhao's heart, causing his body to involuntarily bend. Bang! Luo Tian raised his hand, and Zhang Tianhao collapsed to the ground. Ding! Defeated the holy progeny, the strongest divine progeny in divine martial history, awarded a martial technique creation card. A notification echoed in Luo Tian's mind. A martial technique creation card? Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the system's notification. The name alone indicated that this was no ordinary card, stirring a sense of excitement within him. Simultaneously, Luo Tian gained further insight into the nature of the system. It seemed that the higher the prestige or renown of the beings he defeated, the more unique rewards he would receive. Instantly, Luo Tian's gaze toward Zhang Tianhao transformed into something peculiar, akin to that of a connoisseur eyeing a rare delicacy. However, before he could delve deeper into the martial technique creation card, a terrifying pressure erupted beside him. Are you seeking death? The elder master inquired. To be candid, he had nearly been shocked to death. In all his years, he had scarcely encountered anyone of the same age capable of withstanding a blow from Zhang Tianhao, let alone someone who could instantaneously vanquish him. Moreover, with his master-level perception, he had already discerned that Luo Tian's vitality was certainly not superior to Zhang Tianhao's. Yet, surprises tend to arise unexpectedly. What are you doing? As soon as the elder master's words fell, Luo Tian suddenly turned to face him, causing the elder to momentarily falter, his oppressive aura wavering. Luo Tian continued, the city defense forces are apprehending spies from the Black Blood clan. Are you planning to strike at the city defense forces? Do you wish to act against humanity? The elder master stiffened, and his oppressive aura receded like a receding tide. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianhao remained unchanged on the ground, his gaze somewhat vacant, if it were not for the subtle yet excruciating pain emanating from his lower body. He could scarcely believe that he had been defeated in a single move, an occurrence that had never transpired before. How absurd! How could the scion of a sage possibly be a spy for the Black Blood clan? The venerable elder spoke gravely. However, his words seemed utterly powerless in this context. Why then did he shield Ding Fei, this traitor? If he is not a spy, what is he? Luo Tian spoke coolly, rendering the elder once again mute. Ignoring him, Luo Tian turned to Captain Lei and the others, exclaiming, "Captain Lei, are you not going to apprehend him? Oh, take him down." Captain Lei finally reacted, gesturing to give the command. "What are you doing? We are students of the Divine Martial Academy. Stop." Ding Fei and his companions were thrown into disarray. Luo Tian, "I will kill you." At that moment, Zhang Tianhao suddenly roared, his aura surging as he leapt from the ground, the intent of his sword suffusing the entire room once more. Crack! However, with a sharp sound, Zhang Tianhao felt a searing pain across his face. His body knocked sideways into the wall. "You are indeed a vile creature. How dare you openly threaten to kill a public servant?" In a flash of lightning, Luo Tian appeared beside Zhang Tianhao, his chi surging as the force of a collapsing mountain instantly took shape, a palm descending fiercely towards Zhang Tianhao. Enough! The venerable elder suddenly flashed in front of Zhang Tianhao, his chi radiating outward. Boom! Luo Tian's mountain-crushing palm erupted, filling the room with a resounding crash. Yet the terrifying force did not advance an inch. Such dreadful explosive power. The mastery of this individual's martial arts is remarkably high. The elder was struck with astonishment. "Step aside. As a master of the human race, do you really intend to obstruct the city defense forces from capturing a spy of the Black Blood clan?" Luo Tian rebuked, showing no regard for the elder's status as a powerful master. His audacity stemmed not from recklessness, but from absolute confidence that the elder would not dare to strike. After all, the heavy burden of responsibility still rested upon Zhang Tianhao's shoulders. Should he act recklessly, both he and Zhang Tianhao would face dire consequences. And even the sage Zhang Wudao might be implicated. In this era of dimensional convergence and spiritual rejuvenation, the laws of the Dragon Kingdom remained stringent, especially regarding matters of national security, which even sages could not afford to disregard, let alone a mere master. "My lord, there may be a misunderstanding here." The elder inhaled deeply, lowering his tone. "Any misunderstandings can be discussed at the City Defense Command. For now, step aside." Luo Tian remained unmoved. The elder's eyes burned with fury, but before he could finish his retort, he was interrupted. "Kill him. I will take full responsibility for any consequences," Zhang Tianhao bellowed. Turning around, his eyes now a fiery crimson, clearly consumed by rage. The young master, the venerable elder, hastily altered his tone, lowering his voice as he spoke rapidly. Zhang Tianhao's expression shifted erratically, his gaze fixed on Luo Tian, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying. Yet, Luo Tian remained unfazed. He understood that there was nothing more for him to do. The predicament had already ensnared Zhang Tianhao. His thoughts turned towards how to extricate himself from this affair. After a brief interval, Captain Lei and others appeared, escorting Ding Fei and the two others, with the elder and the visibly enraged Zhang Tianhao trailing behind. The group made their way towards the command center of the city defense forces. Luo Tian lingered at the back, completely disregarding Zhang Tianhao's occasional glances filled with boundless hatred. His mind delved deep within, where he discovered the martial technique creation card. Concentrating his thoughts on this card, a surge of information materialized in his mind. The martial technique creation card facilitates the host in deriving and swiftly crafting a martial technique that suits their own abilities. How extraordinary it is to create martial techniques. Luo Tian couldn't help but marvel. Presently, the majority of martial techniques utilized by humanity have been conceived by its warriors. Creating a martial technique requires not only a profound understanding of the specific discipline, but also a formidable talent for derivation. Such an endeavor is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Even a grandmaster would hesitate to claim they could forge an entirely new martial technique. Yet now, with merely a thought, Luo Tian could manifest a martial technique. Truly, the joy of having this ability is beyond imagination. Naturally, Luo Tian did not rush. Instead, He pondered meticulously over the type of martial technique he ought to create. Soon, the group arrived at the command center, where Luo Tian refrained from participating in the interrogation, as it held no relevance for him. He ascended the city wall, listening to the distant roars of the myriad demonic apes and casting a glance at the faintly glowing sky, where ferocious beasts continued to descend. A sense of heaviness weighed upon his heart. 5 minutes later, seated on the city wall, Luo Tian did not engage in cultivation, but rather plunged his consciousness deep within his mind. System, activate the martial technique creation card. He commanded internally, and suddenly, a panel materialized before him in his mind. During his journey to the city wall, Luo Tian had already contemplated the nature of the martial technique he wished to create. He lacked neither offensive means nor speed, but one critical element was missing: explosive power. Thus, the creation of the martial technique must be directed towards enhancing explosive force. Chapter 56. The flash of thunder. Luo Tian's thoughts became concentrated on the newly appeared panel in his mind. The information on the panel was scant, with only a single line: please select the attribute of the martial technique. Beneath this line, numerous options were presented, each representing various elemental attributes. However, some options were grayed out, indicating they were unavailable for selection. Luo Tian did not linger on his choice. At present, he could only rely on his lightning attribute, which was relatively acceptable, while the others were far too low to be of any significance. Of course, he could opt for a neutral attribute, yet he refrained from doing so. Comparatively, even among skills of the same rank, attribute-based techniques held a certain superiority, owing to their unique characteristics. Lightning. Luo Tian swiftly made his decision. Subsequently, the information vanished, replaced by another prompt: please select a weapon. As before, an array of weapons was presented, including the option to forego a weapon altogether. A sword. The information disappeared once more, and another query emerged: please select the characteristics of your martial technique. Exceptional explosiveness. Rapid speed. Luo Tian adhered to the principle that in martial arts, speed is paramount. Please select the properties of your martial technique. Essentially, the properties define the intended effects of the technique. Luo Tian meticulously examined the various options, ultimately selecting one that emphasized penetration. For a technique characterized by explosive power, penetration was indispensable. Otherwise, what use was there in having explosive force if it could not breach an opponent's defenses? What Luo Tian sought was a true killing technique. Please select the level of the martial technique. Note: the host's current realm is too low. The highest selectable level is high-tier spirit level. High-tier spirit level it is. Without hesitation, Luo Tian made his choice. The information on the panel vanished, and all aspects of the martial technique had been selected, leading to a change in the display of the panel. In simulation, it was not long before Luo Tian's mind suddenly received an influx of information, as vivid images began to flash before him. A deluge of thunder, blinding flashes of lightning, and various extraordinary phenomena seemed to manifest around him. And there was Luo Tian, strolling amidst the tempest, his figure weaving through the lightning, as if he aimed to meld with it. Unnoticed by anyone, at that moment, he resembled a wondrous entity intertwined with the cosmos. Seated there, he appeared almost to have vanished entirely, exuding an otherworldly aura. At that moment, a graceful figure suddenly flashed beside Luo Tian, unnoticed by anyone. Enlightenment. The newcomer possessed an exquisite visage, with an air of heroism in her brows. Yet her water-like eyes were filled with profound astonishment. What manner of prodigy are you? She murmured, waving her hand, causing a web of vital energy to intertwine and enclose Luo Tian, safeguarding him within. Had Luo Tian been conscious at that moment, he would have instantly recognized the figure before him as none other than Ning Anqing. Originally a student in the elite military training class, she had rushed over in response to the sudden outbreak of a beastly calamity in Linghai City, being the only master left at the academy. There was no choice. With the front line in dire straits, the strong of the Dragon Kingdom had nearly all mobilized to the front lines, leaving the kingdom internally vulnerable, with not a single warlord available to assist. Now, one can only hope that the front lines can swiftly achieve some victories, allowing the valiant warriors to return to rescue Linghai City. Fortunately, at the onset of the beastly outbreak, Song He paid the ultimate price of his life to severely injure the 10,000 demon ape. Otherwise, Linghai City would have likely been obliterated by the ferocious beasts by now. Ning Anqing gazed intently at Luo Tian, her eyes reflecting a complex brilliance. If only his attribute values were slightly higher, she couldn't help but murmur to herself. Enlightenment, such a rare state, is one that a martial artist might never attain in a lifetime. Each individual fortunate enough to accidentally enter this state of enlightenment is destined for boundless achievements in the future. It can be said that this state of enlightenment is akin to a form of extraordinary advantage. Suddenly, a cacophony of thunder rumbled, and arcs of blue lightning enveloped Luo Tian's entire being. Lightning! Ning Anqing exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. As she unleashed her mental energy, a terrifying phenomenon unfolded before her. In her perception, a whirlwind of lightning attribute power coiled around Luo Tian, as if the lightning, starved like a child yearning for its mother, eagerly sought to embrace him, fervently burrowing into his body. How could this be? Wasn't his attribute value merely a meager 10 points? Ning Anqing was stunned. The manifestation of this lightning attribute power was comparable to a being whose attribute values surpassed 90 points, and perhaps even far beyond. Could this truly be the miracle the general spoke of? Ning Anqing's heart was a tumult of emotions. Yet, at that moment, Luo Tian remained oblivious to the world outside. In his mind's eye, he had transformed into lightning, soaring across the heavens, a multitude of realizations flooding his consciousness. Gradually, the properties of thunder seemed to be comprehended by him, an enigmatic sensation swelling within his heart. Boom! A resounding thunderclap erupted as Luo Tian suddenly surged from one side, transforming into lightning and darting to the other, leaving a trail of shattered imagery in his wake. Penetration, speed, and explosive power combined seamlessly. Though it was but a single strike, it was sufficient to annihilate everything before him. He named this technique Thunderbolt Flash in his heart. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Martial skill successfully created, named Thunderbolt Flash, current level 1, rank, spirit level advanced. With the system notification echoing, the martial skill section of his attribute panel now bore the inscription of Thunderbolt Flash. In the external world, the lightning surrounding him gradually receded as Luo Tian opened his eyes. He was momentarily taken aback. Teacher Ning, Luo Tian called out in surprise. It was unexpected to see Ning Anqing here, but a brief contemplation allowed him to understand. Given the current perilous situation in Linhai City, it was not surprising that human warriors had arrived. Ning Anqing waved her hand, dissipating the blood energy that enveloped Luo Tian, her gaze scrutinizing him, leaving Luo Tian feeling quite uncomfortable. Ahem, actually, I have a fiancé, Luo Tian said, clearing his throat and speaking weakly. Ning Anqing furrowed her brow, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Would you mind switching? Or perhaps adding another? Luo Tian stared wide-eyed, incredulous at her suggestion. Enough. Even if you wish to lighten the mood, you cannot openly insult a single beautiful maiden. Luo Tian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. You a single beauty? Why not a single strong woman? A heroine? Just then, Ning Anqing's demeanor shifted to seriousness, her expression quite grave. What happened just now? I created a martial technique, Luo Tian replied, returning to his usual self without concealing anything. Oh, and what about your lightning attribute? Did you have some fortuitous encounter that improved your attribute values? Ning Anqing inquired further. Chapter 57. The limit of spirit-level martial techniques. Throughout the past century of interdimensional fusion, there have been instances of attribute values rising. However, such occurrences were only achieved under extraordinary circumstances, truly a rare stroke of fortune. Yet, Luo Tian had only been away from military affairs for a few days, and he had already encountered such an opportunity? Ning Anqing found it hard to believe. If it were true, what incredible luck he must possess. Luo Tian pondered for a moment and replied, if I said I simply practiced and practiced until the lightning attribute became effortlessly usable, would you believe me, Teacher Ning? Look into my eyes. Ning Anqing rolled her eyes. Luo Tian felt awkward. He had no idea how to explain further. All right, I want to press you. In any case, the ability to cultivate attribute martial techniques is beneficial for you. Now, unleash your full strength and let me see what kind of martial technique you have comprehended to enter a state of enlightenment. Ning Anqing ceased her inquiries. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and if it were not particularly significant, Luo Tian would not refrain from sharing. Regardless, they could regard it as a miracle. The interdimensional fusion had only lasted 100 years, and no one could predict what might happen in the future. All right, Luo Tian, keen to find someone to test his moves, wasted no time and drew his long sword from his back. Seeing this, Ning Anqing retreated slightly, her figure suddenly appearing 10 meters away. But just then, lightning began to flicker around Luo Tian, and in the next moment, he vanished from his original spot, transformed into a bolt of thunder. Such speed. Ning Anqing was taken aback, raising her delicate hand as her blood energy surged forth, forming a wall of vitality before her without any attached attributes. Crackle. In the instant she completed this, the thunder had already arrived. Luo Tian, maintaining a stance with his sword poised for a thrust, struck the wall of vitality. The blade encased in terrifying lightning. Ning Anqing's blood energy was dissipating as Luo Tian's sword, imbued with overwhelming thunder, pierced through the very heart of the vitality wall. What a fierce attack! Ning Anqing's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she raised her finger, gently grazing the blade of the Luo Tian sword, whereupon lightning surged along her fingertip. A slight tremor coursed through her veins, yet she extinguished the energy effortlessly. Indeed, it was remarkable, an advanced spirit-grade weapon, teetering on the brink of earth-grade. With a flick of her hand, the wall of energy dissipated, and simultaneously, Luo Tian was forcibly halted by an overwhelming force. Overwhelmed by astonishment, Luo Tian expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Ning." Ning Anqing waved her hand dismissively. "I must admit, certain prodigies defy conventional understanding. I am genuinely curious to dissect you and uncover your essence." Just a few days out, with energy levels at 900 calories and an adept command of attributes, he had even comprehended and created advanced spirit-grade martial techniques. Truly monstrous. Luo Tian, taken aback, replied, "What do you mean by that? Dissect? Isn't that the work of a butcher?" Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble beneath their feet. Level 10 alert. All personnel evacuate the city. A colossal voice resonated throughout the land. The ferocious beasts were attacking once more. Ning Anqing's gaze hardened. "Protect yourself, and do not perish. A prodigy who meets an untimely end is no prodigy at all." "Understood," Luo Tian replied solemnly. Ning Anqing nodded and soared into the sky, swiftly reaching the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, figures emerged from the darkened skies of Linhai City, quickly appearing outside the walls. Luo Tian followed the crowd down the city ramparts and soon found himself outside. In the distance, the advancing horde of beasts moved with alarming speed. A dark mass that sent shivers down one's spine. "Kill!" A furious shout rang out as the human masters took the lead, plunging into the throng of beasts. The battle erupted with a cacophony of war cries, as the martial artists engaged fiercely with the monstrous horde. Once again, the blood-soaked ordeal commenced. Luo Tian, with sword pointed to the ground, was enveloped in crackling thunder, weaving through the fray like a bolt of lightning. In a flash, he pierced the skull of a beast with his lightning-infused sword. As the notification chimed in his mind, Luo Tian withdrew his blade. Within mere seconds, another beast fell beneath his sword. The thunderous sounds of humanity's technological weaponry erupted as beasts were systematically exterminated. On the battlefield of the Masters, energy surged and terrifying attribute forces collided, sweeping through the ranks like a raging tide. This was a confrontation defined by numbers, a relentless struggle where survival hinged on attrition. Lives were claimed, and beasts were slain. The assault of the beasts persisted for an extended duration. Once Luo Tian's energy reserves were depleted, he withdrew from the battlefield, recuperating before charging back into the fray. "System, integrate all upgrade cards," Luo Tian commanded in his mind. Beep. The fusion was successful, resulting in the acquisition of 20 spirit-level upgrade cards. Naturally, spirit-level martial skills require these upgrade cards for enhancement. 2 basic-level upgrade cards can merge into 1 human-level upgrade card, and 2 human-level upgrade cards can further combine into a single spirit-level upgrade card. Utilizing the upgrade cards to enhance Thunderflash, Luo Tian silently intoned, and in an instant, a deluge of insights surged within him. Ding! After using 20 spirit-level upgrade cards, the level of Thunderflash has been elevated to 21. Level 21. Has the limit not yet been reached? However, it must have entered a state of perfection. The upper limit of spirit-level martial skills has increased, and the maximum is likely to be level 25. Luo Tian murmured to himself. Then without further ado, he resumed his hunt of ferocious beasts. Employing wind-slashing sword and thunder flash in alternating fashion, he executed swift movements that caused a tempest of lightning beneath his feet. The second-tier martial beasts were ruthlessly slaughtered as if they were mere vegetables. Even beasts comparable to late-stage martial artists fell victim to Ro Tian's rapid onslaught, left with no choice but to face their demise. At opportune moments, Ro Tian even managed to execute peak martial beasts with lethal precision. It is no exaggeration to say that wherever Ro Tian tread, the pressures faced by the city defense forces and other martial artists were significantly alleviated. In the midst of his assault, Ro Tian suddenly halted and cast his gaze to the side. There, a formidable sword intent captured his attention. Upon closer inspection, Ro Tian's eyes widened slightly. Two tenths sword intent. Before him stood a young girl, approximately 18 years of age, wielding a sharp longsword as she battled an injured bear-like beast. The girl moved with agility, leaving behind a series of phantoms, her mastery of movement exceptionally high. Her swordplay was equally impressive. A faint azure light danced across her blade, striking with such speed that each blow inflicted terrifying wounds upon the bear-like beast. This was indeed an injured, third-tier beast. Ro Tian gasped in surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. Chapter 58. Slaying the third-tier beast. I wonder if defeating a martial artist-level beast could directly yield spirit-level upgrade cards. Observing the girl's combat, Ro Tian pondered silently. Conventionally, ordinary beasts at the first-tier body refinement realm only drop basic-level upgrade cards, while second-tier martial beasts can drop both basic and human-level upgrade cards. Following this logic, a third-tier martial beast should yield all three types of cards, though each beast can only drop one, and the probability remains obscure. Roar. Just as Ro Tian was deep in thought, the bear-like beast let out a roar and lunged wildly at the girl. However, the girl's movements were nimble. A flash of azure light beneath her feet conjured gusts of wind, allowing her to evade the beast's furious assault like a wisp of cotton. Qing Shui, I'm coming to assist you. Simultaneously, a powerful shout resonated as another individual charged forth, wielding a battle knife engulfed in flames, bringing it down with tremendous force. Boom! Mars erupted in a fiery display, fierce energy surging forth as the formidable beast was struck back by a powerful blow. Be cautious, Tang Ying, exclaimed the girl known as Qing Shui, her voice laced with urgency. Fear not, we are more than capable of vanquishing this dying third-tier beast, Tang Ying replied, confidence glimmering in his eyes. Without hesitation, the two of them surged forward in unison towards the bear-like monster. With blades ignited in blazing flames and swords shimmering with a verdant glow, they unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, inflicting numerous wounds upon the creature, which now struck with diminishing power. Should we seize the opportunity to claim a kill? Luo Tian pondered inwardly, effortlessly slaying a nearby second-tier beast. At that moment, he possessed 2 basic upgrade cards and 5 human-grade upgrade cards, which, when fused, would grant him 3 spirit-grade upgrade cards. With his skill, Thunder Flash, currently at level 21. If he were fortunate enough to slay a third-tier martial master beast and procure a spirit-grade upgrade card, he would elevate Thunder Flash to its maximum level of 25, enabling a breakthrough into the realm of perfection. However, as Luo Tian contemplated, the bear-like beast suddenly let out a thunderous roar, reverberating with palpable malice. Instantly, its surroundings blazed crimson, and its body appeared to swell in size. This is bad. The beast has gone berserk, Tang Ying exclaimed in shock. Berserk, a state that a beast enters when faced with grave danger, significantly amplifies its strength for a brief period. Following this surge, the creature would succumb to extreme weakness. A desperate gambit indeed. Clearly, driven to madness by the relentless assault from Tang Ying and Qing Shui, the beast was single-minded in its intent to annihilate them. Retreat. The girl's expression shifted as she emanated a radiant glow, swiftly falling back. Tang Ying wasted no time, igniting flames beneath his feet as he propelled himself backward like a cannonball. In an instant, they had both retreated to Luo Tian's side, continuing their flight without pause. The bear-like monster, now on all fours, charged forth with violent tremors, its eyes blazing with ferocity. Hurry, retreat, the girl urged, having noticed Luo Tian's presence. However, Luo Tian remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon the raging beast. You, the girl faltered, slowing her pace as she halted beside Luo Tian, her urgency mounting. We must flee. That bear has gone berserk and possesses immense power now. Qing Shui, do not concern yourself with him. We must withdraw. As Luo Tian turned to the girl, Tang Ying seized her arm, commanding her with a fierce tone, casting a cold glance at Luo Tian. If you seek death, do not drag us down with you. Tang Ying. The girl gasped, being pulled backward by him. Yet, in that critical moment, she extended her hand and grasped Luo Tian's arm tightly. However, an inexplicable event transpired. Luo Tian showed no intention of retreating, remaining as steadfast as if he were nailed to the ground. The girl was momentarily unable to pull him away. Tang Ying and the girl were compelled to halt, the girl astonished, while Tang Ying seethed with fury, his gaze aflame, fixated on the girl's grip on Luo Tian's arm. Thank you. Luo Tian turned his head towards the girl, offering a gentle smile. But you should withdraw first. With a slight tremor of his vitality, Luo Tian liberated himself from the girl's grasp, arcs of lightning flickering around him. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Just as she was about to speak, Luo Tian transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantaneously closing in on the ferocious bear-like beast. Roar! The beast let out a thunderous roar, raising its massive paws high before bringing them down forcefully upon Luo Tian. Yet, Luo Tian swiftly evaded, his figure twisting away in a flash as the thunder surged forward. With a resounding crack, Luo Tian unleashed a fierce cry within, the long sword enveloped in radiant lightning. Uft! Boom! The sound of the blade piercing flesh coincided with the bear's paws crashing into the ground, sending tremors through the earth and creating 2 deep craters. Meanwhile, Luo Tian, surrounded by surging electricity, had already darted to the side. A gaping wound appeared on the bear's neck, blood gushing forth, while the fur surrounding the wound was singed and charred. Roar! The bear emitted a pained howl, its colossal form twisting as it charged at Luo Tian once more. However, Luo Tian's speed was astonishing. In a flash of lightning, he vanished from the beast's sight. In the next moment, the lightning-infused blade pierced the bear's body again, the profound essence of the sword igniting. Sizzle! A massive gash opened on the bear's neck, severing its throat as blood poured forth liberally. With a heavy thud, the bear crashed to the ground, its vitality rapidly dwindling. Incredible! He has indeed grasped a portion of the sword's essence. The girl gasped, her hand covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes fixed on Luo Tian, sparkling with admiration. Ding! You have slain a 3rd-tier beast, earning a spirit-level upgrade card. Indeed, fortune smiles upon me. Luo Tian felt a surge of joy at the system notification echoing in his mind. Impossible! How can he be this powerful? Tang Ying, too, regarded Luo Tian with astonishment. Yet, in an instant, his gaze returned to the girl, observing her with admiration. For reasons unknown, a wave of seething anger welled up within him. When he looked back at Luo Tian, a hint of resentment flickered in his eyes. At that moment, the girl moved swiftly to Luo Tian's side. Thank you, she said politely. Just as Luo Tian was about to merge the upgrade card, he paused and shook his head slightly at the girl. Slaying beasts is a duty for all, no need for gratitude. I am Jiang Qingxue from the Four Sacred Academy. Jiang Qingsno nodded gently and introduced herself. Junwu Luo Tian. Luo Tian responded. Suddenly, an irate voice erupted beside them. Chapter 59. Why are you barking? Hey, how could you possess such formidable strength and not reveal it earlier? Tang Ying had arrived behind Jiang Qingsno, fury evident in his eyes. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at Tang Ying. Was this brother all right? Why did he speak like a fool? Tang Ying, what are you saying? That is exceedingly rude, Jiang Qingsno interjected, her tone tinged with irritation. Tang Ying froze, hastily looking towards Jiang Qingsno. However, she had already turned her head away, offering an apologetic smile to Luo Tian. Luo Tian, I apologize on behalf of Tang Ying. He has a rather poor temper. It's nothing. Luo Tian shrugged, preparing to depart. Yet, at the moment he turned, Tang Ying spoke up. Qingsno, you needn't apologize to him. This person harbors ill intentions. Let us leave. A smirk crept upon Luo Tian's lips. Was he being unjustly targeted? A flicker of discontent stirred within him. He halted abruptly, and with a sudden flash of lightning, appeared before Tang Ying. You! Tang Ying exclaimed, taken by surprise, as the cold blade pressed against his carotid artery. Why are you barking like a dog? Came a chilling voice that sent Tang Ying spiraling into a state of panic, as he felt himself enveloped in a frigid abyss. His muscles taut and trembling uncontrollably. Luo Tian. Jiang Qingsno gasped, her eyes wide with concern as she watched him. Tang Ying fell silent, his gaze wavering. Luo Tian glanced at Jiang Qingsno. Truth be told, he held her in high regard and chose not to elaborate further, retracting the blade from Tang Ying's neck. Do not attempt to provoke me further, or else. Luo Tian's eyes flashed with a lethal intent. I shall end you. Ah! Tang Ying screamed, retreating in panic, losing his footing and collapsing to the ground. Heh! Luo Tian looked at Jiang Qingsnow, shrugged slightly, and without uttering another word, vanished in a flash of lightning. Jiang Qingsnow's expression was complex. She recognized that Luo Tian had merely intended to intimidate Tang Ying. However, she had not anticipated how feeble Tang Ying truly was, which contrasted sharply with her previous impressions. "You scoundrel, I will kill you," Tang Ying roared in rage. A flicker of disappointment coursed through Jiang Qingsnow's heart as she turned to Tang Ying, pulling him up and offering consolation. "Enough, Tang Ying, Luo Tian meant no harm. You have gone too far. Qingsnow, you are actually defending him?" Tang Ying looked at her incredulously, his eyes filled with desolation. "I am not defending him. It was you who instigated this, was it not?" Jiang Qingsnow shook her head. "I." Tang Ying was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Qingsnow ceased her speech, turning away and rushing to the side. The ferocious beasts continued their relentless assault, with the coastal city behind them. Now was not the time for idle chatter. Tang Ying clenched his jaw tightly, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. After a long pause, he let out a cold snort and charged towards Jiang Qingsnow. Meanwhile, Luo Tian arrived at another side, focusing his thoughts intently. System, fuse the upgrade cards, merging them all into spirit level. Ding. Consumed 2 basic upgrade cards, obtained 1 human level upgrade card. Ding. Consumed 6 human level upgrade cards, obtained 3 spirit level upgrade cards. In the upgrade card section, the basic and human level cards vanished, leaving only 4 spirit level upgrade cards. Lightning Flash, elevate. Luo Tian issued his command directly. Ding. Using 4 spirit level upgrade cards, Lightning Flash level increased. Current level 25 has reached the limit. Would you like to break through the limit? Breakthrough. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Tian silently affirmed in his heart. He had originally aimed to transcend the limit of Lightning Flash. Thus there was no room for doubt. Ding. Limit breakthrough in progress. Please select enhancement direction. 1. Speed enhancement. 2. Penetrating power enhancement. It appeared that only the first skill's limit breakthrough would yield special characteristics. Luo Tian murmured softly, contemplating the 2 enhancement options. Speed enhancement was self-explanatory, enhancing the swiftness of Lightning Flash. Conversely, penetrating power enhancement represented the essence of Lightning Flash and was the very reason Luo Tian had conceived this martial technique. However, Luo Tian possessed a unique characteristic, the ability to disregard defenses. Thus, enhancing penetrating power seemed less essential. On the other hand, if he enhanced speed, Lightning Flash would become even swifter, making it increasingly elusive. In martial arts, speed is invincible. Luo Tian firmly believed in this principle. Without further deliberation, he commanded the enhancement of speed. Ding. Limit breakthrough successful. Lightning Flash level increased. Current level 26. A surge of insights flooded his mind, elevating Luo Tian's comprehension of Lightning Flash to a new height. Continue. He gazed into the profound darkness, where the beasts continued to surge forth like a tidal wave. Luo Tian stepped forward, with lightning crackling around him, rejoining the fray. One beast after another fell to his blade, as he wielded the wind-killing sword and Lightning Flash in seamless alternation, reminiscent of a humanoid harvester. However, he refrained from engaging with the third-tier martial artist-level beasts again, not because he could not vanquish them, but due to the excessive time and effort required, which proved inefficient. Instead, he opted to slay more second-tier martial artist-level beasts and some first-tier fodder, as this would at least increase his chances of obtaining upgrade cards. Within his mind, the system's notification echoed continuously. Luo Tian fused all basic upgrade cards, then utilized the human-level upgrade cards to continually enhance his martial artist-level breathing techniques and martial artist-level body techniques. As his abilities continued to ascend, Luo Tian's physical prowess grew increasingly formidable, allowing him to engage in prolonged battles with ever-diminishing recovery times after depleting his vitality. Each time he withdrew from combat to recuperate. Under the influence of his advanced breathing techniques, his bones were further tempered, gaining an ever-deeper iron hue. His vitality surged wildly, ascending from an initial 900 calories to an impressive 950, with each recovery period yielding enhancements ranging from several to numerous calories. As dawn broke, the skies tinged with the light of early morning. The aftermath of the night's fierce battles left the outskirts of Linhai City awash in blood. A fearsome roar erupted from the beasts, causing them to retreat in droves, akin to a receding tide. Linhai City was spared from devastation. Yet the cost was immense. Countless warriors and martial artists fell in battle, and a renowned master from the populace sacrificed his life eternally. Luo Tian's expression darkened as he followed the throngs back into the city. He accessed his attributes panel. Name: Luo Tian Realm. Mid-level warrior vitality. 980 calories mental strength. Not yet activated breathing technique. Warrior level breathing method. Level 93. Martial skills. Warrior level body technique. Level 99. Liao Yin Qin Yin Kill. Level 8. Crumbling Mountain Palm. Level 16. Moon Shadow Step. Level 20. Wind Slaughter Sword. Level 25. Thousand Thunder Movement. Level 16. Thunderbolt Flash. Level 26. Traits: Infinite Stamina. Level 21. Infinite Vitality. Level 22. Lightning Affinity. Defense Ignorance. Level 10. Concept: Sword Intent. Level 20. Upgrade points. Human Level 8 Quest. Beast Invasion. Repel the beasts. Safeguard Linhai City until the beast tide is driven back. Reward: Special Talent. Breathing Method Cycle. After a night of combat, Luo Tian experienced significant growth. His breathing technique advanced by 23 levels, and his body technique achieved the pinnacle of level 99. However, he chose not to pursue further enhancement. Sensing that his physical condition had reached a threshold beyond which unforeseen transformations might occur, both infinite stamina and infinite vitality saw varying degrees of improvement. With his vitality nearing its limit and his skeletal structure almost entirely transformed into an iron-like state, just a step away from the late-stage warrior realm. Chapter 60. Body Technique at Level 100. Unlocking the sea of mentality outside Linhai City. The air was thick with the stench of blood and strewn with severed limbs. Individuals emerged from the city to retrieve the bodies of their fallen kin, while the wounded were escorted back for treatment. Meanwhile, the carcasses of the beasts were systematically transported into the city, their flesh and blood destined to be converted into nutrient solutions and sustenance for every fighter at the front lines. Beast meat contained ample energy, capable of aiding warriors in reinforcing and restoring their expended vitality. Luo Tian. Two medical personnel clad in white hurried past, carrying a stretcher from which cries emerged. Captain Li. Luo Tian rushed forward, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Li Yunjia lay on the stretcher, his appearance strikingly haggard. The most terrifying aspect was that one of his feet had vanished without a trace. Luo Tian's eyes suddenly brimmed with warmth, as a murderous intent began to permeate his heart. Captain Li, why have you come to the battlefield? Your arm has yet to recover. Luo Tian's voice lowered, his mood far from cheerful. Li Yunjia weakly shook his head, choosing not to answer Luo Tian's question, instead stating, "It's sufficient." Luo Tian felt a surge of respect. This was the essence of a true warrior, one who disregards life and death, continuing to fight on the front lines even while injured. Luo Tian, you must live well. When you step onto the front lines, slay the ferocious beasts and avenge us useless ones. Avenge the Li siblings, Li Yunjia continued. Luo Tian's pupils constricted as he gazed at Li Yunjia in disbelief. Captain Li. Li Yunjia gently nodded, interrupting him. Luo Tian, you need not mourn excessively. We embarked on this path fully aware of today. They are heroes, truly commendable. A wave of emotion washed over Luo Tian, as memories of Li Chao's honest smile and Li Mei's not-so-gentle voice flashed through his mind. Rest assured, Captain Li, the ferocious beasts will one day be eradicated. My dragon country will inevitably enter a grand era where no beast dares to tread. Thank you, Luo Tian. Li Yunjia nodded, a look of gratitude in his eyes. After a long while, medical personnel carried Li Yunjia away, while Luo Tian ascended the city wall, casting his gaze towards the distant horizon, a tempest of murderous intent swirling in his eyes. 5 full minutes passed before Luo Tian withdrew his gaze, settling into a cross-legged position, burdened with heavy thoughts. First, I must break through my cultivation. As he activated his breathing technique, the vital energy within Luo Tian surged wildly. Ning Anqing reappeared, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amazement as she observed Luo Tian. Without further ado, she waved her hand, enveloping Luo Tian in protective energy. The warriors atop the city wall cast curious glances, yet none approached to disturb him. Their eyes towards Ning Anqing were filled with reverence. Ning Anqing narrowed her eyes slightly, as though striving to see through Luo Tian. Unfazed, Luo Tian continued his rhythmic breathing as the vital energy surged into his skeletal structure. initiating a refining process while elevating his energy limits. The iron hue on his bones deepened continuously, eventually covering every corner. A flash of silver light suddenly illuminated his bones, and Luo Tian's vital energy successfully broke through, reaching 1,001 calories. Boom! A powerful aura erupted forth as Luo Tian's realm ascended into the later stages of a warrior. The later stage of a warrior, with 1,000 calories of vital energy. What an extraordinary prodigy he was. Ning Anqing couldn't help but murmur in awe. It is known that an ordinary warrior, even at the peak of their later stage, barely reaches 1,200 calories of vital energy. Yet here was Luo Tian, having just broken through, already standing at the summit of others. Not to mention, Luo Tian had comprehended 2/10 of sword intent and created an advanced spiritual level martial technique. Any one of these accomplishments would mark someone as an extraordinary talent, but to possess them all was truly beyond imagination. Only the term monstrous seems to encapsulate the situation. Luo Tian was oblivious to Ning Anqing's astonishment. At that moment, he ceased the practice of his breathing technique and delved deep into the recesses of his mind. With 8 human-level upgrade cards at his disposal, he was poised to elevate both his martial breathing technique and martial physical skills to the pinnacle of level 100. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he sensed that achieving level 100 in martial physical skills was no trifling matter. It might herald a monumental transformation. Luo Tian whispered to himself, taking a deep breath, and issued a command within his mind. System, elevate martial physical skills to level 100. Ding. 1 human-level upgrade card has been utilized. Martial physical skills have been upgraded to level 100. Current level, 100. Ding. Infinite stamina level has been elevated. Current level, 23. Boom. At that moment, a resounding echo reverberated through Luo Tian's very soul, and a piercing pain surged within his mind. He felt his spirit tremble, as if on the brink of annihilation, and in that instant, his aura became wildly turbulent. Ning Anqing furrowed her brow, hastily dispersing the blood vitality enveloping Luo Tian and swiftly moving to his side. "How is this possible?" she exclaimed, her exquisite features marred by a profound shock. The gateway to the mind had been unlocked. Had a late-stage martial artist truly opened the gateway to the spirit? What a ludicrous jest. The mental gateway symbolizes the realm of a master. For a martial artist to reach their zenith, they must break through their mental barriers and unveil their mental ocean. Only then can they ascend to the mastery level. Countless martial artists have languished at this juncture, unable to progress. Yet today, a late-stage martial artist had astonishingly unlocked the mental gateway. Ning Anqing felt as though her intelligence was being ruthlessly ground into the ground. This was truly an outrageous farce. However, the evidence lay before her, and despite her disbelief, she could not deny it. Unaware of these developments, Luo Tian was consumed by a splitting headache as an enigmatic force surged in his mind, forcibly carving out a space within. This force poured in, coalescing into a spring-like well. Had he misjudged? What on earth was happening? Luo Tian was beset by countless questions. Yet, the moment the spring was formed, the excruciating pain dissipated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of euphoria. He even felt as though he could command every inch of his skin, every single cell within him. In an astonishing manner. Could it be? Was this mental power? Had he awakened the mental ocean in the realm of martial artists? Did this mean he could transcend into mastery without any barriers? A peculiar excitement surged within Luo Tian as he quickly glanced at the attribute panel in his mind. To his astonishment, the previously displayed not activated in the mental power section had vanished, replaced by the notation 10 Hz. Mental power, 10 Hz. It was indeed real. A peculiar sensation coursed through Luo Tian's mind, compelling him to marvel at the system's extraordinary nature. He pondered what transformations awaited him upon surpassing the 100-level threshold of the breathing technique. With newfound anticipation, he hesitated not a moment longer and issued a command. System, upgrade the martial artist level breathing technique to level 100. Ding. Chapter 61. The 100-level breathing technique. Vital Essence Manifestation. Ding. 7 human-level upgrade cards have been utilized. The martial artist level breathing technique has been elevated to level 100. Ding. Infinite vitality level has risen. Current level is 24. As Luo Tian's command was executed, the martial artist level breathing technique surged from level 93 to level 100 in an instant. An influx of insights regarding the breathing technique flooded his mind, and he awaited the ensuing developments in silence. However, After a few moments, it appeared that no extraordinary changes had occurred. Luo Tian was taken aback, pondering, this shouldn't be. Typically, surpassing the 100-level threshold would yield some transformation. With this thought, he attempted to activate the technique. Boom. In that instant, his internal vitality surged violently, akin to thunder crashing from the heavens, with a deafening roar resonating throughout his being. Luo Tian was astounded to feel the vitality within him erupting with fervor, wildly coursing through his meridians and flesh. An uncanny phenomenon unfolded. This frenzied vitality, while traversing his body, became remarkably refined. As if a raw iron had undergone the trials of 1,000 forges, its quality ascending at an astonishing rate. A terrifying aura erupted from within him, sweeping outward in all directions. Refinement of vitality. Could it be? Ning Anqing was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes shimmering with radiant brilliance. Quickly regaining her composure, she unleashed her mental energy, diving into Luo Tian's essence to scrutinize his vitality. The more she observed, the more astonished she became, grappling with existential doubts. Luo Tian was oblivious to the transformations occurring within him, but as a master, Ning Anqing could not possibly remain unaware. He was currently undergoing a phase of vitality refinement. It is well known that to advance from a martial artist to a master, one must establish a mental sea, giving birth to mental energy. This energy amplifies vitality. Doubling its power, every 100 hertz of mental energy can double the vitality strength. This is the first advantage of transcending to the master level, the very foundation of a master's prowess. However, even after ascending to mastery, one must achieve another milestone to firmly establish oneself in the master realm, the refinement of vitality, which must then be integrated with mental energy, giving rise to the vitality entity. What is the vitality entity? It is the ability to wield vitality as an extension of oneself, manifesting power that can strike foes from 1,000 meters away, stepping through the air with ease. Yes, since the mental sea has been established, the concept of the vitality entity becomes comprehensible. Ning Anqing consoled herself, though the very notion carried an inexplicable undertone of inferiority. At this moment, within Luo Tian's body, the vitality surged as its quality continued to elevate. He could distinctly sense the spiritual energy, newly awakened in his mental ocean, beginning to flow gently downward, merging with his vital essence. A peculiar sensation surged within him. Luo Tian felt empowered to wield his spiritual force to manipulate his vitality, achieving feats previously beyond his capability. With a mere thought, the vitality erupted forth, transforming into an arrow that shot fiercely to the side. A soft thud resonated as the force left a faint mark upon the ground of the city wall. Thus, he comprehended the might of a master. Luo Tian's spiritual awareness absorbed everything, and he felt a surge of delight within. With both his breathing technique and physical prowess exceeding the 100 mark, he had effectively acquired the means of a master ahead of schedule. Yet, compared to a true master, he was still woefully inadequate. A single slap from one could easily extinguish him, a fundamental disparity that was not easily bridged. He exhaled deeply and opened his eyes, only to find Ning Anqing gazing at him with an expression of profound complexity, 3 parts skepticism, 3 parts astonishment, and 4 parts confusion. Luo Tian shook his head inwardly. Women truly had an abundance of emotions. "Teacher Ning," he called out, feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny. Ning Anqing was snapped back to reality. Yet the tumult of emotions in her gaze intensified. "At the later stages of martial arts?" she inquired. "Indeed. 1,000 calories of vitality? Yes. You have opened your mental ocean?" After a moment's hesitation, Luo Tian nodded gently. This, he knew, was not something he could conceal, considering Ning Anqing was a master. "Vitality essence?" Ning Anqing pressed further. A look of confusion crossed Luo Tian's face. What did she mean? "It refers to the refinement of vitality, perfectly merging with spiritual energy, allowing it to flow freely." "Ah, yes." Luo Tian understood and nodded affirmatively. "What kind of prodigy are you?" Ning Anqing couldn't help but exclaim, her frustration spilling forth. Luo Tian paused, taken aback. How unbecoming for a woman to utter such coarse language. Avoiding her fiery gaze, he internally murmured, "If I claimed to be extraordinary, would you comprehend?" Luo Tian. Fortunately, at that moment, a melodious voice interrupted Ning Anqing. Her expression softened, returning to normal as she looked over. "Jiang Qinxue." Luo Tian felt as though he had encountered a savior. At this moment, Jiang Qinxue and Tang Ying approached. Jiang Qingxue wore an expression of gentle excitement, while Tang Ying kept her head down, her countenance not particularly pleasant. "I've finally found you. I didn't expect you to be here," Jiang Qingxue exclaimed as she drew near, her enthusiasm palpable. Is there something you need?" Luo Tian inquired, puzzled. "Yes," Jiang Qingxue affirmed, continuing, "I just received word that the frontline battle has eased. Some powerful warriors have returned, and the fighting in Linhai City should conclude swiftly." Luo Tian gazed at Ning Anqing in bewilderment, questioning how she could be unaware of such a significant matter. Ning Anqing's expression shifted slightly as a peculiar communication device materialized in her hand, glowing faintly. Indeed, it was true. A few moments later, Ning Anqing nodded and turned her attention to Jiang Qingshu. The little princess of the Jiang family possesses remarkably swift intelligence. Jiang Qingshu responded politely, having met the esteemed elder. No need for excessive formalities. Ning Anqing waved her hand, casting a surprised glance at Luo Tian. The identity of Jiang Qingshu was not ordinary. She had come to inform Luo Tian of the news almost instantaneously. Ning Anqing felt a surge of curiosity bubbling within her. However, she quickly extinguished those thoughts, for there were matters of greater significance at hand. "Luo Tian, allow me to test the extent of your progress. Unleash your full strength against me." Ning Anqing was genuinely eager to witness the battle prowess of one who had reached the latter stages of martial arts and possessed the capabilities of a master. "Tang Ying, let us step back." Jiang Qingshu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Ying, who observed everything, felt a growing unease within. His gaze towards Luo Tian grew increasingly displeased. "Yes, teacher." Luo Tian drew the long sword from his back, eager to ascertain his current strength. Ning Anqing could distinctly sense her own limits, and without hesitation, Luo Tian was enveloped in crackling lightning, a torrent of sword intent radiating outward as his vitality surged, an immense power coursing through him. What an astonishing aura! Jiang Qingshu's eyes gleamed with wonder. How can this be? His presence is utterly terrifying. A flicker of shock crossed Tang Ying's otherwise somber face. He felt as though, in the presence of this overwhelming aura, he could scarcely muster the will to fight, akin to facing an unstoppable torrent. Chapter 62, A Combat-Ready Martial Artist Teacher, I Am Coming. Luo Tian roared, channeling all his power into a single moment. "Hurry up. It will only take a few seconds." Ning Anqing's words darkened Luo Tian's expression, feeling somewhat offended, and he heightened his strength further. With a crackle of lightning, Luo Tian suddenly appeared before Ning Anqing, his long sword, imbued with magnificent sword intent, lunging towards her with fierce intent. Luo Tian bore no intention of holding back, for Ning Anqing's prowess was evident. Even if she stood still for him to strike, he would not necessarily achieve much. As expected, Ning Anqing did not even deploy her blood vitality for defense. To genuinely experience the full force of Luo Tian's might, she simply raised her hand, delicately pinching with her slender fingers. In an instant, Luo Tian's blade was ensnared, unable to advance any further. Such formidable penetrative power. Luo Tian was unaware that a flicker of astonishment crossed Ning Anqing's mind. In that moment of grasping the blade, she sensed an irresistible penetrating force. In truth, she was unaware that this was a peculiar attribute of Luo Tian's, which naturally disregarded tenfold defensive power. Certainly, in the face of absolute power, the neglect of defense may not seem particularly daunting. After all, even if defenses are breached, it does not guarantee a successful strike against the opponent. However, it must be acknowledged that this is indeed a formidable trump card. A mere 10, should it be 100%, would present an entirely different scenario. At this moment, thunder began to permeate, swiftly spreading towards Ning Anqing's arm. With just a slight tremor of her vitality, Ning Anqing effortlessly extinguished the thunder. With a gentle push of her delicate jade fingers, Luo Tian nearly lost his grip on the long sword, his form retreating several meters. As the force coalesced, Luo Tian regarded Ning Anqing with newfound respect. Indeed, a peak martial artist could slay, and even weaker martial masters could engage in battle with a stroke of luck. One might even vanquish them. Ning Anqing nodded lightly. Jiang Qingshuang's eyes sparkled with surprise as she gazed at Luo Tian. The so-called weaker martial masters refer to those whose vitality does not exceed 3,000 calories. The typical limit for early-stage martial masters hovers around 5,000 calories. Was he not a late-stage martial artist? Could he truly contend with martial masters? Tang Ying was utterly astonished, unwilling to accept this reality. Yet, it was evident that Ning Anqing had no need to exaggerate, for she was indeed a master. Cursed be the thought. Tang Ying grumbled inwardly. Very well, let it be for now. At that moment, Ning Anqing's voice resonated, and her figure flickered before vanishing atop the city wall. However, neither Jiang Qingshuang nor Tang Ying realized that Ning Anqing's voice echoed within Luo Tian's mind. Mental energy can amplify vitality with your current mental strength. You can enhance your vitality by 10%, reaching a strength of 100 calories. I shall impart to you the method of amplification. Suddenly, a unique mental energy surged within Luo Tian's mind. He hastily reached out with his mental strength and immediately acquired the technique for amplifying vitality. It was not overly complex. By channeling his mental energy to envelop his entire being, his vitality surged instantaneously. So that is how it is. Luo Tian chuckled inwardly, recognizing that his combat prowess had seen a subtle enhancement. Luo Tian, I never expected you to be so formidable, Jiang Qingshuang remarked as she approached, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. Luo Tian gently shook his head and replied, Thank you for the information. There's no need for thanks. Even if I hadn't mentioned it, you would have discovered it in due time. It is likely to spread shortly, Jiang Qingshuang remarked, casting her gaze toward the city defense forces. Just then, some members of the city guard began to engage in discussion, their faces reflecting a sense of relief. Luo Tian, you are the new blood of the military. Are you not? Jiang Qingshuang inquired. Indeed, Luo Tian affirmed with a nod. The new generation's demon king? He nodded again. It is indeed you. Jiang Qingshuang's expression bore a hint of resignation. With your presence, it seems our sacred academy will have little chance of claiming victory in the upcoming trials for the new students in over 10 days. Qingshuang, why diminish our own spirit in favor of another's? There are still more than 10 days left. In the end, it remains uncertain who will prevail. Tang Ying could no longer contain himself, unable to bear the sight any longer. Given Jiang Qingshui's esteemed status, her current demeanor seemed to be a deliberate attempt to befriend Luo Tian, which greatly displeased him. Indeed, the abundance of prodigies had become commonplace. Luo Tian cast a cursory glance at Tang Ying and remarked, At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Tang Ying felt a surge of elation, a flicker of pride crossing his eyes. Alas, Luo Tian's subsequent words nearly shattered his composure. With an unperturbed gaze, Luo Tian continued, What a pity. A genius is merely a genius. In my eyes, they are all the same, easily vanquished. Arrogance. Tang Ying seethed with anger. Enough, Tang Ying. Instead of boasting here, you should contemplate how to improve yourself in the coming days. Jiang Qingshui interjected, her voice tinged with coldness. Tang Ying fell silent, wishing to retort. Yet the frosty glint in Jiang Qingshui's eyes compelled him to cease, leaving only a venomous glare directed at Luo Tian. Luo Tian, I apologize. Tang Ying has always had a temper. Luo Tian shrugged, disinterested in continuing to regard Tang Ying. Jiang Qingshui engaged in trivial conversation with Luo Tian, and he showed no inclination to distance himself, oblivious to Tang Ying's increasingly sullen countenance. Meanwhile, at the City Defense Command Center, Zhang Tianhao, alongside the Master Elder and Ding Fei, emerged without pause, heading directly to the aerial docking station of Linhai City, departing shortly thereafter. They exhibited no interest in the ferocious beast invasion plaguing Linhai City. Incompetent, Zhang Tianhao bellowed aboard the aircraft. Bang! Ding Fei and two of his subordinates immediately knelt before Zhang Tianhao. Forgive us, young master. Ding Fei, drenched in sweat, felt a gnawing anxiety. Were it not for Zhang Tianhao, he feared he would not have even escaped Linhai City, and his resentment towards Luo Tian deepened. Forgive you? Do you realize your blunder this time could warrant your demise tenfold? Were it not for my father's edict from the sage, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Zhang Tianhao's gaze was icy. Please, young master, punish me. Ding Fei felt a chill in his heart, yet he understood that if Zhang Tianhao intended to kill him, he would already be dead. His life was spared only due to his remaining value. Zhang Tianhao fell silent, seemingly lost in thought, before finally speaking. Return and administer the gene modification serum. In the upcoming trial, I want Luo Tian dead. Ding Fei's pupils dilated in shock. The gene modification serum could significantly enhance one's vitality in a short span, albeit at the cost of altering one's genetic makeup. While it would not transform one into a beast-like entity, it risked bouts of irrationality unless one broke through to master level. making it impossible to suppress the inherent ferocity in one's genes. What? Are you unwilling? Zhang Tianhao inquired coolly. No, by the command of the divine child. Ding Fei responded immediately. Soon, silence enveloped the aircraft. Chapter 63. The Xuanjia dragon. Time flew by, and night gradually descended. In Linhai City, the atmosphere was extraordinarily heavy. Throughout the day, the ferocious beasts remained still, yet the ominous rifts continued to spew forth these creatures. Outside Linhai City lay an ocean of beasts. The expressions of all were grave. Even news of powerful warriors returning from the front lines could not dispel the oppressive weight upon their hearts. Standing upon the city wall, Luo Tian was joined by Jiang Qing Snow and Tang Ying, both gazing into the distance, their minds restless. I feel it too. Luo Tian suddenly spoke. So do I. Jiang Qing Snow replied softly, her beautiful eyes scanning the night sky towards the faintly glowing rifts. The war kings will arrive soon. At that time, no matter how many beasts there are, they shall perish. Tang Ying disagreed with their sentiments, offering a counter-argument. Luo Tian and Jiang Qing Snow's expressions darkened slightly. Even if what Tang Ying said were true, what if unforeseen events occurred before the war kings arrived? Misfortunes seldom come alone. At that moment, figures soared into the sky from various locations in Linhai City, instantly reaching the outskirts. What is happening? Someone exclaimed in surprise upon noticing the anomaly. The entire city wall erupted in commotion. Luo Tian's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the heavens. All the masters of Linhai City had assembled, including Ning Anqing among them. Roar! Just then, a terrifying roar reverberated from afar, shaking the very earth. Level 10 alert. Everyone, exit the city and prepare for battle. Song Zheng's thunderous voice echoed, prompting all the city defense forces to spring into action, while civilian warriors began to gather swiftly. Let us go. Luo Tian and Jiang Qing Snow exchanged a glance and set off towards the city gates. Tang Ying lagged by half a second, but quickly caught up. Roar! At the moment the three exited the city, the horrifying roar rang out once more. What is that? Damn it, another 5th-tier war king-level beast has emerged. It's the Xuanjia dragon. How could it be the Xuanjia dragon? Panic erupted among the warriors outside the city. Luo Tian looked up towards the rifts. Before him, a massive beast burst forth from the rift, its colossal form suspended in the air, with a pair of enormous leathery wings covered in jet-black scales, blocking out the sun. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Simultaneously, the ground trembled violently as hordes of ferocious beasts charged towards Linhai City. Roar! The figure of the demon ape appeared, its injuries still unhealed. Its initial terror diminished, yet still enough to instill fear. Linhai City was in peril. Beside Luo Tian, Jiang Qing Snow clenched her silver teeth. Her gaze fixated in shock upon the Xuanjia dragon in the sky. The Xuanjia dragon, on the front lines, bears the moniker of the most formidable war machine. Beyond its inherent might, the essence of its title as the supreme weapon lies in its extraordinary innate ability, infinite gravity. This unique talent allows it to exert a terrifying gravitational force centered upon itself, sparing allies while targeting all adversaries. Unless one possesses an equivalent realm of power, breaking free from this gravitational constraint is nearly impossible. Under the influence of this infinite gravity, martial artists and warriors of lower realms find their combat effectiveness drastically diminished, with some even succumbing to the crushing weight. In the throes of large-scale warfare, the Xuanjia dragon must be neutralized first, otherwise, the human faction is destined for a tragic defeat. Roar! At that moment, the Xuanjia dragon unleashed a thunderous roar. Instantly, everyone beheld concentric ripples, reminiscent of waves, radiating from the dragon's core, surging towards Linhai City. As the ripples approached, the very air thickened, and a peculiar pressure began to bear down upon each individual. Damn it! What the hell? The masters hovering in midair found themselves compelled to descend to the ground under this strange pressure. While the warriors and martial artists behind them struggled to move, their internal energy flowing sluggishly. Roar! At this juncture, the monstrous army drew near, and all eyes widened in alarm. Fight to the death! Song Zheng's voice rang out fiercely. Kill! Kill! Instantly, a chorus of battle cries erupted. Finally, as the beasts closed in, the masters took the lead, bracing against the weight of the Xuanjia dragon while simultaneously unleashing their attributes and vitality. In an instant, a vacuum formed in the air before them, spanning 1,000 meters. However, this vacuum was but a fleeting respite, as it was rapidly filled by the surging horde of beasts. With a deafening roar, the 10,000 demon ape descended from the heavens, shattering the ground beneath it. A single slap obliterated a master into a mist of blood. As the battle commenced, the human side had already lost a master. Expressions shifted, sorrow filling their eyes. As the fight raged on, the Xuanjia dragon unfurled its wings, stirring a tempest as it charged towards Linghai City. All combatants felt the weight of pressure intensifying. Yet, in that moment, no one retreated. With no escape in sight, they resolved to fight valiantly, even if the outcome remained unchanged. They would sacrifice their meager lives to procure a glimmer of hope for those within the city. Is it over? Jiang Qinshan, trailing closely behind Luo Tian, cleaved through the relentless beasts, yet a profound sadness flickered in her eyes. Tang Ying stood off to the side, fixated on the Xuanjia dragon, consumed by an overwhelming dread. Luo Tian offered no reply, his countenance grim as lightning crackled around him. With the Windslayer's sword and thunderclap alternating in swift strikes, he felled beast after beast. The system's notifications echoed ceaselessly in his mind, yet they did little to alleviate the weight upon his heart. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted as the armored dragon approached. With merely its descent from the sky, two masters were obliterated by its dreadful power, painting the heavens red with blood. In the midst of despair, a furious roar echoed throughout the air. A streak of fiery brilliance illuminated the sky as a figure appeared with astonishing speed, instantly positioning itself before the armored dragon. All eyes turned skyward, witnessing a harrowing scene unfold. The figure unleashed a kick, causing flames to spiral violently and winds to rage. A thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the very core of their beings. As the colossal form of the armored dragon was sent hurtling backward, its innate abilities interrupted, and the oppressive weight upon everyone suddenly lifted. Flash! Another roar erupted as the figure brandished a battle blade, its azure light shimmering, flames rapidly engulfing its surface. In that moment, an overwhelming surge of blood and energy coursed through everyone, the searing heat of the flames threatening to scorch the sky itself. Wind and fire unite. The roar resounded once more as the battle blade extended, transforming into a massive cleaver of 100 meters, striking down with relentless force upon the demon ape. The demon ape let out a wretched cry, its enormous body propelled like a cannonball, engulfed in flames, the scent of roasting flesh wafting through the air. Our warrior has arrived. Humanity shall triumph. Kill! Kill! Outside Linghai City, the battle cries thundered. Chapter 64. Brother, step back. I am about to begin. Old Zhao is surprisingly strong. The battle cries echoed deafeningly as Luo Tian's gaze fixated upon the sky. At that moment, the proud figure, its visage clear, revealed itself to Luo Tian. It was none other than Zhao Yidao, the commander of military prowess. Upon his appearance, he directly repelled two formidable fifth-tier beasts, and his martial skills, embodying both wind and fire attributes, emanated an aura of despairing power. A roar erupted once more from the armored dragon, its immense form, radiating terrifying waves of force, surged toward Zhao Yidao suspended in the sky. Surrounding the armored dragon, the innate ability of infinite gravity coalesced into a singular line. Advancing towards Zhao Yidao, such petty tricks dare to challenge me. A glimmer of fire ignited in Zhao Yidao's eyes as he horizontally wielded his battle blade, summoning a tempest of wind and flames, conjuring a vast sea of fire in the sky. The blade's radiance surged forth, winds and flames cascading wildly. In an instant, the assault forged by infinite gravity was torn asunder, the blade's momentum unabated, the temperature of the flames skyrocketing, creating swathes of vacuum. As the blade struck fiercely against the armored dragon, in that fleeting moment, the dragon's scales shattered upon impact, its massive form once again sent flying backward. Zhao Yidao offered no respite, his figure melding with the raging winds and flames, transforming into a streak of light as he soared through the air. Flames surged, and the relentless wind howled, transforming the entire sky into a vast ocean of vitality and elemental power. Not far away, the beleaguered demon ape was drawn into the fray. The brilliance of the blades crisscrossed, accompanied by the deafening sounds of explosions that reverberated through the air. Under the ferocious onslaught of Zhao Yidao, the Xuanjia dragon and the demon ape were ruthlessly suppressed, their anguished cries echoing in the chaos. How ferocious! Luo Tian couldn't help but exclaim, his own battle spirit igniting as he raised his sword, instantly piercing the skull of a late-stage second-tier beast before him. Humanity shall prevail. Kill! Simultaneously, Song Zheng's roar resonated across the skies outside Lehigh City, igniting an endless fervor. Kill! 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 The battle cries thundered, sweeping through like a tidal wave. The monstrous horde began to retreat, mirroring their royal leader's flight. Luo Tian moved with astonishing speed, thunder crackling around him, as one beast after another fell beneath his blade. The system notifications in his mind ringing incessantly, the count of upgrade cards rapidly increasing. System, fuse the basic upgrade cards, then merge half of the human-level upgrade cards. Use them all to enhance Thousand Thunder Strike and Thunder Flash. Ding, 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 the system notifications echoed in his mind, rapidly elevating the levels of Thousand Thunder Strike and Thunder Flash. In an instant, Thousand Thunder Strike surged from level 16 to 23, while Thunder Flash ascended from level 26 to 30. Luo Tian's speed intensified, his mental energy amplifying his vitality as he wielded his sword intent to its utmost, decimating the heads of second-tier beasts. Remarkable, extraordinary. Why does it seem that he grows stronger with each battle, his martial prowess escalating at an astonishing rate? What kind of prodigy is this? Jiang Qingsnow followed closely behind Luo Tian, her gaze unwavering, absorbing every subtle change in him. In that moment, no one could fathom the depth of her astonishment. She, Jiang Qingsnow, hailed from the revered Jiang family, nurtured under abundant resources since childhood, priding herself as a genius. Yet now, she realized that her so-called genius status appeared trivial in the presence of Luo Tian. Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of admiration began to stir deep within her eyes. However, this scene did not escape the notice of Tang Ying, who stood nearby. A tempest of fury surged within him, his glances toward Luo Tian laden with murderous intent. Why? Why do you exhibit such a gaze? Luo Tian, it is all you're doing. Tang Ying's rage consumed him, his vitality boiling as he unleashed furious strikes, disfiguring the beasts before him, becoming a veritable madman. In that moment, he felt as though the most forbidden part of his heart had been stripped away, an overwhelming resentment blossoming and spreading within him. Unaware of Tang Ying and Jiang Qingsnow's reactions, Luo Tian had set his sights on a third-tier martial master beast, which, in terms of strength, was classified as a weaker martial master. Before them stood a grotesque beast, reminiscent of the malevolent creatures from Western mythos. Its humanoid form adorned with a pair of fleshly wings, perpetually circling above the human realm. At the slightest opportunity, it would plunge from the heavens, seizing a vibrant life. You are finished. A flash of lightning flickered in Luo Tian's eyes. In that moment, the fiendish beast descended with a ferocious dive, causing a human martial artist to change countenance, executing a swift roll to narrowly evade the creature's assault. However, the beast did not ascend again. Instead, it surged towards the martial artist with terrifying speed, its claws gleaming with an ominous darkness as they aimed for the human's chest. It was over. Just as the martial artist regained his footing, he felt an icy chill enveloping his back, his reaction time faltering. He could only watch helplessly as the beast's razor-sharp talons descended upon him. Defiance flickered in his eyes as he stared at the creature, seemingly vowing to take revenge even in death. Yet, at that critical moment, a bolt of lightning erupted forth. In the martial artist's vision, a formidable figure loomed larger, wreathed in crackling thunder, emanating an aura of chilling dread. Startled, the beast abandoned its attack and soared several meters into the air. Luo Tian's sword struck nothing but air, and he lamented the missed opportunity. Thank you, young brother, for your timely rescue. You must retreat. That is a third-tier beast. The martial artist sprang to his feet and grasped Luo Tian's arm, attempting to pull him back. Yet, Luo Tian stood resolute, leaving the martial artist momentarily dumbfounded. Brother, you retreat. I am about to showcase my prowess. Luo Tian flashed a grin at the martial artist. Before the martial artist could comprehend, Luo Tian leaped upward, charging straight towards the sky. Young brother. The martial artist's eyes widened in horror, a cry of anguish escaping his lips, filled with fury and despair. That was a third-tier beast. What business did a mere martial artist have in such a confrontation? Was he not inviting his own demise? Fool. Tang Ying smirked, a broad smile spreading across his face. Jiang Qingshu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, utterly unable to fathom Luo Tian's reckless bravado. Martial artists below the master level possessed no effective means to traverse the skies. Facing such a flying monstrosity was an insurmountable challenge, and no one in their right mind would choose such an adversary. Meanwhile, the fiendish beast emitted a chilling laughter, reminiscent of human mirth, as it effortlessly evaded Luo Tian's strike. Its claws, glistening with malevolence, lunged towards him, closing in rapidly. Be careful. Jiang Qingshu involuntarily gasped, her heart racing with dread. Haha. Tang Ying laughed, completely oblivious to the perilous situation, feeling an exhilarating rush. Chapter 65. The Land of the Dragon Kingdom, where beasts are unrivaled. In the sky, Luo Tian found himself in a precarious position. The expressions of the three observers varied greatly. The young warrior let out a fierce roar, but suddenly, he couldn't help but curse, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if his eyeballs might pop from their sockets. The laughter of Tang Ying echoed through the air, almost choking him as he erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinxue, her beautiful eyes shimmering with myriad emotions, transformed her initial shock into a blend of reverence, confusion, and delight. The monstrous beast of the skies stood equally stunned. What had transpired? At that moment, just as the beast's claws were about to descend, Luo Tian abruptly stepped forward, executing a swift aerial maneuver that transformed him into a streak of lightning, instantly appearing beside the beast. His sword, crackling with thunder, pierced through the creature with precision. Could this truly be a warrior? The human martial artist regarded him with skepticism, swearing he had never witnessed such a being, one who could harness the air as if he were a master, traversing the void with ease. Indeed, it was possible. Luo Tian remained blissfully unaware of the terror he invoked. He merely sought to validate the thoughts swirling in his mind. With the fusion of spiritual energy and vital essence, he had achieved the ability to walk through the air, albeit at a staggering cost. Yet, with his boundless vitality, such expenditure was trivial, and he would soon restore himself. The ability to traverse the void at this level would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess immensely. Boom. The monstrous beast was pinned to the ground by Luo Tian's sword, the two of them crashing down amidst a cloud of dust. Ding. The system's notification rang in his mind. You have slain a beast and obtained one spirit-level upgrade card. Without hesitation, Luo Tian commanded its use, his level soaring to 31. Why you? The human martial artist stared at Luo Tian, his words faltering. Be careful of the beast. Luo Tian withdrew his sword from the beast's chest and vanished like a flash of lightning. The human martial artist stood momentarily dazed, but soon regained his senses. With such a prodigy among the human race, the beast would surely face extinction. Kill! He roared with exhilaration, feeling a surge of power coursing through him. Damn it! Why is this happening? Tang Ying snapped back to reality, her heart racing with confusion. So handsome, Jiang Qingshu blurted out, her cheeks flushing crimson, quickly suppressing her fluttering emotions as she dove back into the fray. Just then, a wretched howl echoed from afar, on the massive form of the 10,000 demons ape. A horrific wound appeared, blood raining down like a crimson storm. Zhao Yidao stood atop the head of the Xuanjia dragon, firmly pinning it to the ground. And with a swift motion, his battle blade descended. Swish! The terrifying scales of the Xuanjia dragon were pierced, a massive gaping wound appearing on its head as vitality began to dissipate. How absurd! Is this the audacity to invade our human territory? Zhao Yidao scoffed, then charged fiercely towards the frantically retreating Wanma ape. In a flash of flames, he burst forth from behind the Wanma ape, its life force suddenly vanishing as its colossal body crashed to the ground. Thus, two formidable beast kings met their demise. Victory for humanity! Victory for humanity! Countless voices erupted in fervent celebration, expressing their unbridled joy. In the distant sky, winds and flames surged anew as Zhao Yidao ascended, embodying the tempest. His voice echoing, "On the land of the Dragon Kingdom, the beast shall be vanquished." His words reverberated, shaking heaven and earth. On the land of the Dragon Kingdom, the beast shall be vanquished. The resounding cry spread, invigorating human morale to its zenith. Huzzah! Zhao Yidao stood suspended in midair, bellowing as winds and flames coalesced around him. A blade of light slicing through the air, aimed directly at the Tianen. Boom! Power erupted, winds and flames cascading through the skies. Beneath the Tianhen, the radiant Shinkong core shattered suddenly. The void trembled violently as the Tianhen slowly sealed itself. Zhao Yidao did not linger. He descended amidst the swirling winds and flames, leaving a trail of beasts reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Kill! 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 Countless warriors surged forth, and the beasts, gazing skyward, were overtaken by profound despair. Mournful cries resounded as the beasts seemed to lose their heart, fleeing wildly into the forests. The human warriors pursued relentlessly, with beasts collapsing in their desperate flight. their fighting spirit extinguished, combat prowess diminishing. Luo Tian transformed into lightning, continuously charging, occasionally leaping into the air to slay beasts hovering 10 meters high. The system's notifications rang out incessantly as the number of upgrade cards skyrocketed, Luo Tian issuing upgrade commands with fervor. Soon, he reached level 40 for both Thousand Thunder and Thunder Flash. That's sufficient. I shall refrain from using further upgrade cards. This level of comprehension is adequate. Luo Tian murmured to himself, plunging once more into frenzied slaughter. Behind him, Jiang Qingsu and Tang Ying followed closely. Jiang Qingsu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, while Tang Ying's gaze was ominously dark. The trio surged into the forest, leaving a bloody trail in Luo Tian's wake, strewn with the bodies of beasts. After more than an hour, Luo Tian found himself devoid of any remaining beasts in sight. At that moment, his number of upgrade cards had reached an unprecedented peak: basic level 30, human level 20, spirit level 10. Meanwhile, in other areas, the human warriors had also paused. They had ventured deep into the forests, countless beasts slain, heralding a long-awaited period of tranquility for the coastal city. Certainly, some ferocious beasts fled into the depths of the forest, yet there was no need to pursue them any further. They had been thoroughly cowed and would inevitably fall to the blades of human warriors in due course. Ding. Task completed. The tide of ferocious beasts has been completely repelled. Reward acquired. Special talent. Breathing technique cycle. Would you like to claim it immediately? The system's prompt echoed in Luo Tian's mind. Finally accomplished. Claim it. Ding. Special talent successfully claimed. Fusion commencing. In an instant, Luo Tian felt as though something had been added within him. His vital energy began to circulate autonomously, rushing towards his skeletal structure, initiating a self-purification process. This sensation was akin to that of cultivating. Upon opening his attributes panel, he noticed that his upper limit of vital energy was gradually on the rise. How delightful! Truly, it is exhilarating to have an advantage. Observing the newly added special talent section on his attributes panel, Luo Tian could not help but exclaim in genuine admiration. Luo Tian. Jiang Qingxue called out as she approached him. Luo Tian turned his head toward her, nodding gently. Jiang Qingxue hastily averted her gaze, feeling her heart race. This scene was captured by Tang Ying, who inexplicably felt a surge of irritation, his fists clenched tightly. Chapter 66. I am your father, Luo Tian. You must die. Tang Ying's heart screamed, a murderous intent surging forth as his vital energy surged rapidly within him. Suddenly, his eyes turned blood red, and he stepped toward Luo Tian and Jiang Qingxue, his battle knife igniting with flames. Strangely, Luo Tian and Jiang Qingxue seemed utterly oblivious, instead turning their heads to gaze at one another. Before Luo Tian, Jiang Qingxue had vanished, replaced by a stunning figure adorned with a gentle smile. Where? How did you end up here? A flicker of confusion crossed Luo Tian's eyes, quickly replaced by joy. Of course, I came to see you. Nangguang Yu's delicate face flushed slightly as she lowered her head. Ha ha ha, come here, let us embrace. Luo Tian laughed heartily, reaching out to draw Nangguang Yu into his arms. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingxue beheld an entirely different scene. She perceived Luo Tian as if he were confessing to her, his demeanor elegant and his words tender. Her heart instantly succumbed, and as she watched Luo Tian lean in to kiss her, she shyly closed her eyes. None of the three noticed a figure cloaked in black robes lurking behind a large tree beside them, holding a glowing orb in hand. Humans, after all, cannot escape their emotions, the cloaked figure murmured, speaking not in the language of Blue Star, but in the tongue of the Black Blood clan. This individual was none other than the one who had manipulated the illusionary array, inciting human warriors to turn against each other, enabling the divine void core to absorb sufficient power to open a void passage. Damn Zhao Yidao, you will surely perish at the hands of my ancestors. Let these three human prodigies serve as interest. The figure clad in black whispered as he emerged from behind the great tree, his gaze cold and indifferent as it fell upon the trio. At that moment, Luo Tian and Jiang Qingxuang were almost locked in an embrace, while the bloodshot-eyed Tang Ying brandished his battle blade, flames enveloping it as he swung it fiercely towards Luo Tian. Jiang Qingxuang is mine. No one shall take her from me. Luo Tian, you shall perish. Tang Ying roared. Suddenly, realization struck Luo Tian. He seemed to be in Linghai City, while Nangguang Yu had proceeded to the front lines. The ferocious beasts had invaded. Old Zhao had slain two formidable king-level monsters. Teacher Ning, Captain Li, the Li siblings. Boom. A surge of mental energy erupted within Luo Tian's mind, the scene before him transforming dramatically. Nangonyu morphed into Jiang Qingxuang, her eyes closed, her face nearly touching his. What the hell? This cannot be happening. Luo Tian instinctively dodged, Jiang Qingxuang's kiss missing its mark. At that instant, a chill coursed through him as he sensed a terrifying blade descending upon him. He raised his hand, an overwhelming force of vitality surging forth, enveloping his palm in an instant. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated as Luo Tian unexpectedly grasped Tang Ying's battle blade. Ah, you shall die, Luo Tian. You shall die? Tang Ying, in a frenzy, urged forth his vitality, and Luo Tian finally discerned the blood-red fury in his eyes. What on earth is going on? Luo Tian was taken aback, delivering a forceful kick that sent Tang Ying flying, who spat out a mouthful of blood midair. Yet, his murderous intent remained undiminished, even intensifying. Luo Tian, return it to me. Suddenly, Jiang Qingxuang seized him. A wave of goosebumps coursed through Luo Tian, his vitality surging, causing Jiang Qingxuang to stagger backward. What is happening? At that moment, the figure in black appeared astonished, exclaiming in disbelief, Blood Shadow Clan? Luo Tian turned sharply, drawing his sword, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he lunged towards the cloaked figure. Surrender your sword. Kneel. The figure barked suddenly, as the orb in his hand shimmered with brilliance. Luo Tian abruptly cast aside his sword, his body inexplicably kneeling to the ground. Guanlin, my lady. Luo Tian's mental energy surged, returning him to his senses. And then it boiled over like scalding water. Mental energy? You are at the 4th tier? The black-clad figure was struck with terror. I am your father. Luo Tian bellowed, pulling his hand. Sword, come. Buzz. The sword that had been cast aside trembled violently, and in the next moment, it soared back into his grasp. The instant the sword was in hand, bolts of lightning erupted around Luo Tian, and with a flash of thunder, he charged towards the figure. Damn it! The black-clad figure was taken aback, brandishing a sharp long sword that materialized in his hand, a dark aura surging forth as if a stream of water was rising. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the black figure's sword was positioned firmly across his chest, successfully blocking the tip of Luo Tian's blade. Peak of martial prowess? As Luo Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, he observed the formidable presence of the Black Blood clan before him. Their strength surpassed that of ordinary peak warriors, likely akin to the elite among humanity. Die. The figure cloaked in black unleashed a torrent of dark energy from his sword, causing a fierce stream of water to surge towards Luo Tian. Wind Slaughter Sword. With a swift draw of his sword, Luo Tian conjured a myriad of sword shadows, obliterating the oncoming water flow. In the next instant, Luo Tian's sword intent erupted, amplifying his mental prowess and invigorating his vital energy. The atmosphere around him shifted dramatically, as thunder roared and lightning surged, reaching the zenith of his mastery over the technique known as Thousand Thunder Move. With a comprehension level of no less than 40, his command of the technique transcended the boundaries of perfection, and he seemed to transform into a veritable embodiment of thunder, leaving only a dazzling display of lightning in the eyes of the cloaked figure. How is this possible? He is merely at the 2nd tier. How can he be this strong? The black-cloaked figure was struck with disbelief, her pupils constricting in shock. A sword imbued with terrifying lightning hurtled towards her eyes with blinding speed. In a moment of desperation, she raised her own sword and executed a swift strike. Yet, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. The sword, crackling with lightning, abruptly vanished, and her blade struck nothing but air. A chill swept through her heart, and she was soon engulfed by a torrent of thunder. With a jolt, she found herself pinned against a tree by the very lightning that had surged through her. As the thunder dissipated, Luo Tian materialized before her. In the astonished gaze of the cloaked figure, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed, followed by Luo Tian's voice, "How dare you demand that your father kneel?" The hood concealing her face was shattered without hesitation, revealing a stunning visage. Wow! Luo Tian gasped, astonished by the beauty that belonged to the Black Blood clan. Human, you shall pay. A murderous glint ignited in the eyes of the enchanting Black Blood warrior. Yet she found herself paralyzed, unable to even lift a hand. Die! Luo Tian exhibited no mercy or compassion, delivering a forceful kick. With a crack, the bones in the beautiful warrior's hand shattered, causing her sword to clatter to the ground. A piercing scream erupted, intensifying the hatred in her gaze. Hand it over. Luo Tian, indifferent to her plight, seized the jewel from her other hand, his keen eyes spotting a uniquely designed ring. Spatial equipment. What an unexpected treasure. He unceremoniously removed it. I will kill you. At that moment, Tang Ying's furious roar pierced the air once more. Beside Luo Tian, flames erupted. You get lost. Luo Tian once again sent him flying with a kick, turning his attention back to the captivating Black Blood warrior. Just then, a figure descended from the sky, seizing Tang Ying with a frown. Old Zhao. Chapter 67. Ruthless Destruction of Beauty, Cherishing the Fragile. Luo Tian's gaze fell upon Zhao Dao. Upon hearing Luo Tian's call, Zhao Dao raised an eyebrow but refrained from further comment, instead directing his attention to Tang Ying, whom he held in his grasp. Subsequently, Luo Tian felt a surge of tumultuous mental energy sweep forth, causing Tang Ying's eyes to roll back instantaneously before she succumbed to unconsciousness, subsequently being unceremoniously discarded by Zhao Dao onto the ground. Not far away, Jiang Qinxue also weakened, collapsing onto the soft earth beneath her. Zhao Dao's figure flickered as he appeared before Luo Tian. Casting a brief glance at him, his pupils constricted slightly. Mental energy? No wonder he remained unaffected by the illusionary array and was able to discern the presence of this member of the Black Blood clan. The Black Blood clan bears an exterior indistinguishable from that of humans, with the sole distinction being their formidable power and unique blood. Prior to attaining the master level, one could only identify a member of the Black Blood clan through their blood and strength. However, upon reaching the master level, their differences become immediately apparent. The reason is simple. Masters possess mental energy, which allows them to perceive the unique power of the Black Blood clan, rendering it impossible to conceal. You all shall perish. At this moment, the alluring member of the Black Blood clan spoke again, her visage contorted in pain. Both Luo Tian and Zhao Dao turned their gazes toward her, their eyes narrowing in unison. How audacious to remain so defiant while in our grasp. Luo Tian furrowed his brow. The Black Blood clan has always been obstinately defiant. In future encounters, it would be prudent to eliminate them directly, as they yield no valuable information. Oh, wait, with your newfound mental energy, you might attempt to forcibly invade her mind. Perhaps unexpected insights await. Zhao Dao commented from the side. Subsequently, Luo Tian sensed the overwhelming surge of Zhao Dao's mental power erupting once more, enveloping the head of the alluring member of the Black Blood clan. Ah! She shrieked, her cries echoing far and wide, sending chills down one's spine. Truly ruthless. Luo Tian could not help but give a silent thumbs up to Zhao, who displayed no hint of personal sentiment in his actions. However, at that moment, Zhao Dao's expression shifted. The alluring member of the Black Blood clan's screams abruptly ceased, her voice fading to a mere whisper. She had managed to shield her mind, leaving behind a mental barrier potent enough to obliterate her consciousness. It appeared that this was not as straightforward as anticipated. Zhao Dao retracted his mental energy, a hint of resignation evident in his demeanor. This situation was not unfamiliar. To prevent the exposure of their secrets, members of the Black Blood clan often imbue their minds with mental restrictions. Should anyone attempt to forcibly invade their consciousness, the backlash would destroy their mind entirely. Is she on the verge of death? Luo Tian exclaimed in surprise, casting an incredulous glance at Zhao Dao. Were you not quite formidable earlier? And now, this is the result? What are you staring at? This is called an irresistible force. Zhao Dao interpreted the meaning behind Luo Tian's gaze, maintaining his composure as he offered a calm rebuttal. Luo Tian averted his gaze, conceding, all right, you are strong. You are justified. Seizing the moment while the alluring member of the Black Blood clan lay on the brink of death, Luo Tian withdrew the long sword that had pinned her down, and with a flash of lightning, he struck, severing her head and causing blood to splatter. Zhao Dao's lips twitched slightly, gazing incredulously at Luo Tian. She was destined to perish. Why must you intervene? Do you not understand the concept of cherishing beauty? Ding! You have slain a second-tier Black Blood clan member and received an essence upgrade card. Oh, a fortunate windfall. Luo Tian's heart leapt with joy. He had approached this endeavor with a mere experimental mindset, yet was unexpectedly rewarded. Naturally, his expression remained largely unchanged. Upon hearing Zhao Dao's words, he cast a peculiar glance in Zhao Dao's direction. It is uncertain who first wielded the cruel hand against the flower. I merely applied my knowledge. Furthermore, did I not earn military merit from previously vanquishing the Black Blood clan? This, my friend, counts as my kill, does it not? The exchange rate for military merit and academy points is a staggering 110. Indeed, Zhao Yidao replied. A second-tier Black Blood clan member yields 200 military merits, equating to 2,000 academy points. That orb you possess is worth 500 military merits, granting you 5,000 academy points upon exchange. Will you keep it, or shall you trade it? Such a gem holds such value? Luo Tian could not repress a moment of astonishment. However, upon reflecting on the orb's formidable power, he found solace. Had he not awakened his mental prowess beforehand, he might have succumbed. It became evident that even a martial master would find it challenging to counteract the orb's effects. 500 points, it seemed, was not an unreasonable price. Trade it, let us exchange. Luo Tian boldly tossed the orb to Zhao Yidao, and with a flick of his wrist, the elegant sword, previously dropped by the Black Blood clan warrior, soared into his grasp, summoned by his sword intent. This blade surpassed the quality of his current weapon, having ascended beyond the spirit grade to the earth grade. Zhao Yidao accepted the orb and extended his hand toward Luo Tian. Hand it over. What for? Luo Tian exclaimed, swiftly concealing the sword behind him, eyeing Zhao Yidao warily. Zhao Yidao's expression darkened. I meant the spatial ring. It is my spoils of war. Furrowing his brow, Luo Tian took a cautious step back, adopting a stance akin to a protective sow. Zhao Yidao's countenance grew even grimmer. I am aware it belongs to you. But can you truly utilize it? Hand it over, and I shall remove the mental mark. Realizing his misunderstanding, Luo Tian's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he retorted defiantly. You should have mentioned that earlier. Remember to do so next time. Moments later. There are indeed many treasures. Zhao Yidao tossed the ring back into Luo Tian's hands. As Luo Tian attempted to access it with his mental energy, his eyes widened in astonishment. Black silk, white silk, lace, everything one could desire was present. Indeed, quite a collection. Old Zhao, I never imagined you would take a liking to these items. Shall I share some with you? Luo Tian cast a knowing glance at Zhao Yidao. Get lost. Zhao Yidao waved his hand, unleashing a powerful surge of blood energy, sending Luo Tian flying. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Bang! Luo Tian crashed to the ground like a broken sack, bouncing back up and rubbing his sore backside, before raising his middle finger in the direction where Zhao Yidao had vanished. However, a moment later, a broad smile appeared on Luo Tian's face as he donned the spatial ring, channeling his energy to leave his essence upon it, ensuring that from now on, only he could wield its power. Of course, if someone like old Zhao were to seize it, he could easily breach the ring as protective mechanisms. Subsequently, Luo Tian attempted to store his sword and the acquired earth-grade longsword within the spatial ring. After several trials, he began to extract various silks from within. Just then, Jiang Qingsno stirred awake with a soft huff. Holding a lace-trimmed item in his hand, Luo Tian turned his head. You're awake. Yes, Jiang Qingsno began. But her cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed, Luo Tian, you lecher. With that, she covered her chest with her hands. Luo Tian was left bewildered. Chapter 68. Is old Zhao the chosen one? The situation unfolded in this manner. The item Luo Tian had been holding was carelessly tossed aside. He had recounted the entire incident to Jiang Qingsno. She quickly turned away, peeking before releasing a long sigh of relief. As she turned back, an air of embarrassment enveloped her as she gazed at Luo Tian. I'm sorry, Luo Tian. I misunderstood you. It's nothing. Luo Tian waved his hand, continuing to clear out the surplus items from the spatial ring. Jiang Qingsno watched him, her cheeks inexplicably growing warmer, to the point where she eventually averted her gaze, withdrawing from staring at his face. The illusion array, we should perceive it differently, shouldn't we? Fortunately. Otherwise it would be utterly embarrassing. But what is he really thinking? Jiang Qingsno's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Luo Tian, unaware of her inner turmoil, after removing the silks, soon discovered other items within the spatial ring. Among them were several spiritual herbs, beneficial for cultivation, which could be used directly upon returning to the academy or handed over to the herbal department for pill production, albeit at a cost. Yet, these were trivial in comparison. For Luo Tian's attention was captured by several blood-red stones. Could these be blood essence stones? With a thought, the crimson stones materialized in his hand. They were not large, roughly the size of a toddler's fist, yet they brimmed with an incredibly pure force. As he gently probed with his mental energy, Luo Tian instantly perceived the profound vitality and elemental energy contained within the blood essence stones. Indeed, there were 5 of them. What a significant find! Luo Tian rejoiced. These were exceptional treasures. Not only could he absorb the power contained within, but they could also be employed to set up unique formations, akin to a vitality training chamber. Regrettably, this necessitates an immense quantity of blood essence stones. For Luo Tian, the only path available is to directly absorb them to enhance his vitality. 5 blood essence stones are indeed quite substantial. If fully absorbed, Luo Tian's vitality would experience a significant improvement. However, the time is not yet ripe. Rising from his contemplations, Luo Tian called out, "Let us proceed back to Linhai City." All right. Jiang Qingxue, regaining her senses, hastily stood and made her way toward Tang Ying. Soon, Tang Ying awoke, bewildered, and upon recalling the events that transpired, her expression darkened considerably. On the journey back to the city, Tang Ying occasionally cast glances at Luo Tian, her gaze tinged with a faint hint of animosity. Luo Tian, perceptive as ever, noticed this but paid it little mind. With his extraordinary capabilities, it was only a matter of time before countless individuals would look up to him in awe. At that juncture, even the slightest grudge would be easily dispensed with. Even the most nefarious schemes would crumble. Naturally, it would be best for them to avoid provoking him. Otherwise, they should not expect him to be merciful. Upon returning to Linhai City, Luo Tian proceeded directly to the City Defense Army, concluding his temporary affiliation. Due to his commendable performance, he unexpectedly earned 10 military merit points, which he swiftly exchanged for 100 academy credits. Concurrently, he also completed his academy task. However, due to the issue of beast invasions, the originally 30-point task inflated to 300 points. In addition, the 2,000 academy credits from slaying the Black Blood Clan woman, along with the 5,000 credits obtained from the orb, brought his total to an astonishing 8,000 points, after accounting for the 400 points spent on 4 million. Beyond these accolades, Luo Tian advanced from the early stages of a martial artist to the late stages, further unlocking his spiritual sea and acquiring the might of a master. His various martial techniques experienced explosive enhancement, and he also obtained a spatial ring, a terrestrial-grade longsword, and 5 blood essence stones. Such remarkable gains, if revealed, would undoubtedly incite envy in countless onlookers. Unfortunately, others could merely gaze upon his fortune, unable to share in it. After a day's rest in Linhai City, the next day Luo Tian bid farewell to Li Yunjia, then followed Ning Anqing, preparing to return to the martial capital. Jiang Qingxue sought out Luo Tian for a final farewell. As Luo Tian and Ning Anqing departed, she watched them go, while Tang Ying stood behind her, her eyes brimming with an intensified hatred. "A minor lover and a rival, I have begun to suspect whether you are indeed the fabled chosen one, drawing such troubles upon yourself." As they walked, Ning Anqing glanced back playfully and teased, "What does it matter if one is a chosen one? I am the nemesis of the chosen ones." In truth, he was not wrong. After all, he was an anomaly. No chosen one could compare to the prowess of one endowed with extraordinary abilities. It is no wonder you are the demon king of our martial realm. With such lofty aspirations, Ning Anqing smiled gently. Indeed, those so-called chosen ones appear trivial before you. With 3 refinements of the bones, not only do you possess an exceptionally robust foundation, but you have also unlocked the sea of consciousness ahead of time. I cannot fathom the astonishing achievements you will accomplish on the front lines. It seems the legends left by those prodigies will all be shattered by you. Luo Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he had merely been posturing, not expecting such praise from Ning Anqing. She clearly saw through his thoughts, smiled, and continued, "You need not think I am exaggerating. You have not been to the front lines, so you are unaware of the circumstances there. The front lines can no longer be considered part of our Dragon Kingdom. With the fusion of realms, 2 worlds now border each other, creating a nascent territory rife with both peril and opportunity. Once, someone obtained an extraordinary chance, advancing from a novice martial artist to the pinnacle of a master in a single leap. Anything can happen on the front lines." What? Luo Tian was genuinely astonished. The concepts of a martial artist and a master are entirely distinct. Could such a thing truly occur? And then what happened? He could not help but inquire further. And then, Ning Anqing's lips curled into a smirk. That individual became a general and served concurrently as the chief military instructor. His name is Zhao Dao, and he is now at the pinnacle of a war king, just a step away from becoming a sage. Wow! Luo Tian exclaimed, "Old Zhao is indeed a chosen one?" Indeed, He is a miracle, but you may possess an even more formidable potential, Ning Anqing replied with a gentle nod as she boarded the flying device. Luo Tian stood in a daze for a moment before turning to wave at Jiang Qingsno and boarding the craft himself. Soon, the vehicle soared into the sky, heading towards the Magic City. I look forward to our next meeting, Jiang Qingsno mused, her gaze lingering for a while before she turned to leave. Her eyes shining with newfound determination, though her thoughts remained a mystery. You must die when the opportunity arises. Tang Ying observed everything, his heart roaring with fury. He had always regarded Jiang Qingsno as his own, yet now she seemed to be slipping away from his grasp. This was unfavorable news for both him and the family he represented. Chapter 69. The Thunderous 8,000 Wings of Thunder Military Power of the Magic City. After several days, Luo Tian returned once more, feeling as if he had traversed through time. Having merely completed a single task felt akin to venturing into a different world, where he had gained unprecedented enhancements. Had it not been for the sudden awakening of the system, I might truly be tilling the land and cultivating spiritual herbs by now. He mused internally. I must go. I still have to train the elite class, those inept individuals. You should consolidate your strength. Although in the trial of the Third Academy, few can match you. Do not let your guard down. After all, this world still harbors many extraordinary existences. Ning Anqing spoke and departed directly, but soon. As if struck by a thought, she paused briefly and turned to look at Luo Tian. Once the elite class training concludes, I will inform you to come over. It will allow you to witness their growth, and it is essential for you to assimilate with them. In the future, when you step onto the battlefield, they may prove to be your tremendous allies. Understood. Luo Tian replied affirmatively, and Ning Anqing did not linger, waving her hand as she left. Luo Tian then returned to his exclusive villa, retrieving his identification card. Gazing at the glaring 8,000 points, he unhesitatingly accessed the military equipment marketplace. Without perusing other options, he directly expended 6,000 points to acquire the advanced series martial art of Qian Lei Dong, known as Ba Qian Lei Dong. The information regarding Ba Qian Lei Dong swiftly appeared on his identification card, and Luo Tian immediately began to examine it. Ding. Detected series martial art Ba Qian Lei Dong. Would you like to integrate it with the currently learned content? Integration will result in a level reduction. Much like the breathing techniques and body arts, the system kindly facilitated the integration of such series. Integrate. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Tian promptly issued the command. Ding. Initiating integration of Qian Lei Dong and Ba Qian Lei Dong. Level reduction in progress. Half a minute later, ding. Integration successful. Ba Qian Lei Dong cultivated successfully. Current level 20. The originally level 40 Qian Lei Dong, once integrated into the advanced Ba Qian Lei Dong, saw its level reduced by 20. However, the enhancement to Luo Tian's combat prowess was not diminished, but rather amplified. Qian Lei Dong excelled in both long-distance dashes and close-range maneuvers, and now, the Ba Qian Lei Dong had multiplied its foundational prowess several times over. In terms of speed and movement techniques, Luo Tian felt that he could effortlessly surpass his former self. As he gazed at Ba Qian Lei Dong, the upgrade information appeared, indicating that he still needed to endure electric shocks, though the duration had increased from 10 minutes to half an hour. It seemed the system was not inclined to allow him to upgrade in the conventional manner. Nevertheless, he had plenty of upgrade cards. Luo Tian shook his head and commanded, System, elevate Ba Qian Lei Dong to level 25. He possessed 10 spirit-level upgrade cards, and in an instant, 5 were consumed. Ding. Utilizing 5 spirit-level upgrade cards, Ba Qian Lei Dong's level has increased to 25, reaching the upper limit. Would you like to initiate a breakthrough? The breathing techniques and body arts did not possess an upper limit breakthrough, yet Ba Qian Lei Dong can? A fleeting doubt crossed Luo Tian's mind, but he soon dismissed it. Why dwell on such matters? A breakthrough is undoubtedly a positive development, allowing him to elevate his level without expending upgrade cards. Breakthrough, he thought, issuing the command in his mind. Ding. Upper limit breakthrough in progress. Please select a strengthening direction. 1. Thunder wings. 2. Violent thunder. There are new options. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the 2 choices. Instantly, a wealth of information flooded his mind. The thunder wings, as the name suggests, manifest as wings of lightning that enhance one's speed and allow for brief moments of traversing through the air, representing a more formidable version of speed enhancement. Yet even more extraordinary, The thunderstorm technique imbues one's movements with offensive power, allowing for a relentless charge that inflicts electric damage upon the surroundings. Indeed, it is like a spark igniting amidst a tempest. Being part of a series of martial techniques, one wonders if new avenues for enhancement will continuously emerge, a rather optimistic prospect. Regrettably, the breathing techniques and physical arts have not followed suit. However, it is not entirely implausible, perhaps upon reaching the pinnacle of infinite vitality and energy at level 100. New transformations may present themselves. After a moment of serious contemplation, Luo Tian opted for the Thunder Wings, for it is said that in the realm of martial arts, speed is the ultimate truth. Ding. Level cap breakthrough successful. 8,000 Thunder Motion level increased, now at level 26. A torrent of insights surged within him, prompting Luo Tian to close his eyes and delve into the experience. After more than 10 minutes, he rose, surrounded by crackling electricity, as arcs of thunder coalesced behind him, forming ethereal wings. The dual wings of lightning erupted with dazzling sparks, akin to a fireworks display of electric brilliance. With a swift motion, Luo Tian's figure vanished, leaving behind a series of fleeting electrical afterimages in the courtyard. A gentle leap propelled him upwards, as the wings of lightning surged to new heights, carrying him skyward. Moments later, he landed gracefully back in the courtyard. Not bad, he mused. The energy expenditure was lower than that of traditional flight techniques, though it remained somewhat rigid, better suited for long-distance assaults rather than close combat. Through a simple experiment, Luo Tian quickly discerned the advantages and disadvantages of the Thunder Wings. It was clear that when not airborne, the speed and agility of 8,000 Thunder Motion were several times that of 1,000 Thunder Motion, significantly enhancing Luo Tian's combat prowess. Pressing on, Luo Tian returned to his chamber and reopened the attribute panel, perusing his skills. Ultimately, he consumed 2 basic upgrade cards to elevate the killing technique to level 10, leaving him with 28 basic upgrade cards. Without further ado, he commanded the fusion, resulting in the complete disappearance of the basic upgrade cards, while the human-level upgrade cards astonishingly rose to 34. Yet, Luo Tian refrained from hastily fusing them into spirit-level cards, opting to reserve them for when the need arose, as this process was irreversible. Next, he glanced at the items section, where the intent upgrade card lay quietly. System. Enhanced Sword Intent. Ding. 1 intent upgrade card consumed, Sword Intent level increased, now at level 30. A flood of understanding regarding sword intent surged within him, granting Luo Tian a profound comprehension of the sword arts. At his age and level, his grasp of the sword path may well surpass that of anyone else. Jiang Qingshuang, hailing from the esteemed Jiang family, could be deemed a noble scion, yet she possesses merely 20 of sword intent, although the gap between them is only 10. In the realm of intent, even the slightest difference can be likened to an insurmountable chasm, let alone a full 10. The cycle of breathing techniques has significantly enhanced the flow of energy within me, yet it remains insufficient. It is now time to absorb the blood essence stones. To fully augment my foundational strength, Luo Tian murmured as he gazed at his attribute panel. At this moment, his attribute panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. Name: Luo Tian Realm. Late Martial Artist Vitality. 1099 Calories Mental Power. 10 Hz Breathing Technique. Martial Artist Level Breathing Method. Level 100. Martial Skills. Martial Artist Level Body Techniques. Level 100. Liao Yin Xin Yin Kill. Level 10. Crumbling Mountain Palm. Level 16. Moon Shadow Step. Level 20. Wind Killing Sword. Level 25. 8,000 Thunder Movements. Level 26. Thunderbolt Flash. Level 40. Traits: Infinite Stamina. 23. Infinite Vitality. 24. Lightning Attribute Affinity Defense Ignoring. 10. Special Talent: Breathing Technique Cycle Insight. Sword Intent. 30. Upgrade Cards. Human Level 34. Spirit Level 5. There have been terrifying enhancements across all aspects, and I still possess a considerable number of upgrade cards, so I need not worry in the near future. Chapter 70. A new round of legends is about to commence. Time swiftly passed, and only 3 days remained until the new student trials of the 3 academies. In the Demon King's exclusive villa, Luo Tian slowly opened his eyes. In his hand, he casually tossed a transparent crystal stone onto the ground, the blood essence stone that had absorbed all its power. Exhaling a long breath, a gleam of brilliance shone in Luo Tian's eyes. Vitality 2099 calories. successfully breaking into the pinnacle of the martial artist realm. During this period, apart from dining, Luo Tian had not ventured outside, persistently drawing power from the blood essence stones to enhance his vitality. The results were exceptionally gratifying. 5 blood essence stones had increased his vitality by a full 1,000 calories. Upon reaching 1,800 calories, Luo Tian attained the peak of the late martial artist's silver bone realm, and now, his bones bore a faint golden hue. An ordinary martial artist with 90 calories of vitality can only reach approximately 2,400 calories at the limits of the golden bone realm. Given my circumstances, when I reach the pinnacle of the golden bone realm, I would likely possess at least 4,000 calories of vitality. A concealed smile crept across Luo Tian's face. With each successive bone refinement, the disparity between me and ordinary martial artists will only widen. It is worth noting that an ordinary martial artist reaching the pinnacle of the initial martial master stage merely achieves around 5,000 calories of vitality. To be able to attain 4,000 calories of vitality at the pinnacle of the martial artist realm, as I do, undoubtedly places me beyond the grasp of all others. At this juncture, a notification sound from his phone interrupted Luo Tian's thoughts. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Ning Anqing, instructing him to proceed to Demon King Mountain. As the trial approached, it was time for him to return to the elite class. After replying to the message, Luo Tian rose and departed from the villa. Meanwhile, in the lower level of the combat department building, within the vitality training room, would watch the surveillance footage before him with a beaming smile. Indeed, apart from a few individuals who have been eliminated, the elite class now consists of 39 members, among whom 19 have already ascended to the late martial artist stage, while the remaining 20 have reached the pinnacle of the mid-martial artist stage. This cohort is undeniably filled with prodigies. I wonder how Luo Tian is faring. What is his vitality level? It is said that the young man has even managed to slay third-tier martial beasts in Linhai City. Oh, the freshmen from the Four Saints and Divine Martial Schools are likely to encounter the most unforgettable nightmare of their lives. Creak. At this moment, the door to the Vitality training room swung open, and Chun Tianhao emerged, his entire being radiating with vigorous energy. Clenching his fist slightly, he savored the surging power within him, his eyes gleaming with determination. Luo Tian, I have heard that you have returned. This time, I shall not be defeated. The flames of battle ignited within Chun Tianhao's heart. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences of the past 20 days, his spirit wavered momentarily. Yet, all of it has been worthwhile. He had broken into the late martial artist stage and traversed a significant distance toward the pinnacle. Boasting a vitality of 1,200 calories, this was already the limit for an ordinary late martial artist, though he still possessed potential for further advancement. Creak. Another door to a vitality training room opened, and Wang Xing has stepped out with measured strides, his gaze haughty as he cast a dismissive glance at Chun Tianhao. 1,300 calories. Is that sufficient to defeat you? Chun Tianhao hesitated, gritting his teeth in frustration. With Luo Tian absent, the two had engaged in daily sparring over the past 20 days. But regrettably, Chun Tianhao had not claimed a single victory. Don't be too arrogant. Once I defeat Luo Tian, you will be next. Chun Tianhao shouted defiantly. Ha ha. Wang Xinghe laughed heartily, his disdainful expression intensifying. Only I can defeat Luo Tian. You are far too inexperienced. What are you two barking about? Get out of my sight. Aren't you training today? Keep yapping, and I'll break your legs. Just then, a booming voice echoed, accompanied by a piercing gaze. Both Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao instinctively recoiled, any semblance of battle spirit or haughty demeanor vanishing as they hurried toward the elevator, fearful that a moment's delay might result in dire consequences. Pathetic. Lacking in strength, yet brimming with arrogance. You think you can defeat Luo Tian? He could crush you both with a mere finger, Wood scoffed. Watching the two retreat into the elevator, reclining leisurely in his chair, a bemused smile adorning his face. Mount Demon King. The elite class students swiftly gathered. Today marked their most relaxed day in nearly 20 days. In the preceding days, they had donned weighted clothing daily, each becoming a shade darker, yet undeniably stronger. The elite class students were no longer the timid newcomers they once were. Every face now bore an expression of unwavering resolve, their eyes bright with confidence. Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao arrived, taking their positions at the forefront of the gathered students. All eyes were fixed upon the two individuals. Their expressions varied yet peculiarly tinged with a subtle fear. Indeed, over the past 20 days, These two had utterly dominated the elite class students. Leaving no one as their rival, they were undoubtedly the foremost figures in the elite class. Soon, Ning Anqing arrived, her lovely visage adorned with a faint air of authority. Remarkably, she had come early, and not a single person was tardy, which was unfortunate for today as extra training regimen. As her calm voice resonated, the expressions of the elite class students shifted subtly. Being late would incur a dreadful penalty, an additional hour of strenuous training, exacerbating the exhaustion of their already drained bodies. Even Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao struggled to rise after an hour of extra training. It was inconceivable for the others. With the new student trials commencing in 3 days, I shall say no more. From today onward, the special training concludes, but prior to that, you have one final task. Just as the students were about to cheer, the mention of a final task made them immediately alert. The so-called tasks had indeed tormented them during this period. Ning Anqing continued, your task is quite simple. You must defeat one person. If any of you succeed, the Academy will absolve you of the 1,500-point debt, and furthermore, you will be rewarded with an additional 1,000 points. A collective gasp erupted among the students at Ning Anqing's proclamation. What? A reward of a staggering 2,500 points. Who is this person? Ha ha ha, who cares who it is? Those points are mine. Who dares compete with me? I am indifferent to points. I primarily wish to challenge my limits. Ning Anqing regarded the crowd, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Just as she was about to speak, her brow furrowed, and in the next moment, her figure vanished as if she had been transported elsewhere. Concurrently, Luo Tian stood at the foot of Demon King Mountain, gazing up at the 100 steps of the mountain. The legendary sight of commencement had returned, heralding the onset of a new round of legends. Get up there. What are you doing, still lingering here? Ning Anqing's cold voice resonated sharply beside Luo Tian. Startled, Luo Tian turned his head, but he saw no one. Instead, he felt an overwhelming force of blood vitality propel him forward. In his astonished gaze, his body shot towards Demon King Mountain like a cannonball, instantly reaching the summit. Chapter 71. Sorrows rise from the heart, inferior in every way. Who dares to battle? Who must be defeated? Step forth. My great blade is eager for action. Where is Teacher Ning? Let my points reveal themselves. For the prospect of additional points and the promise of debt relief, the elite class students roared with fervor, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Suddenly, however, their cries ceased, and they looked up in bewilderment. A figure soared from the base of the mountain, instantly appearing a dozen meters above them. A sharp gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers as a figure plummeted from a height of over 10 meters, hurtling towards the summit of the Demon King Mountain. A palpable aura of fearsome thunder crackled around him, and as he descended, ethereal wings of lightning materialized behind him. Abruptly halting his fall, he landed gracefully upon the ground without stirring a speck of dust, resembling a deity of thunder in his ascent. As the brilliance of the lightning faded, a familiar visage emerged before the astonished crowd. It was Luo Tian. Finally, someone exclaimed, "Goodness, how ostentatious can one be? What sorcery is this? Can he truly defy gravity?" Bewilderment filled the air as they questioned if this was the foe they were meant to vanquish. Silence. Ning Anqing suddenly appeared at Luo Tian's side, unleashing the oppressive aura of a master. Instantly, the murmurs ceased. You guessed correctly. Your opponent today is the Demon King Luo Tian. Let us commence. Whoever can defeat him will have their debts absolved and receive an additional reward of 1,000 Academy points. With that, Ning Anqing retreated to a safe distance. It's truly him. It's been over 10 days. What was that martial technique he just displayed? It felt terrifying, whispered the elite students among themselves. Meanwhile, Luo Tian was taken aback, casting a perplexed glance at Ning Anqing. You summoned me here to serve as a sparring partner? There are 39 of them. How am I to fend them off? At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Random mission activated. I am the Demon King. Suppress all foes and defeat all elite class students. Reward. Attribute enhancement card. Will you accept? Attribute enhancement? Yes, I accept, he declared hastily, fearing the mission might vanish if he hesitated. With renewed focus, he turned his gaze towards the assembly of elite students, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Greetings, everyone. It has been a while, he said, yet silence met his words, leaving him feeling rather awkward. Luo Tian. At last, Chun Tianhao stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with determination. In this battle today, I shall surely defeat you. Everyone, please step back. He is my quarry. The elite students gradually parted, casting curious glances at the unfolding situation. Wang Xinghe looked at Chun Tianhao with an air of indifference. You dare to claim my prize? Humph. I have declared that Luo Tian will fall to my hand. So kindly step aside, Chun Tianhao retorted coldly. Old Luo, just a moment. Allow me to deal with this arrogant youth first. You must succumb to me today. Wang Xinghe warned, his gaze turning dangerous as it fell upon Chun Tianhao. Luo Tian, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected, Hey, what's the matter with you two? Do you think I am weak? As the two individuals locked eyes simultaneously, they soon withdrew their gazes, their confrontation intensifying. Luo Tian, veins throbbing with frustration, proclaimed with fervor, Have you two fools not yet grasped the situation? Today, I am the hunter. Once more, their gazes met, yet this time, they did not waver but narrowed slightly. He remains as arrogant as ever, Wang Xinghe remarked coolly. He is still oblivious to the circumstances. Allow me a moment to settle the score from our previous encounter. Chun Tianhao declared, brandishing a battle blade in his hand. Wang Xinghe paused, on the verge of speaking, but Chun Tianhao had already surged forward, swift as the wind. Luo Tian, do you have any inkling of how I've endured these past 10 days? Do you realize the immense effort I have exerted? Today, I shall repay you for all that you have inflicted upon me. Chun Tianhao's voice resonated throughout Demon King's mountain, infused with an unwavering confidence that stirred the hearts of all present, drawing their attention to him. At that moment, terrifying ripples surged along his battle blade, rolling and gathering like tumultuous waves, seemingly poised to unleash a cataclysmic tide. This strike will encompass all my might. Ning Laosher, be prepared to assist. He shouted. 9 layered waves. Chun Tianhao's battle blade descended with ferocity, even as he reminded Ning Anqing to rescue Luo Tian, a testament to his immense self-assurance. 9 layered waves. This fellow has truly made remarkable progress. Wang Xinghe narrowed his eyes, aware that this was Chun Tianhao's trump card. Previously, he could only unleash 3 layered waves and 6 layered waves, yet even then, Wang Xinghe knew he had to exercise caution. He believed that even he would only be able to evade the blade's edge against this 9 layered waves attack. How infuriating. So weak yet flaunting such bravado. Luo Tian thought, witnessing the descending blade, feeling a surge of discontent. You dare to consider yourself prey? Mountain shatter. Without further ado, Luo Tian unleashed a powerful palm strike, his essence surging forth, manifesting the force of a mountain's collapse. Boom. The cascading ripples on Chun Tianhao's blade shattered instantaneously, and in the wake of his incredulity, an overwhelming force enveloped him entirely. In the blink of an eye, Chun Tianhao was sent hurtling backward, his speed exponentially greater than when he charged forward. Bang! Chun Tianhao skidded across the ground like a feather falling from the sky, coming to a halt only after sliding several meters, his eyes vacant, filled with astonishment. Have I truly lost? A wave of despair washed over him, a profound sense of inadequacy enveloping his heart. Silence engulfed the peak of Demon King's mountain, plunging it into profound stillness. A gentle breeze stirred, disarraying the thoughts of all present. How can he be so formidable? This singular thought echoed in the minds of the crowd, yet no matter how they pondered, the reason behind Luo Tian's overwhelming strength eluded them. Of course, there were those with unyielding spirits, like a certain ancient figure. At last, I have encountered a worthy adversary. Luo Tian, I shall engage you in battle. Wang Xinghe stepped forward, exuding an air of confidence. He glanced at Chun Tianhao and remarked, I have told you before, he is my rival. Until I defeat him, no one else can prevail. With his gaze returning to Luo Tian, emotions surged within him. For nearly 20 days, I have devoted all my efforts for this moment. To battle with you today, and you have indeed not disappointed me. He raised his hand and grasped a long spear shimmering with silver light. With a graceful flick, the demeanor of a general was fully revealed. Chapter 72. All is destiny. None is within one's control. At 8 years old, I wielded a spear. And over the past decade, I have seldom encountered an opponent. Countless proud heroes have fallen beneath my silver spear. Today, beneath its gleam, another proud youth shall be added. And that is you, Luo Tian. The words flowed from Wang Xinghe's lips, resonating with the brilliance of his current visage, stirring the emotions of the onlookers. Luo Tian's expression darkened. As for arrogance, I declare you the strongest. Such individuals are simply begging for a beating. Only by firmly suppressing him will he understand who truly reigns supreme. Ziz. Lightning surged, and Luo Tian's figure abruptly vanished from sight. The elite spectators merely witnessed a streak of thunder, followed by Wang Xinghe, who had just been exuding pride, suddenly enduring a powerful strike imbued with lightning. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, the silver spear rolling away unbeknownst to him. What a farce! When Ding Fei was attacking you, it was I who helped you out. How many proud heroes have fallen beneath your silver spear? I have never encountered someone so shameless in my life. Luo Tian's voice rang out coolly. How dare you? Luo Tian, you ambushed me. Wang Xinghe grasped the silver spear beside him, his form suddenly springing away, landing several meters distant, the spear poised for action. With 1,300 vitality surging within him, Wang Xinghe's robes billowed, emanating an overwhelming aura. Heh! Luo Tian squinted slightly, his spatial ring shimmering as a long sword, seized from the enchanting blood demon clan, appeared in his hand. I give you a chance. Unleash your full strength. Luo Tian regarded Wang Xinghe with quiet intensity. Wang Xinghe's eyes darkened. He stepped forward, his movements akin to that of a soaring dragon. The silver spear danced, creating a dazzling display of spear light. Wind/sword. Luo Tian swept his sword, unleashing a flash of brilliance. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the fierce energies rippled outward, leaving scars upon the ground. Ha ha! Luo Tian, you are indeed a worthy opponent. Be cautious, for I shall now exert my utmost strength. Wang Xinghe laughed heartily, abruptly retreating before charging again, his vitality surging. Winds gusting. Dragon rises. His roar reverberated atop Demon King Mountain, as Wang Xinghe soared forth like a divine dragon, surveying all with disdain. An impressive attack. I shall use only 30% of my strength. Luo Tian's voice rang out calmly. The speed of the wind-killing sword abruptly escalated, and then the multitude of sword shadows coalesced into a single blade, fiercely thrusting forward. Clang! There was neither a deafening explosion nor a terrifying surge of energy. Instead, the tip of Luo Tian's sword met the tip of Wang Xinghe's spear. Wang Xinghe shuddered, and the fierce winds suddenly ceased, as an overwhelming force emanated from the spear's point. Wang Xinghe could not maintain his grip on the long spear, and his body was violently flung backward. Once more, a strike akin to a falling wild goose. Following Chun Tianhao, Wang Xinghe's form also scraped against the ground as he retreated until he was nearly beside Chun Tianhao, finally managing to halt his momentum. I have been defeated? Wang Xinghe murmured in disbelief. Indeed. Chun Tianhao nodded gently. The two exchanged glances, their expressions intricate, evoking a sense of mutual respect. No, I can still fight. Wang Xinghe struggled to rise, but found his internal energy surging uncontrollably. No, his eyes reflected defiance, embodying unyielding spirit, truly embodying the notion that pride is born from the marrow and that one kneels to none. Alas, fate dictates all. It is not within one's control. Next, Luo Tian's voice resonated, then hesitated before he amended, let us all go at once. Taking turns is simply a waste of time. Damn. Damn. Both Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao cursed in unison, supporting each other to stand, glaring fiercely at Luo Tian. Old Luo, do not be too arrogant. Everyone, let us unite and make him unrecognizable. The elite students exchanged scornful glances, thinking, did you truly believe the two of you would still take him on? Weren't you quite capable just moments ago? Now, you choose to feign weakness? The truth was, they were profoundly shaken. The two formidable obstacles that had loomed over them for over 10 days had so easily succumbed, without even forcing Luo Tian to reveal his full strength. This is preposterous. They only reached the 7th level of body refinement upon enrollment. What on earth is this monster? Two worthless beings, and not even a single upgrade card dropped. Luo Tian cast a glance at Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao, then moved, his voice booming. If you want to engage, I shall. Let us finish this swiftly and enjoy our meal sooner. Look, he is practically riding on your faces. Take him down. Old Wang, let us charge together. Fight! Fight! Chun Tianhao and Wang Xinghe took a deep breath and charged directly at Luo Tian. The elite class students paused momentarily, but in the next second, someone surged forward, closely following the two. This triggered a chain reaction, as a total of 39 individuals commenced their charge. On Demon King Mountain, the air trembled with their energy. Battle. Their roars were deafening. 39 against 1. Youth is truly a blessing. Not far away, Ning Anqing could not help but exclaim. At this moment, Luo Tian and the 39 had already clashed. 8,000 thunders resounded. The tempest roared as lightning streaked through the air, and a fierce surge of vitality assailed those around. In an instant, the elite figures were sent hurtling backward. Luo Tian was akin to a tiger unleashed upon a flock of sheep. None could stand against him. On the summit of Demon King Mountain, the elite lay in disarray. Damn it, what a monster. Get him, brothers. Step aside, I'm a woman. Attack him, sisters. After more than 10 minutes, a significant number of the elite class lay on the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability, both men and women alike. Yet Luo Tian remained a tireless machine, his inner vitality surging as he swept through the throng. Old Wang, Old Chen, Wang Xinghe, and Chen Tianhao, sporting dark circles under their eyes, exchanged fierce glances, seemingly reaching a tacit understanding. In the next moment, both men surged towards Luo Tian, one in front and the other behind. Shadow Strike, Millennium Kill. They launched their attacks with no intention of holding back. Luo Tian furrowed his brow, a chill running down his spine. What the hell? You two bastards. Lightning crackled violently around him as thunderous wings materialized at his back. In an instant, Luo Tian propelled himself into the air, suspended above them. Chen Tianhao and Wang Xinghe were momentarily stunned. This was beyond any semblance of martial ethics. How could one fight an opponent hovering in the sky? You're a warrior, not a grandmaster. Must you lack even a modicum of warrioress awareness? Come down and face me. Luo Tian transformed into a bolt of lightning, descending from the heavens with unparalleled speed. The 8,000 thunderbolts surged to their zenith, rendering Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao only able to glimpse a fleeting shadow. In a heartbeat, their expressions shifted dramatically, their bodies instinctively bending as they widened their eyes in shock, pain surging from a specific point that left them breathless. Then, horror struck. A searing agony tore through their backs, their bodies instantly tensing as if they had glimpsed an angel. They shot skyward, tears of regret streaming down their faces. It must end. Luo Tian cast not a glance their way, unleashing the full force of 8,000 thunderbolts. At the peak of Demon King Mountain, the elite lay sprawled in disarray. The hunt for ferocious beasts was far more manageable. 39 individuals had yielded merely 12 human-grade upgrade cards. Luo Tian stood proudly, exhaling deeply. On his attribute panel, the upgrade card section displayed. Human level 46, Spirit level 5. Ding. Chapter 73. You cannot grasp it. Ding. I am the Demon King. Tasked with suppressing all enemies. Mission accomplished. Attribute enhancement card obtained. The system notification echoed in Luo Tian's mind, somewhat soothing his less than pleasant mood. Little Chun, are we to be oppressed by him for all eternity? On Demon King Mountain, the elite class lay scattered, while Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao, with their panda-like eyes, stared blankly at the sky. Perhaps so, Chen Tianhao murmured, tears still glistening at the corners of his eyes, the lingering pain rendering his speech halting. Not far away, Ning Anqing's figure vanished, only to reappear right before Luo Tian. Remarkably swift, even beyond my expectations. It appears that during your return, you have undergone considerable enhancement. Ning Anqing gazed at Luo Tian, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a subtle radiance. He is simply extraordinary, was the sole thought coursing through Ning Anqing's mind. Having lived for over 20 years, and being a prodigy herself, she vowed that she had never even heard of someone like Luo Tian. Perhaps, one day, the celestial barrier will indeed be breached, and Luo Tian shall be the one to achieve it. All credit goes to the excellent guidance of our teacher. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Tian responded immediately. In moments like these, flattery is the way to go. This was the wisdom he had gleaned from 2 lifetimes. To his surprise, Ning Anqing let out a derisive laugh. Your words are devoid of any punctuation. I would indeed like to impart some wisdom upon you. But have you offered me the opportunity? Look at what you're saying. I am always at your service, Luo Tian replied with a smirk. Enough. I fear I might be overwhelmed. Your talent is too disheartening. Ning Anqing rolled her eyes and waved her delicate hand dismissively. Teacher, may I express a thought that I am uncertain whether to share? Observing Ning Anqing playing with a rubber band, Luo Tian could no longer contain himself. Do not bother. Ning Anqing interrupted, and then, to Luo Tian's astonishment, she commanded, everyone, stand up. Prepare to return to the combat department. The upcoming period is free for activities. On the morning of the 3rd day, the aircraft will dock at the base. If you are even 1 minute late, I shall personally break your legs. With that, Ning Anqing made to leave. Damn, Luo Tian cursed inwardly. In a moment of desperation, he reached out and grabbed Ning Anqing. Goodness, exclaimed Chen Tianhao and Wang Xinghe. their eyes wide with disbelief. Ning Anqing slowly turned her head, her gaze indifferent as she regarded Luo Tian. Broad daylight. No, no, no. You misunderstand, teacher. Luo Tian hastily released her and added, Teacher, they received a reward of 1,000 points for defeating me, and their debts were absolved, amounting to 2,500 points. Why is it that I receive nothing? As the most fair and just teacher in military affairs, you wouldn't show favoritism. Would you? Blast it. I thought I could slip this by. Ning Anqing sighed inwardly, feigning deep contemplation. After a moment, she replied, You make a valid point. After all, they do have debts to settle. Since you earned quite a bit in Linhai City, I shall reward you with 500 points. 500? Teacher, that is rather unreasonable. Luo Tian exclaimed, his eyes widening. The 2,500 had shrunk to 500, transforming from a villa into a mere outhouse. Who could endure such a loss? This is the magic city, where every inch is precious. Having grown accustomed to the air atop the mountains, how could one possibly descend to the factory? Do you not wish to accept? Ning Anqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. If you insist on this course of action, do not blame me for being impolite. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. Ning Anqing remained unfazed, treating Luo Tian's threat as inconsequential. Ro Tian was immediately filled with rage as he glared at Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao. Come on, one of you step forward and defeat me. I want to retaliate, and we can split the points evenly. Ning Anqing looked at Ro Tian in shock, feeling utterly bewildered. You are the new generation's military overlord. Do you not care about your reputation? Upon hearing Ro Tian's words, Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao became ecstatic. The thought of being able to strike Ro Tian and earn points was simply exhilarating. Let me do it. Chen Tianhao charged forward, momentarily forgetting the pain he felt earlier. Come back. Wang Xinghe yanked Chen Tianhao back, causing him to stumble. Just as Chen Tianhao was about to protest, Wang Xinghe said, Little Chen, allow me to bear this. You wouldn't be able to handle it. Old Ro, I'm coming. Wang Xinghe leapt high into the air and appeared before Ro Tian in an instant, swinging his fist toward Ro Tian's forehead with uncontainable excitement. You lack martial ethics. Chen Tianhao yelled in outrage. Ro Tian did not dodge. Instead, a smile crept across his lips. 1,500, no more. Ning Anqing finally regained her composure and said helplessly, Deal. Ro Tian nodded immediately. At that moment, Wang Xinghe's fist was a mere 0.01 centimeters from Ro Tian. If time could be reversed, Wang Xinghe would undoubtedly utter those 3 words without hesitation. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. Lightning crackled around Ro Tian. In an instant, he vanished from Wang Xinghe's sight, and the latter was stunned to see a lightning-imbued soul crashing into his abdomen. With a thud, Wang Xinghe was sent flying by the immense force, crashing to the ground and skidding across the surface like a fallen goose. Witnessing this scene, the elite class students broke into a cold sweat. It was a brutal sight, utterly unbearable. How could this happen? Has the most basic trust between people vanished? Wang Xinghe stared blankly at the sky, his eyes devoid of life. Brother Wang, Chen Tianhao, who had somehow appeared in front of Wang Xinghe, reached out to help him up, his face filled with gratitude. You were right. I really couldn't handle it. Thank you for taking it all. Wang Xinghe's mouth twitched. You must have found it quite difficult to endure, huh? Come on, smile. No, Brother Wang, you misunderstand. I've received professional training and typically do not smile. Chen Tianhao replied with a serious expression, although tears were already welling in the corners of his eyes. To be honest, he was struggling to hold back. Bastard. I'll kill you. Wang Xinghe was completely enraged, feeling deeply offended. In an instant, the two began to grapple with one another atop the Demon King mountain. Dust and debris swirling around them. The points have been transferred. Remember to be punctual in 3 days. Meanwhile, Ning Anqing calmly stowed away her identity card and vanished in a flash. Ro Tian looked at his points balance with satisfaction. 500 points. A substantial sum indeed, but he had yet to determine how to spend it. Casting a fleeting glance at Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao, and then surveying the excited spectators from the elite class, Luo Tian departed from Demon King Mountain with a facade of indifference. What transpired subsequently on the mountain remained a mystery to him. All he knew was that this battle of dignity seemed to conclude in an unceremonious stalemate. During this clash, Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao forged a profound bond, while simultaneously directing their animosity towards him. Luo Tian was unfazed, prepared to confront any challenges that arose. He would grant them the time to pursue him until they faded from view. Chapter 74. Today, brother-in-law will teach you a lesson time flowed swiftly, relentless, and unyielding. Upon returning to the exclusive villa of Demon King, Luo Tian perused the academy's marketplace, only to find that his 500 points were of little utility at this stage. The items he desired were temporarily beyond his reach, while those he deemed unworthy did not merit the expenditure of his points. After closing the marketplace, he gazed momentarily at his automatically replenishing vitality and casually upgraded his lightning movement to level 30. His status card now read, Human level 46, Spirit level 1. The following day, Luo Tian was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of the doorbell. Had they come for revenge? With a sense of curiosity, he opened the door, initially expecting to confront Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao, only to be met by an unexpected visitor. Ah, Xiao Qiqi, what brings you here? Outside the villa stood a young man of similar age to Luo Tian, who, upon hearing this, twitched his brow in irritation. Enough. How many times must I tell you not to call me Xiao Qiqi? Nangong Qi, seething with anger, tossed a ring towards Luo Tian. You can call me that at home, but we are adults now. Can't you show some maturity? Luo Tian caught the ring, yet continued to tease. All right, I understand. Xiao Qiqi. The moment he glimpsed the ring, Luo Tian comprehended the reason for Nangong Qi's visit. Previously, Nangong Yin had mentioned that someone would deliver spatial equipment to him, though he had not anticipated that it would be Nangong Qi who bore it. Nangong Qi, a member of the Nangong family, was the nephew of the newly ascended sage, Nangong Ao, making him Luo Tian's brother-in-law. The two were well acquainted, having known each other for over a decade. In their youth, Luo Tian, drawing upon his experiences from 2 lifetimes, had often bullied this fellow. However, as Nangong Qi began to cultivate his vitality, he revealed an astonishing talent that rivaled that of the Nangong sisters, rendering Luo Tian unable to assert his dominance any longer. Of course, Nangong Qi yearned to reclaim his honor, but throughout the years, Luo Tian had been shielded by the Nangong sisters, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. However, now, Nangong Qi believed the moment had arrived. Observing Luo Tian's nonchalant demeanor as he slipped the spatial ring onto his finger, the years of pent-up resentment within Nangong Qi began to surface. Luo Tian, I never anticipated you would truly become the Demon King of martial arts. I had underestimated you before. His voice was low and intense. How dare you speak like that? Address me as brother-in-law. Have some respect. Luo Tian ceased his examination of the spatial ring and turned his gaze towards Nangong Qi. Brother-in-law? You think you deserve that title? Ha ha ha, I, Nangong Qi, hold only the strong in esteem. You would have to defeat me for me to call you brother-in-law. Nangong Qi laughed heartily, his face brimming with arrogance. Naturally, he had the merit to be so. He did not enter the military of the Demon City, but instead gained admission to the prestigious Tian'an Four Saints Academy with remarkable achievements. With his exceptional combat prowess and the formidable legacy of the Saint family, he galloped ahead, dominating the new generation of the Four Saints Academy, and became the latest Holy Son. The title of Holy Son stands alongside the Demon King of the Demon City and the Divine Son of the Imperial Capital, representing the 3 most formidable young individuals of the Dragon Nation. Of course, this only pertains to their age group. One must remember that the Dragon Nation has countless prodigies. Even a mere 1 or 2 years age difference can allow some to reach heights that only the older generation could attain. How could this be? Little Chi-Chi, you are my beloved friend and brother. I wouldn't dare lay a hand on you. Luo Tian paused, shaking his head. Umph, are you afraid? Nangong Qi scoffed. I knew it. Is there truly no one left in this military cohort that they allowed you to be the Demon King? There is a bit of fear. Luo Tian nodded solemnly. Ha ha. Nangong Qi laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. However, the following words from Luo Tian dampened his mood completely. I fear I might make you weep, only to be scolded by you afterward. Ha ha. Cough cough. Nangong Qi was choked, his face turning crimson. You scoundrel, let us see if you have the nerve to fight. Very well, since you are so resolute, let us proceed. Luo Tian, with no other choice, suddenly felt his blood surge, an aura emanating from him. Nangong Qi was taken aback. Is that murderous intent? Have you been on the battlefield? He was genuinely astonished. Luo Tian's aura was extraordinary, imbued with a unique sharpness that could not have been cultivated in the sheltered environment of the academy. It required the shedding of blood. Sort of. Luo Tian nodded slightly. I participated in a campaign in Linghai City. No wonder. Nangong Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, but soon retorted, so what? Luo Tian, I admit I underestimated you before. But that's as far as it goes. To be clear, I have come to challenge you today to erase the humiliation of the past. Boom. As the words left his mouth, Nangongqi's aura erupted, his vitality surging. Oh, not bad at all. Your vitality surpasses that of Wang Xinghe and Qin Tianhao. It must be nearing 2,000 calories, the pinnacle of martial artists. Truly deserving of being a genius on par with Yuer and Yinner, Luo Tian mused to himself. Luo Tian, with a vitality of 1,700 calories, at the pinnacle of martial artists, I will strike you with a single punch at full power. If you can withstand it, I will acknowledge you. Nangongqi clenched his fist, his vitality pulsing. Little Qi, today, brother-in-law will impart a lesson. Luo Tian exhaled, while Nangongqi looked on in confusion. But suddenly, a fist loomed large in his vision, and before he could react, his right eye was met with a solid punch. With a sudden assault, Nangongqi could only manage a shout before being violently hurled backward, landing heavily 3 meters away, causing the momentum he had just gathered to shatter instantly. Springing up from the ground, his face was a mask of fury and despair. Huh, Luo Tian remarked with a calm smile, unfazed. Villains perish from excessive words, remember that. Nangongqi, I will not let this end here. He bellowed, ready to charge at Luo Tian. However, to his astonishment, Luo Tian was enveloped in a flash of lightning and vanished in an instant. How is this possible? Panic surged within Nangongqi as he swiftly scanned his surroundings, yet he found no trace of Luo Tian. A sense of dread began to envelop him. Remember, when you cannot see your enemy, flee, run far away. Suddenly, Luo Tian's voice echoed from above. Startled, Nangongqi looked up to see Luo Tian executing a descending palm technique, as if grasping a mountain, pressing down toward him. The immense pressure caused his internal vitality to momentarily stagnate. It was this fleeting pause that deprived Nangongqi of any chance to resist, forcing him to watch helplessly as Luo Tian's palm descended. With a resounding thud, as Luo Tian transformed his palm into a fist, the overwhelming force dissipated, merely brushing against Nangongqi's left eye. A panda eye instantly formed, and Nangongqi found himself half kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks as he stared blankly ahead, feelings of complexity swirling within him. See, I told you I would make you cry. No complaints. After all, it was your strong request. Ding. Defeated the holy son of the 4 holy academies, Nangongqi, and obtained. Chapter 75. The mutual respect among talents. Ding. Defeated the holy son of the 4 holy academies, Nangongqi, and received a martial arts creation card. Such fortune. Luo Tian was taken aback by the system's notification, his entire being invigorated. It seemed to be identical to what Zhang Tianhao had received. Could it be that prodigies like them could yield such treasures? He pondered whether he could obtain them consecutively. Glancing at the half-kneeling figure of his soon-to-be brother-in-law, Nangongqi, a flicker of guilt washed over Luo Tian. The possibility of continuously acquiring such valuable martial arts creation cards might need to be tested on this soon-to-be brother-in-law. Extending a hand to assist Nangongqi to his feet, he said, "Call me brother-in-law, or I might just hit you again." Nangongqi was momentarily stunned, lowering his head and gritting his teeth. After a pause, he finally uttered, "Brother-in-law, good boy. Now come on, let's go inside. It's a rare visit, so you shouldn't leave today. I will see you off tomorrow." Luo Tian pulled Nangongqi into the villa. Although Nangongqi initially intended to resist, the authoritative gaze of Luo Tian triggered memories of past fears from his childhood. With a staggering 1,700 points of vitality, he dared not rebel and could only endure the humiliation as he followed Luo Tian into the villa. Soon, a new guest arrived at the Demon King's exclusive villa. In a bid to retain his prospective brother-in-law and test the system's capabilities, Luo Tian exerted considerable effort, even arranging for Wang Xinghe to deliver his meals. Although Wang Xinghe was reluctant, the prospect of earning 2 points as a courier fee persuaded him to endure the situation. For a true man must learn to bend and adapt. Burdened with a substantial debt to the academy, he found himself compelled to lower his pride. Within the villa, Wang Xinghe sat opposite Nangongqi, both exchanging glances that revealed their matching panda-like dark circles, sparking an unexpected sense of camaraderie. "We, the proud elite, will never yield." Wang Xinghe mused, gazing at Nangongqi. "I will reclaim my dignity in due time," Nangongqi replied, his eyes fixed on Wang Xinghe. They nodded in agreement, their gazes simultaneously drifting toward Luo Tian's door. Then, both were momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning complex. At that moment, a terrifying aura of thunder and lightning emanated from Luo Tian's room. Inside, Luo Tian was enveloped by a faint blue lightning, which ominously intensified in hue, from light blue to deep blue, ultimately shimmering with a blinding white radiance, exuding an overwhelming sense of destruction. Such a remarkable enhancement. A flicker of delight crossed Luo Tian's eyes. Just moments ago, he had utilized an attribute enhancement card, initially unclear about its implications, but now he grasped its significance. The effects of the attribute enhancement card were singular yet profoundly fearsome. With his lightning attribute being the most formidable, Luo Tian focused solely on it. The enhancement provided an all-encompassing boost to the power of his lightning attribute. Whether in terms of penetration or destructive capability, the improvement was markedly pronounced. Previously, if Luo Tian could only leave a faint trace of electrical discharge on a tree, now he could cleave the bark and inflict damage upon the trunk itself. The extent of this advancement was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, an additional section appeared on Luo Tian's attribute panel. Enhanced attribute, Lightning 1. Without much concern, Luo Tian continued to explore the augmented power of his lightning attribute. Meanwhile, in the living room, Wang Xinghe and Nangong Qi were left in a state of astonishment. What is happening? Has he grown even stronger, exuding such a terrifying aura of thunder? Wang Xinghe pondered, a sense of foreboding creeping over him, feeling that revenge was a distant dream. However, he reassured himself that if one could not defeat him alone, they could surely rally a group to confront him, ensuring he would pay for his transgressions. If Luo Tian were to learn of Wang Xinghe's thoughts, he would undoubtedly express his gratitude, for it would be quite troublesome for Luo Tian to seek out each genius individually. Indeed, Nangong Qi replied gruffly, his mind swirling with complex reflections. Had he been concealing his true potential all along? Was his aim to feign weakness, thus securing the protection of his elder and younger sisters, living off their bounty? How despicable! Nangong Qi was resolutely unwilling to believe that Luo Tian had so suddenly grown significantly stronger, leaving him, who prided himself on his genius, engulfed in an abyss of despair. He must seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Nangong Qi pondered, yet taking on this task alone seemed rather unrealistic. Who could ascertain how much strength that rogue was concealing? Nevertheless, he could certainly ally with some like-minded individuals. His gaze shifted to Wang Xinghe, who reciprocated the glance. A mutual understanding passed between them, confirming their thoughts aligned. With fervent nods, they reached a tacit agreement. Subsequently, their eyes returned to Luo Tian's door, their smiles growing increasingly audacious, nearly stretching to their ears, resembling two regal dragon kings. Unbeknownst to Luo Tian, who was preoccupied with his attribute panel, his vitality had surged to 2,130 calories, aided by the breathing technique. At this rate, by the time the trial commenced, he could easily attain 2,200 calories. With some proactive cultivation, he might surpass that. His gaze fell upon the martial skill creation card, but upon attempting to utilize it, he discovered he was still only capable of creating high-tier spiritual skills. Thus, he abandoned the idea of creating a martial skill for the moment. Perhaps once he broke through to the martial master realm, he would be able to craft earth-tier skills. It was prudent to conserve this resource for now. With that thought, Luo Tian closed his attribute panel. With a click, the door swung open, and Wang Xinghe and Nangong Qi immediately adopted serious postures, engaging in discussions about cultivation matters as if nothing had transpired earlier. Luo Tian furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. How could these two be so chummy when they had only just met? Was this camaraderie a trait shared among geniuses? Shaking his head, he chose to disregard them and focused on his identity card, immersing himself in the knowledge contained within. The following day, Nangong Qi, sporting deeper panda eyes, arrived at the military aircraft docking base accompanied by Luo Tian and Wang Xinghe. Alas, this morning he had again fallen victim to underhanded tactics. Regrettably, Luo Tian was disappointed, as no valuable items had surfaced, not even an upgrade card. Sister, brother-in-law, there's no need to see me off. You may return, Nangong Qi managed to say, albeit with some reluctance. Very well, take care on your journey. Luo Tian nodded in response. After a moment's hesitation, Nangong Qi cautioned, about what I mentioned earlier. You should remain vigilant. Although the Tang family is merely a royal tier family, they are a well-established clan with extensive connections. During this new student trial, they can gather a formidable contingent of talented individuals. Even I would find it challenging to confront them alone. I understand. Rest assured, he won't return. It was difficult to act in Linhai City, but the trial presents no such constraints, Luo Tian replied with a smile. As for Tang, he had long harbored a disdain for him. Previously, with Jiang Qingxue present and Linhai City embroiled in crisis, an extra ally was beneficial. However, now the situation was different. If he dared to provoke him, he would face dire consequences, as the drop rate for kills was notably high. It remained to be seen how Tang's spoils compared to those of Nangong Qi and the other prodigies. Chapter 76. The trial begins. Luo Tian could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. You ought to take this seriously. Though you are formidable, even the strongest fists cannot contend with numerous hands. While I do know some individuals, I cannot guarantee your safety, Nangongqi remarked, observing Luo Tian's seemingly indifferent demeanor. Despite harboring some resentment towards Luo Tian, the profound bond cultivated over the past decade weighed more heavily in his heart. In essence, although Nangongqi possessed a somewhat proud disposition, he had a kind heart. Yes, I understand. Luo Tian nodded, though his expression remained largely unchanged. Seeing this, Nangongqi decided not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned towards Wang Xinghe and offered a slight bow. Brother Wang. Wang Xinghe reciprocated with a bow. Brother Nangong. Take care. Take care. The two exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with unspoken sentiments. Luo Tian squinted slightly, pondering the depth of their camaraderie. They had only known each other for a day, yet there was an air of melancholy akin to parting. Indeed. They both nodded in unison before Nangongqi turned to leave. Wang Xinghe watched him until he boarded the flying vehicle, which then soared into the sky. Before retracting his gaze, what are you two plotting? Luo Tian's voice drifted through the air lazily. Wang Xinghe cast a casual glance at Luo Tian. We merely share a mutual admiration. Brother Nangong embodies integrity and serves as a paragon for our kind. It is regrettable that our meeting came so late. Luo Tian's expression soured as he turned away, presenting Wang Xinghe with the back of his head. Wang Xinghe, wishing to express his thoughts further, quickly fell silent upon witnessing this and hurried after him. Old Luo, wait for me. By the way, what is your current combat strength? I feel as though I cannot see through you at all. Isn't that obvious? With someone like you, I could take on 10 with one hand. Luo Tian shot him a glance. Are you certain? Wang Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. After all, he was also a prodigy who had undergone the second bone tempering. Having surpassed Chen Tianhao through diligent effort, he felt confident in confronting the pinnacle of martial artists, even if it meant facing defeat. If Luo Tian could claim to defeat 10 with one hand, did that not imply he was already capable of contending with martial masters, specifically those whose vital energy surpassed 3,000 calories? Absolutely, Luo Tian replied with pride. Wang Xinghe's heart skipped a beat as he murmured, then with 2 hands. Could you not defeat 20 of me? That would equate to 60 of the likes of Chen Tianhao. That truly is a formidable prospect. Wang Xinghe was confident he could take on 3 Chen Tianhaos, as measuring himself against Chen Tianhao felt most tangible. Brother Nangong, it appears we must deliberate further. Wang Xinghe pondered silently. Why aren't you leaving? Luo Tian's voice interrupted Wang Xinghe's musings. Oh, I am coming. Wang Xinghe responded, maintaining an expression devoid of any change. As the two walked side by side, Luo Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. He could not shake the peculiar feeling that Wang Xinghe intended to present him with an extraordinary gift. I hope you won't disappoint me, Luo Tian murmured to himself, casting a fond gaze towards Wang Xinghe. Time passed, and 3 days had elapsed since the battle atop Demon King Mountain. Today marked the day of the elite trial for the 3 academies. Early in the morning, Luo Tian emerged from his villa and headed towards the spacecraft docking station. Opening his attribute panel, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Just as he had surmised, his vitality, which could originally be enhanced to approximately 2,200 calories through breathing techniques, had now reached 2,300 calories under his deliberate guidance, leaving only a mere 100 calories to attain the pinnacle of an ordinary martial artist. However, this was merely the beginning for Luo Tian. The golden hue emerging from his bones indicated that he could continuously elevate his limits, potentially reaching as high as 4,000 calories. The prospect of a martial artist at 4,000 calories would undoubtedly astonish many, surpassing the ordinary peak by a staggering 1,600 calories. With rapid strides, Luo Tian's repeated bone tempering would yield increasingly significant advantages over his peers in the same realm, and with the combination of various formidable martial skills, It would not be an issue for him to confront opponents beyond his level. Perhaps, at the War King level, he could even contend with saints. Soon, Luo Tian arrived at the spacecraft docking station, where the other elite class students had already gathered. Upon his arrival, conversations ceased, and all eyes turned towards him, a hint of reverence flickering in their gazes. One individual could match an entire class. Despite their own exceptional talents, they found their confidence waning in his presence. Depart. Ning Anqing arrived, casting a casual glance over the assembly before issuing her command with her usual decisiveness. Excluding a few who had been eliminated, the elite class comprised a total of 40 individuals, including Luo Tian, who boarded the spacecraft in a grand procession. Minutes later, the spacecraft soared into the sky, heading westward towards the direction indicated by the statue of the Holy One. Simultaneously, 2 other spacecraft took off from the campuses of the Imperial Capital Est Divine Martial Academy and the Four Saints of Tianan, filled to capacity with the most elite students from both institutions. Each one wore a resolute expression, brimming with vitality and fighting spirit. Heaven's Pass, the boundary between realms, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, had transformed into a new world. This land featured a variety of terrains and flora and fauna distinctly different from those of Blue Star. On the periphery of this new world, shrouded in mist, a massive military spacecraft rested atop a small mountain. In the distance, 3 spacecraft approached, their insignias clearly identifying them as belonging to the 3 top academies of the Dragon Kingdom. The 3 spacecraft swiftly landed on the mountaintop, and a total of 120 spirited young men and women disembarked. 3 groups of individuals stood at a distance, their gazes sharp and fierce, the air thick with a palpable sense of battle fervor even before the trial commenced. Have you all comprehended the rules? Ning Anqing inquired calmly. Yes, Luo Tian responded, his voice resonating with conviction. In an instant, the mountain peak reverberated with a harmonious echo of affirmation that traveled far and wide. Very well, Ning Anqing nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for them to form ranks. Board the aircraft. Instantly, everyone rallied behind Luo Tian, arranging themselves into a precise line, heads held high, exhibiting commendable discipline. This spectacle caught the attention of the students from the other 2 academies. The sound of synchronized footsteps resonated as 40 students from the military academy entered the large military aircraft with remarkable speed, resembling a colossal dragon. The students from the Divine Martial and Four Saints academies followed closely, though their formation appeared somewhat disordered, albeit still relatively orderly compared to the military academy. The leading instructors from each academy did not board the aircraft, for within the confines of the military vessel, a single figure awaited their arrival. He was a middle-aged man clad in military attire, with a striking 5-clawed golden dragon insignia emblazoned on the sleeve of his right arm. Chapter 77. The New Generation of Demon Kings, Strongly Enigmatic, the Dragon God Army. Upon sighting the middle-aged man, Luo Tian's pupils constricted slightly. The Dragon God Army is indeed the most formidable military force of the Dragon Nation, and its commander, one of the 10 revered saints of the realm, is known as the Dragon God of War, Xiao Songlong. The Dragon God Army has achieved remarkable feats, standing resolutely at the forefront of the Dragon Nation since the onset of dimensional integration, sacrificing countless lives in the process. Yet, it is precisely because of them that the Dragon Nation enjoys its current tranquility. In the Dragon Nation, one may remain unaware of the identities of the 10 revered saints, but one must recognize the Dragon God Army, for their existence is synonymous with the very essence of the nation. Were it not for the Dragon God Army, the Dragon Nation would likely have perished in the early years of dimensional integration, much like those nations that once thrived but have since faded away. At this moment, the elites of the 3 academies had entered the cabin, yet none took their seats. Instead, they stood with their collective gaze fixed upon the middle-aged man. Indeed, he remarked with a slight nod, the quality of this year's newcomer surpasses that of the last. His words ignited a wave of excitement among the elite, revealing the immense respect and weight the Dragon God Army holds in the hearts of the youth of the Dragon Nation. Regrettably, I wonder how many of you will remain by the end of this elite trial, the middle-aged man continued, causing a tightening sensation in the hearts of all present. The elite trial of the 3 academies aims to cultivate the pinnacle of human power, with rules that are exceedingly brutal and permit combat among participants. They now found themselves in the Yunk Mountain Range, an area spanning 100 kilometers designated as the trial's assessment location. This marked the first trial, and notably, the one with the highest mortality rate. Every student entering the Yunk Mountain range would bear a token, designated as the Imperial Token, Demon Token, or Saint Token, corresponding to their respective academies. To pass the trials of the Misty Mountains, one must procure 3 tokens held by the elites of the other 2 academies within the span of 3 days. With these 3 tokens in hand, one may proceed to the mountain's exit, located 100 kilometers away. Successfully departing will grant access to the next trial. On the journey from the academy, every participant has signed a death waiver, absolving any compensation in the event of demise during the trials. This exemplifies the cruelty of the trials. Indeed, if it were merely a contest for tokens, the mortality rate would not be excessively high. The true terror lies in the presence of ferocious beasts within the Misty Mountains. Shrouded in perpetual fog, the visibility in these woods is already poor, presenting a treacherous landscape where one misstep could lead to a surprise attack by lurking predators, resulting in untimely death. While the Dragon Kingdom possesses the capability to eliminate these beasts, it sees no necessity in doing so. As future elites, it is imperative for them to confront the harsh realities of the front line ahead of time. Fortunately, the beasts within the Misty Mountains are not exceedingly formidable, with the most powerful being only at the late stage of the 3rd tier. As long as fortune does not forsake them, survival remains a possibility. Each of the 3 academies has instructors stationed within the mountains, capable of sending distress signals using their identity cards. With a stroke of luck, they may be rescued. However, issuing a distress signal signifies a voluntary forfeiture of the trial, rendering all subsequent events irrelevant to the individual. Buzzing. The aircraft vibrated as it began to ascend slowly. The middle-aged man ceased casual conversation, his expression turning serious as he stated, "I am the examiner responsible for your upcoming trials, Deputy General of the Dragon God Army. Qinshan. Now all of you heed my command." Yes. The contingent of military students responded immediately at Qinshan's command. Yes. The responses from the Divine Martial and 4 Saints academies were slightly delayed. Qinshan cast a glance at the new students from the 2 academies, making them feel a chill run down their spines. Without further ado, he continued, with the military contingent leading, "All of you form a line and proceed to the aircraft's entrance. Disperse." Luo Tian waved his hand, and the 39 military students immediately created space for 2 positions, allowing the Divine Martial and 4 Saints students to close in, disrupting the formation in an instant. The lineup was swiftly completed, and the group marched towards the entrance of the aircraft. The aircraft flew at a low altitude, gradually traversing the expanse above the Misty Mountains. Standing at the entrance, Qinshan directed that with each segment of distance traveled, one individual would leap from the sky, swiftly vanishing into the dense woods concealed by the fog. Luo Tian. A somber voice called out ahead, as the individual slowly turned, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Luo Tian furrowed his brow. He recognized this person. Guiyang from the Divine Martial Academy, who had previously come with Ding Fei to bully the military students, only to receive a lesson from Luo Tian. However, what puzzled Luo Tian was the inexplicable aura of menace that Guiyang exuded. It was as if he were not facing a mere individual, but rather a ferocious beast. This sensation resembled the descriptions found in books regarding the administration of genetically modified substances. "What do you intend to do?" Luo Tian inquired coolly, locking eyes with Guiyang's menacing gaze. With a chilling smile, Guiyang retorted, "You are on the brink of death. Your luck is quite unfortunate to have found yourself behind me." Numerous individuals within the group cast sideways glances. Some scoffed, while others expressed concern. Among the scoffers were Zhang Tianhao and Ding Fei, while the worried included elite members of the military and a stunning young woman from the 4 Saints Academy, as well as a certain nephew. "Your arrogance will lead you to an early demise. Do you realize that?" Luo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. "With so many witnesses present, do you think I care for my reputation? After all, I am the Demon King of the military. You cannot simply threaten my life." Laughing heartily, Guiyang extended his hand and tossed a golden token towards Luo Tian, which was none other than the Imperial Order of the Divine Martial. "Take this for now. Once you disembark from the aircraft, I will collect it along with you." Such audacity was truly outrageous, igniting the anger of the elite military members. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of danger as he cast a fleeting glance at Qinshan, who seemed entirely indifferent to the unfolding events. A perilous aura flickered in Luo Tian's eyes as he grasped the Imperial Order thrown by Guiyang, simultaneously producing his own demon order and striking with sudden ferocity. The sound of air being torn asunder echoed as Luo Tian's hand moved with terrifying speed, brutally embedding the token into Guiyang's shoulder. The sharp sound of flesh being pierced reverberated as, to Guiyang's incredulous gaze, a golden and a black token were simultaneously lodged beneath his shoulder blade. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, his eyes widening in horror as he instinctively opened his mouth to scream. However, Luo Tian swiftly covered his mouth and coldly declared, "If you can hold on to these 2 tokens for 10 minutes, they will be yours." Such domineering words and ruthless actions sent a shiver through the hearts of the elite from the 3 academies. Qin Shan cast a casual glance, inwardly amused. The new generation of the Demon King possesses a remarkably potent malevolence. Chapter 78. Provoked. The King of Heaven. Guiyang's pupils constricted suddenly. Yet the searing pain paled in comparison to Luo Tian's chilling words. His internal energy surged violently, and a terrifying aura of ferocity began to spread. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, and a terrifying storm of thunder erupted around him, instantly suppressing Guiyang's vitality, rendering him paralyzed. His energy circulation halted. You. Guiyang trembled with dread as a profound terror enveloped him. Luo Tian, what do you intend to do? Let Guiyang go. Ding Fei and Zhang Tianhao finally reacted, shouting in anger. What do you think I am doing? Do you have any say in this matter? Having signed a death agreement, the trial has commenced. He provoked me, threatening to kill me, so I shall eliminate him. Luo Tian cast a fleeting glance at the 2, responding with a hint of disdain. Ding Fei and Zhang Tianhao were rendered speechless. Examiner Qin, won't you intervene? Someone else spoke up. It was Hua Yueying. Although she did not address Luo Tian directly, but rather turned to Qin Shan. Qin Shan seemed to finally grasp the situation, looking at Luo Tian. Hey, the ground is dirty, you clean it. Everyone was taken aback. What kind of remark was that? You are the examiner, and instead of stopping a potential brawl, you are concerned about cleaning the ground? Is that appropriate? Luo Tian, however, seemed unfazed. In fact, he found Qin Shan rather commendable. He released Guiyang and gently patted his shoulder. Quickly escape. The opportunity is yours. Don't squander it. Guiyang was terrified, having just felt the sheer terror emanating from Luo Tian. Even with his genetic enhancements, he knew he was no match for this individual. Panic set in as he regretted his earlier bravado. Why had he provoked Luo Tian? What was he to do now? He glanced at Zhang Tianhao and Ding Fei, only to find their faces dark with ominous expressions. A chill ran down Guiyang's spine. At that moment, it was his turn to disembark from the flying vehicle. The excruciating pain in his shoulder was completely overshadowed by his fear. Luo Tian's gaze felt like a knife against his back, sharply stimulating his nerves. Go. Qin Shan's words appeared like a ray of hope, dispelling much of his inner trepidation. Without hesitation, he leapt from the flying vehicle, plunging into the mist below. Unbeknownst to him, a surge of mental energy suddenly struck, enveloping him. Oh! Qin Shan looked at Luo Tian with surprise, a hint of curiosity flickering in his otherwise calm eyes. A martial artist, mental power? What kind of international joke was this? This was the genuine turmoil stirring within Qin Shan as he regarded Luo Tian, his gaze akin to that of someone staring at a monster. He discreetly glanced at Guiyang's landing position, unable to suppress a silent lament for him. Why provoke anyone else when you've drawn the ire of someone so formidable? In less than a minute, the flying vehicle had traversed several kilometers. By customary practice, it was time for the next participant. Qin Shan wasted no time and issued the command. Go. A smirk graced Luo Tian's lips as he stepped forth, his thunderous wings suddenly unfurling. A violent aura of lightning overwhelming the air. Gasp. Everyone inhaled sharply, horror etched across their faces. Then, before their incredulous eyes, Luo Tian transformed into a bolt of lightning, surging towards the direction where Guiyang had descended. He was flying. A master, he was a master. That person could not escape. There was no escape. Guiyang, in shock, heard the frantic whispers echoing within the cabin, a cacophony of anxiety. Silence. A subtle pressure emanated from Qin Shan, engulfing the cabin in an immediate stillness. However, apart from the military personnel, everyone else was awash with astonishment, as if their worldview had been shattered, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Next, within the cabin, order was restored, yet the elite continued to leap down one by one, their expressions still marred by a lingering terror. At that moment, upon touching the ground, Guiyang sprinted wildly, yanking out the token embedded beneath his shoulder blade, and uncorked a vial of potion, pouring it directly onto the wound. A searing pain engulfed him. But as he observed the blood slowly ceasing to flow, a fierce glint ignited within his eyes. Luo Tian, I shall surely kill you. His gaze began to take on a crimson hue, exuding an aura akin to that of a wild beast. Who do you intend to kill? A calm voice suddenly reverberated above Guiyang. The familiar tone compelled him to look up in horror, the red glow in his eyes dimming slightly as instinctual fear quelled the ferocity left behind by his genetic modifications. Luo Tian, Guiyang exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. You can fly. Isn't that a feat only a master could achieve? Luo Tian is a master? No, that was evidently not the case. For behind him, bolts of lightning flickered, resembling a pair of thunderous wings. He must have relied on those wings to soar. Nevertheless, regardless of the means, Luo Tian had arrived, and Guiyang felt no confidence in his ability to escape. Swiftly retrieving his identity card, Guiyang prepared to send a distress signal, opting to abandon the trial. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. A gentleman's vengeance is best served a decade later. The humiliation of today shall be avenged 100-fold, 1,000-fold, in the coming year. A flash of lightning. However, just as he brandished the identity card, poised to send out his plea for help, a streak of lightning surged before him. His arm, clutching the identity card, was abruptly severed from his body, flying off into the distance. Guiyang gasped, only to scream in agony a moment later. Boom! A tremendous force erupted in his abdomen, and Guiyang was thrust backward, crashing violently into a tree, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, leaving him slumped against the trunk, breathless and weakened. 2 golden-black tokens tumbled to the ground beside him. As the lightning dissipated around Luo Tian, he approached Guiyang, drawing nearer with his sword raised. With a deft motion, he flicked the sword, retrieving the 2 tokens. What a pity. I granted you 10 minutes, yet it has barely been 5, and the tokens have returned to my possession. His indifferent words echoed in Guiyang's ears, amplifying the terror within him until it completely consumed him. No, Luo Tian, you cannot kill me. It was Ding Fei. It was Zhang Tianhao. They are the ones who wish to end your life. Guiyang pleaded desperately, attempting to flee, but waves of weakness coursed through him, robbing him of the strength to even stand. Fear not. Should they dare to present themselves before me, I shall swiftly send them to join you. Luo Tian spoke calmly, each word striking Guiyang's heart like a hammer. No. With a swift plunge, the sword descended, piercing through Guiyang's chest. He stared blankly, the vitality in his eyes rapidly fading. To speak candidly, this marks my inaugural experience with murder, and I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it. However, as mentioned in the tomes, individuals who have utilized gene-modifying agents, if they fail to swiftly ascend to the realm of masters, will inevitably transform into humanoid monstrosities, bringing calamity upon humanity. Ding. 1 martial artist slain, rewards acquired. Chapter 79, Attribute Enhancement Card. Ding. 1 martial artist slain, Attribute Enhancement Card acquired. In the fleeting moment of Guiyang's vitality extinguishing, a system notification resonated within Luo Tian's mind. Indeed, the drop rate of prodigies is unparalleled. Luo Tian's eyes gleamed slightly as the figures of Wang Xinghe and his prospective brother-in-law, Nangong Qi, flickered in his thoughts. Quickly, Luo Tian quelled the somewhat ruthless notions surging in his mind and accessed the attribute panel. Upon inspecting the inventory section, he noted, Items, Martial Arts Creation Card, Attribute Enhancement Card. For the time being, he dismissed the Martial Arts Creation Card, deeming its current usage excessively extravagant. His gaze fell upon the Attribute Enhancement Card, and a fragment of information materialized in his mind. The Attribute Enhancement Card possesses the capability to upgrade traits, amplifying their potency. Turning his attention to the traits section, Luo Tian observed that he currently possessed 4 traits: Infinite Stamina, 23, Infinite Vitality, 24, Lightning Affinity, and Defense Ignorance, 10. Infinite Stamina and Infinite Vitality can be enhanced through upgrading breathing techniques and physical arts, and at this juncture, they are sufficiently effective. Unless confronted with large-scale battles akin to a monstrous siege, Luo Tian has nearly attained the level of limitless endurance. Thus, there is no immediate urgency to elevate these 2 traits. This leaves only Defense Ignorance and Lightning Affinity. System, utilize the Attribute Enhancement Card to elevate Lightning Affinity. Luo Tian silently issued the command in his mind. Ding. Enhancement failed. Lightning Affinity has reached its current stage limit. A special type attribute enhancement card is required. Note: special type attribute enhancement cards can be synthesized from 2 ordinary attribute enhancement cards. A failure? Special type? Luo Tian paused momentarily, murmuring, "So, all of these are ordinary attribute enhancement cards?" His gaze shifted to Guiyang, who had completely lost his vital essence. "You truly are a worthless being. The items you've dropped are rather pathetic. I wonder how you could be so arrogant." With that, Luo Tian nonchalantly removed the spatial ring from Guiyang's finger and turned to depart. The acrid scent of blood lingered heavily. Lingering too long could attract monstrous beasts. Although Luo Tian harbored no fear, it was evident that there was no necessity for combat at this stage. Enhancing his traits took precedence. As he traversed through the faint mist in the forest, Luo Tian kept the attribute panel open. System: use the attribute enhancement card to elevate defense ignorance. After some deliberation, Luo Tian resolved to allocate the attribute enhancement card to defense ignorance. This trait, indeed, could be considered extraordinary once its level was enhanced. It could certainly be regarded as a formidable ace in the hole. Ding! Attribute enhancement card used successfully. Defense ignorance level increased. Current level, 20. On the attribute panel, the percentage of defense penetration had changed, yet Luo Tian felt no particular sensation. Dismissing it, he retracted the attribute panel and continued deeper into the Misty Mountains. The Misty Mountains, perpetually enveloped in a thin veil of mist, affected visibility even for martial artists. However, for Luo Tian, who had already opened his sea of consciousness, this impact was virtually negligible. He retrieved Guiyang's spatial ring, gently probing it with his spiritual energy, and soon sensed a faint aura. Clearly, Guiyang's spatial ring had not been fortified with a theft prevention seal by a powerful entity. It was merely recognized by his own vital essence. This was knowledge Luo Tian had acquired after diligently studying spatial equipment upon returning from Linghai City. With a surge of spiritual energy, that faint aura was swiftly erased, allowing Luo Tian's consciousness to enter the spatial ring. Inside, he found a spirit-level battle knife, some ordinary spirit herbs, a few vials of potions, and various supplies, which prompted him to let out a discontented huff. While Guiyang's identity card contained some points, regrettably, he could not utilize them. After collecting all valuable items into his own spatial ring, Luo Tian carelessly tucked Guiyang's ring into his pocket, no longer paying it any heed. Simultaneously, across the Misty Mountains, fierce battles for tokens commenced among the new students of the 3 academies. Their eyes were ablaze with ambition, unleashing their full potential in a series of brutal confrontations. Naturally, some encountered ferocious beasts and, unfortunate enough, met their demise at their jaws, while others were compelled to send out distress signals, abandoning the trial in shame. Time flew by, and soon the sky darkened slightly. Luo Tian had traversed over 20 kilometers. Experiencing exceptionally poor luck, he encountered no one, instead being ambushed by 2 ferocious beasts, which he effortlessly dispatched. Unfortunately, it seemed like fortune was not on his side today, as not a single card dropped. Meanwhile, at the sight of Guiyang's demise, 4 figures emerged from the forest, standing beneath the tree where Guiyang had fallen. Regrettably, Guiyang had already been devoured by the beasts, leaving only tattered cloth and bloodstains behind. "Damn it!" Ding Fei cursed, a glimmer of bloodlust flashing in his eyes, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. This location was merely about 2 kilometers from where Guiyang had jumped from the aircraft. They had never anticipated that Luo Tian could be so formidable, as Guiyang hadn't even managed to flee far. Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened ominously as he glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, stating flatly, "Find him." Upon hearing this, Ding Fei's clothing billowed as a small white mouse emerged, lifting its tiny nose to sniff the air before chattering in Ding Fei's ear. "Divine Sun, this direction." Ding Fei pointed, and immediately, the group sped off in pursuit of Luo Tian's path. During their journey, Ding Fei repeatedly led the group to change directions, their path mirroring that of Luo Tian with remarkable precision. The credit for this success undoubtedly belonged to a small creature, a white mouse. This particular species, known as the fragrant mouse, is a second-tier beast cultivated by humans. While it possesses no formidable combat abilities, its sense of smell is extraordinarily acute, enabling it to detect the faintest scents in the air. In the vicinity of the Heavenly Pass, where the laws of nature shift, technological devices become ineffective. Thus, this fragrant mouse serves as an invaluable reconnaissance tool on the battlefield, an asset that is nearly impossible to acquire without means. He is right ahead, Ding Fei exclaimed suddenly, his eyes gleaming with a fierce, murderous intent, mirrored by his two companions who had undergone genetic enhancements, emanating a palpable aura of aggression that they had suppressed throughout their journey. Now, they finally had an opportunity to unleash their pin-up fury, and excitement coursed through them. Go all out and kill him, Zhang Tianhao spoke coolly. The recent defeat at the hands of Luo Tian in the battle at Coastal City had been a tremendous humiliation for him. He hadn't even had the chance to employ his skills before being swiftly vanquished. This was a loss he had never experienced before, and his hatred for Luo Tian had deepened profoundly. Chapter 80. You three are worthless. Luo Tian sat cross-legged atop a grand tree, breathing rhythmically as his vital energy surged, fervently refining his bones. A tingling sensation coursed through him as the golden hue on his bones gradually intensified. Suddenly, he halted his breathing technique, his ears twitching as they caught the faint sound of wind rushing. With a flash of lightning surrounding him, Luo Tian vanished from the branch, blending seamlessly into the dense foliage. Is anyone there? Zhang Tianhao and his three companions emerged suddenly, their expressions tightening in concentration. However, the fragrant mouse perched on Ding Fei's shoulder emitted an urgent cry. Above, Ding Fei's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed upward, a broadsword materializing in his grasp. Zhang Tianhao and the others instinctively looked up, only to be engulfed by a blinding storm of thunder. Within that tempest, a figure lunged toward them. To think you could find me, Luo Tian's calm voice echoed, striking a chord of dread in the hearts of the four. Fall back, Zhang Tianhao commanded, and Ding Fei along with his two companions immediately dashed aside. The four displayed an impressive synergy, swiftly encircling Luo Tian. Alas, no amount of coordination could match Luo Tian's speed as he darted towards one of Ding Fei's companions. In the very moment the companion retreated, a bolt of lightning surged forth. A look of astonishment flickered in the companion's eyes, followed by a sudden eruption of blood from his neck. How is he so fast? The companion's eyes widened in disbelief as his body slowly crumpled, the light of life fading swiftly from his gaze. Ding! One warrior killed, earning one human-level upgrade card. Luo Tian's collection of human-level upgrade cards reached a total of 47. However, he paid no heed, swiftly pivoting his steps to charge at another individual. In a flash of lightning, Luo Tian unleashed his utmost speed, his thunderous wings glimmering as he closed the distance in an instant. Get away! The lackey brandished a single-handed axe, a faint azure light swirling around it, stirred by the wind. Clang! At the critical moment, the axe intercepted Luo Tian's longsword. Yet, the lightning surged violently from Luo Tian's blade, instantly shattering the azure glow of the axe. A surge of paralysis coursed through the lackey's body as the axe slipped from his grasp, and Luo Tian's sword, like a lightning serpent, lunged forward once more. Die! Just as Luo Tian's longsword was about to pierce through the lackey's chest, Ding Fei's furious roar echoed from behind. Swinging his broadsword, he summoned a terrifying wind pressure, gathering dense, earthen power in a formidable strike aimed directly at Luo Tian's back. Meanwhile, a fierce gale swept through, sword intent soaring, as Zhang Tianhao's eyes glimmered with a subtle light amidst the dark night, rapidly thrusting his sword at Luo Tian. What a pity! Luo Tian, appearing somewhat resigned, abruptly vanished along with his longsword, reappearing a dozen meters away. Whoosh! Ding Fei's broadsword cut through empty air, leaving a deep scar on the soft ground. Zhang Tianhao's sword tore through the atmosphere, but alas, it too had lost its target. The lackey, regaining his composure from panic, hurriedly retreated to join Ding Fei and Zhang Tianhao, while Luo Tian slowly turned to face them. Though it felt like a lengthy exchange, it was merely a fleeting clash. One among them had already perished, yet they had barely grazed the hem of Luo Tian's garment. Luo Tian's formidable strength once again overturned their perceptions. Zhang Tianhao's gaze was deep, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixating intently on Luo Tian. Within Ding Fei's eyes surged a murderous intent, his blood boiling as a fierce aura radiated from him. His energy was rising, his vitality ignited like flames, wild and intense. I underestimated you, Zhang Tianhao spoke, his own aura also ascending. Unlike Ding Fei's brutality, his presence was calm, evident that he had not enhanced it through unnatural means. The grass beneath him recoiled as Zhang Tianhao's momentum peaked. The pinnacle of martial prowess, his vitality exceeded 2,500 calories. Luo Tian's brow furrowed slightly. Zhang Tianhao clearly belonged to the ranks of the elite, likely having undergone 2 bone-tempering sessions, his vitality far surpassing that of an ordinary martial artist's peak, rivaling even those who had recently entered the realm of martial masters. Yet today, you shall still perish. Zhang Tianhao's tone shifted, a murderous aura spreading. Heh, Luo Tian grinned. You think you can kill me with just the 3 of you? I hold no grudge against anyone, but you 3 are nothing but trash. If Luo Tian were to leave, the 3 could not possibly retain him. However, it is regrettable that he lacks the inclination to depart, for he is not invincible. He possesses an extraordinary power exceeding 60 units, which serves as the perfect opportunity to test his limits against these 3. In an instant, the thunder surrounding Luo Tian transformed into a brilliant white, his formidable aura surging forth like crashing waves upon the shore. The essence of his sword intent swept through the air, infusing it with a piercing, lethal energy. 3 levels of sword intent. Zhang Tianhao felt a weight in his heart. He was still grappling with the first level of sword intent, yet to his astonishment, in just over 10 days since their last encounter, Luo Tian's mastery had ascended by another level. Moreover, what accounted for the ferocity of that lightning attribute? Zhang Tianhao was beset by countless doubts, but he swiftly extinguished them. This man must not be allowed to remain. He must be eliminated. With resolute determination, Zhang Tianhao issued the order. Luo Tian, perish. Ding Fei's eyes ignited with a bloodthirsty crimson as the earthy glow enveloped his broad sword, emanating a weighty presence. His subordinate wasted no time. A flash of azure light erupting around him, his vigorous blood energy surging forth as they advanced toward Luo Tian. Zhang Tianhao was equally swift, wielding his sword to conjure a tempest of blade shadows, unleashing them with reckless abandon. In mere moments, the 3 had approached Luo Tian. Unfazed, Luo Tian displayed no signs of panic. The brilliant lightning intensified around him as he slightly withdrew his stance, lowering his form. A flash of thunder, a trio of strikes. Lightning erupted, and in the eyes of Zhang Tianhao and his companions, a streak of lightning arced through the endless night, flickering and retreating. Clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing and blades piercing flesh resonated almost simultaneously. As the lightning dissipated, Luo Tian had already positioned himself a short distance away. Ding Fei and Zhang Tianhao staggered backward, their arms enveloped in a creeping electric charge, which was dispersed by their blood energy. However, the subordinate was less fortunate. A charred, gaping wound had formed in his chest, revealing an empty cavity and a cascade of fallen leaves behind him. The subordinate had met his demise. In his eyes lingered a trace of attachment to this world, as if he could not comprehend why, despite his genetic enhancements, he had succumbed so easily to death. After all, he was so close to achieving the martial artist realm. Ding! A martial artist has been slain. You have obtained 1 upgrade card of human rank. The system notification chimed as Luo Tian's collection of human rank upgrade cards reached a total of 48. Chapter 81. It has truly exploded, a good person indeed. Damn it, how could this happen? Ding Fei struggled to regain his composure, his eyes filled with disbelief. Though he had undergone genetic modification and retained the ferocity of a fierce beast within him, which had catalyzed a dramatic increase in his blood energy, he had now fully reached the pinnacle of martial artists, boasting 2,500 units of blood energy. Even when facing a novice martial artist, he believed he could contend. Yet, why had he been repelled by a single strike? Not only that, but even Zhang Tianhao, whose vitality was at a staggering 2,800 points, found himself retreating under the onslaught of Luo Tian, which was utterly ludicrous. Luo Tian's vitality was inferior to theirs, a fact they could perceive distinctly. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he unleashed an overwhelming force that not only repelled them, but also claimed the life of one of their companions, shattering their worldview. Only 2 remained. It was uncertain whether Zhang Tianhao could summon further strength. Perhaps he could not, having already acquired a martial technique creation card once. Ding Fei, on the other hand, was different. He had only obtained an upgrade card during their last encounter, and after a kill, there was a possibility of acquiring something else. Unlike the astonishment of the 2, Luo Tian was contemplating whether he could obtain something valuable after vanquishing the pair. Ding Fei, hold him back. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao suddenly bellowed. Ding Fei's gaze sharpened, and in the next instant, his vitality surged violently, even unleashing the suppressed ferocity within him. With a roar akin to that of a wild beast, Ding Fei's eyes flickered with a hint of struggle. At this moment, he could barely retain a shred of rationality. However, As long as he could slay Luo Tian, he cared not for the cost. In an instant, Ding Fei charged at Luo Tian like a predator. With each step, the ground shattered beneath the force of his furious vitality, dirt and grass flying in all directions. Huh! Zhang Tianhao let out another fierce shout, and a terrifying aura erupted from within him. Mental energy. Is he about to unleash a surge? Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at Zhang Tianhao. Luo Tian, you shall surely perish today. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao exuded an unparalleled confidence. That terrifying mental energy surged, amplifying his vitality and propelling his aura beyond the realm of warriors, transcending into that of a martial master. Around him, his vitality surged wildly, and the azure glow of his sword extended several meters. It was not his own mental energy. Rather, someone had embedded their mental force within his mind, allowing him to harness it, and this martial technique was of the celestial grade. A wave of astonishment washed over Luo Tian. Celestial-grade martial techniques could only be cultivated by masters, for they required mental energy to channel the forces of heaven and earth, accessible only to those of master rank. In that moment, Luo Tian could not help but marvel at the advantages of status. It is known that mastering a celestial-grade martial technique is extraordinarily arduous. Even masters must invest countless hours to achieve it, expending immeasurable vitality and mental energy in the process. Yet, Zhang Tianhao was merely a warrior, and the number of powerful beings who had poured their mental energy into him on the path to mastering a celestial-grade martial technique was unfathomable, along with the vast resources consumed. Indeed, the second generation of the Holy was truly exceptional. What wonders lay within his spatial ring? Luo Tian's thoughts raced, and he found himself trembling with excitement. He suddenly realized that he had developed a peculiar interest in the spatial rings of others. Roar! At this moment, Ding Fei finally closed the distance, wielding his broadsword. As a flash of earthy light erupted, a heavy aura overwhelming the skies, attempting to restrain Luo Tian's movements. However, Luo Tian was enveloped in surging thunder, instantly breaking free from the constraints of the earth attribute power. In a brilliant flicker of lightning, he parried Ding Fei's sword with his own. With a sudden weight on his arm, this time, Luo Tian found himself slightly at a disadvantage. With a decisive strike, the ultimate technique erupted as Luo Tian delivered a thunderous kick to Ding Fei's source of joy. Ding Fei's expression twisted in pain, yet his rationality was completely overpowered by a ferocious instinct. At that moment, regardless of the most profound agony, he swung his giant sword with all his might. Damn, you're quite formidable. Luo Tian's expression shifted slightly as he felt the tremors of the thunder wings, swiftly evading the blow. Ding Fei's unyielding perseverance had, for the first time, rendered the second phase of the deadly move ineffective. Wind sorrow. Just then, Zhang Tianhao's booming voice resonated, as a terrifying whirlwind suddenly materialized. Under the amplification of his mental energy, Zhang Tianhao's vitality surged multiple times, and with the guidance of his mental prowess, the heightened vitality intertwined with the forces of nature. Coalescing explosively, the hurricane gathered, and a sword cut through the air. A cyan blade of light, imbued with unparalleled speed, sliced toward Luo Tian. The soil and grass beneath disintegrated, reduced to mere particles beneath the onslaught of the rapidly converging sword light. Luo Tian's countenance shifted, a sense of overwhelming danger flashing through his mind. Ha ha ha! Zhang Tianhao laughed, envisioning a scene where Luo Tian was cleaved in two by the blade's radiance. Yet suddenly, his laughter ceased abruptly. For at that moment, Luo Tian stepped forward, leaping skyward, and astonishingly began to run through the air, instantly evading the sword's lethal range. Walking on air? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Zhang Tianhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Walking on air was the exclusive domain of masters. He had witnessed Luo Tian's peculiar thunderwing technique before, and it was entirely inconceivable that he could escape the attack of wind sorrow. This was utterly absurd. That was close. I nearly faced disaster. Luo Tian glanced down, where a terrifying sword scar extended nearly 100 meters, obliterating flowers and trees into a cloud of debris along its path. Ding Fei raised his head in astonishment, gazing at the elevated Luo Tian, confusion filling his eyes. Completely consumed by ferocity, he found himself momentarily lost, unsure if he was dreaming. Crack! Just then, Luo Tian transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling down from the sky. Roar! Ding Fei instantly reacted, positioning his broadsword above his head. Boom! It was as if thunder had erupted, strands of electric light radiating in all directions. Ding Fei's body sank as he barely managed to block the onslaught. A flash of lightning struck again, the second phase. The voice of Luo Tian suddenly erupted, sending his figure hurtling backwards several meters through the air. Then, with an overwhelming force, he surged forward. Bang! Ding Fei's body was completely overwhelmed by a terrifying sword strike, causing him to collapse to the ground. The broadsword slipped from his grasp, and a long sword imbued with boundless lightning descended upon his brow, instantaneously piercing through his skull. Ding Fei's eyes widened in shock as life swiftly ebbed away. Confusion dissipated, leaving only an expanse of fear in its wake. His pupils gradually faded to a grayish hue. Ding Fei had met his demise. Notification: a martial artist has been slain, and a martial technique enhancement card has been acquired. A system prompt echoed in Luo Tian's mind. It had truly happened. He had succeeded. As he gazed at the slowly collapsing Ding Fei, his eyes sparkled with an emotion akin to paternal love. Chapter 82, Zhang Tianhao. The Lethal Strike, the Martial Technique Enhancement card, was yet another novel addition. And even by its name, Luo Tian grasped its purpose. However, there was no time to delve into its intricacies at the moment. Winds of sorrow. At that moment, a fearsome hurricane began to coalesce, the forces of heaven and earth erupting into chaos, as a pale blue sword light once again charged forth. This strike showed no hesitation, enveloping both Luo Tian and Ding Fei's lifeless body within its grasp. Zhang Tianhao's eyes glinted with madness and a profound disdain for his fallen comrade. How ruthless! Luo Tian silently scoffed, his form suddenly soaring into the sky, stepping into the void and swiftly evading the oncoming sword light's attack range. Thud! Ding Fei's corpse disintegrated beneath the blade's radiance, erupting into a mist of blood, his bones and flesh utterly obliterated by the frenzied power of the wind element. Damn, I haven't even taken off my spatial ring. In midair, Luo Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With such a terrifying assault, he wondered if the spatial ring would endure. Yet even if it did, he was uncertain where it would be flung, pondering which destined child would benefit from it in the future. Irritation surged within Luo Tian, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as the sky crackled with lightning, his form transforming into a bolt of thunder, slicing through the inky night with a streak of brilliance. In less than half a breath, he had propelled himself towards Zhang Tianhao. Luo Tian. Zhang Tianhao, consumed by madness, felt his blood surge as his spiritual energy amplified, radiating outward. Buzz. A sound akin to a colossal bell reverberated, the forces of heaven and earth still in turmoil. Golden light erupted, illuminating a radius of several meters. As a magnificent golden bell materialized on Zhang Tianhao's exterior, a defensive martial technique of heavenly grade, Luo Tian's gaze flickered, unable to suppress his admiration. The second-generation saints were indeed formidable. This heavenly technique was akin to the left and right. Of course, he did not falter. The essence of sword intent, amplified spiritual energy, and enhanced lightning attributes converged at this moment, as his earth-grade long sword tore through the air, obliterating the floating leaves around him. The sword blade descended upon the golden bell with unerring precision. Clang! A thunderous sound resonated through the night, echoing far and wide. Ha ha ha! But you shall perish today, Luo Tian. Zhang Tianhao chuckled, his gaze brimming with arrogance. Is that so? A faint smile graced Luo Tian's lips as he gazed through the golden bell at Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. At that instant, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded. The formidable golden bell surrounding him suddenly developed a fissure, and the terrifying force of his own vitality and mental energy, drawn from the heavens, inexplicably met with a sense of feebleness against Luo Tian's blade. Before he could ponder the reason, a surge of thunder erupted from the blade, striking him in an instant. Gah! Zhang Tianhao let out a howl, his vitality surging within him, dispersing the thunder. Subsequently, the golden bell before him erupted violently, the unleashed force propelling Luo Tian away. Luo Tian stepped onto the void, gliding through the air for several meters before finally coming to a halt, somewhat helpless. Though Zhang Tianhao was not particularly strong, the amplification of his mental energy was extraordinarily formidable. Even the residual waves of the gathered powers of heaven and earth could send him flying. Why? How can you breach my defenses? Zhang Tianhao's furious roar echoed, his eyes fixated on Luo Tian like a ravenous wolf. "Call me daddy, and I might consider revealing the secret." A smirk played upon Luo Tian's lips. This, of course, was due to the ability to ignore defenses, completely bypassing 20 points of defensive strength, equivalent to true damage of 20. Each strike was a guaranteed kill. How will you endure this? What are the heavenly level martial techniques? Before the disregard for defenses, one must still submit. Yet, it was also true that Zhang Tianhao himself was not particularly strong. Otherwise, he would not have been injured. Ignoring defenses was one thing. But what if Luo Tian could only inflict 1 point of damage? That would render the ability moot. You seek death. Zhang Tianhao's eyes blazed with fury as he slightly bent his form. Whirlwind. A fierce gale arose, enveloping Zhang Tianhao as he melded into the wind. His figure soaring through the air, advancing towards Luo Tian with lethal intent. Another heavenly-level martial technique. The second generation of saints truly are unreasonable beings. Luo Tian mused. Yet he felt no fear, electric currents swirling around him as his thunderous wings unfurled, charging forward in response. In an instant, the sky was lit with flashes of lightning and the fury of the storm unleashed. The force of their vitality surged like tidal waves, rapidly expanding the battlefield as their combat range widened, leaving countless scars on the surrounding trees from the raging winds and thunder. Zhang Tianhao's mental energy was rapidly depleting, his attacks growing increasingly weary, while Luo Tian appeared unaffected, maintaining his relentless ferocity. "Begone!" Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao bellowed, the golden bell once again enveloping him. Just as before, Luo Tian's blade descended, the thunder shattering the bell's body, striking him in an instant. "Luo Tian, I will not spare you." Zhang Tianhao let out a blood-curdling scream, his body suddenly darting backwards, swept away by a fierce wind as he attempted to escape. "You've knocked my spatial ring away, and you still wish to flee? Am I in agreement?" Luo Tian transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly shooting forth like an arrow. A shadow of azure and a flash of thunder raced wildly through the forest, moving with a speed that left even martial masters in awe. How can a mere warrior sustain such vigor? Zhang Tianhao thought in frustration, his mental energy nearly depleted. This is infuriating. As Zhang Tianhao fled in a frenzy, his heart blazed with rage, yet he was equally struck by fear. Throughout this encounter, he had unleashed nothing but heavenly martial techniques. And under the amplification of his mental prowess, his offensive capabilities rivaled those of a martial master. Even the most formidable early-stage martial master would have been vanquished in an instant. Yet Luo Tian seemed like an indomitable insect, deftly evading his every assault. His defenses appeared utterly ineffectual before Luo Tian. What on earth was happening? Zhang Tianhao's heart brimmed with boundless confusion, mingled with a sea of resentment. He yearned for bloodshed. Never before had the urge to kill surged within him so forcefully. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he saw Luo Tian closely pursuing him, his expression darkening ominously. In that moment, he found himself devoid of options, compelled to sprint with all his might. Meanwhile, Luo Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating. Just how much mental energy does this guy possess? How has he not exhausted it yet? If I continue this chase, will I stray beyond the confines of the Misty Mountains? He recalled that if he failed to secure first place, Zhao Dao would surely break his legs. Old Zhao was a man of his word. Luo Tian believed he would follow through on his threats. Should I let him go for now? He mused, but almost instantly dismissed the thought. Zhang Tianhao must eliminate. I would not hesitate to sacrifice a leg if necessary. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred, and a flicker of joy crossed Luo Tian's face. However, Zhang Tianhao's expression shifted slightly, not due to the depletion of his mental energy, but because two formidable presences emerged ahead of them. He could even discern their distinctive camouflage attire. They were military academy trainees. Panic surged within Zhang Tianhao, his heart darkening to the point of feeling as though it could drip with malice. Old Wang, Old Chun, obstruct him for just a second, Luo Tian shouted. Indeed, it was Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao who appeared before them. How they had come together was a mystery, considering they had both leapt from the aircraft upon entering the Misty Mountains. It's old Luo. Wang Xinghe squinted slightly. He's pursuing Zhang Tianhao, who is exceptionally strong. How can we possibly intercept him? Chun Tianhao's expression altered as he declared, those who stand in my way shall perish. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianhao roared in fury, a torrent of energy swirling around him, an overwhelming aura sweeping outward. Retreat! Retreat! Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao quickly made a decisive choice to withdraw. Damn! Luo Tian couldn't help but curse under his breath, then unleashed his ultimate move. 100 points for each, just to disrupt him. Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao froze momentarily, then simultaneously adopted a righteous demeanor. Old Luo, what nonsense are you talking? I don't care about points. We are brothers, and your assistance is invaluable. Wang Xinghe felt a surge of vitality, gripping his silver spear with an imposing presence. For the sake of my brother, I would brave fire and water without hesitation. Chun Tianhao wielded his battle blade, brimming with vigor. Huh! Both let out a fierce roar, instantly positioning themselves in front of Zhang Tianhao. Dragon rising. The silver spear flashed explosively, flames rampaging, a glimmer of cold light shining like stars against the night sky. Wave 100 miles. The battle blade cleaved through, waves surging as if rivers were overturning. Die? Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened to the utmost as the sword light swept by. Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao's fierce assault was instantly shattered. A powerful force struck, sending both flying backward like cannonballs through the forest, blood spurting forth uncontrollably. Old Luo, you have misled me. Wang Xinghe's eyes were vacant. Damn it, 100 points are hard to come by. Chun Tianhao also grumbled internally, pain coursing through his body. But thankfully, he was not mortally wounded. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao's complexion changed. Although he had repelled the two with a single strike, that brief moment of delay allowed Luo Tian to approach from behind. Thunder flashed. Lightning tore through the night sky, sending a chill down Zhang Tianhao's spine. Cold sweat soaking his back. Buzz. The golden light surged again, the golden bell shielding him once more. Clash. Hiss. However, this time, the blade penetrated deeper into the bell's body, the thunder intensifying. It was not that Luo Tian had grown stronger. Rather, Zhang Tianhao's mental energy was rapidly depleting. Crash. The golden bell shattered violently, and this time, there was no ferocious power left. Zhang Tianhao's mental energy was entirely exhausted. His body went numb. A flicker of despair crossed Zhang Tianhao's eyes. Luo Tian's long sword was poised to pierce Zhang Tianhao in an instant. Everything seemed destined. But at that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. A finger suddenly pressed against Zhang Tianhao's back, and Luo Tian's sword thrust straight into that finger. The unstoppable thunder abruptly halted, unable to advance even an inch. Luo Tian was taken aback, and before he could react, a terrifying surge of vitality swept forth like waves. The thunder dissipated, and Luo Tian was sent flying, blood surging, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Forcibly flipping in midair, Luo Tian landed, his legs sinking into the soft earth, yet he was still pushed back several meters by a tremendous force, the ground beneath him upheaving. Raising his eyes, Luo Tian's pupils constricted. He saw a middle-aged man standing beside Zhang Tianhao, clad in the standard uniform of the Divine Martial Academy. The intervention of the esteemed teacher in the trial, striking at the students, seems quite unreasonable, does it not? A seething anger surged within Luo Tian. That was the hope of a grand explosion, and with it, the spatial ring, containing untold riches, slipping away right before his eyes. One must exercise restraint. Why pursue total annihilation? You all are the future of humanity. Instead of engaging in internal strife, it would be far more prudent to devote yourselves to cultivation, hastening your ascent to the battlefield to slay the ferocious beasts and safeguard our realm. Teacher Shenwu spoke calmly. Teacher Du. A flicker of joy flashed in Zhang Tianhao's eyes, relieved to have survived. Mere moments ago, he had felt as though he were on the brink of descending into the abyss, but fortunately, Du Kuei had arrived just in time. Du Kuei glanced at Zhang Tianhao, offering him a reassuring nod. Zhang Tianhao's murderous intent surged, contemplating urging Du Kuei to eliminate Luo Tian, yet he refrained from voicing it. He comprehended the futility of such a desire. Du Kuei intervening to save him had already breached the rules. Excellent. Well said. Luo Tian glared fiercely at Du Kuei. Today I have witnessed the depths of your shamelessness. Where were you when they sought to kill me? Why did you not intervene then? Du Kuei's brow furrowed slightly. After a brief pause, he replied, At that time, I was not nearby. I shall take full responsibility for today's events before Vice Commander Qin. With that, Du Kuei grasped Zhang Tianhao, and they soared into the sky, vanishing into the ether. Luo Tian fixed his gaze on their retreating figures, attempting to imprint Zhang Tianhao with his spiritual energy, but ultimately abandoned the idea. Clearly, Teacher Du was formidable. His own spiritual prowess would undoubtedly be transparent to him, rendering the effort pointless. A wave of discontent brewed within Luo Tian, filling him with profound irritation. Yet, He found himself powerless against such a master. While he could contend with warriors, he was leagues away from matching a true master. How infuriating. If only I could draw him back for a rematch. The teacher's interference in the trial would surely not go unpunished. Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao rushed back, hurling furious curses into the sky, their expressions filled with deep sorrow and wrath. Scoundrel, disregarding martial ethics. When I reach the master realm, I shall ensure you receive a proper beating. Wang Xinghe raged, drawing close to Luo Tian, his face transforming from fury to sycophancy. Brother Tian, do not stoop to his level. Leave this to me. I will ensure he drinks from the bitter cup of regret. Indeed, Brother Tian, let us resolve this matter ourselves. Chun Tianhao chimed in, thumping his chest, even deliberately elongating a smear of blood at the corner of his mouth. Luo Tian's expression darkened as he scrutinized them, particularly the familiar bloodstain on Chun Tianhao's lips. Ahem, Brother Tian, might we settle this debt? Wang Xinghe's expression suddenly paled, blood trickling from his mouth. Brother Tian, we risked our lives this time. Though we failed, surely it cannot be blamed on us, can it? Chun Tianhao added his voice to the plea. Base wretches. Luo Tian silently cursed, producing his identity card. Under their eager gazes, he transferred 100 points to each of them. Oh, Luo, you are far too generous. Huh. Old Luo, in the future, do come to us for such matters. The two of them received points, their faces beaming with delight. Must you be so candid? Luo Tian's expression darkened. Is this really it? Just moments ago, he was still referring to Tian Go. However, after their playful banter, Luo Tian's mood significantly improved. Chapter 84. The advantage is mine. How could I possibly lose? Luo Tian glared at Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao with evident displeasure. At that moment, both held a vial of emerald green potion, clinking them together before downing the contents. They then began to circulate their breathing technique, swiftly regaining their strength. This was a potion specifically designed to heal internal injuries, remarkably effective, costing 5 points each, yet they appeared utterly unconcerned. Just wait. I will ensure you both will not be laughing for long. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes, a nascent idea forming in his mind. As the night wore on, Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao, bolstered by the 5 points of nourishment, returned to their peak condition. Meanwhile, Luo Tian also experienced some improvement. With his breathing technique and circulation, his vital energy had been automatically refining. After a day and night, his vitality reached 2,530 calories. Following a 10 Hz mental power amplitude, Luo Tian's vitality could exceed 2,700 calories. Coupled with his enhanced lightning attribute, sword intent, and comprehension of the thunder flash technique, along with an exceptionally high understanding of the 8,000 thunder movements, Luo Tian felt confident he could easily defeat a novice martial artist. As for mid-tier martial artists, he believed he could contend with the weaker ones. It is crucial to note that the limit for mid-tier martial artists is a staggering 10,000 calories of vitality. A significant span. At this moment, Luo Tian possessed the strength to challenge a mid-tier martial artist. One could only imagine what level he would attain upon breaking into the martial artist realm. Perhaps this is the norm for those who are truly gifted. Regrettably, his mental power had not increased, and he pondered how he might enhance it. Could there also be techniques for cultivating mental power? Luo Tian contemplated this thought, but quickly dismissed it, shifting his focus to the Items section of his Attributes panel. Items, Martial Technique Creation Card, Martial Technique Enhancement Card. Temporarily setting aside the Martial Technique Creation Card, Luo Tian directly commanded the system. System, use the Martial Technique Enhancement Card to enhance Thunder Flash. Ding. Martial Technique Enhancement Card successfully used, Thunder Flash Enhancement Level 1. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and the number 1 appeared next to Thunder Flash on the Attributes panel. Simultaneously, a rush of profound insights washed over him. Suddenly, thunder surged around Luo Tian, an explosive aura radiating outward. Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao were startled, hastily retreating to the side, casting peculiar glances at Luo Tian. Old Chun, I think he has grown stronger again, Wang Xinghe remarked softly. Needless to say, I'm not blind, Chun Tianhao retorted, though a glimmer of existential doubt flickered in his eyes. Is he truly a genius? More like a prodigy. Do I still have any hope of catching up to him? According to old Wang, this fellow seems to possess a strength exceeding 60 units. Huh, when did I become a unit of measurement? Our plan should be set into motion, the sooner the better. With Brother Nangong leading the charge, we ought to have a chance. Wang Xinghe suddenly remarked. Indeed, it is wise to make preparations early. Brother Nangong should be close to finding us now, right? Chen Tianhao gently nodded. Soon, we will have our desires fulfilled. A smirk crept upon Wang Xinghe's lips as the two exchanged glances, their gazes simultaneously drifting towards Luo Tian, their lips curving in subtle amusement. Luo Tian, engrossed in contemplating the myriad applications following the enhancement of Thunder Flash Level 1, was abruptly struck by a profound sense of malice. In an instant, the thunder within him receded, and his eyes, aglow with lightning, slowly opened. Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao had already regained their composure, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Could I be mistaken? A flicker of doubt crossed Luo Tian's mind, but it was swiftly extinguished as he mused. These two are undoubtedly up to no good. Oh, old Luo, have you come to a conclusion? What insights have you gained? Wang Xinghe feigned surprise upon noticing Luo Tian's open eyes, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. Merely a trivial alteration in my martial skills, nothing significant. Luo Tian replied casually. At his words, Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao both sighed in relief, exchanging glances that reflected mutual understanding. Luo Tian. At that moment, a booming shout echoed as several figures burst forth from the forest, their terrifying speed stirring the air and dispersing the surrounding mist. Oh, a narrow path for enemies. Luo Tian cast a nonchalant glance at the 7 individuals emerging from the woods, led by a young man, none other than Tang Ying, accompanied by 6 others. Tang Ying exuded a palpable vigor, all of them at the late stage of martial prowess, matching Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao perfectly. The Tang family of Tian Nan demands that idle folk depart swiftly. Tang Ying, wielding a battle blade, directed a piercing gaze towards Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao. The prestigious Wang family, the Tang family of Tian Nan, Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao's expressions sharpened. Indeed, Tang Ying nodded slightly, his demeanor radiating arrogance. Very well, farewell. Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao simultaneously inclined their hands in a slight bow, showing no reluctance as they turned to leave. Oh, quite perceptive, I see. A gleam of pride flickered in Tang Ying's eyes. Little did he know that Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao had not strayed far. They merely concealed themselves nearby. These two fools. Is this truly how one offers their head? Wang Xinghe squinted slightly, observing Tang Ying's smug expression, his voice laced with disdain. Whatever. Let us wait and see. If anyone attempts to flee amidst the chaos, we can take advantage of the situation to strike. We already possess the divine order. Should we acquire the holy order, we will complete the assessment. Chen Tianhao's eyes also mirrored his disdain. Just as they were conversing, Tang Ying swung his battle blade fiercely, exuding an overwhelming aura. Luo Tian, the humiliation of that day shall be repaid today. As Tang Ying's words fell, the 6 individuals he brought along moved in unison, their weapons materializing effortlessly in their hands. Blades, spears, swords, and hammers, an extensive arsenal at their disposal. Luo Tian, today you shall find no escape. Remember this, in your next life, do not provoke those beyond your means. Some individuals are simply beyond your reach. As Tang Ying's voice rose, so too did his imposing aura, flames flickering around him, the air growing increasingly intense. The remaining 6 mirrored his energy, their powers surged, intertwining with their weapons under the influence of their vitality. A monumental battle was imminent. However, within the encirclement, Luo Tian's expression remained unchanged, gazing calmly at Tang Ying. I warned you, if you provoke me again, I shall end your life. Ha 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 you? How ridiculous. Tang Ying laughed, eventually stifling his amusement, a hint of mockery crossing his features. Luo Tian, you are still so arrogant. Do you have any idea of the extent of my enhancement? Do you know how many prodigies I have united against you? Yes, you are formidable. I have witnessed it myself. Yet anyone here, while perhaps not able to annihilate you instantly, can at the very least contend with you evenly. Today, the advantage lies with me. How could I, Tang Ying, ever lose? In that moment, Tang Ying radiated a haughty confidence. No, you are mistaken. The advantage has always been mine. Luo Tian replied coolly, a long sword appearing in his hand, which he thrust into the ground with force. With a flash of thunder, the atmosphere crackled. As Luo Tian's sword pierced the earth, he quietly summoned the energy within him. Moments before, after enhancing his thunder strike, a myriad of techniques had manifested in his mind, and thunder flow was among them, coupled with the vitality he could unleash. The lightning coalesced atop the blade, radiating outward from his center. Tang Ying and the others instinctively froze at Luo Tian's actions. What is this? Can you not show us some respect? After all, we are the top talents of the Four Holy Academy. Yet before they could process their thoughts, a terrifying spectacle unfolded. Including Tang Ying, the seven felt a jolt of fear, their pupils contracting sharply. They beheld Luo Tian's sword erupting with blinding lightning, which spread like a spider's web. Swift and overwhelming, and in an instant, they felt a tingling paralysis coursing through their bodies. Be careful. Tang Ying reacted swiftly, leaping into the air, narrowly evading the onslaught of lightning. Unfortunately, the others were not as fortunate. As Tang Ying ascended, the subtle tingling sensation transformed into a powerful wave of paralysis that engulfed them entirely. The cries of despair echoed as the six stiffened, confusion clouding their eyes. Tang Ying, suspended midair, was aghast, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He could hardly fathom such an attack. As he watched the six prodigies he had brought with him collapse to the ground, a wave of paralysis coursed through him, sending shivers down his spine. In an instant, he had effortlessly dispatched 6 talented individuals from the Four Sacred Academy. Could such an advantage truly belong to him? Tang Ying could not help but question his own doubts. Goodness, was this what he meant when he said that a mere understanding of martial arts was insignificant? In the shadows, Wang Xinghe suddenly rose, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. Perhaps, for him, it truly was inconsequential. Chun Tianhao murmured softly beside him, voicing an undeniable truth. Wang Xinghe immediately wore a look of utter astonishment. They needed to act quickly. If this situation continued to unfold, would they have any chance left? The two exchanged a determined glance, their resolve unwavering. Meanwhile, on Luo Tian's side, he slowly withdrew his long sword from the ground as the thunderous light dissipated. He raised his gaze to Tang Ying, who was now at the apex of his descent, a sly smile creeping across his lips. Upon seeing that grin, Tang Ying froze. Wait, I concede, I apologize. A tremor coursed through his heart, and he felt the hair on his body stand on end, as if he had finally grasped the disparity between them. Luo Tian's lips curled into a smirk. I still prefer your previous defiant demeanor. Apologies. But I shall not accept your apology. His calm voice resonated, striking Tang Ying's heart like a hammer, filling him with an unprecedented sense of impending doom. He attempted to speak, but Luo Tian denied him the opportunity. With a burst of thunderous wings, he transformed into a streak of lightning that ascended sharply into the sky. The thunder flashed, and the long sword shot forth like a dragon, piercing through Tang Ying's chest with overwhelming force. A potent wave of paralysis swept through his entire being. Tang Ying's eyes widened as his weapon slipped from his grasp, unable to maintain his hold. How dare you? I am of a royal family, the direct lineage. Tang Ying struggled to speak, and as his words fell, both figures landed on the ground. However, while Tang Ying knelt, Luo Tian stood tall, leisurely withdrawing his long sword and flicking off the blood. My apologies, but my father-in-law is a sage. Nangong Ao, Luo Tian's voice drifted into the air, leaving Tang Ying's eyes devoid of life, though a faint glimmer of despair lingered within them. Congratulations. You have slain the prodigy Tang Ying and obtained a martial arts advancement card. A martial arts advancement card? A new item? Does it directly elevate my martial arts rank? Upon hearing the system's notification, Luo Tian felt a surge of excitement and hastily attempted to open his attributes panel to check. But just then, a thunderous shout interrupted him. You bastard, how dare you kill Tang Ying? The 6 individuals, still recovering from the paralysis, regained their composure. And one of them charged towards Luo Tian, his eyes ablaze with wrath and a fierce intent to kill. The expressions of the 5 others shifted subtly as they tightened their grips on their weapons, their internal energies surging in readiness for combat. Yet, at that moment, a flash of lightning encircled Luo Tian, and he vanished in an instant. Upon reappearing, his sword had already pierced the chest of the assailant, blood cascading forth as the life force of that individual dissipated in an ephemeral moment. The slayer must inevitably face retribution. Do you not grasp this truth? Luo Tian's voice, calm yet resonant, echoed like a haunting melody, penetrating the very souls of his listeners, instilling a sense of dread. Flee! A cry broke the silence, and the remaining 5 felt a sudden jolt of terror coursing through them, prompting a frenzied retreat into the depths of the forest. Old Chen, eliminate them, ha ha ha! Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao revealed themselves, exhilarated as they dashed forward. Initially, they had merely concealed themselves to assess potential opportunities, never anticipating that a genuine chance would arise. Now, the prospect of passing the assessment seemed imminent. The duo moved like the wind, pursuing the fleeing figures. Luo Tian contemplated pursuing them as well, but upon observing the two's demeanor, a flicker of disdain crossed his gaze. Moments ago, they had sprinted away like startled rabbits. Now, emboldened by their advantage, they displayed audacity. I, Luo, am too dignified to associate with such individuals. He dismissed them with a wave of his hand. Skillfully lifting the spatial equipment from Tang Ying and the nameless lackeys of the Four Holy Academy, simultaneously claiming their holy tokens. As his consciousness delved into the spatial equipment, he swiftly dismantled the seals and began to assess his acquisitions. Among his findings were various spiritual herbs, restorative potions, and pills, alongside some specialized cultivation medicines. Regrettably, there was a dearth of currency. With the Academy now employing identity cards, monetary exchange and points could be converted freely, rendering cash virtually obsolete. Luo Tian remained unconcerned. After all, the weapons of Tang Ying and the lackey were of considerable worth. Once back at the Academy, he could sell them with ease. Moreover, the potions, herbs, and pills would also yield a handsome profit. A preliminary estimate suggested that the slaying of these two, combined with the earlier defeat of Guoyang, would net him over 10 million in gains, a remarkable outcome indeed. Indeed, the path of murder and plunder proves to be a swift route to wealth. Luo Tian mused, a genuine sense of wonder escaping his lips. Subsequently, he opened his attribute panel, directing his attention to the martial arts advancement card he had just acquired. Upon inspection, he was overwhelmed with joy. The martial arts advancement card could elevate a learned technique by an entire tier without altering the cultivation level. A brief description flickered through Luo Tian's mind, simple yet concealing astonishing implications. An elevation by a full tier indicated that if one had trained in a beginner or intermediate martial art of the human class, it would ascend to the initial or intermediate level of the spiritual class. Currently, Luo Tian's most formidable techniques were the 8,000 thunder movements and thunder flash, both of which belonged to the high tier of the spiritual class. Upon advancement, they would ascend directly to the high tier of the earth class. Even with the vitality and blood essence of the living beings that Luo Tian has gathered, along with the ever-upgradable level of martial arts, it is entirely possible that he could unleash the power of a celestial-grade martial technique. A celestial-grade martial technique, indeed, is one that can only be cultivated by a master after the emergence of spiritual energy. Its potency is evident through the prowess of the master. Yet, this is not the most astonishing aspect. The most remarkable feature of this martial art advancement card lies in its preservation of the original martial arts cultivation level. According to the system's nature, once a martial technique reaches the terrestrial level, it inevitably requires a terrestrial advancement card for further elevation. Such terrestrial advancement cards can only be obtained from masters or through the fusion of two spiritual level advancement cards. This retention of levels, in an imperceptible manner, conserves a significant portion of resources, marking it as truly exceptional. After hoarding advancement cards for so long, they are finally proving their worth. Alas, it is unfortunate that the insignificant character failed to yield even a basic level advancement card. Truly, a waste of potential. Luo Tian scoffed disdainfully at the corpse nearby. Subsequently, disregarding it entirely, he focused intently on the attribute panel, specifically the advancement card section. Human level 48, spiritual level 1. System, fuse the human level advancement card. Ding. A notification chimed in his mind as the data in the advancement card section transformed, now reflecting spiritual level 25. He issued another command, Thunder Flash. With the enhancement card's fortification, both the might and transformation of Thunder Flash underwent significant augmentation, and Luo Tian resolved to invest the martial arts advancement card into it. Ding. The use of the spiritual level advancement card was successful. Thunder Flash's level has increased to 65. The level of Thunder Flash, previously marked as 1, now stood at 65. In that instant, a torrent of insights surged within him, and vivid images flooded his mind. Luo Tian's comprehension of Thunder Flash deepened profoundly. After a considerable time, he finally exhaled, having digested all the realizations. Without further ado, he plunged directly into the main task. System. Utilize the martial arts advancement card to elevate the level of Thunder Flash. Ding. The martial arts advancement card was successfully employed. Thunder Flash's level has ascended to high tier terrestrial. Ding. Thunder Flash has reached its level cap. Would you like to choose to break through the cap? The breakthrough will inherit the original level. Here it comes. A surge of joy filled Luo Tian's heart as he promptly commanded, Breakthrough. Ding. Breaking through the cap, please select the enhancement direction. 1. Thunder Dragon. 2. Thunder Sea. Luo Tian focused intently as the information regarding Thunder Dragon and Thunder Sea materialized in his mind. Thunder Dragon, in essence, represents a single target attack, allowing for the manipulation of lightning to follow one's will, serving as the secondary attack of Thunder Flash. Thunder Sea, too, is a secondary attack of Thunder Flash, yet it operates through an entirely different paradigm, enabling Thunder Flash to inflict area damage after its initial single-target explosion, akin to a lightning surge, but excelling in its element of surprise. Two paths of enhancement lay before him, both aimed at the utmost development of the Thunder Flash technique. As Luo Tian's vitality grew stronger and his realm ascended higher, the potential for devastating damage became increasingly formidable. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Luo Tian made his choice. System, select enhancement direction, Thunder Dragon. With no other thoughts clouding his mind, he was drawn to the name Thunder Dragon, which possessed an undeniable allure. Moreover, Thunder Flash, being a single-target explosive martial art, aligned perfectly with Luo Tian's initial desire for a decisive strike. While Thunder Sea had a broader range, its damage output was evidently insufficient. The Thunder Dragon, utilized as the second stage of Thunder Flash, would not only catch opponents off guard but also amplify Luo Tian's offensive power to its zenith. Ding! Selection successful. Thunder Flash inherits the current maximum level, now at level 65. A surge of enlightenment flooded his mind, and Luo Tian's inner vitality erupted violently, while the surrounding forces of thunder surged towards him, forming terrifying bolts of lightning that scorched the ground black. Amidst the explosive bolts of thunder, Luo Tian found himself enveloped in a tempest of electrical fury, obliterating Tang Ying and the remains of the four Saint Academy's lackeys into fragments. It was a veritable annihilation. After more than 10 minutes, he finally ceased, the lightning surrounding him gradually dissipating. A flash of thunder flickered in his eyes as he reined in his vitality, allowing the rampant energy to subside. At the pinnacle of Earth level, his combat prowess surged once more. Zhang Tianhao, I refuse to believe you will not emerge from the cloud mist mountains, Luo Tian murmured, a surge of murderous intent igniting within him. The moment Zhang Tianhao was rescued by the master of the Four Saint Academy, Luo Tian had resolved to intercept him at the exit of the cloud mist mountains. He intended to slay Zhang Tianhao before the eyes of that master, ensuring that even the master would pay a price. With determination, Luo Tian prepared to depart directly towards the exit of the cloud mist mountains, for he had already gathered all 3 tokens, thus completing this trial. The next stage awaited, the second trial. Rather than a trial, it was more aptly described as a battle for ranking. All who passed the first trial would rest for a day before engaging in ranking battles to determine the top 10 contenders. The first place would receive a baptism in the essence of a 6th-tier sacred beast's blood. The second and third places would each obtain half a drop of sacred beast essence, while those ranking 4th to 10th would receive the blood essence of a king-level ferocious beast. The second trial represented the true highlight of the elite trials of the 3 academies, while the first trial merely served as a chaotic stage to earn qualification for the subsequent competition. Old Luo. Just as Luo Tian was about to leave, the voice of Wang Xinghe echoed, prompting him to halt. Turning his head, he saw Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao approaching from the forest, weapons in hand, their faces reflecting astonishment at their surroundings. Old Luo, was it truly necessary? You could have simply killed them. Why go to such lengths to erase all traces? Not only did you obliterate the evidence, but you've also left the area charred black. What was the purpose of such thoroughness? Chun Tianhao was the first to speak, his eyes filled with incredulity. Luo Tian rolled his eyes, clearly not intending any offense, yet he felt no inclination to explain himself. Instead, he countered with a question. How was your harvest? Upon hearing Luo Tian's inquiry, both individuals sighed in unison. Wang Xinghe spoke up, we barely managed to fell one. Truly pathetic. Luo Tian shook his head, regarding them with an expression akin to that reserved for fools. Suddenly, the air thickened with energy as the two surged forth, their vitality soaring. From the dense forest behind them, 2 figures emerged, exuding an icy chill and a heavy aura. Luo Tian, your time is up, Nangongqi exclaimed, laughing heartily, wielding a battle knife that shimmered with a faint crystalline glow. Chapter 87. Have I won this round? How foolish you are. Luo Tian quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, narrowing his eyes. The 4 of them unleashed their full potential, yet there was no intent to kill. It was evident that they sought to teach him a lesson through this display of power. With a surge of lightning, Luo Tian vanished from his position, causing Wang Xingha's spear and Chun Tianhao's battle knife to slice through empty air. The explosive energy radiated outward like ripples on water. Undeterred by their failed strike, the two pressed forward, the silver spear glimmering and the battle knife leaving trails of water-like patterns in its wake. Nangong Qi, still chuckling, moved with even greater speed, an icy aura enveloping him as the battle descended upon Luo Tian with a chilling intensity. In a flash of thunder, Luo Tian narrowed his eyes, unleashing a strike imbued with electric fury. The sound of shattering ice echoed as Nangong Qi was forced back. Luo Tian pursued relentlessly, his sword crackling with terrifying lightning, poised to strike Nangong Qi once more. Yet, Nangong Qi remained unfazed, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his lips. At that critical moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The figure that had charged out alongside Nangong Qi, emanating a heavy presence, suddenly appeared before him, grasping Luo Tian's long sword with an iron grip. A swirling, earthy glow radiated from the hands of this newcomer, revealing a pair of specially crafted metallic gauntlets. The owner of those gauntlets was a bald man, his aura brimming with vitality as he harnessed the elemental force of earth. "Who are you?" Luo Tian attempted to withdraw his sword, only to find the bald man possessed immense strength, rendering him unable to free his weapon. His lightning, too, was barely held at bay by the overwhelming earth power. With a hearty laugh, the bald man introduced himself. "I am Ren Xianjun, a subordinate of Brother Nangong." Luo Tian's expression darkened. The Ren family, a prominent clan from Tiannan province, was rumored to have a current head on the brink of sanctification. Clearly, this man was the unwitting son of a wealthy family. "Luo Tian, your end is nigh?" "Old Luo, my apologies." Nangong Qi laughed heartily. "It appears this round is mine." At this moment, Nangong Qi, Wang Xingha, and Chun Tianhao had closed in, discarding their weapons and advancing towards Luo Tian with clenched fists. Their previous assaults were meticulously orchestrated, aimed solely at this moment when the inherently powerful and adept in earth-based martial techniques, Ren Xianjun, would temporarily restrain Luo Tian. Each of these three individuals had, to some extent, suffered at the hands of Luo Tian. Now, they sought to settle the score. Excitement gleamed in their eyes, lips curved into smirks, and an eager light danced within their gazes. Soon, they would realize their desires. However, they remained oblivious to the faint contempt flickering in Luo Tian's eyes. "I hope you can bear the consequences of your actions against me." His voice resonated in their ears. "What's this? Consequences? I, Wang Xingha, the chosen one, would fear you? Regardless of the outcome, this time, I shall emerge victorious." The trio bellowed, yet suddenly, they were met with a horrifying spectacle. A terrifying thunderstorm erupted from Luo Tian's sword, coalescing into a thunder dragon that surged forth. Ren Xianjun was paralyzed, able only to emit a pained cry before being sent hurtling backward by the dragon's charge, sparks of electricity crackling across his body. Then, the thunder dragon abruptly altered its trajectory, twisting its form as its tail struck fiercely. Boom! The three barely had time to react before being struck by the tail, their vitality imploding in an instant, intense electricity coursing through them. Simultaneously, they rolled their eyes back and were flung away to land beside Ren Xianjun. The four assailants lay in a neatly arranged heap, bodies convulsing, charred and emitting wisps of smoke, their faces bearing the marks of scorching. Luo Tian sheathed his sword and approached slowly. You. Nangong Qi raised a trembling hand, pointing at Luo Tian. A cruel smile danced on Luo Tian's lips as he swung his fist towards Nangong Qi's eyes. Bang! A series of resounding impacts echoed amidst their screams, resulting in 4 pairs of panda eyes. Ding! Defeated a martial artist, obtained a human-level upgrade card. The system notification chimed in his mind. Damn it! Worthless fools, expecting a grand reward, only to receive this? Luo Tian couldn't help but scoff internally. Then, without hesitation, he began to thoroughly loot their tokens. Growing weary of tormenting them, he merely stood aside, waiting for their recovery. Time passed. How long? He could not tell, until Nangong Qi was the first to regain consciousness, sitting up and staring blankly at Luo Tian. Subsequently, Wang Xingha, Chun Tianhao, and Ren Xianjun also rose, their gazes towards Luo Tian filled with profound complexity. They had anticipated that through their alliances, they could fulfill their ambitions, but the outcome had strayed far from their expectations. What was that thunder dragon? Wasn't the separation of vital energy a hallmark of a master? How could Luo Tian, a mere martial artist, execute such an attack? It was utterly outrageous. I have a proposal for you four. Listen closely, Luo Tian remarked as he observed that they had nearly fully recovered. The attention of the four individuals shifted towards him. Observing this, Luo Tian continued, I currently possess a sufficient number of tokens. Would any of you be interested? They are available for purchase at 1 million each, and for 3 million. Each of you can successfully pass this assessment. The four were momentarily taken aback. How outrageous. Those tokens rightfully belong to us, Luo Tian. Do not take advantage of us so shamelessly. Wang Xinghe was the first to protest, springing to his feet. With a faint smile, Luo Tian replied, Indeed, they belong to you, but they are now in my possession, which renders them mine, does it not? Wang Xinghe seethed with indignation, yet Luo Tian's gaze suddenly sharpened, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Instantly, Wang Xinghe wilted, silenced by fear. I have no money. Ren Qianjun interjected, his panda-like eyes betraying his exhaustion, yet he smiled sheepishly. With his innate strength, he tirelessly trained daily, depleting substantial resources, and thus was perpetually short on funds. Not to worry, do you not have a good older brother? Luo Tian shrugged and turned to Nangong Qi, dear brother-in-law. You surely do not wish for your subordinate to be eliminated in the very first trial, do you? There are royal blood and sacred blood at stake. Luo Tian, you are truly insufferable. Nangong Qi fumed. Excuse me, what did you just call me? Luo Tian's brow furrowed, a dangerous aura emanating from him. Nangong Qi fell silent, compelled to yield under Luo Tian's imposing presence, begrudgingly uttering brother-in-law. More than 10 minutes later, Luo Tian departed, thoroughly satisfied. The 200 points he had previously lost had been regained, while Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao each owed him an additional 200 points. As for Nangong Qi, he humiliatedly transferred 6 million, and Luo Tian unceremoniously converted it into academy points. This venture proved bountiful, boosting his academy points to a total of 4,100. Next, Zhang Tianhao, have you cleaned your neck? Murmured Luo Tian, as lightning surged around him, propelling him swiftly to the exit of the Yunwu mountain range. There, Qin Shan, Ning Anqing, and other academy instructors awaited. With a day remaining before the first trial concluded, several students had already appeared at the exit, having successfully passed. Luo Tian arrived, but did not exit. Instead, he sought refuge beneath a large tree, sitting cross-legged to commence his breathing exercises. What could he possibly be up to? A hint of confusion flickered in Qin Shan's eyes. Ning Anqing furrowed her brow, shaking her head, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart, as she felt that Luo Tian had no intention of engaging in anything virtuous. Chapter 88. Today, no one can save you, as I have proclaimed. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days had elapsed since the first trial. Today marked the final day of the assessment. Many had been eliminated. While some would forever remain in the Yunwu mountain range, their remains devoured by ferocious beasts. However, a portion of individuals successfully passed the trial and gradually emerged at the exit. Luo Tian remained motionless, seated upon a tree branch, resembling a meditating monk. At last, as the horizon began to brighten with the faintest light of dawn, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon opening the attributes panel, the vitality section revealed a significant increase, rising from 2530 calories to 2,700. Throughout this period of cultivation, Luo Tian had been attentively observing the students departing from the Yunwu mountain range. Yet he had not caught sight of Zhang Tianhao. It was evident that Zhang Tianhao remained within the confines of the mountains. Luo Tian, however, remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting his emergence. For today marked the final day. It was inevitable that Zhang Tianhao would soon appear. The notion that Zhang Tianhao could perish at the hands of a ferocious beast was utterly implausible to Luo Tian. After all, with the personal protection of instructors from the Divine Martial Academy and Zhang Tianhao's formidable combat prowess, even an ordinary martial artist would fall before him. Moreover, he might have once again received the infusion of spiritual energy from a master-level expert, enabling him to wield his heavenly martial techniques once more. Typical martial beasts would find him an insurmountable challenge. Outside the mountain's exit, Wang Xinghe and Nangong Qi stood together, their brows furrowed in concern. Where's Lao Luo? Why hasn't he emerged yet? Wang Xinghe queried, puzzled. Perhaps some unforeseen circumstance has delayed him, Nangong Qi replied, a hint of worry glimmering in his eyes as Luo Tian's position was somewhat concealed from their view. Indeed, while Luo Tian had caused him considerable vexation. Even swindling 6 million from him, it was evident that Nangong Qi held deep-seated feelings for Luo Tian. In essence, he was merely tsundere, not a bad person at heart. I have a foreboding sense that something might go awry. That rascal Lao Luo has a knack for stirring up trouble, Chun Tianhao murmured softly. I feel the same. Rin Qianjun grumbled in agreement. The mere thought of Luo Tian sent a flicker of trepidation across Rin Qianjun's eyes. He may not be exceptionally intelligent, yet this very trait allowed him to discern character accurately. Though he had only encountered Luo Tian once, he sensed that the latter was decidedly not a good man. Regardless, Lao Luo is bound to be fine. Rest assured, Wang Xinghe dismissed with a wave of his hand. The four ceased their conversation and sought a quiet spot to resume their cultivation. At this juncture, over a dozen individuals had successfully passed the first trial and were diligently engaged in their training, seizing every precious moment. The second trial was the centerpiece of the 3 academy trials, and in light of the immense rewards awaiting them post-trial, none wished to forfeit this opportunity. Even a last-minute effort would yield some benefit. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was midday. Luo Tian abruptly rose to his feet. His sudden movement drew the attention of Ning Anqing and the others. What is he up to? Ning Anqing wondered. Extending her mental perception towards Luo Tian and soon perceiving Zhang Tianhao approaching the exit. No way. That is the scion of the saint. Ning Anqing gasped. Simultaneously astonished and secretly impressed, Luo Tian's audacity was truly remarkable. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Tian had nearly struck down Zhang Tianhao previously, only to be thwarted by external interference. The Demon King, Qin Shan, also surmised the unfolding events, murmuring to himself with a complex expression. The teachers of both the Four Saints Academy and the Divine Martial Academy wore expressions of bewilderment, their mental energies fixated intently on Luo Tian. Suddenly, twin wings of thunder and lightning coalesced behind him, and bolts of lightning struck the great tree, charring it black. In the next moment, Luo Tian surged forth, transforming midair into a streak of lightning, conjuring a terrifying gust of wind as he charged toward Zhang Tianhao. Sensing the impending threat, Zhang Tianhao instinctively summoned his sword. Luo Tian. Upon witnessing the approaching tempest of lightning, Zhang Tianhao's fury erupted, and he roared in response. You dare to strike. Ning Anqing felt a subtle ripple in her mental energy, her emotions tangled. How intriguing. Qin Shan's lips curled into a slight smile, his interest piqued. Zhang Tianhao. Today you shall surely meet your end. Luo Tian's voice echoed, and in that instant, the thunder surged violently, the intent of his sword piercing the heavens. His vitality boiling like ripples, expanding outward in waves. Is that all you've got? Zhang Tianhao bellowed, his foot striking the ground as a surge of mental energy flooded his mind, amplifying his vitality. Terrifying energy erupted from within him, drawing upon the forces of nature, coalescing instantaneously around him. With a resounding crash, a massive construct of golden energy materialized, enveloping him entirely within a golden bell. At that moment, torrents of lightning cascaded forth, and Luo Tian's sword, imbued with fearsome thunder, descended with unyielding force, piercing through the defenses of the golden bell. You remain as foolish as ever, Luo Tian remarked, peering through the golden barrier into Zhang Tianhao's eyes, a hint of disdain in his tone. With a thunderous mental command, he unleashed a torrent of lightning. Zhang Tianhao's eyes turned crimson as the energy within him surged tumultuously, managing to isolate the power of the lightning from his body. Boom. Simultaneously, the golden bell shattered, unleashing a terrifying wave of golden energy that radiated in all directions. Under the immense amplification of vitality, Luo Tian was propelled backward by the force. He skillfully adjusted his stance midair, channeling his vitality anew, then transformed once more into a flash of lightning, diving downwards. Winds of sorrow. At that moment, a tempest arose. The trees around him torn apart by the force of the wind, coalescing into a terrifying whirlwind centered on Zhang Tianhao, which then morphed into a blade of light, striking down ferociously. In a dazzling flash of lightning, Luo Tian did not evade. He concentrated his sword intent to its zenith, an imposing aura erupting through the air, while the enhanced lightning energy unleashed its utmost might with a single thrust. The tempest of thunder battered the surrounding trees, leaving charred remnants in its wake. Splintering wood into the air. Boom. The two formidable attacks collided, sending ripples of energy cascading outward, obliterating grass and soil in an instant. It was hard to fathom that this was a battle between two martial artists. Even when compared to martial masters, their prowess was undeniably formidable. Truly impressive. Qin Shan murmured to himself, reflecting on how he, even at the martial artist level, fell significantly short in comparison to the two. Teachers Ning Anqing and others were equally taken aback, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. To be candid, even they had never witnessed their student unleash his full potential. They were utterly unprepared for the sheer terror of it. You have grown stronger. At this moment, as the energy storm subsided, Zhang Tianhao panted slightly. His eyes filled with disbelief. This time, Luo Tian's presence felt entirely different from before. Previously, he had to evade Zhang's heavenly martial arts. Yet now he stood firm in direct opposition, seemingly with reserves of strength still remaining. In just a single day, he had become so formidable? What could possibly be the reason? This is not mere talk. Today, no one can save you, I assure you. A faint smile curled at the corners of Luo Tian's mouth as his gaze flickered to the left, where a shadow danced in and out of sight. Chapter 89. The death of Zhang Tianhao. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, a wave of anger surged within Zhang Tianhao. When had he ever been looked down upon in such a manner? He was the scion of a saintly lineage, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, endowed with extraordinary talent and immense resources. For 18 years, no peer had matched him, and he had crushed all competition, even earning the title of the strongest divine son in the imperial capital's history. Yet, all of this changed upon encountering Luo Tian. First, he had been swiftly defeated in Linghai City due to his own carelessness, and subsequently, even when teaming up with others, he had been forced to flee in disgrace. Now, faced with Luo Tian's disdain, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. It struck him with a chilling realization. Had he been living in a dream for the past 18 years? This sensation filled him with discontent, igniting a fierce rage and murderous intent within him. Luo Tian, do not be too arrogant. With your abilities, you cannot kill me. One day, I shall trample you beneath my feet, and you will merely serve as my stepping stone. Zhang Tianhao bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. Who has given you the audacity to utter such words? Is it that wretched Aru? Luo Tian's indifferent voice resonated as lightning crackled, closing the distance to Zhang Tianhao in an instant. The wind howled fiercely. Without resorting to defensive techniques, Zhang Tianhao stepped forward, his form becoming elusive as his speed reached its zenith. In mere moments, lightning and tempestuous winds clashed, their blades intertwining. Within a span of mere seconds, the two exchanged blows hundreds of times. Suddenly, the rapidly spinning scene halted, and Zhang Tianhao's long sword flew from his grasp, his body hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth as he soared through the air. Luo Tian's gaze turned icy as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, pursuing rapidly. The long sword descended menacingly toward Zhang Tianhao's chest, who was now overwhelmed with fear. Yet, at this critical juncture, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Du Kuei, who had been lurking in the shadows, emerged abruptly, pinching Luo Tian's long sword with 2 fingers, effectively blocking its descent. Damn it, you again, you vile wretch. Luo Tian could not suppress his expletives, paying no heed to the terrifying aura emanating from Du Kuei. As Zhang Tianhao landed, he gasped for breath, a glimmer of exhilaration from surviving a calamity shimmering in his eyes. He regarded Luo Tian with an expression tinged with the condescension one might reserve for a jester. Du Kuei, undeterred, resumed his discourse, repeating his earlier words verbatim. However, this time, Luo Tian was uninterested in his prattle and interrupted him directly. I spare your mother. So be gone. Du Kuei frowned. Young man, heed my advice. There are individuals you cannot afford to provoke. I am attempting to save you. Provoke? Huh. Luo Tian scoffed. With my father-in-law being Nangong Ao, who could I possibly fear? Now leave. A jolt of realization struck Du Kuei. Who was Nangong Ao? He was the newly appointed 10th sage of the human race, known for his fiery temperament and fierce protectiveness. If Luo Tian spoke true, Du Kuei had unwittingly offended a sage. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Du Kuei, as an instructor of the academy, what is your intention in meddling with this trial? At that moment, figures began to materialize beside Luo Tian and Du Kuei. Qin Shan's gaze was icy, emanating a palpable murderous intent. Ning Anqing appeared directly at Luo Tian's side, her aura swirling and shattering Du Kuei's presence, leaving him visibly shaken. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Tian suddenly grasped Du Kuei's vulnerability, summoning a tempest of lightning. Thunder Dragon. Roar. In that instant, It seemed as if all present heard a dragon's roar, followed by a lightning dragon erupting from Luo Tian's sword, swiftly circumventing Du Kuei and charging towards Zhang Tianhao. "You dare!" Du Kuei exclaimed, aghast, releasing Luo Tian's sword in a bid to intervene. Yet, Ning Anqing's figure transformed into an ethereal blur. Boom! A colossal leg filled Luo Tian's vision, sending Du Kuei hurtling away like a kite with its strings severed. Boom! At the same moment, the lightning dragon surged towards Zhang Tianhao, enveloping him entirely. The terrifying thunder erupted as Zhang Tianhao unleashed his mental strength and vitality in a desperate attempt to disperse the lightning. Alas, regardless of his efforts, the lightning burrowed into every inch of his skin, wreaking havoc on his bodily functions like a relentless parasite. As he felt the essence of life slipping away, Zhang Tianhao glared defiantly. "I am the scion of a sage. How dare you? How dare you?" he roared, his eyes fixed upon Luo Tian, as if he wished to devour him whole. "Nangong Ao, my father-in-law," Luo Tian replied with a slight smirk, his tone dismissive. "Is the son of a sage so esteemed? I am not lacking in stature, am I? Who can truly threaten me? You shall perish." Zhang Tianhao's eyes gradually dulled, and amidst his unwillingness, his life force waned, ultimately collapsing to the ground, his charred body still twitching with residual electricity. Save for Ning Anqing and Qin Shan, a pall of dread settled over everyone present. Is that truly the progeny of the saint? Has he met his demise so easily? Particularly, the esteemed teacher from the imperial capital, who felt a shiver run down his spine. He had a fleeting opportunity to intervene, yet when Ning Anqing sent Du Kuei flying with a kick, an overwhelming aura suddenly pressed down upon him, causing him to hesitate for a brief moment. It was in that very instant that he irrevocably lost his chance to assist. He chastised the tyranny of Junwu in his heart, while simultaneously being astounded by Luo Tian's decisiveness. The progeny of the saint, indeed, could kill without hesitation. Even if one were the son-in-law of the saint's family, such audacity is hard to fathom. At that moment, Wang Xinghe and others rushed into the cloud mist mountains. Upon discerning the scene before them, they were left in shock, their gazes lingering on Luo Tian, filled with a mixture of emotions. "See, I told you he would cause trouble," Chun Tianhao suddenly remarked. Nangong Qi, Wang Xinghe, and Rin Qianjun nodded in agreement, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Junwu, you are far too overbearing." Just then, Du Kuei suddenly returned, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury. Upon witnessing Zhang Tianhao's lifeless body, his eyes nearly bulged with rage, a chilling intent firmly locking onto Luo Tian. At that instant, Luo Tian violently expelled a copious amount of blood, his complexion as pale as parchment. His sword planted into the ground as he knelt. Wang Xinghe and the others widened their eyes, sensing an eerily familiar sensation. "Luo Tian." Ning Anqing gasped, hurriedly crouching down. Worry etched across her face. To be honest, Luo Tian's performance was so convincing that it momentarily left her at a loss for words. "Old teacher." Luo Tian's eyes glimmered with a feeble light as he trembled, pointing a shaky finger at the murderous Du Kuei. He is the one who attacked me before, nearly killing me." "What?" Ning Anqing's brows furrowed in fury. To have interfered in the trial once was one thing, but to have done so twice? How could she tolerate this? Du Kuei, momentarily taken aback, felt his murderous intent waver slightly at that moment. "Hey, you must back your words with evidence." Old Chun and Old Wang exclaimed. "We nearly perished as well." Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao suddenly coughed up blood, leaning weakly against Rin Qianjun and Nangong Qi. The latter two stared wide-eyed, feeling an overwhelming malevolence from the world at that moment. "We are unworthy. Unworthy to exist in this realm. This is utterly outrageous." They realized that it was indeed Jun was doing, and not a single one of them was virtuous. "We must distance ourselves. We must." Chapter 90. Du Kuei stunned upon hearing Luo Tian's words. Ning Anqing abruptly turned her gaze towards Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao. In that instant, her brows knitted tightly together as clarity washed over her. She understood Luo Tian's intentions. She realized that her worries were unfounded, for he was perfectly fine. But what could she do? Such an opportune moment demanded cooperation. After all, this was the martial spirit of Junwu. The oppression was intolerable. Ning Anqing suddenly soared into the air, an aura of ferocity enveloping her, reducing the surrounding trees to mere splinters, rendering a 1,000-meter radius into a veritable void. "Du Kuei," Ning Anqing's voice thundered, "our military has finally produced 3 unparalleled prodigies, and yet you nearly claimed all their lives. How audacious you are." Du Kuei bewildered. cast a dazed glance at Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao, exclaiming inwardly, I don't even know you two. Were you not sent flying by Zhang Tianhao? He yearned to explain, but Ning Anqing abruptly seized a long sword, a terrifying sword intent surging forth. With a casual flick, 100-meter-long scar appeared on the ground, several meters deep and over 2 meters wide. A collective gasp echoed through the air. They seemed utterly unprepared for the immense power concealed within Ning Anqing's delicate frame. General Qin, Du Kuei has repeatedly intervened in our trials and has twice assaulted our prodigies. Such acts are utterly reprehensible and warrant execution. As a member of the military and of the human race, I, Ning Anqing, will not tolerate this injustice, even if it means bearing the weight of eternal infamy. I shall slay Du Kuei today. I implore General Qin to refrain from interference. Ning Anqing offered no opportunity for Du Kuei to respond. Wait, I am the victim here. They have slandered me. Du Kuei lamented silently, tears welling in his eyes, but those words remained unspoken. At that moment, Ning Anqing vanished from the sky. The next instant, a brilliant azure light enveloped him. Wind domain. Absolute kill. A chilling voice resonated through the heavens, the dreadful sword intent and oppressive winds threatening to upend the very sky. Teacher Ning, it's a misunderstanding. Please, listen to me. Within the wind domain, Du Kuei's once vibrant killing intent had dissipated, replaced by desperate pleas. Go tell my ancestors among the human race. Ning Anqing showed no mercy. Within the wind domain, shadows of swords surged like a tide, their intent crashing down like a cataclysm. Under the onslaught of such overwhelming power, Du Kuei could only struggle to defend himself, despite being a mid-level master. Ning Anqing's strength was overwhelmingly superior, rendering him entirely on the defensive, unable to retaliate. If this continues, I am doomed. Du Kuei nearly broke, shouting, General Qin. It was my fault entirely. Save me. His cries echoed through the terrifying wind domain. General Qin Shan felt a throbbing pain in his head, exasperated by the unfolding chaos. The death of a saint's heir was already calamity enough. What more could they possibly want? A glance at Luo Tian conjured the image of a young man with a strikingly delicate appearance, perpetually exuding an air of fragility, yet instilling fear in all. None other than Lin Podian, the founder of the military and the saint who shattered the heavens. The resemblance between the two was uncanny. As if they had been crafted from the same mold, an extraordinary coincidence indeed. Teacher Ning, I apologize for the trouble my fellow students have caused you. Please take care of yourself. It is not worth injuring yourself over such scum. At this moment, Luo Tian called out, his gaze fixed intently on Feng Yu, his eyes brimming with concern. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao exchanged glances, acknowledging yet another lesson learned. Rest assured, Luo Tian, you are the pride of our military arts. Today, as your teacher, I shall risk my life to seek justice for you, Ning Anqing responded, the bond between them resembling that of a devoted teacher and student, leaving the onlookers in silence. Du Kuei was on the verge of collapse, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Was he not the one in a vulnerable position? How had the narrative shifted to portray him as the villain while they fought desperately? General Qin, Du Kuei cried out, his voice tinged with desperation. Alas, Qin Shan sighed, his figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, a terrifying aura surged into the sky, instantly dispersing Ning Anqing's domain. The tumult of energy, sword intent, and wind attributes froze in place, no longer erupting. All this was merely the result of Qin Shan ascending from the ground into the air. One could not deny his extraordinary strength, a fitting deputy for the Dragon God Army. Thank you, General Qin. Du Kuei exhaled in relief, hastily expressing his gratitude. However, Ning Anqing's expression was one of indignation. General Qin, what do you mean by this? Are you going to shield this criminal? Qin Shan felt a surge of unease. It seemed that within the military arts, there were no virtuous individuals. Must you, a mere woman, complicate matters? Yet he could not voice this sentiment, only responding helplessly. Teacher Ning, there appears to be some misunderstanding. Let us hear Du Kuei's side of the story. Misunderstanding? Where is the misunderstanding? General Qin, ask him if he did not strike at me, and not just once. Luo Tian interjected, his voice filled with disappointment. Qin Shan, uninterested in Luo Tian's outburst, turned his attention to Du Kuei. Du Kuei's complexion paled slightly as he gritted his teeth and spoke. Yes, I did indeed strike, but it was solely to save the progeny of the sage. I intervened in the trial without cause, and I am willing to accept the consequences. From the moment he acted, he had resolved that regardless of the outcome, Escape was impossible. Thus, he chose to be more carefree. He believed the Zhang family, of the sage lineage, would not remain indifferent. Accepting blame? If it were not for my fortuitous fate, I would have perished at your hands yesterday. Do you think a mere apology will suffice? Luo Tian proclaimed dramatically. Very well, I shall inform my father-in-law. He guards the heavenly pass with his life to protect our human race. In the end, despite his strenuous efforts, those he safeguarded, endowed with strength, chose to turn against their own rather than face the beasts of slaughter, and afterward, all it takes is a simple apology to brush it aside. Such pretense is truly disheartening. With a tragic expression, Luo Tian pulled out his phone, poised to make a call. Wait. Du Kueme furrowed his brow, raised his hand to halt the conversation, his expression far from pleasant. Luo Tian, although I, Du Kueme, have broken the rules, must you portray me as irredeemably wicked? Speak with a clear conscience. Are you threatening me? You dare to threaten a dying man? Luo Tian forced a bitter smile. This is what it means to be a master of the human race, indeed. How enlightening. Du Kueme, taken aback, exclaimed, I did not. Do not speak nonsense. And since when do you appear to be on the brink of death? Qin Shan cast a disapproving glance, while Ning Anqing's aura surged, ready to take action at any moment. Flustered, Du Kueme quickly composed himself, forcing a smile more painful than tears. Luo Tian, you misunderstand me. I was in the wrong earlier. I apologize for my actions against you. Rest assured, I will make amends. Luo Tian smiled. After all this, he was merely waiting for those words. Chapter 91. Sacrificing my remnant body, yet dying without regret upon hearing Du Kueme's words. Luo Tian felt a surge of joy within, though his complexion grew even paler. Amends? What can you offer me? I am a once-in-a-generation prodigy, a new-age warlord. Do you comprehend the profound damage your overwhelming strike has inflicted upon my spirit? I, Luo Tian, have dedicated myself to my country, tirelessly honing my martial prowess. Previously slaying countless beasts in Linhai City, I would rather sacrifice my life to protect the ordinary citizens of my dragon nation than see them harmed. Yet now, Luo Tian lamented, my martial heart has begun to fracture, all due to you. If I were to step onto the battlefield in the future and fall without slaying even a few beasts, it would not only be my loss, but the loss of my dragon nation citizens. What will you offer me to compensate for this loss? His desolate demeanor elicited tears from listeners, as if he had suffered the gravest injustices. Qin Shan and Ning Anqing exchanged wary glances, fully aware that Luo Tian was overtly proclaiming his merits while subtly seeking compensation. The audacity of his moral high ground was astonishing. The teachers leading the teams from the Four Holy Academy and the Divine Martial Academy exchanged sympathetic glances at Du Kueme. Whom did you provoke? Now you find yourself in this predicament. In that moment, they even forgot that a holy second generation had just perished before their eyes. Marvelous. Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao exchanged fiery glances. In the next instant, they stood upright, their eyes filled with determination, leaving Nangong Qi and Rin Qianjun momentarily stunned. Brother Tian, for our dragon nation, we are willing to face death alongside you. Wang Xinghe declared passionately. Indeed, for the dragon nation, what is there to fear in death? Chun Tianhao echoed, their expressions solemn. Luo Tian turned to them, his heart heavy. Thank you both. The world may belittle and humiliate us, yet our resolve remains unwavering. For our dragon nation, for the people, I shall sacrifice my remnant body, and though I die, I shall have no regrets. Let us proceed to the front lines. This trial is no longer necessary. As the words fell, Luo Tian staggered before resolutely stepping forward. Du Kue's expression darkened, as a master. He could see through the charade played by the three youngsters. Yet, the advantage lay with them, and he remained the one at fault. Cursed be it. How could I, Du Kue, a figure of great wisdom throughout my life, ultimately fall victim to three mere children? A surge of indignation roared within him. Suddenly, Qin Shan's cold gaze fell upon him once more, compelling Du Kue to act quickly. Luo Tian, wait. I genuinely wish to compensate you. Resources, money, name your figure. I, Du Kue, acknowledge my mistakes and hope you will grant me an opportunity for amends. This display of subservience could only be described as demeaning, a testament to his deep frustration. Du Kue swore he had never fought such a difficult battle in his life. Luo Tian remained unmoved, seemingly deaf to his pleas as he continued to stagger determinately towards Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao. The two stood frozen, wide-eyed in disbelief. Had it come to this? Shouldn't they hasten to name their price? Stop acting. Do not immerse yourselves too deeply in the performance. Ah, Luo Tian. Finally, Ning Anqing could no longer bear to watch. After all, Du Kuei was a master. A little respect was in order, lest it become too embarrassing. Old teacher. Luo Tian turned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, sending chills through the onlookers. Sighing, Ning Anqing remarked, Teacher Du Kuei was merely momentarily confused. Do not take it to heart. Since he is willing to compensate you, you should accept. We have a future ahead of us. Slaying ferocious beasts is a shared responsibility. Your foremost task now is to regain your composure. There is no need to rush. With gratitude, Du Kuei regarded Ning Anqing. Truly, she was a good person, beautiful in both heart and appearance. He seemed to have entirely forgotten that she had nearly dealt him a fatal blow earlier. Luo Tian gritted his teeth, striving to project his resolve. Ultimately, he turned to Du Kuei. Ning teacher is right. Perhaps I can regain my confidence. Teacher Du Kuei, I wonder what you can offer as compensation? Du Kuei felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly responded, 100 million, Luo Tian. I am willing to compensate you with 100 million in resources or directly in cash. What do you think? A collective gasp escaped the leading teachers from the Four Holy Academy and the Divine Martial Academy, marveling at Du Kuei's audacity. Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Was it truly so simple to obtain 100 million? Is money so easily earned? Only Qin Shan and Ning Anqing exchanged glances with Du Kuei, a hint of pity flickering in their eyes. Have you lost your mind? Offering such a high price, are you not afraid of being taken advantage of? Your temperament is lacking. Indeed, Luo Tian's eyes sparkled. To casually offer 100 million indicated he possessed far more. Could he endure this? What? Teacher Du Kuei, is this truly your sincerity? Enough. Enough. Old Wang, old Chun. Let us depart. The front line requires our presence. Disappointment filled Luo Tian's gaze, reflecting a heart-wrenching sorrow. What? Du Kuei, Wang Xinghe, and Chun Tianhao simultaneously expressed their confusion, each harboring a complex array of emotions. Ro Tian, what do you mean by this? Du Kuei hurriedly inquired. Words are futile. Teacher Du Kuei, since you lack sincerity, let it be. I, Ro Tian, find this frail body of mine utterly useless. With that, Ro Tian promptly turned away. Du Kuei was taken aback. He realized that Ro Tian was dissatisfied. While cursing himself inwardly, Du Kuei anxiously called out, Ro Tian, how about 200 million? Ro Tian remained silent. Sometimes, silence serves as the most potent rebuttal, and he continued to stride forward resolutely. 300 million, Ro Tian, that is my utmost limit. Du Kuei, disregarding everything else, felt the chill in Qin Shan's gaze intensifying. Ro Tian, Teacher Du Kuei is genuinely remorseful. Ning Anqing interjected, her perception of Ro Tian's heart growing darker. At last, Ro Tian paused momentarily, turning back with a gaze still steeped in desolation. Teacher Ning, I shall heed your words. Ning Anqing furrowed her brow, silently cursing the shamelessness of dragging her into this matter, clearly fearing that Du Kuei might renege on his promise. Of course. She kept her thoughts to herself, nodding gently and addressing Du Kuei. There is no need for you to blame yourself, Teacher Du Kuei. I will handle his mental conditioning moving forward. Yes, thank you, Teacher Ning, Du Kuei expressed with palpable gratitude, entirely forgetting his original intent. With alacrity, Du Kuei completed the transfer within mere seconds. Everyone, please leave. At this moment, Qin Shan waved his hand and led the way out. The group followed closely behind, making their way beyond the Yunwu mountain range. Time flew by, and as darkness descended, the trial came to a satisfactory conclusion, eliciting joy from some and sorrow from others. That night, Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao, brimming with excitement, trailed behind Ro Tian, seeking out Ning Anqing. Under the cloak of night, as the spoils were being divided. Chapter 92. Teacher, we are still young, unable to grasp. Beyond the Yunwu mountain range lay a temporary encampment. This evening, the elites from the 3 academies who passed the trial would rest here, while those who did not had already departed for the academy via flying vessels. Wang Xinghe and Chun Tianhao, their faces alight with joy, followed Ro Tian towards the temporary tent where Ning Anqing was located. What a pity! If only we had obtained Zhang Tianhao's spatial equipment, our gains would have been even greater. Ro Tian, leading the way, shook his head in dismay. Internally, he was lamenting that despite having slain Zhang Tianhao, he had gained nothing, not even a single upgrade card. It felt utterly pointless. Of course, Ro Tian surmised that perhaps it was due to having previously acquired a martial arts creation card from Zhang Tianhao. The intricacies of the probability system remained a mystery to him, leaving him with no choice but to let things unfold as they may. Brother Tian, be content. That is 300 million. My late father, a warrior of the Battle King rank, toiled on the battlefield for half a month and earned just about that much. Wang Xinghe remarked from behind. Indeed, 300 million is no small sum. For a master practitioner, setting aside such an amount is hardly excessive. Chen Tianhao concurred, noting that the consumption of resources during martial training is immense. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary ability of Luo Tian, whose physical techniques can be enhanced at an astonishing rate, complemented by a formidable system that provides substantial feedback. Typically, martial artists, while cultivating their physical prowess and vitality, must expend vast resources. By the time one reaches the master level, various elixirs are essential to augment mental fortitude. 300 million truly pales in comparison, as the value of a single king beast far exceeds that amount. Yet, in the face of tremendous expenditure, 300 million is indeed significant. Losing this, some may considerably hinder Du Kuei's training progress over the next year or two. Now I understand. Upon hearing their conversation, Luo Tian felt enlightened and ceased to dwell on the matter. The trio then entered the tent where Ning Anqing resided. Have you arrived? Ning Anqing remarked. Seated within the tent, the three of you together? Gasping in surprise, Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao were taken aback, while Luo Tian remained unfazed, having long since developed immunity to Ning Anqing's occasional provocative remarks. Teacher, let us discuss serious matters. We are still young and cannot afford to miss opportunities, he stated. With a slight smirk, Ning Anqing's eyes glinted with mild disdain. Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao, brimming with youthful vigor, nearly lost their composure, but quickly suppressed any reckless thoughts. Mindful of her masterful prowess, disregarding their discomfort, Ning Anqing continued, this time I have contributed significantly. I have my eye on a particular spiritual herb. I will contribute 100 million, and the remainder can be divided amongst you. That is only fair. Luo Tian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that without Ning Anqing, he would hardly have secured such a substantial benefit. Though the means were somewhat dubious, the competitive nature of martial arts necessitated such a mindset. Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao expressed no dissent. Even if they had reservations, they chose to swallow them. Soon, the two exited the tent, their faces alight with excitement. Brother Tian, are your feet numb? Shall I massage them for you? Brother Tian, you must be exhausted and haven't bathed yet, right? Allow me to assist you with the soap. My technique is quite proficient, as old Wang can attest. Brother Tian, they exclaimed, unabashedly calling out as they walked, oblivious to the curious gazes around them. Finally, Luo Tian could no longer endure their antics and interjected, I will absolve you of your previous debts. Each of you shall receive 50 million. Is that agreeable? Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, Brother Tian. Brother Tian, from now on, you are my true brother. If you direct me east, I shall never venture west. Brother Tian, I would traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire for you. Just say the word, and I shall not flinch. Their flattery flowed like a relentless river. However, Luo Tian merely let their words wash over him. He knew their loyalty was fleeting, and when the time came, they would likely flee faster than a rabbit. Take things seriously, and you shall find yourself at a loss. Soon, the transfer was completed, and Wang Xinghe and Chen Tianhao departed. Luo Tian directly redeemed 10,000 points, bringing his academy points to 14,100, sufficient for his upcoming expenditures after breaking through to the martial master realm. As for the spiritual herbs, potions, and elixirs acquired in his spatial ring, Luo Tian had no intention of selling them. He planned to use them to enhance his vitality, which would undoubtedly expedite his cultivation process. Notably, during this trial for the new students from the three academies, out of 120 participants, 20 tragically perished within the Misty Mountains, likely leaving no trace behind. Only 20 managed to pass, comprised of 9 from the martial army of the Demon City, 4 from the Divine Martial Academy of the Imperial Capital, and 7 from the Celestial South. The Divine Martial Academy suffered a thorough defeat in the first trial. Luo Tian had eliminated 4 individuals who, under normal circumstances, would have passed the trial with ease. Unfortunately, they chose to confront him, and even the so-called strongest divine scion of previous years met his demise at the mountain's exit. That night, the various encampments were enveloped in silence. In a corner of the temporary camp, Within a tent, Du Kuei wore a grim expression, his countenance reflecting extreme displeasure. He had just contacted one of the 10 human saints, the Wudao Saint, to discuss the matter concerning Zhang Tianhao. After a lengthy pause, he received a simple yet chilling reply: kill. Yueying. Du Kuei suddenly spoke. Inside the tent, Hua Yueying bowed slightly towards Du Kuei. Teacher Du, I possess a drop of royal beast blood. Tonight, I shall personally guard you as you break into the martial master realm. During tomorrow's ranking trial, should that Luo Tian secure first place, I require you to challenge and eliminate him. With a wave of his hand, a drop of blood, exuding a heavy aura, floated in the air. Is this the saint's directive? Hua Yueying inquired softly. Indeed. Du Kuei replied with a faint nod. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint. Hua Yueying responded with a slight bow. Excellent. There is no time to waste. Let us commence. Within the tent, under Du Kuei's protection, Hua Yueying began to refine her bones, steadily elevating her limits as she advanced towards the martial master realm. The distinction between a martial master and a martial artist is profound. While martial artists refine their bones, martial masters refine their entire being. In the early stages, their skin becomes as tough as iron. In the middle stages, their blood flows like mercury. In the later stages, their muscles are as resilient as jade. And at the pinnacle, their marrow resembles lead. The martial master realm significantly enhances one's vitality limits. Completing each stage of cultivation vastly increases one's vitality potential. After all, the next step is to break into the grandmaster realm, necessitating the utmost refinement of one's physique. The vitality span of a martial master is indeed formidable. As the night wore on, Hua Yueying officially broke into the martial master realm. After fully absorbing a drop of royal beast essence blood, her vitality doubled, reaching a staggering 4,000 calories. Confident in her abilities, Hua Yueying felt certain that she could triumph even against a martial master boasting 5,000 calories of vitality.